Naruto Hyuga Quincy, Beyond Visual Range Strike, Male, Bleach, Naruto, System, Transmigration, Action, Adventure, Fanfiction, Fantasy, Martial Arts, Shonen, Supernatural, Medical plus Quincy Long Range Combat plus Melee Archers plus Ninja Illusion. In Konoha Year 46, Hyuga Aokawa gained Quincy powers, and the battlefield gradually changed after that. Lightning Release plus Divine Annihilation Arrow, a headshot from 800 miles away. The Wind Release, Holy Arrow combined with a single shot destroyed the enemy command post, ending the battle. Explosion Release plus Rain of Light, a barrage of attacks blanketed the battlefield. Hyuga Aokawa gazed at the rout of the enemy forces. Do you like the Ninja World version of Katyusha? Sage Mode plus Spirit Particle Cluster transforms him into a mobile turret, unleashing the power of a falling meteor with every gesture. When the enemy, after numerous schemes and at a terrible cost, finally reached Hyuga Aokawa, they encountered Hinata Aokawa, a Quincy version of Sage Mode, is proficient in all aspects of ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and medicine, with no weaknesses. In the realm where flesh and spirit intertwined, he grinned a chilling smile. Who told you I'm not good at close combat? On that day, Iwagakure once again issued a no responsibility evacuation order. The object is no longer the Yellow Flash, but a legend known as the White Shura. Years later, the Otsutsuki god descended upon the ninja world, only to have his throat choked by a hand covered in the power of the Soul King. Hinata Aokawa looked down at the struggling god. I heard you're also omniscient and omnipotent? Keywords: Naruto, Hyuga, Byakugan, Beyond Visual Range Combat, Archery, Bleach, Quincy, Soul King, Well-Rounded Development, Medical Ninja. 1. Number 1. Only someone with a broken brain would time travel. Chapter 1. Only a broken brain would transmigrate. Anti-spam preface. Before the main text, there are some things I want to say first. 1. The original Naruto series has many self-contradictory bugs that cannot be logically explained. When writing this book, the author could only choose the explanation most beneficial to the plot. 2. It is precisely because of these bugs that Naruto fanfiction is so wonderful, as there is so much room for fanfiction authors to play freely. However, it should be noted that these creative liberties are the imaginations of many fanfiction authors and do not necessarily represent the original work. Every author has different insights into these bugs, and after watching Naruto for a long time, it is easy to mistake fanfiction concepts for original canon. This includes myself. After researching a vast amount of data, I discovered that some of my memories regarding Naruto were never mentioned in the original work and were merely fanfiction interpretations. 3. I did a lot of research on Naruto before starting this book, and the story is an extension of the original work. I will incorporate explanations or worldviews from other fanfictions if they benefit the plot. Therefore, based on the second point, if you find any parts in this text that differ from your memory, you are welcome to comment with screenshots from the original manga or anime. But please do not jump to subjective assumptions like, you're a fake fan, or, has the author even seen Naruto? And leave a 2-star review before storming off. 4. As a newcomer, this book has many shortcomings. I personally read more progression-style Naruto fanfiction, so the starting point of this book is relatively low. I have anchored the strength of the Quincy abilities obtained to the level of the foot soldiers in the 1000-year Blood War arc. Thus, the early pace is a bit slow, focusing mainly on survival, but the leveling will be very fast. By the time of the Third War, the protagonist will basically have cage-level combat power. 5. Regarding the bird in a cage, the protagonist simply does not have the strength to solve it in the early stages. Even survival is not guaranteed, let alone freedom. However, there will be no plot involving conflict with the main house before the bird in a cage is resolved, so please rest assured. As I write this preface, the plot has already reached the point where the protagonist is helping others solve the bird in a cage. 6. The early and middle stages of this book will likely follow the path of Beyond Visual Range strikes, and will gradually move toward the prestige of the Quincy team from the 1000-year Blood War arc. So, in the style of fanshay fanfiction, Type 1 for Hinata, Type 2 for Tsunade, Type 3 to pick for yourself and enter the main text with one on each arm. Finally, if you think the plot is ridiculous, check the comment images, doge.jpg. Below is the main text. Ah no, let go of me. Bursts of sobbing mixed with the creaking of furniture made Zhou Qing's head buzz. Who is it, doing such messy things so early in the morning? He frowned and subconsciously turned over, but felt as if his body was falling apart, aching everywhere. Immediately after, a flood of memories that didn't belong to him rushed into his mind. Hyuga Aokawa, branch house. One parent deceased, his mother died in the line of duty. His father is still alive and he has a grandmother. What the hell? My stocks just turned red and you sent me to the Naruto world. Let go of me. That suppressed and hoarse female voice came again. This time, Hyuga Aokawa realized the creaking of the furniture seemed to be coming from the bed, swaying beneath him. Holy shit. He was startled and suddenly realized. He tried his best to lift his eyelids, wanting to escape from this sleep paralysis-like predicament. His eyes opened a sliver. In his blurred vision, there seemed to be a beautiful figure propping herself up and lying beside him. Waves of body fragrance mixed with a faint scent of sweat wafted into his nose. In a daze, he also felt the woman reach out her palm, resting it on his clothes and gripping tighter and tighter with the rhythm. The old bed frame seemed overwhelmed by the shaking. Hyuga Aokawa's suspicions became increasingly absurd. Did I transmigrate into a decent Naruto world? He forced his eyes open, trying to clear the current pixelated vision. His vision gradually cleared as his eyelids lifted. His gaze first locked onto the swaying snowy whiteness beneath the tattered clothes. Further back was the beautiful face leaning close to him. The woman's face was covered in tears, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. She was panting heavily, her lower lip lightly bitten as if enduring something. Seeing Hyuga Aokawa open his eyes, a flash of excitement and joy appeared in the woman's pained expression. Her eyes were full of pleading, her lips silently repeating two words. Save you? Hyuga Aokawa judged the words she wanted to say from the shape of her mouth. He shifted his gaze in confusion, following her undulating body all the way to what was behind her. Through the gaps in the woman's hair, he finally saw the face behind her. A burly man with a smooth, hairless head and a face full of bushy beard. The man was massive, his entire body muscled like a bull. His palm, as large as a cattail leaf fan, slapped the woman from time to time. In an instant, Hyuga Aokawa's brain buzzed, his heart almost stopped beating. His pupils constricted, and cold sweat broke out. Immense fear triggered the memories in his mind. His predecessor had followed 3 seniors to the border for a mission, which was completed successfully. On the way back, they were stopped by a group of villagers who begged them to deal with a rogue ninja who had been raping and killing women nearby. Many families had already suffered. The captain, who had Chunin-level strength, thought the rogue ninja wasn't very strong and readily accepted the mission. As a result, in a 3-on-1 situation, all 3 seniors, including the captain, were killed. The predecessor was young and hid in the back, but he was soon caught and slashed into critical condition. And this burly man was the very rogue ninja who had wiped out Hyuga Aokawa's squad. Afterward, the predecessor was rescued by the woman and brought to this wooden hut. Unexpectedly, the burly man had returned and followed the trail here. This led to the scene before him. Under the threat of death, Hyuga Aokawa desperately suppressed his heaving chest and forced himself to calm down. He looked around, his mind racing to find a way to survive. The door of the hut and the hole in the wall were all behind the burly man. This meant that to escape, he had to get past the man. But the 3 seniors leading the mission were 1 Chunin and 2 Genin. And they had years of mission experience. To be slaughtered like chickens in a 3-on-1 situation meant the man was at least a veteran Chunin, or even a special Jonin. As a repeater who hadn't even mastered the basics of the gentle fist, rushing in would just be a buy one, get one free deal for the enemy. Damn it, this was an impossible situation. You're awake? A coarse voice suddenly rang out from behind the woman. Hyuga Aokawa's heart tightened, and he rolled to dodge almost instinctively. Shing! A kunai grazed his body and embedded itself deeply into the spot where he had just been lying. He scrambled to his feet, trying to run past the burly man. A sturdy leg covered in hair lunged from behind the woman and kicked Hyuga Aokawa hard. The massive force sent him flying. Bang! His bandage-wrapped body slammed heavily against the wooden wall and then hit the ground hard. Stay right there. I'll deal with you later. Ha ha ha, the man grinned hideously. Seeing such a vast disparity, the woman turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. Hyuga Aokawa felt as if every bone in his body had shattered and his internal organs were displaced. He lay on the ground, unable to move for a moment. The massive impact began to muddle his thoughts, and he even started to hallucinate. In his blurred vision, a few lines of text seemed to appear before him. But when he tried to look closer, they vanished. Bad man, let go of mommy. Just then, a childish cry rang out. He subconsciously looked toward the sound. He saw a 2- or 3-year-old girl wailing beside the burly man. Her small hands were tightly clutching the man's leg hair, trying to pull him away from the woman. He finally realized the little girl must have been pinned under the man's foot earlier, which was why the woman was so submissive. Hiss! The man drew a sharp breath. Even though he was a veteran of many battles, having a clump of leg hair ripped out by the little girl still made him jump in pain. You little brat, you're asking for it. The man's eyes widened in fury. In a fit of rage, he grabbed the little girl and hurled her toward the sharp corner of a table. No, the woman let out a piercing scream. Her eyes were wide, her face full of terror as she reached out, as if she could already see her daughter's head splitting open. Before Hyuga Aokawa's muddled brain could steady itself, his body acted first. He lunged forward, catching the little girl in mid-air by the narrowest of margins, his back slamming hard against the table corner. The intense pain made his vision darken, and cold sweat poured down. He had just set the girl down and hadn't even recovered yet. The man had already flickered in front of him. I told you to stay there. Hyuga Aokawa felt an explosive force hit him, and his body went flying again. He slammed heavily against the same wooden wall. Gah! He felt his insides churning and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, the woman quickly picked up the little girl and ran toward the door at the back, but after only a few steps, she was dragged back by her hair by the man. Don't be in such a hurry. I'll let you leave peacefully in a bit. Hyuga Aokawa looked at the three walls. The only exit was blocked by the man. He was in a desperate situation. Under this extreme pressure, a reckless streak of ruthlessness surged from the depths of his heart. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. He stared fiercely at the burly man. He didn't want to run anymore. If he lost, he'd just start over. Anyway, he had already died once. This life was a bonus. Even if I can't win, his gaze shifted sinisterly toward the man's lower body. Even if I can't win, I have to give him a nasty blow and make him wish he were dead. In the split second his thoughts raced, Hyuga Aokawa made up his mind. He no longer hesitated, his fingers silently reaching for a kunai in his ninja tool pouch. Just as he was about to exert force, his head spun, and he collapsed weakly onto the ground. At the same time, the text that had faded away earlier reappeared with perfect clarity. Open black lens bracket. All assets have been sold and converted into energy crystals as the energy source for this transmigration. Estimated remaining crystals can open the stone gate. One-time close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Do you wish to consume an attempt to open the stone gate and receive an ability projection? Close black lens bracket. The text that had just vanished was now crystal clear. His cheat had arrived. Open, open, open. Hyuga Aokawa screamed frantically in his heart. The energy vortex within the stone gate suddenly surged rapidly. Then, the vortex abruptly erupted with a beam of white light, striking him precisely between the eyebrows. Open black lens bracket. Current available racial imprint. Quincy. Close black lens bracket. 2. Number 2 Quincy. Chapter 2. Quincy. Open black lens bracket. Current racial imprint available for integration. Quincy. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Integrating racial imprint grants its talents and skills. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Integrating racial imprint. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 0.3%, 0.8%, 1.2%. Close black lens bracket. Indescribable pain and a surge of power exploded within him simultaneously. His bones groaned, and his meridians burned. Countless unfamiliar memories of drawing bows and firing arrows flooded his mind like instinct, as if he were a natural-born sharpshooter. Open black lens bracket. Racial imprint integration complete. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Integrated racial imprint. Quincy. Common. Current integration 10.02%. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained the talent Reishi affinity. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained the talent skill Reishi gathering, the basic ability of a Quincy. Gathering Reishi from the surrounding air to oneself, converting it into one's own power. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained the racial skill Holy Arrow. Uses Reishi gathering to fix Reishi from the atmosphere into the shape of chakra. Arrows using spiritual power, which can be fired via a spirit bow to attack enemies. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained the item Quincy Cross, a symbol of the Quincy. It serves to strengthen Reishi gathering and is often used by novice Quincies to assist in condensing spirit bows and chakra arrows. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Item Quincy Cross has been changed from a physical object to a spiritual mark, now inscribed on the back of the right hand. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained information Quincy Archery Knowledge. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Please establish a foothold in this world and acquire more energy crystals to increase integration and obtain more skills and control abilities. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Please accumulate more energy crystals to open the stone gate and obtain new power support. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current energy crystal count 0. Close black lens bracket. A searing heat spread across the back of his right hand as a mysterious cross-shaped spiritual mark instantly took shape. In an instant, the near-death agony receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of overflowing power. But Hyuga Aokawa immediately noticed something was wrong. Wait, there was no such thing as reishi in the air at all. What he could clearly feel was the incredibly active natural energy surrounding him, affectionately. And what drove this power to form chakra arrows was not spiritual power, but the chakra already existing within his body. Had this cheat been localized? Or was it because he couldn't sense reishi or spiritual power? And how was he supposed to get the energy crystals to increase integration? Hyuga Aokawa had many questions, but he didn't have time to dwell on them. He remained lying on the ground like a corpse, but his mind was frantically calculating distances, angles, and the time needed to simulate holy arrow using chakra. The sky grew dark, and the light inside the wooden hut became increasingly dim. Rip. The large man took great interest in tearing the woman's already tattered kimono into shreds. Once more, licking his lips, he admired the snowy white skin visible beneath the ruined clothing, a perverted glint flashing in his eyes. He loved this kind of scenery most. Though he looked coarse, he played delicately, highly pursuing a sense of atmosphere. The woman's eyes were hollow. Her only glimmer of light was cast toward the motionless figure on the floor. That was her last and only hope. However, that figure remained lying there as if dead. Don't count on it, you waste. Noticing her gaze, the man stepped next to Hyuga Aokawa and sneered, I'll tell you a secret. I was the one who beat him like a dead dog last time. The four of them tried to surround me, and I slaughtered them all like dogs. He was the most useless of the lot. If it weren't for someone on the black market suddenly putting out a bounty to crack that bird crap cursed seal of theirs, even a branch house member could be traded for a reward. I would have twisted his head off the moment I walked in. She suddenly looked at the man, her voice trembling as she pleaded. I'll do anything you want, just let us go, okay? Let you go? Let you go? The man raised an eyebrow and suddenly grinned. Speaking of which, I should thank you. If you hadn't saved this kid, I wouldn't have even noticed he was still alive when I passed by. Again, you deserve some credit for me being able to collect this bounty. Seeing a flicker of absurd hope ignite in the woman's eyes, he suddenly leaned in. He sneered, so I've decided to love you both properly, and then leave you with intact corpses. You beast. The woman suddenly erupted with her last bit of strength, struggling wildly, then whipped her head around and bit down hard on the man's neck. Fuck, crazy woman. In pain, the man shoved the woman away in a rage. His fan-like hands clamped down on her arms. He dragged her brutally toward the pillar in the center of the room like a piece of cargo. Eri-chan, run, don't worry about mama, the woman screamed at her daughter. Wah mama, I'm not leaving. Bad man, let go of mama. Amidst this chaos, the unconscious figure on the ground. Move. Hyuga Aokawa suddenly flipped up, his wrist flicking as several shuriken appeared between his fingers, thrown out like lightning. Swish, swish, swish. The shuriken tore through the air with a shrill whistle, heading straight for the man's face and heart. Ninja Lord. In the woman's desperate eyes, a wild joy of surviving a disaster instantly erupted. The man was also scared out of his wits by the sneak attack, instinctively letting go of the woman and scrambling to block with a kunai. Clang, clang, clang. Even so, a deep gash, exposing the bone, was sliced into his arm. You little brat, you're dead. The man's face twisted as he roared, about to pounce and tear Hyuga Aokawa to pieces. However, the next second, that figure, who had just been so imposing, didn't even look at the result. He suddenly turned around and threw a punch. Boom! He smashed a large hole right through the already cracked wooden wall. Without hesitation, he leapt out, his figure instantly vanishing into the night outside. He ran? He actually ran? Inside the room, a deathly silence fell. The ecstatic smile on the woman's face froze instantly. The sound of retreating footsteps was like a heavy hammer, shattering her final illusions one by one. She whipped her head around like a trapped beast and let out a heart-wrenching wail toward the dark hole in the wall. Take Eri-chan with you. I beg you, just take her. Ninja Lord, come back. Come back. Her cries were hoarse and exhausted. The only response was the empty echo of the mountain forest and those increasingly distant footsteps. 3. Number 3 Holy Arrow Annihilation. Chapter 3. Holy Arrow. The sudden turn of events stunned the large man. Immediately, his face erupted in an even more rampant and mocking maniacal laugh. Are you really expecting trash like this to save you and your daughter? Ha 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 ha. I know more about these ninjas from the great nations than you do. They act righteous on the surface but are filthy and despicable inside. He roughly squeezed the woman's chin, forcing her to look up. Just accept your fate obediently. If you make me comfortable, maybe I'll give you a quick death and leave your body whole. The woman did not respond, only mumbling and repeating the words, you come back. She stared blankly at the hole in the wall where the figure had disappeared, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. She had spent her life practicing medicine and saving people, never killing or setting fires. Yet recently she had suffered misfortune after misfortune. Now, due to a moment of soft-heartedness, she had drawn in such a fiend. Heaven truly offered no way out. The large man still wouldn't stop, his face full of mockery as he continued to provoke the woman. As for your daughter, I've found a good place for her. You like ninjas from the great nations, right? How about I sell her to one of them? The woman, who had been somewhat disheartened, went mad again upon hearing this. Beast, even if I die, I will curse you even as a ghost. I won't let you go. She bared her teeth and stretched her head, trying to bite the large man. But she was only met with the large man's booming laughter. If you put it that way, I really want to taste what a ghost is like. At the same time, as soon as Hyuga Aokawa left the room and escaped the large man's sight, he immediately sprinted towards the side slope. The space in that room was too small. The distance was simply not enough. Currently, the fusion degree was low, and his control over the Quincy skills was not strong. He had never cast Holy Arrow before, and couldn't instantly condense a chakra arrow capable of killing the large man. Within 7 steps, the large man could easily kill him before he could condense the chakra arrow. Moreover, once he showed intent to attack, the large man would inevitably be fully alert, and whether the chakra arrow would hit was also an unknown. Therefore, he could only move outside. As a Hyuga specializing in taijutsu close combat, and having been cut down by the large man like a chicken before, the large man wouldn't pay too much attention to him leaving the room. And that was indeed the case. Inside the room, the large man was overcome by lust and completely ignored him. His Byakugan vision penetrated the wooden wall, locking firmly onto the large man's movements inside the house. At the same time, he constantly calculated the distance that would allow the chakra arrow to achieve maximum speed. Soon, he stopped beneath the shadow of a large tree on the hillside. He stretched out his right hand, pouring chakra into the back of his hand. The blue Quincy cross spirit mark suddenly lit up, shimmering with faint light. A refined spirit bow, composed of blue and white light particles, instantly materialized in his hand. He took a deep breath, looked toward the wooden house again, and suppressed the uncertainty in his heart. This was his first actual combat, and life and death hung on this one arrow. Hardening his resolve, he continued to frantically inject chakra. The spirit bow's form changed abruptly, rapidly expanding and transforming. It finally transformed into a massive light bow nearly as tall as he was, its body circulating with pure and powerful energy fluctuations. With his left hand, he drew the invisible bowstring, and an arrow of highly condensed blue and white light slowly formed following his movement. To ensure a fatal blow, he recklessly squeezed the small amount of chakra that had just recovered within his body. He frantically leveraged the extremely active natural energy around him, gathering, compressing, and solidifying it. Although this distance allowed the chakra arrow to achieve maximum speed and reduce the large man's reaction time. However, once the chakra arrow left his control range, it would gradually dissipate. The greater the distance, the more severe the dissipation. He had to ensure that the chakra arrow still retained a certain intensity when it struck the large man. The surrounding blue and white light particles converged under a mysterious pull. The chakra arrow grew thicker and more dazzling, and the surrounding light particles swirled and converged as if summoned, emitting a slight hum. His Byakugan stared intently at the large man, his gaze sharpened, and he released the bowstring. Boom! The blue and white holy arrow tore through the night sky like lightning, instantly leaving the string. The immense kinetic energy and power it carried directly shattered the wooden wall along its path, accurately shooting into the house at a speed too fast for the naked eye to track. Inside the house, the large man, full of smugness, tied the woman's hands to a pillar, then flipped the exhausted woman over. His rough hands fiercely caressed the faintly visible pale skin, bringing an immediate rush of pleasure to his heart. Just as he was about to continue enjoying himself, suddenly, he felt a sudden, inexplicable palpitation, and a terrifying, bone-chilling sense of extreme danger abruptly exploded. The immense terror even made the iron pillar retreat. Run. This was an instinct honed through fighting on the battlefield. He instinctively tried to form a hand sign with one hand to activate the body flicker technique. But it was too late. The next moment, a violent explosion sounded. The old wooden wall before him was suddenly ripped open, as if it were made of paper, leaving a large hole. A blue and white light arrow emerged from it and instantly pierced through. The large man's mind couldn't even register what had happened. He only felt a sudden constriction in his chest, and an indescribable terrifying force had already passed through his body. He didn't even immediately feel pain. His whole body was lifted off the ground by the massive impact force and violently thrown backward. Bang clang. His body slammed heavily onto the house floor, sliding a distance across the ground without losing momentum. He left a shocking, wide trail of blood. He stared blankly, his pupils dilated, and subconsciously looked down at his chest. A hole the size of a bowl replaced where his sturdy chest had been, completely transparent from front to back. He stared blankly, shifting his gaze toward the hole in the wall that had just been broken open. On the hillside, the brat whom he had dismissed was slowly lowering the massive spirit bow in his hand. Brat. His teeth were grinding, and he felt a surge of rage rush straight to his head. You seek death. The large man braced his hands on the ground, his knuckles white, struggling to stand up. The moment he exerted force, his internal organs immediately churned violently. A wave of heat rushed upward, and bright red blood mixed with air gargled out of his mouth. The woman nearby was scared out of her wits by this sudden drastic change. She struggled with her legs, circling the pillar she was tied to, trying to get away from the large man, fiercely shielding her daughter behind her body. At the same time, she stared wide-eyed, her gaze filled with terror as she looked at the large man. In just the blink of an eye, that murderous beast who had made her heart turn to ash was lying on the ground, pierced through and bleeding profusely, like a dead pig. She frequently turned her head, straining to look outside the hole, trying to discern the fate that awaited her, whether good or bad. In her tear-blurred vision, the figure she had watched disappear in despair had returned. Like a vengeful god, he suddenly rushed into the house. Hyuga Aokawa's eyes were cold, and his movements held no hesitation. He covered the distance in a few steps and forcefully knelt with one knee on the large man's immobilized neck. His left hand clamped down like an iron vice, tightly gripping the massive head. His right hand held a kunai in a reverse grip, and without the slightest hesitation, he stabbed down with precision and ferocity. PFF. The tip of the kunai easily sank into the eye socket, plunging straight into the brain. The wail came to an abrupt end. Hyuga Aokawa looked down at the large man with indifference. The anticipated nausea and vomiting did not occur, even though this body was only that of a ninja academy student. It was still terrifyingly strong at adapting to gore, remaining completely calm, as if accustomed to it. Is this the ninja world? It really is worlds apart from my previous life. Coming back to his senses, the large man's body had already stopped its final twitch. Observing the man's eyes staring wide in death, Hyuga Aokawa expressionlessly slowly pulled out the kunai. He grabbed the man's clothes and carefully wiped the red and white substances clinging to the kunai clean. Only then did he turn back to look at the mother and daughter, whose faces were filled with disbelief. Crimson blood slowly dripped down his face, adding a touch of ruthlessness to his handsome features. He slowly stood up and walked toward them, step by step. 4. Number 4. Let me help you take off your clothes. Chapter 4. Let me help you take off your clothes. Crimson blood slowly slid down Hyuga Aokawa's face, adding a touch of ruthlessness to his handsome features. Even though she knew his gaze, which hadn't yet fully shed its killing intent, wasn't directed at her, the woman's heart still skipped a beat, and her neck instinctively shrank back. She hadn't expected such a good-looking youth to have such a heavy murderous aura. This was completely different from his temperament when she saved him that day. It wasn't until the boy knelt down and reached out to untie the ropes binding her that she finally relaxed. Looking at the youth before her, her heart felt conflicted. When she passed by him then, she simply thought it would be a pity for such a handsome young lad to die like that, but with a better to avoid trouble mindset, she had walked away. Later, for some reason, she had turned back as if possessed by a ghost and saved him. She hadn't expected that because of this decision, she would almost bring disaster upon herself and her daughter. Even more unexpected was that it was the fruit of this very decision that pulled them back from the edge of the abyss. This cycle of cause and effect made her feel as if she were in a dream. Once the ropes were untied, she moved her stiff and aching wrists. She immediately pulled her dazed and terrified daughter tightly into her arms. Then, she led her daughter and prostrated herself before Hyuga Aokawa with great solemnity. Ninja Lord, thank you for saving us. Keiko will never forget your kindness. With her hands on the ground, she performed a formal bow, her forehead striking the floor with a heavy thud. Her kimono, which had become like tattered camouflage, saw its cloth strips slowly slide down, no longer able to hide her curvaceous figure. Large patches of snowy white skin were exposed wantonly, scattered with several blue and purple bruises. Hyuga Aokawa was about to speak up and remind her. Beside her, Eri followed her mother's example, reciting in a soft, milky voice. Ninja Lord, thank you for saving us. Eri will never forget your kindness. As she spoke, she gave Hyuga Aokawa an innocent smile, revealing her missing baby teeth. That serious little look instantly dissipated the residual scent of blood in the room. Hyuga Aokawa couldn't help but laugh, and the tension in his heart relaxed. He quickly helped the two of them up. It's the cycle of karma. Good people should be rewarded. It's only right. Then he gestured toward Kiko's body, where glimpses of her skin had been showing from time to time. Keiko followed his gaze and looked down, only then realizing that because of the big man's peculiar fetishes, her kimono was almost reduced to rags. Sumimasen, she cried out, her cheeks instantly turning beet red. Flustered, she covered her clothes and, like a startled rabbit, scurried off to the next room. Seeing this, Hyuga Aokawa looked at the big man who had died with his eyes open. He walked over to him and used the pressure point technique to seal all the blood vessels that were still bleeding. The sky had already darkened. He would definitely have to stay here for the night. The house was located in the mountains and forests. If the smell of blood was too strong, it would attract wild beasts at night. He dragged the big man, who was no longer bleeding, to the side. He went to the yard to get a bucket of water, picked up a broom, and began to wash away the bloodstains on the floor. After finishing the work, he carefully cleaned the bloodstains off himself. Turning around, he found little Eri blinking her large, dark eyes, looking at him timidly. "What's wrong, Eri-chan?" He knelt down and smiled as he patted her head. "Ninja big brother, you're so cool." Eri's eyes were sparkling as she spoke very seriously. "Oh? In what way?" Hyuga Aokawa was amused by her. "Just now, when you went swish swish swish, and beat up that bad guy," the little girl waved her small hands excitedly as she gestured. Then she tilted her head, her big eyes fluttering as she scrutinized Hyuga Aokawa. She added, "You're also handsome. Your eyes are handsome. Your nose is handsome. Your mouth looks good too. Everything looks good. Anyway, you're much better looking than big brother Taimaru from next door back in our old village." Hyuga Aokawa pinched her chubby cheeks and smiled. "Eri-chan is very cute too." The little girl giggled from being pinched and reached out to pinch Hyuga Aokawa's cheek in return. The two played for a while. Keiko stepped out of the room looking refreshed. Her hair was damp and emitting a light mist. It was obvious she had just gone in for a quick wash. The tattered clothes from before had been replaced with a brand new red kimono. The slightly open collar revealed a glimpse of her sexy collarbones. As she swallowed, the fine texture of her fair, slender neck momentarily appeared before quickly fading away. Her face no longer bore the tear stains or messy hair from before. She looked radiant and very pretty. Hyuga Aokawa was about to speak with a smile. Unfamiliar text appeared before his eyes. He quickly handed Eri over to Keiko and eagerly entered his sea of consciousness. "Open black lens bracket. Despite your frail body, you dared to draw your bow against violence and punish evil. You have obtained a favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Energy crystal asterisk 200. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Body flicker technique. Proficient. Asterisk 1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ninja tool throwing technique. Proficient. Asterisk 1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Trap setting. Proficient. Asterisk 1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Water release chakra nature transformation. Proficient. Asterisk 1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Water release chakra form transformation. Proficient. Asterisk 1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Water release. Hidden mist technique. Master. Asterisk 1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Water release. Water clone technique. Proficient. Asterisk 1. Close black lens bracket. A pleasant surprise. Hyuga Aokawa's face was filled with wild joy. He hadn't expected an extra reward for this act of justice. And energy crystals could even be obtained this way. But these skills, Byakugan for long-range X-ray vision, Quincy for beyond visual range sniping, and now adding the hidden mist technique to obscure the battlefield, the system is determined to push me down the path of a battlefield schemer. He suppressed the urge to test the skills. He focused his attention on a flashing personal information icon in the corner of his vision. Concentrating his consciousness, he tapped it open. Racial imprint. Quincy, common, fusion rate, 10.02% plus. Innate skill, Reishi gathering. Race skill, Holy Arrow. Crest, innate full spirit. Kekkei Genkei, Byakugan. Chakra affinity, water, lightning. Energy crystals, 200. Innate full spirit? Hyuga Aokawa saw a small triangle next to this crest and curiously tapped it. Explanatory text popped up. Open black lens bracket. Innate full spirit. Living 2 lives, 2 souls merged into one. You are born with spiritual energy stronger than your peers. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Effect 1. Spiritual energy increased by 100% on top of the original base. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Effect 2. Genjutsu talent increased by 100% on top of the original base. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Effect 3. Genjutsu resistance increased by 100% on top of the original base. Close black lens bracket. It seemed that although his previous self's consciousness had dissipated, the spiritual energy had been inherited by him. This could be considered an innate advantage of a transmigrator. Then he saw a plus symbol appear after the fusion rate, which showed up after obtaining the energy crystals. Should he add it? According to the system, energy crystals could improve the fusion rate or be accumulated to open the stone gate. However, it didn't specify how many energy crystals were needed to open the stone gate next time. After thinking for a moment, he decided to use the energy crystals to increase the fusion rate first. Currently, he hadn't even fully fused with the power of an ordinary Quincy. It was unrealistic to be overly ambitious and hope for the stone gate to project more power. He tentatively clicked it once. One energy crystal was consumed, with 199 remaining. The fusion rate reached 10.07%. Does each crystal increase it by 0.05%? That would mean the fusion rate increases by 1% for every 20 crystals. He just didn't know if the ratio of the increase was fixed. He invested 19 more, and the fusion rate reached 11.02%. His body's control over Quincy's skills seemed to have improved very slightly. If it weren't for his naturally strong spiritual energy, he wouldn't have even sensed it. He simply invested all the remaining energy crystals, and the fusion rate rose to 20.02%. This time, he could clearly feel that he condensed the holy arrow much faster than before. Not only that, but a Quincy's own spiritual power isn't strong. They rely on high precision control of reishi for combat. Therefore, after the fusion increased, he found that his ability to control chakra had also improved. Originally, his predecessor lacked chakra control, and on top of that, he spent his days chasing girls and playing around. After years of study, he hadn't made much progress with the gentle fist. But in an instant, he seemed to have gained a lot more understanding of the gentle fist. Eager to try, he pressed two fingers together and very easily released chakra from his fingertips. Open black lens bracket. You have gained insight into the essence of the gentle fist. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Pressure point technique increased to proficient level. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Basic gentle fist increased to proficient level. Close black lens bracket. As expected, the gentle fist, which his predecessor could never master, was now easy for him. It seemed that what the Quincy gave him was more than just the holy arrow on the surface. There were unexpected benefits in other aspects as well. This greatly improved his survivability. Wait, a Ninja Academy student? He suddenly realized this contradiction. How can a Ninja Academy student go on missions? Memories then surfaced. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan has a huge advantage in reconnaissance, making many low-level squads that lack sensory ninja prefer to hire a Ninja Academy student like him who has awakened his eyes rather than find a civilian chunin. The school also turned a blind eye to this, since actual combat is also part of cultivation. It seemed that the ninja world also had its share of gray areas. Suddenly, he felt someone pulling at his clothes. Ninja Lord, I'll help you take off your clothes. 5. Number 5. Don't stay here. Chapter 5. Don't live here anymore. A gentle yet slightly raspy voice interrupted Hyuga Aokawa's thoughts. He snapped back to reality and saw Kiko's hands resting on the knot of his robe. Her eyes filled with concern. Your wound, it's opened up again, Keiko explained softly, her tone carrying a mix of guilt and heartache. Hyuga Aokawa looked down and realized that the bandages on his body were already stained with quite a bit of bright red. The combat and exertion from earlier had worsened his injuries. Sorry to trouble you. He nodded and relaxed his body, letting Keiko get to work. Kiko's movements were gentle and professional as she carefully untied the blood-stained clothing and removed the old bandages. I still don't know your name, Ninja Lord. Kiko's hands didn't stop as she struck up a conversation. Hyuga Aokawa. You can just call me Aokawa. Yes, Lord Aokawa. Keiko followed his lead but still maintained the honorific. Then she asked out of concern. How did you end up crossing paths with that beast and getting such heavy injuries? There was an accident during a mission. Hyuga Aokawa glossed over it vaguely and asked in return. How did you end up living here at the foot of the mountain by yourselves? And you know how to treat wounds. Hyuga Aokawa found it a bit strange, seeing how skilled her technique for applying medicine was. Kiko's movements paused slightly at his words, and she let out a sigh. My husband and we used to practice medicine in a nearby village. Life was quite good back then, but in the last 2 years, for some reason, the local bandits have become more and more rampant. A few months ago, the small village we were in was massacred by bandits. The entire village was gone. Eri and I only escaped because we were out gathering herbs, but my husband. At this point, Kiko's expression grew mournful, her eyes clouded over, and tears silently slid from the corners of her eyes. I had no choice but to bring Eri here to hide in these mountains. At least it's safe here for now. Hyuga Aokawa realized the situation and felt a chill in his heart. Bandits rampant on the border. This is clearly a sign that a major war is about to break out. Calculating the timeline, the prelude to the Third Shinobi World War was likely about to begin. In this war, the Land of Fire would face a 1v4 situation and was nearly pushed back to its doorstep, resulting in heavy casualties among the new generation. At this point in time, various countries were likely already making moves. Once the fighting started, the border would become a meat grinder. This place is no longer habitable. Hyuga Aokawa suddenly spoke with absolute certainty. Keiko froze for a moment and subconsciously looked at the dilapidated house. Yes, the house is already like this. It needs to be repaired before. I mean, you should move to the central region of the Land of Fire. Hyuga Aokawa interrupted her, his face serious. Move? To the central region? Keiko was a bit lost. But we don't know anyone there. Hyuga Aokawa looked at her. You have medical skills. You should have no problem making a living anywhere, just as long as you don't stay too close to Konoha village. Eh? Keiko was completely confused. Shouldn't Konoha be the safest place? There are so many ninjas there. That is exactly why it's the most dangerous place, Hyuga Aokawa said. Just in the Third Shinobi World War alone, people fought their way to the doorstep twice. After that, there was the Nine-Tailed, Orochimaru, Pain, the Otsutsuki, and if you add in the events from other side stories that weren't in the main plot, in the short span of 20 to 30 years, Konoha would be destroyed about a dozen times. It could be considered a land of many disasters. Being the protagonist isn't easy either. However, there was no need to tell Keiko all this. Fortunately, she didn't ask further and nodded as if she half understood. Thump, thump, thump. A series of somewhat dull thumping sounds rang out, catching their attention. The two of them looked toward the source of the sound. They saw little Eri sticking her small bottom out, laboriously swinging a kunai that was much larger than her tiny hand. She was hitting the forehead of the bald brute on the ground over and over. She kept muttering, bad man, how dare you bully mama. Kill you. The little girl's round-headed, dead serious appearance was truly adorable. Hyuga Aokawa couldn't help but chuckle softly. Keiko, on the other hand, helplessly put a hand to her forehead, both annoyed and amused. Eri-chan, come here. Why are you playing with just anything? Eri isn't playing. The little girl looked up, her face solemn as she spoke in a milky voice. Eri is helping mama vent her anger. Alright, thank you for your hard work then, Eri-chan. Come over as soon as you're done venting, okay? 2 more hits, then I'm done. In a dense forest 30 kilometers outside Konoha village. Aren't they here yet? A shrill voice spoke from the bushes. I haven't sensed anything. Big brother, how about we come out first? It's uncomfortable lying here. Shut up, endure it, the shrill voice scolded in a low tone. But big brother, there are so many bugs in the grass. My butt is itchy, they're crawling all over. The simple and slow voice replied, accompanied by the sound of rustling and scratching. The shrill voice was silent for a moment before saying, then let's come out first. The bushes shook for a while, and then 2 goofy-looking figures emerged. One was short and small, with a round face scattered with a few freckles and eyes that betrayed confusion and ignorance. The other was tall and thin, with small eyes, high cheekbones, and several scrolls tucked into his waist. The tall, thin one was Ichu Jin, and the short, chubby one was Ichu Bu. The brothers made a living through banditry and bounty missions. As soon as they stepped out of the bushes, Ichu Bu saw his brother holding a mission scroll, checking something with a solemn expression. He carefully leaned in. Big brother, we haven't been tricked, have we? Ichu Jin waved his hand. Don't worry, I spent 100,000 ryo to buy the whereabouts of this ninja academy. Student, the black market wouldn't do something so disreputable. 100,000 ryo? Ichu Bu cried out in surprise. 100,000 ryo just for news on a ninja academy. Student? How much is the kid even worth? Look at how short-sighted you are. Ichu Jin gave him an annoyed glare and stuffed the scroll into his arms. See for yourself. Capturing a student with the Byakugan is a net profit of 900,000 ryo. This is way better than selling a few orphans. Ichu Bu clumsily unfurled the scroll, his eyes instantly bulging and his breathing becoming rapid. Big brother, we're going to be rich. You bet, Ichu Jin said proudly. Quote, listen up, when the fight starts, kill everyone except the one with the white eyes. White eyes? Ichibu looked blank. Yes, the eyes of the Hyuga clan are different from normal people, they're white. Don't kill him, he's worth nothing if he's dead. Oh, Ichibu nodded simple-mindedly. Then he suddenly blinked his confused little eyes and stared blankly toward a certain direction. In the forest. Big brother, it seems like there really is someone with white eyes. Whoosh, they just ran past. What ran past? Ichijin frowned, not quite hearing his brother's mumbling. Ichibu scratched his head. In my perception, that white-eyed kid you mentioned just seemed to run past on that small path over there. Small path? The surprise on Ichijin's face instantly froze and turned into bewilderment. Where the hell is there a small path? 6. Number 6. The first arrow after landing. Chapter 6. The first arrow after landing. He grabbed Ichibu's collar, his spit nearly flying into the other's face. When we were scouting earlier, didn't you beat your chest and guarantee that this forest only had one main road? Quote, Ichibu shrank his neck, stammering a bit. I did find a small path, but I thought it was too narrow. They definitely wouldn't go that way. I just picked up a wooden sign, wrote, no thoroughfare, on it to block it off. Who would have thought he bastard? Ichijin was so angry his vision went dark, and he slapped Ichibu hard on the back of his head. Which direction did he go? Hurry up and chase him. Then let me go collect the explosive tags from the traps first, so they don't go to waste. Collect your collect your damn self, just lead the way. Ichijin's roar echoed through the forest. Ichibu didn't dare say more, he carefully sensed for a moment. His round body burst forth with speed that didn't match his size, rushing out in one direction. Ichijin followed closely behind, gritting his teeth. While running, Ichibu hesitated but still spoke up. Big brother, that kid has such tender skin. After we catch him, can you leave me an arm or a leg? I haven't had a fresh meal in so long. Eat, all you know is eating. Ichijin cursed while sprinting. If we don't catch him, my 100,000 taels will be gone for nothing. When that happens, I'll sell you first to cover the loss. Ichibu looked aggrieved and didn't dare speak again, just burying his head in sensing to lead the way. A moment later, his speed suddenly slowed down, his small eyes filled with confusion. What's wrong? Ichijin hurriedly stopped and looked around alertly. Big brother, that kid, he suddenly disappeared from my perception. Ichibu's voice carried a hint of unease. Disappeared? Didn't you just say we were about to catch up? Yeah, it was like poof, gone. Ichibu gestured anxiously. Wait, Ichijin suddenly looked up, and only then did he notice. The surrounding air had become moist and thick at some point. A layer of dense water mist quietly spread out, sharply compressing their vision to less than 10 meters. He reached out and grabbed a handful of the moisture, feeling the exceptionally active water release chakra within. It's the mist concealment technique. He must still be nearby. Big brother, I'll use wind release to blow it away, Ichibu said as he prepared to form hand signs. Suddenly, the sound of an extremely thin string being plucked reached his perception. Immediately after, he sensed a high-speed moving object rapidly approaching them. Big brother, behind us. Ichibu's eyes nearly split from the strain as he let out a hoarse roar. Both were experienced bounty hunters. They instinctively dove to the sides to dodge. The next moment, the water mist seemed to be stirred by something as a blue-white light arrow pierced through the fog, appearing in their sight. The chakra arrow was like a bolt of lightning, whistling straight toward Ichijin. Oh no, Ichijin thought to himself. He subconsciously twisted his body to avoid it, but in mid-air, he had no leverage. He could only watch helplessly as the arrow grew larger in his pupils. Boom! Mid-air, Ichijin was sent flying by the arrow like a tattered sack. He slammed straight into a large tree and slowly slid down. After the light arrow smashed his head beyond recognition, it dissipated. Ichijin didn't even have a chance to tilt his head before he was as dead as could be. Ichibu stared blankly at Ichijin's mangled face under the tree. He couldn't believe it. The older brother he had grown up with was suddenly sitting by a tree, motionless. Big brother, Ichibu let out a grief-stricken wail. Before he could even mourn, another arrow, much smaller than the previous one, was already flying toward him. Although Ichibu tried his best to dodge, the outer side of his right thigh was still instantly torn open. A large chunk of flesh vanished, and blood sprayed out. Ah, my leg! Ichibu let out a pig-like shriek, the intense pain making him nearly unable to stand. Ichibu dragged his leg, gritting his teeth through the pain to form hand signs. Wind release, gale palm. A blast of gale surged forward, pushing the mist ahead. The mist cleared. On the shore of the pond ahead, a young boy stood quietly. The boy had handsome features and a tall, straight posture. He held a blue-white spirit bow, and his white eyes looked at him coldly. He was dripping wet all over. It was clear he had just come ashore. Bastard, so you were hiding in the water. Ichu-bu gritted his teeth. Seeing him blow away the mist, the boy immediately turned and dove into the nearby forest. Without hesitation. Trying to run? You're dead, kid. His eyes were bloodshot as he lunged toward Ichu-jin's corpse. He roughly pulled a syringe from a backpack. Looking at the golden yellow liquid inside, a trace of hesitation appeared in his eyes. Big brother said this stuff has side effects. Then he gritted his teeth. I'm not even afraid of death. Why should I fear side effects? Ichu-bu steeled his heart and jabbed the syringe into himself, quickly injecting the liquid. The paleness of his face visibly turned ruddy, the pain in his leg immediately subsided, and he felt the strength in his body growing. This damn thing is actually useful. He looked in the direction where Hyuga Aokawa had disappeared. 1 hour is enough to tear you into 10,000 pieces. He snatched all the scrolls and the ninja tool pouch from Ichu-jin's body. Ignoring the blood still gushing from his wound, he chased after him frantically with bloodshot eyes. The boy was indeed Hyuga Aokawa. After escorting Keiko and her daughter for a while, they had parted ways, agreeing to meet again in the future. On the way back to the village, he found the path ahead riddled with traps. Intending to mind his own business, he had hurriedly avoided them, not expecting that their target was actually him. In the forest, Hyuga Aokawa sprinted for his life, the trees on both sides receding rapidly. He panted heavily, swallowing with a dry throat. His chakra capacity was still too low. After concentrating his chakra into the first arrow, there simply wasn't enough chakra left to condense the second one properly. His condensation speed was also lacking. Once the enemy became alert, his accuracy dropped significantly. If he could make it back alive this time, he had to find a way to solve these two problems. He took out the last few ration pills, chewed them into a pulp, and swallowed them with difficulty along with a small amount of saliva. Through the vision of the Byakugan, even though the enemy was injured, he was still pursuing relentlessly. He felt somewhat lucky. Although the enemy had dodged the vital point of the second arrow, it had at least hit the thigh. Otherwise, he would have been caught by now. Nevertheless, the gap between the two was still shrinking. A ninja's battle depends on comprehensive quality. Although he possessed the power of a Quincy, his other aspects were too weak and were seriously holding him back. He opened the ninja tool pouch he had seized from the big man a few days ago. For suitable spots along the way, he occasionally used steel wire to set up explosive tags and shuriken. Soon, explosions and Ichu-bu's roars echoed one after another behind him. The simple traps caused Ichu-bu a lot of trouble, but the distance between them didn't widen much. This won't work. If he kept running like this, his chakra would definitely run out first. And he didn't have many ninja tools left. The chakra restored by the ration pills had to be used at the critical moment. As he sped along, his mind constantly searched for a strategy while his Byakugan observed the surroundings in all directions. A moment later, he suddenly pulled out a handful of kunai and threw them at the surrounding tree trunks. Thud, thud, thud. The kunai, with thin steel wires attached to their tails, stuck into the tree trunks one after another, forming a crisscrossing grid. Near the leaves, explosive tags were hidden and tied to the wires. He didn't stop but ran forward for another distance. Seeing that the enemy was close enough, he suddenly stopped. He turned to face Ichu-bu. With the momentum of someone driven to a dead end, he gripped a kunai and charged toward him. 7. Number 7 Battle. Chapter 7. Engagement. Ichu-bu noticed that the kid ahead not only didn't run away but even dared to charge at him. He laughed in extreme anger. Brat, I'm going to eat you alive. He gripped his kunai tightly with both hands, his killing intent almost tangible, as he charged toward Hyuga Aokawa in a rage. The two were like arch-enemies heading for a final decisive battle, both moving toward each other with killing intent. However, halfway there, Hyuga Aokawa suddenly stopped, his body sliding strangely toward the side and rear, vanishing behind a thick tree trunk. The next moment, Ichu-bu felt as if something was wrapped around him. Boing! A crisp sound of steel wire snapping rang in his ears. Then, more sounds of steel wire snapping followed one after another, like falling dominoes. His pupils shrank, and he thought to himself, oh no. Immediately after, out of the corner of his eye, he saw 7 or 8 explosive tags on the surrounding tree trunks bursting with blinding light simultaneously. Scared out of his wits, he formed hand signs almost instantly to activate the body flicker technique. Boom boom boom. Deafening explosions rang out in succession. Flames and shockwaves instantly swallowed the area where he was, and dust scattered everywhere. Whoosh! A wretched figure barely managed to stumble out from the dust and smoke. It was NQBV. Even though his reaction was extremely fast, the range of the explosions was too dense, and he still got hit. His right shoulder along with his entire arm had disappeared, the wound was charred and blurry, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. The intense pain almost made him faint, and his entire face was as pale as paper. He could only futilely clutch the wound with his left hand, panting heavily, as pea-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. This vicious brat, he cursed through gritted teeth, his crimson eyes staring fixedly at the smoke ahead, not daring to relax for a moment. Those elusive light arrows had left too much of a psychological shadow on him. Sure enough, whoosh! A blue-white light arrow shot out from the smoke, aimed at his vital points. Bastard! NQBV was both shocked and angry. At this moment, jumping in mid-air, he had nowhere to hide and could only desperately swing the kunai in his left hand to parry. Clang! A crisp sound. The light arrow was knocked away, hitting a tree and kicking up wood chips. He was just wondering why the force from the light arrow was much weaker than expected. The next instant, a faster and more violent light arrow took advantage of his body's stiffness after the parry. At a very tricky angle, it shot into his abdomen. NQBV felt like he'd been hit by a heavy blow, and his entire body was slammed from the air onto the ground by the huge impact. Wah! A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs was spat out. As soon as he hit the ground, before he could even catch his breath, several shuriken had already followed and shot toward his eyes. Clang, clang, clang. Relying solely on the instinct of years of fighting, he used his kunai to dangerously knock away all the shuriken, and the very next second after he completed the parry, a figure, like a ghost, appeared behind him with the body flicker technique. Such a fast body flicker. NQBV was horrified. These successive attacks and this body flicker technique, is he really just a Ninja Academy student who isn't even a genin? Greatly alarmed, he forced his body to twist. The kunai in his left hand struggled to parry upward. Clink! Sparks flew. He barely blocked the fatal blow aimed at his throat. The next instant, he felt a huge force coming from his abdomen. Bang! The already bloody wound was made even worse after being kicked by Hyuga Aokawa. NQBV retreated a few steps, kneeling on the ground in pain. Before NQBV could recover, Hyuga Aokawa was already in front of him again. Holding a kunai, he stabbed fiercely at the kneeling NQBV. The pain on NQBV's face instantly turned into horror, and he hurriedly raised his kunai to parry. Unexpectedly, Hyuga Aokawa flipped his wrist again, bypassed NQBV's parrying kunai, and stabbed directly at his throat. Oh no! NQBV thought to himself that it was bad, but at this moment, his move was already spent. It was too late. He instinctively wanted to use his right hand to stop Hyuga Aokawa's kunai, but only an empty shoulder responded to him. Poochie! The dull sound of a blade entering flesh rang out. Hyuga Aokawa stabbed the kunai into the other's body without holding back any strength. Blood splattered. NQBV tilted his head back, clutching the kunai in his throat with his only left hand. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth made a sizzling sound, but he couldn't say anything. His body straightened involuntarily, and then he fell powerlessly to the ground. Hyuga Aokawa also sat slumped on the ground, exhausted. The physical foundation of his previous self was still too weak, and plus he was only about 10 years old. Encountering a ninja in his prime like this, his strength and stamina couldn't keep up. Luckily, he had the holy arrow to bleed the opponent out first. Otherwise, it would have been really hard to fight. After a brief adrenaline rush, intense pain surged in. He then realized that the wound Keiko had helped him bandage had all burst open under such high-intensity combat. He endured the pain and used the pressure point technique to seal the blood vessels around the wound. Hey Chu! His vision went dark, and the immense pain came in waves like knife cuts, almost making him faint. He panted rapidly and continuously, sweating all over. It took a full quarter of an hour for him to recover. Holding his wound and frowning, he endured the pain to stand up, scavenged the valuable items from NQBV's body, and tied them to himself. Then he quickly headed toward Konoha village. Not knowing how much time had passed, Konoha village at the foot of the mountain finally appeared in Hyuga Aokawa's blurred vision. From the time he was injured until now, he had basically relied on willpower to hold on until here. No wonder the survival rate and combat effectiveness of a ninja squad increased significantly after being equipped with a medical ninja. Ninjas are creatures with high attack and low defense, except for some cheaters. As long as the others are seriously injured, they basically lose their combat effectiveness. It's fine to encounter a teammate like White Fang, but if it's Mizuki, you'd be sent straight away. If I knew some medical ninjutsu, even if it was just the simplest healing technique, I would have been lively and kicking long ago. I must learn some medical ninjutsu for self-protection if I get the chance. He walked down the hill mechanically and staggeringly, and then struggled to climb another hill. This was already the 4th hill he had climbed. Those two bastards Hashirama and Madara, they didn't even go abroad to fight, causing so many valleys to the north of the village. It's exhausting every time I return to the village from this direction, he thought randomly as he staggered toward the village gate. Konoha Village Gate. Azumo Kamizuki and Katetsu Hagane were still just Ninja Academy students, so the Konoha gatekeepers today were naturally someone else. The ones on duty today were Yuhi Shinku and Amino Akaku. The two were startled when they saw Hyuga Aokawa covered in blood. They hurriedly got up to support him. Yuhi Shinku turned to Amino Akaku and said quickly, "Akaku, you continue to stand guard. I'll take him to the hospital." After saying that, she grabbed Hyuga Aokawa and disappeared with a body flicker technique. 8. Number 8 Treat. Chapter 8. Treatment. As soon as he entered the hospital, all sorts of clamor rushed toward him. Hyuga Aokawa's head buzzed from the noise. His consciousness had begun to blur, and his vision was shrouded in mist. After successive battles and traveling such a long way with his injuries, being able to reach the village was solely due to his powerful willpower sustaining him until now. In a daze, he was carried onto a hospital bed and taken to various places for examinations. Through the haze, a medical worker with delicate features and a tall figure appeared in his line of sight. She carefully and gently examined his body. Then a green light emanated from her hands as she placed them on his abdomen. The light was very warm, making the area it touched feel tingly and extremely comfortable. It was so comfortable that he felt wave after wave of drowsiness. Since his transmigration, he had either been fighting or traveling. Exhausted in body and mind, he now only wanted to rest well. "Taro, how is he?" Shinku Yuhi looked at the delicate medical worker and asked in a heavy voice. Taro frowned with a solemn expression. 3 ribs are broken, and there are 2 knife wounds on his back, one of which is only 1 centimeter away from his heart. But judging by the scabbing, these wounds are already 7 or 8 days old, and someone has treated them before. She paused, then added, "However, the wounds all burst open again later. Additionally, there are signs of bone fractures in both his arms." Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Shinku Yuhi's eyes. He engaged in another high-intensity battle after being injured, yet he could still hold on until he returned to the village? Willpower like this is rare for someone his age. He looked at Hyuga Aokawa lying on the bed, a touch of admiration in his gaze. A moment later, Taro withdrew her hands and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "I've given the wounds temporary treatment, but because they've become infected, surgery is required. Thank you for your hard work. Notify me immediately when he wakes up," Shinku Yuhi instructed. "Yes, Shinku-sama." It was already 3 days later when Hyuga Aokawa woke up. Sufficient sleep and effective treatment made him feel refreshed, although his body was still somewhat weak. But that omnipresent, sharp pain had disappeared. He instinctively stretched, feeling his entire skeletal structure loosen up. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a figure sitting by the bed. An elderly woman with white hair sat with her head bowed, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Her wrinkled face was filled with worry. She hadn't even noticed that he had woken up. The sunlight from the window shone on her face, highlighting the furrows of time, and her silver hair was dazzling under the sun's rays. "Grandma," Hyuga Aokawa called out instinctively. The elderly woman jolted and looked up in disbelief. When she saw her grandson's clear eyes looking at her, a look of immense joy instantly appeared on her face. "Little Aokawa." She almost lunged to the bedside, reaching out with a withered hand to embrace Hyuga Aokawa, her eyes immediately becoming moist. "Yokata, little Aokawa, it's so good that you're all right," she sobbed incoherently. "Amaterasu-sama, protect us." "Grandma, I'm fine." Hyuga Aokawa tried his best to show a reassuring smile. The elderly woman wiped away a tear, and her worry was instantly replaced by joy. Her mouth widened into a grin, deepening the furrows on her face. "Are you thirsty? Grandma will go pour you some water and peel an apple for you." Her face was full of kindness and doting as she spoke, and she started to stand up shakily. "No need, Grandma." Hyuga Aokawa hurriedly got up and jumped off the bed, holding down his grandmother who was preparing to get busy. "Then are you hungry? Grandma will go home, cook some food, and bring it to you." "Iya, no need, Grandma, I'm already better." The hospital's healing techniques are very strong. Looking at the restless elderly woman before him, he couldn't help but laugh, his gaze also a bit helpless. His grandmother from his previous life was just like this. Every time he was sick, his grandmother would also sit by the bed looking at him with a face full of worry. As soon as she saw him wake up, she would busy herself with this and that, fussing over him. Later, when he couldn't play games because of the anti-addiction system, he used his grandmother's ID for authentication. Every time there was facial recognition, his grandmother would always happily lean in. Thinking her grandson wanted to take a photo with her, she would show her kindest smile to the camera, but it wasn't until his grandmother passed away that he realized he didn't have a single photo with her on his phone. That day he cried for a long time until his eyes were swollen, his mind filled with his grandmother's kind smile. This had always been a long-standing regret. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Shinku, Yuhi and Taro entered the room together. "How are you feeling? Any discomfort anywhere?" Shinku Yuhi asked. "I'm already fine, thank you, uncle." Hyuga Aokawa nodded in thanks, forcing himself to change Shinku-sama to uncle. In his predecessor's memories, there was no interaction with Shinku Yuhi. He shouldn't know who Shinku Yuhi was. "I am Shinku Yuhi, and this is Taro from the medical team, the doctor responsible for your surgery," Shinku Yuhi introduced briefly. "Taro?" Hyuga Aokawa's heart stirred. In his impression, among the personnel who helped deliver the fourth Hokage's couple's child, besides the third Hokage's wife, Bawako Sarutobi, there was also a beautiful medical worker named Taro. It seems it's her. For a medical worker who could deliver the Hokage's child, there was no need to question her medical skills or loyalty. Taro tilted her head and gave a very friendly smile. "Just call me Big Sister Taro." "Yes, thank you for saving me, Shinku-sama. Thank you for the treatment, Big Sister Taro," Hyuga Aokawa responded politely. "Hee, little brother is really good looking." Taro seemed very interested in him, giggling as she reached out and naturally pinched his cheek. Despite Hyuga Aokawa's repeated attempts to dodge, he still had his tofu, eaten quite a bit. Shinku Yuhi watched this scene, coughed once, and beckoned to Hyuga Aokawa. "Aokawa, come out with me for a moment." Once out of the hospital room, Shinku Yuhi began to ask about his injuries. On this front, Hyuga Aokawa had already prepared a draft in his mind. He told Shinku Yuhi everything from the start of the mission outside the village to his return with injuries, except he omitted the part about the big man returning. He also changed the part about killing those two bounty ninjas to being captured by them. He claimed that the two of them had internal strife midway, fought each other, and both were heavily injured. He then took the opportunity to suddenly attack and kill them, though he was also injured in the process. He didn't want to expose his Quincy skills for the time being. Once his skills were reported, such a ninjutsu that had never appeared before would likely attract the attention of Danzo and Orochimaru. With good luck, he might be recruited into Root because of Danzo's collecting habit and be branded with a cursed tongue seal. With bad luck, on a whim, he might be handed over to Orochimaru to be kept in a jar. But he didn't plan to stay hidden forever. Only by showing his value for cultivation could he obtain resources and protection. Hiruzen Sarutobi still placed considerable importance on the new generation. Those of value could receive training. Therefore, regarding the display of his Quincy skills, Hyuga Aokawa had his own ideas. It wasn't about not showing them. Rather, it was about showing them in a planned and orderly manner, in front of people capable of nurturing him, and according to specific situations. It would be best to demonstrate them directly before Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes, which would be much stronger than someone else's verbal report. After listening to Hyuga Aokawa's description, Shinku Yuhi nodded, indicating he had noted it all down. Since it involves the destruction of an entire squad, it must be reported to Hokage-sama. "You don't need to submit the mission, I'll submit it all together. Other personnel may come later to learn the details from you again. You must cooperate with them." "Yes, thank you, Shinku-sama." Hyuga Aokawa bowed respectfully. Shinku Yuhi patted Hyuga Aokawa's shoulder and turned to leave. Hyuga Aokawa also returned to the hospital room, preparing to help his grandmother home to recuperate. Before leaving, Taro secretly stuffed a piece of paper into his chest pocket. She also winked at him, blushing as she gave a meaningful look. Hyuga Aokawa pinched the note that still held her body heat, watching Taro's light-hearted back as she walked away. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. No way, right? 9. Number 9 One-Handed Hand Seal. Chapter 9. One-Handed Seal. Chapter 9. Hyuga Aokawa opened the paper, and several large characters flashed before his eyes. Medical expense breakdown bill. Below was a small note. Please settle the costs of this treatment before the next session. Due to the unique nature of ninjas, many were solitary individuals. Therefore, the hospitals here always treated patients first and settled the bill once they woke up. The benefit of this was giving patients who were short on cash enough time to scrape together the treatment fees. As for skipping out on the bill, it was relatively rare. After all, once in arrears, the hospital could refuse treatment next time. Aside from those in hopeless situations, average people wouldn't choose to skip the bill. Below that were the surgery fees, disinfection fees, healing ninjutsu usage fees, all sorts of specific cost breakdowns. A long, dazzling list of items made his eyelids twitch. He quickly moved his gaze directly to the total at the very bottom. 80,000 ryo? Quote, his eyes widened as if he had seen something more terrifying than a massive brute. He had fought tooth and nail to take down 3 enemies, only to scavenge a total of about 50,000 ryo in spoils. One medical visit and it was all gone, plus he'd have to fork out another 30,000. He suddenly felt a bit dizzy. His grandmother felt like her grandson was a bit unsteady on his feet and worriedly pressed the back of her hand against his forehead. Finding it a bit cold and sweaty, she immediately asked with concern, "Little Aokawa, are you still feeling unwell?" "No, I'm fine, Grandma." Hyuga Aokawa waved his hand. "How do you feel? If you're uncomfortable, let's go back and have the doctor check you again." The elderly woman spoke as she tried to pull her grandson back toward the ward. Hyuga Aokawa was startled and hurriedly held his grandmother back. "No need, Grandma. Let's just go home. I'm hungry." Hearing that her grandson was hungry, his grandmother stopped fussing and smiled. "Then let's go home. Look at you, you've gotten thinner from this trip. Grandma will make a whole table of your favorite dishes." "Thank you, Grandma." As soon as they got home, his grandmother hurried into the kitchen and began busying herself with a clatter. Even Hyuga Aokawa, who wanted to go in and help, was shooed out. He felt a bit helpless, but since he happened to be free, he decided to organize his previous gains. Before, he had only cared about staying alive. He hadn't had time to deal with the influx of knowledge and information in his mind. He closed his eyes and his consciousness entered his sea of consciousness. A series of text boxes popped up one after another. Open black lens bracket, overcoming the strong as the weak, winning through wisdom, punishing evil, you have obtained favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, energy crystal asterisk 320. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, water release, water wall, proficient. Asterisk 1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, throwing technique experience. Asterisk 1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, your ninja tool throwing technique has been upgraded to mastery level. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, kunai fighting technique, proficient. Asterisk 1. Close black lens bracket. He opened his personal status panel. Racial mark, Quincy, common, current fusion rate, 20.02%. Talent skill, Reishi gathering, racial skill, Holy Arrow, Crest, innate full spirit power, Kekkei Genkei, Byakugan, chakra nature, water, lightning, energy crystal, 320 units. Quite a haul. He got a water wall and an extra 320 energy crystals. This time, he didn't try bit by bit. He dumped all 320 energy crystals into his fusion rate at once. Since he had decided to prioritize the fusion rate first, he didn't hesitate. As the plus next to the fusion rate was pressed repeatedly, the 320 energy crystals brought Hyuga Aokawa 16% progress. The Quincy fusion rate increased to 36.02%. In an instant, he felt his control over Quincy skills strengthen once again. Well, to be precise, it felt like a restoration. It was the feeling of originally having this power but being unable to use it due to certain factors, and now a part of it had returned. Like his good buddy from his past life, who originally had an hour's worth of combat power. Maybe one day he did squats, deadlifts, things like that. His testosterone was used for muscle growth, so he might temporarily be in the same league as Tryndamere. Of course, this was temporary. He then shifted his attention to his chakra control. His chakra control had also improved significantly. He ran to the backyard with excitement to try out his newly acquired ninjutsu. His hands quickly formed hand seals according to the sequence in his memory. Water release, water wall. Water from the nearby vat was drawn out, and a curtain of water appeared on the ground, the water within it rotating at high speed. He actually used it across 2 lifetimes, whether in his previous life or this one. He had never experienced using ninjutsu. This made him extremely excited. He performed it several more times like a child. Just to save chakra, he controlled the output of his chakra volume, keeping the water curtain at about knee height. As he performed it more times, he vaguely felt something. It seems some seals are unnecessary. He can use the ninjutsu even without them. The Quincy's almost instinctive sense of precise energy control made every subtle change in the flow of chakra within his body exceptionally clear to his perception. The purpose of ninjutsu hand seals is to guide the chakra to flow along a fixed route, thereby releasing the corresponding ninjutsu. But hand seals themselves were just an auxiliary method developed by Indra for those who didn't know how to release ninjutsu. When Indra himself released ninjutsu, he didn't use hand seals. That meant ninjutsu itself didn't require hand seals to be released. So, if I set aside the hand seal guidance and directly control the chakra to flow, it should also work? Hyuga Aokawa tried it immediately. Using the high chakra control ability granted by being a Quincy, he directly guided the chakra within his body to flow along the fixed route of the ninjutsu. For a ninjutsu like Water Wall, the 4 seals represented 4 routes and 4 stages. Guiding, generating, pressurizing, releasing. Under Hyuga Aokawa's control, water from the nearby vat was drawn out, slowly forming a wall of water on the ground. When he tried to control it to rotate, the water wall collapsed. The logic is correct, but the control ability isn't enough yet. His control ability had improved, but it wasn't yet enough to support him in releasing ninjutsu without seals. Even if the latter 2 steps could be assisted with hand seals, reducing the original 4 seals to 2, it wouldn't have much practical significance in combat because the first 2 steps were too slow. He suddenly had an epiphany. Those jonin with such strong chakra control might not necessarily be unable to release seals without hand signs. At least for some low-level ninjutsu, it should be fine. But in actual combat, whether simplified or reduced, they would still use hand seals more or less. This was because hand seals could greatly speed up the rate at which chakra was guided and circulated. Thinking about it in reverse, they formed seals quickly not because of hand speed, but because of their strong chakra control. Otherwise, with only hand speed, if the first stage of chakra control wasn't complete, while the hand seals were already assisting the next stage of chakra flow, the ninjutsu would definitely fail to release. After figuring this out, Hyuga Aokawa gave up on B-rank ninjutsu like Water Wall and switched to the 2 C-rank ninjutsu he currently mastered. He spent the whole afternoon trying. The result of his attempts was that he could release C-rank ninjutsu with a single seal, but the release speed would be very slow, making it not very effective in actual combat. However, while he couldn't reduce the number of seals, he could use one-handed seals. Although not as fast as two-handed seals, it had great practical significance in combat. Especially for the water clone technique, fighting with a kunai in one hand and forming seals with the other, it was simply too practical. 10. Number 10 I Want Asuma. Chapter 10. I Want Asuma. Hokage-sama. Several members of the Nara and Yamanaka clans are in a standoff over field boundaries and neither side is backing down. They are now requesting that Hokage-sama settle the matter. Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat back in his chair, his back to the desk, looking at the scenery outside the window. An Anbu member knelt beside him, reporting the situation. Is it that newly developed field by the Nakano River again? Yes. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed after hearing this, rubbing his aching brow. That field had been discovered by accident a few years ago. The soil was fertile and very suitable for cultivation. The Ino-Shika Cho clans, which closely followed his lead, specifically the Yamanaka and Nara clans, happened to need fields for their industries, so he had allocated the land to them for joint development. But as the land development neared completion, the boundary issue remained unresolved, leading to constant bickering between the 2 clans. The Ino-Shika Cho trio had close ties. No matter how he handled this, one side would inevitably feel slighted. No, he can't be the one to step in. He instinctively turned his head to look for Danzo. Then he remembered that in internal affairs, aside from matters involving the Uchiha clan, Danzo didn't meddle in the business of other families. Feeling somewhat irritable, he habitually picked up his pipe, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a long trail of smoke. After a moment, he offered a non-committal solution. Inform the 2 clan chiefs to prioritize harmony and sit down to negotiate a stable resolution themselves. The Anbu member looked up, feeling a bit strange. The 2 families had sought the Hokage precisely because they couldn't reach an agreement. Why was he telling them to talk it out themselves instead? However, he didn't voice these thoughts. The Hokage-sama had his reasons, and he only needed to follow orders quietly. The Ino-Shika Cho families are one entity. They shouldn't let such petty interests affect their relationship. Whether it's growing flowers or medicinal herbs, it's all for Konoha. Yes. Receiving his orders, the Anbu's form gradually faded and disappeared. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, rubbing his throbbing temples. These clans below all had their own agendas. For the sake of profit, they would raise a fuss every few days, bringing every little matter to him, the Hokage, to handle. Now, even the closely knit Ino-Shika Cho trio was having problems. Can't they just save me some trouble and focus on external affairs? During these years as Hokage, he had to make difficult choices almost every day, leaving him mentally and physically exhausted. This was completely different from the beautiful image of the Hokage he had before taking the position. Only after becoming Hokage did he realize it wasn't as simple as he had imagined. The excitement and passion he felt when his teacher appointed him Hokage had long been worn away by this daily grind of indecision and difficult choices. He looked at the busy streets outside the window and couldn't help but think of Senju Tobarama. If his teacher hadn't stayed behind to cover their retreat back then, what would the situation be like now? Bang! The office door was rudely and violently pushed open. From outside the door, a cold voice drifted in, interrupting Hiruzen Sarutobi's thoughts. Hiruzen, the spies active in enemy nations have suffered heavy losses recently. I need to replenish my personnel. A gloomy man covered in bandages and leaning on a cane walked into the room. Danzo Shimura, the ninja world's only 5.5 generation pot shadow, the world's strongest scapegoat seeker, a dual collector of Sharingan and talent, the first man to stab a Susanoo with a kunai and seal a bridge. He had finally come to ask for people. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his chair to look at Danzo and asked in confusion, haven't the children from the orphanage already been assigned to route for training? Not enough. I need to select a few more as reinforcements. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a surge of displeasure upon hearing this. In recent years the great nations had been restless, and internal security screenings had intensified. It was true that Root had suffered casualties, but almost all the personnel from the orphanage had been absorbed by Root. This still wasn't enough, and he kept reaching out for more. He shook his head and said, the Anbu has no more spare personnel. I can select from the students coming out of the Ninja Academy. Danzo was relentless. The students of the Ninja Academy are the future of Konoha. Root, Hiruzen. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could finish, Danzo interrupted him. Root is also Konoha's root. This great tree of Konoha needs enough roots underground to absorb nutrients so the tree can sprout. Everything I do is for the future of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep puff of his pipe, exhaled a long trail of smoke, and after a moment of silence, asked, who do you want? Kakashi Hatake, Danzo said without hesitation. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. Kakashi just lost his father. He's not suited for the oppressive environment of Root. Only a shinobi who has lost their emotions can become truly powerful without emotions. There is no fear, and actions won't be dictated by feelings. Danzo described Kakashi as if he were born for Root. Hiruzen. He is the perfect tool for Root's operations. Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped the ash from his pipe and shook his head. No, I have other arrangements for Kakashi. Then give me Shimi Aburame. I've already transferred Aburame Shikoro to you from the Aburame clan. What does that matter? You're the Hokage. Can't you even manage a transfer? Danzo said as if it were a matter of course. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up at Danzo Shimura and frowned, but he still explained patiently. While the Aburame clan isn't as strictly hierarchical as the Hyuga clan, they are still a prestigious clan. I am the Hokage, yes, but asking them for people requires negotiation. Do you think you can just do whatever you want once you become Hokage? Hiruzen suddenly snapped back at Danzo. Seeing Danzo's face turn red with frustration, he felt a secret satisfaction and continued. Furthermore, Shimi Aburame is a well-rounded ninja with a firm belief in the will of fire. He is better suited to operate in the light. As for him, I have other arrangements. After saying so much, it all boiled down to a refusal to give him anyone. Danzo felt quite displeased. Then I want Aoba Yamashiro. I have other arrangements for him as well. Hiruzen, Danzo's gloomy voice suddenly became much sharper. Other arrangements, he had asked for 3 in a row, and all had other arrangements. Danzo was getting angry. I can transfer Might Dewey to you. His taijutsu is decent. His son, Might Guy, graduated 2 years ago. I can transfer him to you as well. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't want the atmosphere to become too tense and compromised. The Might father and son are full of youthful energy. They might even alleviate the oppressive atmosphere of Root. Root doesn't need youth, nor does it need energy, and it certainly doesn't need untalented civilian ninja like them. You don't want civilians? Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. He was being picky now. He pondered for a moment, then spoke. There is a prestigious clan ninja in the same year as Might Guy named Uchiha Obito. That dead last idiot whose ninjutsu works only half the time and hasn't even awakened his Sharingan? Even if he's from a prestigious clan, what use is he? Danzo frowned deeply, the disappointment in his eyes plain to see. He was very disappointed in Hiruzen Sarutobi. His old comrade of many years was making excuses for every person he asked for. If he wasn't recommending a fool, he was recommending an idiot. Recommending Might Dewey and Guy was one thing, but you even recommended Uchiha Obito. There is another child with a Kekkei Genkei in their class named Hyuga Aokawa. Yuhi Shinku gave a good evaluation of him, saying he has a firm will and is both brave and resourceful. If it's this person, the Hyuga clan should be willing to let him go. Hiruzen, Danzo suddenly raised his voice, angrily interrupting the third Hokage. His eyes were wide, his face full of disbelief. Since when had their friendship thinned to such an extent? To the point where you are being so perfunctory. After the fool and the idiot, now you recommend a piece of trash to me. Even Uchiha Obito graduated 2 years ago, but this trash is still repeating a grade this year. He had also heard that he was dead last in the recent final exams. He probably won't graduate this year either. Firm will. Brave and resourceful. Is Yuhi Shinku's word worth nothing now too? A Kekkei Genkei like that, he wouldn't take him even if he were given to root for free. Is it really this hard to get someone from you now? Fine, Hiruzen, if that's how you want to play it. Danzo Shimura's gloom suddenly vanished, and he tilted his head up slightly, assuming a righteous air. Hiruzen, I want Asuma. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 11. Number 11 Pure Bloodline. Chapter 11. Pure Bloodline. Fine. Hiruzen, so this is how you want to play. Danzo Shimura suddenly shed his usual coldness, slightly tilting his head back as he assumed a righteous posture. Hiruzen, I want Asuma. At that moment, Danzo's coldness seemed to have transferred onto Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi's normally drooping eyes widened, his gaze becoming fierce. He didn't speak, but simply stared intently at Danzo. However, Danzo acted as if he hadn't seen Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression at all, remaining filled with righteous indignation and an air of self-sacrifice. At this moment, he was filled with an aura of noble spirit. His upright and unyielding appearance was enough to make anyone admire him. He continued in an everything for the sake of Konoha tone, saying, the children of the upper echelon should lead by example. If I had children, I would also have them join root. To provide nutrients for Konoha, Asuma, as a child of the upper echelon, also has an obligation to Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally reached the end of his patience. He slammed the table and stood up straight, glaring at Danzo. I believe Root has enough manpower already. There is no need for further recruitment. Danzo was still unwilling to let it go. Hiruzen, if Root does not grow, the great tree of Konoha will not be able to grow. Enough, Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi cut off Danzo's next words. Seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi was on the verge of exploding, Danzo finally withdrew his rare display of light. He gave Hiruzen Sarutobi a deep look. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi was completely unyielding, Danzo didn't say another word and turned to walk straight out the door. Feeling a bit empty inside, he suddenly stopped and looked back, searching for something. He then looked toward the half-open door. He stepped forward and gave it a forceful kick. Bang! The sound of the door closing echoed. He suddenly felt much more at ease and left contentedly in his backyard. Hyuga Aokawa brought a stack of targets and placed them on the ground. He took one out and hung it up. The holiday wasn't over yet, and there were no missions for the time being. Having nothing to do early in the morning, he decided to explore the boundaries of his abilities. Although the 2 battles had been life or death situations, the gains were quite good. However, those battles had also exposed many problems. His current Quincy power combined with the Byakugan made his long-range strike capability undeniable. It was definitely a major trump card. But aside from this ability, everything else was severely lacking. Being a ninja tested one's comprehensive qualities. Having long-range capabilities didn't mean you would never have to engage in close quarters combat. In the battle against the bounty hunter ninjas, only the first chakra arrow had sufficient time to condense. The others were all rushed, which greatly affected the speed and power of the chakra arrows. This meant that for long-distance shooting, he could only fire 1 or 2 chakra arrows. In the remaining combat, it was highly likely the enemy would close the distance. So he was thinking, can I sacrifice some density in exchange for condensation speed? When attacking an enemy from a distance, if the chakra arrow's density is too low, it might dissipate halfway through its flight, but for a chakra arrow fired at close range, high density isn't strictly necessary. Based on this idea, he planned to test the power of instant fire chakra arrows at various distances. He stood not far from the target and began his attempt. If the distance was too close, even instant fire would be meaningless. He raised his hand and pulled the bowstring, releasing it as soon as the chakra arrow condensed. Bang! The target was smashed to pieces, and the residual force even caused the wall behind the target to crack. "Little Aokawa, what are you doing in the backyard?" His grandmother's voice came from inside the house. "Nothing, Grandma, I'm just training." Hyuga Aokawa quickly found a board to cover the cracked wall, glossing over the situation. He then put up a new target and continued testing the power of instant fire chakra arrows at different distances. He discovered that with his current strength, the chakra arrows began to loosen after being fired. This was even more severe with instant fire chakra arrows. However, this loosening didn't have a major impact on the damage at this stage. They still dealt damage within a certain distance. But beyond that, the chakra would begin to dissipate and the power would drop significantly until it completely vanished. If he had enough time to strengthen the arrow's density and the spirit bow's tension, the rate of dissipation would be slower. In other words, if he wanted to attack distant enemies, he needed to spend time increasing the chakra arrow's density. Is ordinary aptitude really this poor? At this moment, he could truly appreciate the weight of Ishida Ryuken's words. "I have no interest, while you have no talent." The chakra arrows he pulled out with both hands would start dissipating after a short while. Yet Ishida Ryuken could keep one hand in his pocket and use only the other to fire chakra arrows like a machine gun. It was incredibly cool. However, the fact that the chakra arrows were so weak should also be related to his fusion rate. As the fusion rate increases in the future, the condensation performance of the chakra arrows should also improve. Moreover, from the current perspective, even instant fire chakra arrows were much more powerful than the kunai and shuriken he threw. They were just quite expensive in terms of chakra. With his current chakra reserves, even if he could perform licked region like Ishida Ryuken, his chakra wouldn't allow it. Although the Hyuga clan's chakra reserves weren't small, they weren't bottomless like the Uzumaki clan's. Overall, it still fell within the normal range of chakra and hadn't reached the level of a chakra ton. Originally, in the gentle fist system, only Bagua Palm, Return to Heaven, consumed a significant amount of mana. Other skills didn't require much chakra, so the Hyuga reserves were usually sufficient. But he was different. He now had the Holy Arrow, which was a major mana consumer. Combined with ninjutsu, his chakra reserves were far from enough. Furthermore, the stronger the opponent, the more chakra he would need to strengthen the arrow's density and the spirit bow's resilience. There were only two ways he could think of to solve this problem. One was to see if he could obtain relevant ability support when opening the stone gate. The other was physical training. Chakra volume is influenced by physical energy and spiritual energy. Physical training can improve both simultaneously, thereby indirectly increasing chakra reserves. As a commoner, Guy was able to unleash a level of chakra that even Madara praised in the late stage, that relied on his physical training, constantly pushing his cells to the limit. There was a ready-made path to follow in this regard. He just needed to monitor his physical state and ensure he didn't overtrain. Improving his physical fitness would also enhance his close combat capabilities to some extent. However, regarding close quarters combat, he had other ideas. With a thought, he used the reishi gathering technique to drive the surrounding natural energy. Watching the natural energy flowing around him, he became lost in thought. Although he currently couldn't control this natural energy very precisely due to the fusion rate, using it for exploration shouldn't be a problem. Since he could sense natural energy and even control it crudely, could he try researching Sage Mode? 12. #12 Report on the situation. Chapter 12. Reporting the situation. Saturday, 3 p.m. This was the time designated by the main house elders for handling centralized affairs. Hyuga Aokawa changed his clothes and headed out, preparing to report the incident regarding the bird in a cage bounty to the main house. The Hyuga clan's estate was clearly divided into two major areas, the main house and the branch house. The branch house area was crowded and cramped, packed with low-rise buildings and small courtyards. Every household was pressed tight against one another, making it feel almost suffocating. The main house area, despite being similar in size to the branch house, was spacious and grand because of its fewer residents. Broad, luxurious mansions stood tall, exuding an air of dignified authority. Only a single road separated the two areas, yet a single glance made it feel as though they were two different worlds. He arrived at the main house elder's courtyard and submitted the scroll regarding the bird in a cage bounty incident. The importance of intelligence regarding such a major event to the Hyuga clan went without saying. According to custom, submitting information of this rank was considered a service to the family. He could choose to learn either the 8 trigrams 64 palms or the Bagua palm, Return to Heaven. After careful consideration, Hyuga Aokawa chose the Bagua palm, Return to Heaven. However, the prerequisite for learning such secret techniques was full mastery of the branch house's 80 trigrams 32 palms. Hyuga Aokawa did not yet meet this requirement, so he could only return home for the time being. Once back home, he began his planned analysis of the possibility of cultivating Sage Mode. Sage Mode chakra is a mixture of spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy. The three must be kept in balance. If there is too much natural energy, one risks being turned into stone. If there is too little natural energy, one cannot successfully mix it into Sage Mode chakra. According to Great Sage Fukasaku's explanation, when Naruto was cultivating Sage Mode, the ratio of the three must be kept at 1:1. In other words, 2 parts of ordinary chakra plus 1 part of natural energy can be mixed into Sage Mode chakra. Following Naruto's cultivation steps, one first applies toad oil to sense natural energy. Once the body adapts, one controls the absorption of natural energy without the use of toad oil. During this process, the body must remain perfectly still, and the proportion of natural energy must be strictly controlled. He had already completed the step of sensing natural energy through reishi gathering, so he could skip the toad oil application phase. But the subsequent absorption of natural energy would not be so simple. In the original story, Great Sage Fukasaku was by Naruto's side at Mount Myoboku during this step, standing guard with a staff and striking him to disperse the natural energy at the slightest sign of petrification. Even so, in the thousands of years at Mount Myoboku, only Jiraiya, Minato, and Naruto were mentioned to have successfully cultivated it, aside from the Six Paths Sage. The rest had basically turned into statues, becoming part of the scenery at Mount Myoboku. It was clear that this step was not easy. With the slightest slip-up, he could end up dead right here. But to be honest, Hyuga Aokawa was unwilling to just give up on his exploration. The original story mentioned that one must have massive chakra reserves to cultivate Sage Mode so as not to be consumed by natural energy. However, if the problem of being consumed by natural energy could be solved, Sage Mode would actually be more necessary for those with low chakra reserves than for those with plenty. By adding 1/3 natural energy to chakra, the power of ninjutsu could be increased by 2 or even several times, and one could also gain natural energy perception and enhanced physical reflexes. This meant using only 2/3 of the original chakra to achieve a greater effect. For every 3 ninjutsu used, the chakra for 1 full ninjutsu could be saved. This would be a massive boost for someone with low chakra reserves. The difficulty of natural energy lay in controlling it to stay at exactly 1/3. While he didn't have the Uzumaki clan's massive chakra reserves to act as a buffer, could he use the Byakugan in coordination with the pressure point technique to fix the amount of natural energy absorbed within a certain area of his body? Then, based on that fixed amount of natural energy, he could refine a corresponding amount of chakra, thereby ensuring the balance of the 3-part mixture. Even if his Sage Mode wouldn't last long because of his low chakra reserves, and he wouldn't be able to use ninjutsu as freely as Naruto, even applying that small amount of Sage Mode chakra to taijutsu combat would be a massive improvement. Hyuga Aokawa organized his thoughts one by one, preparing to gradually verify their feasibility. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden series of knocks on the door broke Hyuga Aokawa's train of thought. Who is it? He got up to open the door, and a fat boy appeared in his field of vision. As soon as the fat boy saw Hyuga Aokawa, he leaned in with a smile. I heard you were injured, so I came to check on you. While his mouth spoke words of concern, his round head was peeking past the door, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air. What delicious food did your grandma cook for you again? It smells so good. As he spoke, he unceremoniously pushed Hyuga Aokawa aside with his bulky body and barged in as if he owned the place. Hyuga Ryosuke, you're here to mooch food and drinks again. Hyuga Aokawa felt a bit helpless as he closed the door and followed him in. The fat boy's name was Hyuga Ryosuke. He was the neighbor of the previous owner of this body, and the two had grown up together. However, his aptitude was better than Aokawa's. He had already graduated at the age of 9, and it had been 3 years since then. When they were kids, his parents were away from home all year round, so he would often stay for dinner when he came over to play. Over time, they had become very close. What do you mean, mooch? That sounds so awful, Hyuga Ryosuke retorted righteously, though his feet didn't stop as he headed straight for the kitchen. I'm here to see you, and our grandma. Hey, grandma, let me help. 13. Number 13 Sage Mode. Chapter 13. Sage Mode. Oh, Ryosuke is here. Stay and eat with us. No need to help, just sit there. Thank you, Grandma. Hyuga Ryosuke's scheme had succeeded, and he returned to the living room with a grin. Hyuga Aokawa rolled his eyes at him. How many times have you used that trick? Oh, come on, we're all so close. Don't be so stingy. Hyuga Ryosuke knelt by the table and poured himself a glass of water. Hyuga Aokawa looked at his relaxed demeanor and spoke slowly. Lend me 30,000. PFF'd. The fat guy sprayed out the water he had just taken a sip of before he could even swallow. Hyuga Aokawa quickly dodged. Hey, I'm just here for a meal, and you're trying to rob me? Hyuga Ryosuke wiped the water from the corner of his mouth and snapped. I'm injured. It's for treatment, Hyuga Aokawa said calmly. What kind of injury costs 30,000? You're just doing D-rank missions. It's not like you could have been stabbed. Yeah, I was stabbed. Hyuga Aokawa tossed the hospital bill over. It cost me 80,000. 80,000? Hyuga Ryosuke stared at him with wide eyes. Is it really necessary to go that hard for a mission? He glanced down at the bill. My goodness, such a ruthless attack. You didn't cuckold someone, did you? Cut the crap. Are you lending it or not? Hyuga Ryosuke stared at him for a while, then sighed after a moment. Pouting, he reluctantly took out his wallet. It wasn't easy for me to save up some money. He slowly pulled banknotes from his wallet. Counting 30,000 ryo felt like he was counting 3 million. After counting for quite a while, he finally handed them over to Hyuga Aokawa reluctantly. Just as he was about to take them, Hyuga Ryosuke suddenly pulled his hand back. I'm going to eat a few extra bites later. Fine, you have to pay me back. I'm saving this to get a wife. Hyuga Aokawa snatched the banknotes that the other had been clutching for ages. How much could getting a wife possibly cost? Hey, that's uncalled for. Hyuga Ryosuke pointed at Hyuga Aokawa. You have girls throwing themselves at you, but I don't. You swear you'll pay me back. Don't worry, I'll pay you back after the next mission. With the way you lose money on missions, it'll take forever. How will I ever find a wife? Hearing this, Hyuga Aokawa raised his hand. Finding a wife is easy. If I can't pay you back, I'll introduce one to you. You said it. It's a deal. He watched helplessly as Hyuga Aokawa stuffed the money into his pocket. Then he looked away and became serious, asking, what exactly happened? There was a bit of an accident. Hyuga Aokawa leaned in and lowered his voice, telling Hyuga Ryosuke exactly what he had reported to Yuhi Shinku. He also didn't tell Hyuga Ryosuke about the Quincy business. It wasn't that he didn't trust him, but rather that it was unnecessary. The village was full of surveillance. Once spoken, it would be beyond his control. In this world, even the dead couldn't keep secrets, let alone the living. If he said it today, Danzo would have him sent to route tomorrow. After all, long-range attacks were unique in assassination and perfectly suited Danzo's taste. Hearing that there was a bounty on the Hyuga branch family, Hyuga Ryosuke's expression also turned serious. No wonder I felt like they were coming for me during the last mission. Luckily, there was a Jonin in the team. Hyuga Ryosuke felt a lingering fear as he looked back. They can't get the Byakugan of the main house, so they're planning to use the branch family to try and crack the bird in a cage. Hyuga Aokawa said, you should be more careful with your missions lately. Hyuga Ryosuke nodded. Dinner's ready. Little Aokawa, little Ryosuke, come help serve the dishes. Coming, Grandma. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was night. The original plan to attempt Sage Mode was also delayed. Early the next morning, Hyuga Aokawa sat on the bed and continued his attempt at Sage Mode. High levels of natural energy would lead to petrification, so Hyuga Aokawa didn't plan to absorb it throughout his whole body from the start. Moreover, his current understanding of Sage Mode relied entirely on fragments from the original story and his own conjectures. He still didn't know the exact situation when absorbing natural energy. Therefore, he planned to start with his palm to keep the risk within a certain range. He would first experience the feeling and speed of absorbing natural energy, and then slowly expand after becoming familiar with it. Byakugan. The veins around Hyuga Aokawa's eyes bulged, and his entire vision shifted to a black and white palette. He found several chakra acupoints at his wrist connecting his forearm and palm, and sealed them one by one using the pressure point technique. He created a relatively sealed area. Then, controlling his palm, he opened a chakra acupoint connecting the inside and outside, absorbing the sensed natural energy into his palm. In the vision of the Byakugan, the surrounding floating natural energy began to be drawn in, slowly trickling into his palm through the chakra acupoints. For the first absorption, Hyuga Aokawa didn't dare to be aggressive. Instead, he absorbed slowly so that any changes would remain within a controllable range. When the natural energy first entered his body, it felt cool and very comfortable. But after a short while, this natural energy became turbulent. 14. Number 14 Success. Chapter 14. Success. Hyuga Aokawa felt his palm stiffen, his fingertips starting to turn to stone, with a tendency to spread upward. He quickly closed the acupoints on his palm, cutting off the source of natural energy, and simultaneously unsealed several acupoints at his wrist, allowing the accumulated natural energy in his palm to disperse upward through his arm. Immediately, he refined a large amount of chakra throughout his body, surging toward the natural energy within him to dilute it. The surging natural energy gradually calmed down under the dilution of the chakra, and the signs of petrification on his palm slowly receded. Only then did Hyuga Aokawa relax. He gasped for breath, his clothes drenched in sweat. Had the natural energy stayed too long? Without the mixture of chakra, natural energy staying in the palm area for too long could essentially be equated to an excess of natural energy in that area. Naruto and the others cultivated Sage Mode. They likely absorbed natural energy while simultaneously refining the corresponding chakra to mix with it. Therefore, for someone like him who uses the palm as a unit of measurement and needs to absorb a full amount of natural energy before mixing in chakra, it is necessary to increase the speed of natural energy absorption to ensure it does not remain in the body for too long. At the same time, he must refine the corresponding amount of chakra beforehand and mix the two the instant the natural energy absorption is complete. As expected, Sage Mode is not that simple. Even though he had made complete preparations and thought through every step, the situation just now was extremely dangerous. A slight mistake would have turned him into a stone statue. He took a deep breath, calming his heaving chest, and then expelled the chakra mixed with natural energy. Next, he sealed several acupoints at his wrist again. This time, however, he left one acupoint unsealed to serve as a conduit for chakra circulation. Similarly, he sealed off another area on his forearm, also leaving one acupoint unsealed as a channel. He then refined chakra along the unsealed chakra pathway and transported it to his palm, stopping only when the entire palm was filled. In this way, he obtained one palm unit of chakra, containing 0.5 palm units of physical energy and 0.5 palm units of spiritual energy. Next, he opened the acupoints connecting the palm and forearm, allowing the chakra in his palm to drain into his forearm, and then sealed it again. Using the same method, he transported chakra to the emptied palm, unsealed the acupoints again, and drained the chakra into the forearm, sealing it there. Thus, in the forearm area, he had 2 palm units of chakra, containing 1 palm unit of physical energy and 1 palm unit of spiritual energy. Now, he only needed to absorb 1 more palm unit of natural energy to mix the Sage Mode chakra. He sealed the 2 acupoints that had been left open for chakra transport. He prepared to absorb natural energy. This was the most crucial step. Whether he could mix the Sage Mode chakra depended entirely on this. Hyuga Aokawa took a deep breath, trying to calm his slightly rapid heartbeat. He opened all the acupoints in his palm and began absorbing natural energy with maximum force. At the same time, he used reishi gathering to control and assist the natural energy. The goal was to absorb enough natural energy in the shortest possible time. The chakra acupoints connecting his palm to his arm had all been sealed by him. Therefore, he did not need to worry about the natural energy exceeding the limit under such high intensity. Boom! Natural energy surged in, quickly filling his entire palm. It even faintly threatened to break open the sealed acupoints. His palm immediately became stiff. He hastily stopped the absorption and opened the acupoints connecting his palm and forearm. He allowed the chakra in his forearm to mix evenly with the natural energy in his palm. The violent natural energy was quickly pacified. In an instant, he felt a huge surge in his body's vitality. His perception of his surroundings became incredibly clear, as if he had entered another channel. He quickly got up and walked to the mirror. Sure enough, eyeshadow appeared around his eyes. Due to the precise ratio, there were no other mutated features besides the eyeshadow. Success. This was precisely the unique advantage of the Hyuga clan when cultivating Sage Mode. Even without the massive chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan acting as a buffer, they could still rely on the Byakugan's insight and precise pressure point technique. This allowed them to transform the process of absorbing natural energy, which originally relied on physical sensation and was difficult to quantify, into controllable and operable steps. A line of text appeared. Open black lens bracket. You actively explored and learned the incomplete Sage Mode, gaining favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Sage Mode, Remnant, entry level. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Energy crystal *30 close black lens bracket. There's actually a reward. However, Hyuga Aokawa didn't look closely. His focus was primarily on Sage Mode. Excitedly, he began making movements in the room, straight punches, side kicks. His body felt as if he had taken a stimulant. All his taijutsu movements, whether in terms of power or agility, were much stronger than before. He tried out every piece of taijutsu he had mastered. After 20 seconds, Hyuga Aokawa's body weakened, and the eye shadow around his eyes faded. He sensed inside his body that the Sage Mode chakra had been completely consumed. Is that all? He hadn't used a single ninjutsu, nor had he engaged in high-intensity taijutsu combat. It was gone after merely performing movements against the air, with such little intensity. It seems there is a reason why massive chakra reserves are required to cultivate Sage Mode. That reason is sustainability. 15. #15 Surviving Family Members. Chapter 15. Surviving family members. If, during actual combat, one exerted all their effort to create an opportunity to synthesize Sage Mode chakra, only to exit the mode shortly after the battle began, the cost-effectiveness would indeed be quite low. However, this was also related to him only using an area the size of his palm to synthesize the chakra. After all, there wasn't much space on the palm to store chakra. There were only a few chakra meridians. If he became more proficient in expanding the area and synthesizing more chakra later on, the duration would increase significantly. It was just that squandering Sage Mode as freely as Naruto was temporarily impossible. After all, his chakra capacity wasn't as vast as Naruto's. It could only be used to enhance taijutsu and must be used sparingly. Overall, Sage Mode currently provided limited improvement to his actual combat capabilities. It was more of an exploratory phase, but it was nonetheless a viable path for development. Thus, his next focus would remain on physical training while also developing Sage Mode. After all, using the pressure point technique to control variables as a method to enter Sage Mode felt a bit like following the path of a rogue cultivator. Even though he tried his best to avoid damaging the meridians and acupoints when using the pressure point technique and only maintained the sealing force at a level that could slightly obstruct the flow of chakra, he still couldn't frequently seal and unseal them in a short period. Doing it too many times would definitely cause damage to both. Therefore, for the full body development of Sage Mode, he planned to set aside a small amount of time each day to slowly experiment and familiarize himself with it. The most urgent priority was improving his physical fitness, which would be more helpful to his strength. His plan for this was to first use his innate, powerful spiritual energy to monitor his body and ensure he didn't overtrain. Then, he would use Sage Mode chakra to accelerate the supercompensation recovery process, overall slowly increasing his total chakra and physical fitness. Sage Mode chakra was different from ordinary chakra. Using Sage Mode chakra wouldn't make the body increasingly fatigued like ordinary chakra did. On the contrary, it would make the body feel lighter and lighter. This proved that Sage Mode chakra had a certain restorative effect on the body. His experiments had indeed confirmed this. The listlessness of his body just after the Sage Mode chakra vanished was merely an illusion, caused by the gap between the excited state and exiting it. In reality, he could feel that while the Sage Mode chakra was circulating through his body, it had a restorative effect on the fatigue caused to the cells by frequent chakra refinement, and to the chakra acupoints by repeated sealing and unsealing. If he could use Sage Mode chakra for physical training, then the number of times cells had to divide into new cells to repair the body due to damage would be greatly reduced. This could significantly increase his cell utilization rate and physical lifespan. Grumble. Hyuga Aokawa's stomach growled. After refining so much chakra and tossing about for so long all morning, his stomach was already protesting. He looked out the window. The sun was high in the sky, and it was already approaching noon. He got up, took a shower, changed his clothes, and prepared to see what delicious food his grandmother had cooked for lunch. As soon as he stepped out of his room, he saw a tall man in his 30s with regular features organizing a ninja tools bag in the living room. "Dad, you're back." The man was Hyuga Aokawa's father, Hyuga Fu, one of the few surviving family members among the thousands of transmigrators. He was a chunin in his youth, but his right leg was injured by an explosion during a mission. By the time he rushed back to the village, the optimal treatment window had passed, and his right leg had lost its mobility. This was the daily life of an ordinary ninja squad. After all, medical ninjas were limited. It was impossible for every ninja squad to be equipped with a medical ninja like Team 7. That was an extended range version, reserved for the Hokage's direct lineage. After losing his right leg, and with limited aptitude, even with the boost of chakra, his single-legged movement speed was not much faster than an ordinary person's. The most important mobility capability for a ninja during missions was thus lost. This meant that in battle, as long as the enemy ran away, Hyuga Fu had no way to deal with them. Furthermore, traveling for missions would also take much more time. Consequently, even for simple missions, other chunin were rarely willing to team up with him. The bird in a cage carved on the foreheads of the branch house members further cut off the path of becoming a ninja academy teacher. From then on, he could only survive by taking on some simple C rank and D rank missions, which didn't pay much. This was also why the previous owner of this body had risked joining missions before graduating. Besides gaining practice, it was because missions provided a bit of pay. Hyuga Fu didn't turn around. What have you been tinkering with in your room all morning? Nothing, I was trying out a new move, Hyuga Aokawa replied, then looked curiously at the ninja tools bag Hyuga Fu was organizing. Dad, why are you organizing your ninja tools bag? Hyuga Fu currently only executed D-rank missions, which didn't require a ninja tools bag at all. The clan notified us that the pension for the next 6 months will be halved. Hyuga Fu turned around. For the next 6 months, the income from simple missions alone won't be enough for our expenses. The price of ration pills, some medicines, and ninja tools has gone up quite a bit. So I want to go finish that mission to eliminate the mountain bandits. The deadline is also approaching. Abandoning a mission without cause will result in being restricted from accepting missions for 6 months, and then we'd really be left with nothing. But doesn't that mission require wiping out all the bandits in the mountain stronghold? With your leg, Hyuga Aokawa frowned, worried. How about forgetting it? Let me carry out missions to support the family from now on. You brat, you supporting the family? You looking down on your old man? School starts in 2 days. Hurry up and learn those 3 basic jutsu first, and we'll talk after you graduate. 16. Number 16 Physical Training. Light. Chapter 16. Physical Fitness Training. Hyuga Fu cursed playfully and patted Hyuga Aokawa. Besides, your father isn't alone. Your Uncle Junpei and Uncle Ryoya should be coming back around this time. With them here, there won't be any problems. Hara Shunpei and Oizumi Ryoya were both good friends of Hyuga Fu from previous missions. Having constantly walked the line between life and death, the three had long become sworn brothers with incredibly deep bonds. It wasn't until Hyuga Fu was later injured and retired that their small team was disbanded. But the three remained in frequent contact. At the beginning of the month, seeing Hyuga Fu struggling with low-level missions, the two suggested they take on a higher-paying C-rank mission together. However, the day after accepting the mission, they were both assigned by the village to rotational guard duty at the border, causing the mission to be postponed. Hearing that the two would be joining, Hyuga Aokawa felt relieved. With those two involved in the execution, the problem wouldn't be major. After all, Hyuga Fu's strength was still there, only his mobility was insufficient. This mission required total annihilation, so if any fish escaped the net, the two of them could take care of the killing. But he was still a bit worried. It's been a while since the mission was posted. The intelligence from above might not be timely or accurate. Father, you must be careful. Relax, you ungraduated brat. Lecturing your father on how to handle missions now, are you? Father, the clan said the pension is being halved. Was there any reason given? Hyuga Fu's pension wasn't given for nothing. It was issued because he was injured protecting the main family during a mission. It was precisely because of this main family that he lost a leg, ending his future career as a ninja. Now, reducing the pension, even if only for half a year, was excessive. The clan chief came to my door personally. He said the clan needs to resolve the issue of bounties for the branch families. But funds are tight, so reducing the pension slightly is considered helping out. Did he mention cutting the main family's expenditures? Hyuga Aokawa asked. He didn't mention it. However, I heard the clan chief set an example by voluntarily cutting expenses in his own compound. As expected, be content. Since clan chief Hiyashi took office, he has only cut expenses this one time. When the former clan chief was in charge, the frequency of cuts was quite high. Hyuga Fu's tone was numb, as if he were completely accustomed to the main family's actions. He patted Hyuga Aokawa's shoulder. This is the Hyuga clan. The main family will always reign above the branch families. Under this system, the branch families are like servants. If you don't want to accept this fate, you must forge a path uniquely your own. Hyuga Fu sighed and looked out the window. Your father didn't forge his own path, but your father hopes you can. Konoha Training Ground. 2 figures, one green and one white, were running upside down in training. Before they arrived, the power of youth washed over the field with their presence. Scorching energy spread across the entire training ground. The two were Might Guy and Hyuga Aokawa. Might Guy, this big shot who possessed the most connections across the transmigration world. Every senior transmigrator who studied taijutsu inevitably paid a visit to the Azure Fang's doorstep. So, a few evenings ago, Hyuga Aokawa successfully struck up an acquaintance with this big shot, using a set of youth combination punches. Might Guy, in turn, gained a lifelong rival in the transmigration world. Since then, the two often trained their physical fitness together. The only thing that disappointed Might Guy was that this rival, without exception, mercilessly rejected his green uniform of youth. Aokawa, I feel my youth boiling over. Let's run another 100 laps of youthful running. I can't do it anymore. After several rounds of combinations, Hyuga Aokawa lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, panting heavily. His look of utter despair contrasted sharply with Might Guy, who was still jumping around full of energy. Through these few days of training, Might Guy had roughly grasped Hyuga Aokawa's limit, shouting about youth as he continued his extra training. Hyuga Aokawa managed to prop up his upper body and sit up, looking at the retreating Might Guy with envy. The Azure Fang truly lived up to his reputation. With the same training volume, he had already collapsed, while the other was only just getting started. But it couldn't be helped. Physical fitness training couldn't be achieved overnight. The core of physical fitness training lies in pushing the body slightly beyond its limit during each session. Then, when the body recovers, it will adapt and recover to a level higher than before the exertion. This is supercompensation. With each cycle, the body grows stronger. However, supercompensation also has a limit. If one exceeds the limit too much and cannot recover, not only will the level not surpass the original, but it might even get worse. Therefore, the difficulty lies in grasping the precise measure of that little bit of excess. If the exertion is insufficient, the training effect will be poor, and supercompensation cannot be achieved. If the exertion is too harsh, the body cannot recover, leading not to strength gains, but to a situation where one gets weaker the more they train. This is where Might Guy is a genius. His powerful recovery ability always ensures his training yields results. However, Hyuga Aokawa was not without advantages. Thanks to his powerful innate mental perception, he could ensure that the exertion placed on his body each time was just right. A line of text suddenly popped up. 17. Number 17. Did your ancestors have much contact with the Chu family? Chapter 17. Did your ancestors have much contact with the Akado clan? Open black lens bracket. Through many days of unremitting progress and physical strengthening, you have obtained a favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Energy crystal asterisk 30. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Basic taijutsu, proficient level. Asterisk 1. Close black lens bracket. He hadn't expected training to trigger a favor, which came as a bit of a surprise to Hyuga Aokawa. From the initial act of punishing evil by killing the thug, to slaying the bounty ninja, and now to physical training, Hyuga Aokawa was beginning to grasp the pattern of the favor. However, the sample size was still relatively small. It wasn't necessarily the only way to trigger it. He would have to observe further. He took out a pair of goggles, put them on, and sat down in a shady spot at the edge of the playground. Sitting cross-legged, he sealed his acupoints and began refining Sage Mode Chakra. This was another of his advantages. Sage Mode Chakra could quickly recover the body from fatigue after training and repair cellular damage. Otherwise, given his physical constitution, he wouldn't be able to keep up with Guy's intensity even without overtraining. Soon, eye shadows appeared around his eyes beneath the goggles. Hyuga Aokawa circulated a surge of Sage Mode Chakra through his body. The fatigue from training was greatly relieved, but that small amount of Sage Mode Chakra was soon exhausted, and the eye shadows faded away. Aokawa, a shout came from the distance. Hyuga Aokawa took off his goggles and looked toward the source of the sound. A sphere that looked like it had grown two short little legs was bouncing toward him from afar. When the sphere bounced up to him, he saw clearly that it was Hyuga Ryosuke. As his gaze swept over the other's round figure, a strange feeling inexplicably welled up in his heart. He looked uncertainly at the exceptionally prominent white pupils on that round face and couldn't help but ask, "Ryosuke, did your ancestors have any dealings with the Akado clan?" Hyuga Aokawa was somewhat curious. The Akado clan? Hyuga Ryosuke looked dazed. "No, why do you ask?" "Nothing." Hyuga Aokawa shook his head, suppressing his gossipy curiosity. He gave a long stretch, his joints letting out faint pops, and then stood up with a nimble kip up. Hyuga Ryosuke squinted at him. "Your stamina doesn't look like you just finished training. Slacking off again, aren't you?" "You wouldn't understand." Hyuga Aokawa waved his hand, too lazy to explain, and tilted his head. "Let's go, come eat at my place." Encountering this fat guy at this time meant he couldn't avoid being leeched for a meal. "Oh, well, that's so embarrassing." Hyuga Ryosuke rubbed his hands together, acting polite while his feet honestly followed along. "Forget it then. I was just being polite. Why are you taking it so seriously?" The two of them headed home side by side. Just then, a green figure swept past them like the wind. "Aokawa, let's continue our youthful training tomorrow." Before Hyuga Aokawa could speak, the green figure had already dashed far away. Hyuga Ryosuke raised an eyebrow and turned to Hyuga Aokawa. How did you end up hanging out with that hot-blooded dead last? He's no dead last, Hyuga Aokawa countered. Hyuga Ryosuke was taken aback, then nodded in agreement. True, after all, you've been held back twice and still haven't graduated. Compared to him, you're the dead last. Get lost. Hyuga Aokawa rolled his eyes at him, not bothering to argue. He watched the distant green figure that was almost out of sight and said with some emotion, maybe he will be the strongest of our generation. Hearing this, Hyuga Ryosuke's face was full of disbelief as he eyed Hyuga Aokawa suspiciously. Such high praise? In his impression, although Hyuga Aokawa's aptitude was poor, he was arrogant. The geniuses in class had never received a single word of praise from him. It was rare to see him give someone such high praise, especially a recognized dead last. This greatly piqued Hyuga Ryosuke's curiosity. He leaned in and whispered, do you know something? Hyuga Aokawa shook his head. Not really, but there are many kinds of geniuses. Being able to work hard continuously is also a type of genius. He nudged Hyuga Ryosuke with his elbow and tilted his head toward the path Might Guy had just run down. With that training volume of his, could you endure it after all these years? Definitely not. Hyuga Ryosuke shook his head like a rattle. Was he joking? If he could endure that, would he still have this physique? But he has endured it for so many years. Ordinary people's recovery ability can't compare to his. If you put it that way, I guess so. Hyuga Ryosuke rubbed his double chin, reluctantly agreeing. But then he puffed out his chest and proudly displayed his Byakugan. However, no matter what, he's still a commoner. Kekkei Genkei is everything. Hyuga Aokawa shook his head at the sight, not explaining further. Presumably, right now, no one would imagine that this hot-blooded dead last in people's mouths would one day almost kick his way to the series finale. Moreover, he would force the most arrogant of all ninjas, the Six Paths poser who possessed Hashirama cells, the Rinnegan, and the 10 tails, to personally admit he was the strongest in taijutsu. That recognition carried far more weight than any title like the strongest Hokage. Konnichiwa, Aokawa-kun. A few bell-like, crisp greetings interrupted his thoughts. The two of them turned to look. As they turned, they saw several youthful and beautiful girls walking arm in arm, smiling and waving at Hyuga Aokawa. Konnichiwa, Haruna, Hitomi, Riza. 18. Number 18 I'll teach you. Chapter 18. I'll teach you. Hyuga Aokawa responded to each one with a smile, his expression gentle and natural. Ah, Aokawa-kun is smiling at us. The girls immediately let out a small cheer. Even after the two had walked quite a distance away, the vibrant laughter from that direction could still be faintly heard. Hyuga Ryosuke looked at Hyuga Aokawa with a hint of envy. How could he be so popular with the girls? The two walked a bit further. Konnichiwa, Aokawa-kun. Two clear and pleasant female voices rang out from beside them again. Two teenage girls, whose figures were already starting to develop, stood by the roadside with beaming smiles, their eyes focused on Hyuga Aokawa. Konnichiwa, Yui, Nanako. Hyuga Ryosuke's envious expression began to turn into jealousy, finally becoming completely distorted. After they had walked further away, he couldn't help but speak up. How do you do it? You can't remember a single piece of knowledge from class, yet you can remember every girl's name. Perhaps beautiful things always leave a deep impression, Hyuga Aokawa mused. Actually, he was also a bit puzzled. In the memories left by his predecessor, the parts regarding girls were always exceptionally clear. Didn't you say last time that if I couldn't pay back those 30,000 ryo, you'd introduce a wife to me? Hyuga Ryosuke suddenly changed the subject. Yeah, Hyuga Aokawa found it a bit strange. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Hyuga Ryosuke took a deep breath and slowly squeezed out a few words. I want to get married, you beast. Hyuga Aokawa looked at him in shock. You're only 12, why are you thinking about getting married? I'm precocious. Okay, Hyuga Ryosuke argued with a stiff neck. Seeing Hyuga Aokawa staring at him without saying a word, he had no choice but to confess honestly. Fine, I've taken a liking to that Nanako from just now. Introduce her to me. He blinked, giving an, if you know what I mean, look. Hyuga Aokawa breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. That goes without saying. He waved his hand, about to give a guarantee, when his gaze inadvertently swept over Ryosuke's massive physique again, causing him to swallow the second half of his sentence. I can definitely pay back those 30,000 ryo. He suddenly changed his tune, his tone incredibly firm. Don't, the fat boy cried out in despair. But Hyuga Aokawa firmly shook his head. He suddenly realized that even for an introduction, the conditions of both parties couldn't be too outrageously different. Seeing that Hyuga Aokawa was unmoved, Hyuga Ryosuke had to switch strategies. He leaned in and asked in a mysterious, low voice, "You're so popular with girls. Do you have some exclusive technique?" The fat boy's face was filled with a thirst for knowledge. "What technique? For pleasing girls? Want to learn? I'll teach you." Hyuga Aokawa raised an eyebrow. "Yes, tell me quickly. Help me with something in a few days." "No problem." The fat boy patted his chest with a thud. "So readily? Stop talking nonsense and just say it." Hyuga Aokawa rubbed his chin, carefully recalling the process of interacting with girls in his predecessor's memories. The fat boy was full of anticipation, his eyes shining, already starting to fantasize about a beautiful future with girls on both arms after receiving the secret teachings. First of all, Hyuga Aokawa began his teaching mode. When you see a girl looking over, you must give them a smile. Looking over? What if they don't look over? They will. The key is this smile, Hyuga Aokawa emphasized. A smile? Yes, this smile must be sunny and warm. As Hyuga Aokawa spoke, he demonstrated one himself. Hyuga Ryosuke watched and felt it wasn't anything special. He usually smiled like that too. However, he still muttered these keywords, sunny, warm and a smile, recalling how Aokawa had just smiled like that and caused those girls to cheer with joy. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, vaguely feeling it seemed he had grasped a hint of the secret. Hyuga Ryosuke took a moment to digest this and nodded thoughtfully. Then he followed up, and then they'll swarm over very enthusiastically. Hyuga Aokawa had an expression that said, "Isn't it obvious? That's it." The anticipation on the fat boy's face instantly froze. "That's it. I've always been like this, it never fails." Hyuga Aokawa said it as if it were a matter of course. He searched through his predecessor's memories, and indeed, there was only this one step. Hyuga Ryosuke's face slumped, and he gave Hyuga Aokawa a glare. He waited all that time for this? He was too naive to expect any actual operation from a stat monster. He guessed that even if this guy did nothing, girls would still flock to him on their own. At this moment, his heart was filled with nothing but envy, jealousy, and hate. Fortunately, the heavens were fair. Although they opened a window for Aokawa, they conveniently welded the door shut. It had been 3 years and he hadn't even fully mastered the most basic 3 basic jutsu. Ryosuke himself had graduated 2 years ago, yet this guy was still repeating grades in school. For the rest of the way, Hyuga Ryosuke was beaten down to the point of numbness. He painfully realized that the window the heavens opened for Aokawa might not be an ordinary window, but a giant floor-to-ceiling window 3 or 4 stories high. It wasn't until a girl with rare ruby-like eyes greeted them and left that Hyuga Ryosuke seemed to come back to life and asked, "Hey, did you and Kurenai Yuhi break up, huh?" Hyuga Aokawa looked bewildered. "I was about to tactfully walk away, but you just ended up giving her a greeting." "Didn't I just give everyone a greeting? How can that be the same?" The fat boy's numb expression finally became animated, carrying a bit of excitement from watching a spectacle. "You two used to be very close." "What? The confession failed, so you plan to be strangers?" He nudged Aokawa with his elbow, laughing gleefully. "Even our great handsome guy has a day when he gets rejected." Confession failed? What kind of cliché trope was this? Hyuga Aokawa searched his memories for a good while before digging this memory left by his predecessor out of a corner. It seemed he really had confessed to Kurenai Yuhi, and then was politely declined on the grounds that she didn't want to consider romance for the time being. In the end, he was rejected because she didn't want to date yet. He shook his head, non-committal. He was in no mood to care about these children's romance games. The Third Shinobi World War was coming. Once there was a shortage of personnel, the higher-ups wouldn't care about who was at the bottom of the class. They would approve everyone's graduation and send them off as cannon fodder. On the battlefield, especially during the Third Shinobi World War where Konoha was 1v4, it was basically a meat grinder. The lives of genin and chunin were like grass. He had to reach at least the level of a jonin before being sent to the battlefield to have even a bit of self-preservation capability. People usually graduate before confessing. You haven't even graduated. How could the confession not fail? The fat boy was still rambling beside him, analyzing away. Shut up. 19. Number 19 Bagua 32 palms. Chapter 19. 80 trigrams 32 palms. Early the next morning, Hyuga Aokawa took the initiative to ask Hyuga Fu to train him. Currently, being a Quincy wasn't enough to fully compensate for his close combat abilities, so he had to make up for that area himself. When the father and son arrived at the village's public training ground, many people were already there working up a sweat. Although many family compounds were equipped with simple training equipment, space was limited and didn't allow for full movement. Therefore, most people preferred coming to the village training ground. The facilities here were complete, the space was open, and seeing everyone around training desperately created a passionate atmosphere that naturally motivated people. The two of them walked to a wooden post in a corner of the field and stood still. Hyuga Aokawa's attention, however, was drawn to a training scene in another corner. Two Uchihas. The older Uchiha held 3 kunai between his fingers and tossed them elegantly into the air. Immediately after, he threw another 3 kunai with even greater speed, precisely hitting the tails of the falling kunai in mid-air. Then another 3, and another 3. Clang clang clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly. The kunai in the air constantly changed direction, tracing dizzying trajectories, and finally, all of them were precisely pinned to the back of several targets. Standard Uchiha-style kunai throwing technique. Flashy as hell. Seeing this, the younger Uchiha boy nearby immediately began to clap and jump with pride and joy. Hyuga Fu walked to his son's side and followed his gaze. Using the Sharingan's superior insight to precisely hit specific points on kunai in mid-air to change their flight paths, he watched the Uchiha in the distance and commented in a calm tone, "But you don't need to be envious. In terms of pure insight, the Byakugan is superior to the Sharingan. With some small tricks, the Byakugan can achieve this as well. Watch closely." As he spoke, to Hyuga Aokawa's surprised expression, Hyuga Fu also pulled out a handful of kunai and threw them into the air in the same manner. Then he quickly threw a second and third set. The kunai collided and changed direction multiple times in the air. Although the trajectory wasn't as fancy or elegant as the Uchihas, they ultimately pinned themselves just as precisely to the back of the wooden post. Seeing Hyuga Aokawa's surprised expression, Hyuga Fu looked smug. "I figured this out myself when I was young, after seeing an Uchiha classmate use this method. While I can't do it as elegantly as an Uchiha, the reason is my lack of practice with this technique, not that the Byakugan's insight is inferior to the Sharingan's." He turned around, his expression becoming serious again, and patted his son's shoulder. "But these things are just icing on the cake. We possess the Byakugan, and the gentle fist is our most solid foundation. As long as you can master the gentle fist, you'll reach special Jonin in the future. Even if your talent is a bit lacking, becoming a Chunin like your dad won't be a problem." Hyuga Aokawa nodded. On this point, Hyuga Fu was right. Although the ceiling of the gentle fist wasn't high, its floor wasn't low either. It held a great advantage at the Genin, Chunin, and even Jonin levels. But for the cage level beyond Jonin, this single method was no longer enough. Colossal summoned beasts, Susanoo, large-scale ninjutsu, no matter which one, it was hard to imagine the gentle fist doing anything against them. Unless one could train it to the level of Kaguya's 80 Gods vacuum attack. Otherwise, no matter how good the talent, the ceiling was an elite Jonin. Seeing that Hyuga Aokawa was listening, Hyuga Fu began to explain the gentle fist. The core of the pressure point technique lies in forming your own chakra into needle-like force, striking it into the opponent's body through their chakra acupoints to destroy their chakra pathway system or internal organs, thereby achieving the goal of instantly paralyzing the opponent or making them lose their combat capability. But how to touch the opponent's chakra acupoints in the simplest way during battle? That is the problem the gentle fist art aims to solve. And the gentle fist art has been passed down through generations of the Hyuga clan for thousands of years, constantly being refined. The core problem it addresses is how to precisely touch those vital chakra acupoints of the opponent in the simplest and most effective way during intense and fast real combat. Hyuga Fu looked serious. From the most fundamental basic gentle fist to the main house's secret techniques like the twin lion fists, the ultimate goal without exception is to destroy the opponent's meridians and internal organs. In the gentle fist art, the most advanced technique we of the branch house can learn is the 80 trigrams 32 palms. At this point, Hyuga Fu took a deep breath, slowly assumed a stance in the training ground, and began to demonstrate the 80 trigrams 32 palms move by move. His movements were steady and fluid. Each palm strike carried refined chakra, and the wind from his palms whistled, containing precise and powerful destructive force. Hyuga Aokawa held his breath and watched carefully. His predecessor's learning ability was indeed not strong. After years of cultivation, he had barely reached the entry level of the most basic pressure point technique, and other gentle fist techniques were a complete blur to him. But this time, relying on the exceptionally strong mental energy and perception he gained after transmigration, he could clearly capture the way Hyuga Fu exerted force in every palm strike, the subtle flow of chakra, and the precise coordination of his footwork. He absorbed this knowledge frantically, and his body even began to involuntarily imitate and follow along with the training. Hyuga Fu demonstrated the 80 trigrams 32 palms over and over, while Hyuga Aokawa focused intently on imitating and training with him over and over. After several rounds of demonstration, Hyuga Fu stopped and stood still, asking, "How was it? How much do you remember?" Hyuga Aokawa pondered for a moment, seemingly savoring every detail from just now. "I seem to have remembered all the moves, but it feels like I haven't truly remembered them either. The worst thing for a fist art is rote memorization. The key lies in understanding its intent and using it flexibly." Hyuga Fu nodded approvingly, then his tone became somewhat complex. "I just mentioned that the branch house can only learn the 32 palms. This is actually a castrated version of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. However, if one contributes to the family, the main house will also bestow the subsequent 32 palms." His voice lowered a bit, carrying a hint of imperceptible helplessness and caution. "Like your dad, I once obtained the opportunity to learn the 64 palms. Once you've learned the 32 palms, I'll find an opportunity to perform the 64 palms once for you to see." He deliberately emphasized the words "to see," stressing, "Remember, it's for you to see, not for me to teach you. The main house's secret techniques are strictly forbidden from being taught privately." Hearing this, Hyuga Aokawa raised an eyebrow inconspicuously, turning what should have been a shared family legacy into a reward. The main house really had some methods. He complained silently in his heart, and seeing his dad's cautious look, this reward was likely, one-time, and strictly forbidden from being passed to descendants. However, now was not the time to dwell on this, he'd learn it first. For the rest of the day, Hyuga Aokawa was immersed in tedious but fulfilling training until evening. Finally, his hard work paid off, and he received heaven's favor. Open black lens bracket. You trained hard and gained favor. Close black lens bracket. 20. Number 20. It's hard to say what a handsome guy's taste is like. Chapter 20. A handsome guy's taste is hard to predict. Open black lens bracket. You have trained hard and received a favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 80 trigrams 32 palms. Entry level. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Pressure point technique experience. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Pressure point technique upgraded from practiced level to proficient level. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Basic gentle fist experience. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Basic gentle fist upgraded from practiced level to proficient level. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Energy crystal. *30 close black lens bracket. He thought happily, got another 30 energy crystals for free. What a wonderful day. Moreover, now that his 80 trigrams 32 palms has reached entry level, it means he can find a suitable time to apply to the clan to learn Return to Heaven. After leaving the training ground, Hyuga Fu headed to the street to buy groceries. Hyuga Aokawa, on the other hand, headed home alone. Before he had gone far, 2 figures approached him from the opposite direction. One of them had a graceful and curvaceous figure, very easy on the eyes. As for the other figure, well, the less said, the better. The graceful young girl had silky black hair cascading over her shoulders and back. Her eyes were like translucent red agates, clear and bright. It was indeed Kurenai Yuhi. A high, delicate nose and other perfectly placed features were set on a well-defined face, forming a beautiful countenance. White bandages wrapped around her shapely thighs, and her red and black attire perfectly outlined her figure. Even though she hadn't fully matured yet, her curves were already distinct and well-defined. Truly worthy of being Konoha's second greatest beauty. This was the second time Hyuga Aokawa had seen Kurenai Yuhi since coming to this world, and she was still just as stunning. No wonder his predecessor had set his heart on her despite being surrounded by other girls. The two of them used to be quite close. After all, during this period, Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma didn't seem to know each other very well. Their interactions wouldn't increase until they both became chunin. Seeing Kurenai Yuhi's gaze turn toward him, Hyuga Aokawa habitually offered a smile and nodded in greeting. Ohio, Kurenai. However, when Kurenai Yuhi saw his smile, her beautiful face fell, and she deliberately turned her head away, ignoring him. Last time, she had been the one to greet him first, yet this guy had only given a perfunctory response and hadn't sought her out since, showing no concern for how she was doing. She was very angry and didn't want to talk to him right now. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, puffing out her fair cheeks like a little hamster hoarding food. She then gave a soft HMPH and petulantly turned her head to the other side. This pouting look actually added a touch of childishness and cuteness to her delicate features. Seeing this, Hyuga Aokawa wasn't annoyed and naturally shifted his gaze to the less said, the better person beside her. Ohio. Mid-sentence, Hyuga Aokawa got stuck. How awkward. He had absolutely no memory of this female classmate's name. Whose 1,000-pound young lady was this? He quickly scanned her plump figure and brown hair, and before her face could completely flush with anger, he had a sudden inspiration and found a universal title. Ohio, Akamichi-san. Akado Hanahana's face, which had been about to darken, instantly cleared up and brightened. Seeing that Hyuga Aokawa still remembered her, she jumped with joy. Ohio, Aokawa-kun, I didn't expect you to still remember me. How could I forget? You're so special, Hyuga Aokawa replied, maintaining a polite smile. Kurenai Yuhi was still pouting and sulking nearby. Seeing this, Hyuga Aokawa didn't linger, nodding politely before taking his leave. Cute as she was, if she was going to ignore him, he couldn't exactly force himself on her, could he? Once Hyuga Aokawa was far away, Akado Hanahana immediately leaned in toward Kurenai Yuhi. Hey Kurenai, did you guys have a fight? Kurenai Yuhi gave a huff at the question. Just because I rejected his confession when we graduated last year, he hasn't come to see me since. She pursed her lips, looking extremely aggrieved. When I ran into him last time and greeted him, he even brushed me off. That's too much, you definitely shouldn't talk to him then. Akado Hanahana immediately joined her in indignation, but then she couldn't help but ask curiously, but why did you reject his confession in the first place? Didn't you guys have a good relationship before? It wasn't exactly a total rejection. Kurenai Yuhi's tone held a hint of frustration. I just told him that I didn't want to think about dating for the time being, but he can't just stop talking to me altogether because of that. Can you really bear to keep this Cold War going with him? There was a trace of pity in Akado Hanahana's eyes. HMPH, from now on, I'm me and he's him, Kurenai Yuhi said petulantly. Quote, I'm going to part ways with him. Ah, that's serious? Akado Hanahana's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a handsome guy, and you're just going to let him go just like that? I don't want him anymore. Whoever wants him can have him, Kurenai Yuhi said in a huff. Really? Quote, Akado Hanahana's eyes lit up as if she had found a treasure, and she quickly confirmed. Are you serious, Kurenai? Of course, Kurenai Yuhi insisted stubbornly. If you're not going for him, then I will. Akado Hanahana's voice carried a hint of eager excitement. Huh? You? Kurenai Yuhi's mind suddenly struggled to process this. Her large eyes blinked as if she had heard something unbelievable. Akado Hanahana tossed her head coolly and flipped the hair draped over her shoulder. I'll give it a shot sometimes. The taste of a handsome guy like him is hard to predict. Then, as if thinking of something, her face flushed, and her eyes were filled with expectant little stars. Didn't you notice that he was a bit different toward me just now? How was he different? Kurenai Yuhi was a bit dazed by Akado Hanahana's instant maneuver. He calls you by your name, but, at this point, Akado Hanahana shyly lowered her head and fiddled with the hem of her clothes. But he addressed me as Akamichi-san. How polite, and he clearly hesitated for a moment before using that title. What does that mean? It means he cares a lot about the first impression he leaves on me, or, rather, he wants to maintain a good image in my heart. Kurenai Yuhi's brain was still a bit frozen. She followed Akado Hanahana's train of thought and tried hard to recall the scene just now. Thinking carefully, put that way, it did seem different. She nodded tentatively. Before she could figure it out, she caught sight of Akado Hanahana suddenly turning around. Looking ready to take immediate action, she hurriedly reached out to grab her. What are you doing? What do you think? Akado Hanahana arched an eyebrow with a expression. Striking while the iron is hot, of course. I'm going to win over that handsome guy. Win over the handsome guy? Kurenai Yuhi's mouth hung open as she stared at Akado Hanahana with wide eyes. Are you for real? I was just talking. How can you do this? He couldn't possibly like Hanahana's type. Absolutely impossible. But then again, Hanahana has a point. What if? She suddenly lost her confidence. After Hyuga Aokawa was rejected, would his taste become unique as a result? In an instant, Kurenai Yuhi's thoughts were in a whirl, and she felt an inexplicable sense of panic. She hurriedly reached out with both hands and grabbed Akato Hanahana's thick waist. Realizing her hands couldn't even meet, she quickly switched to gripping her belt tightly, then leaned back, putting every ounce of strength she had into it. Exerting force like she was in a tug of war, she struggled to drag back the charging Akato Hanahana. No, if you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 21. Number 21 New Skill, Spiritual Connection. Chapter 21. New Skill, Reishi Network. Hyuga Aokawa returned home and first washed his sweat-soaked clothes before taking a comfortable hot bath. Feeling completely refreshed, he lay on his bed and closed his eyes to rest. As soon as he closed his eyes, he couldn't help but take stock of his abilities in his mind. The Quincy inheritance gave him powerful long-range capabilities. If the enemy lacked information on him, he, a mere ninja academy student, could even kill a Chunin. However, because his physical fitness couldn't keep up, his Quincy fusion rate wasn't very high. This resulted in the efficiency of his reishi gathering to condense chakra arrows also being low. It not only consumed a lot of energy but also condensed slowly. Therefore, Holy Arrow could only be effective when he had the initiative. But setting those aside, once he lost the initiative, things would get difficult for him. Take that time he killed the 2 bounty ninja brothers. The first shot with the initiative killed one instantly. But once the initiative was lost, he had to rack his brains and use every trick in the book, nearly ending up in a mutual kill with his opponent. And that was only achieved because the opponent had lost their reason due to anger. So, he estimated that his overall strength was currently, at most, barely a bit stronger than a genin. Given his current situation, despite the occasional favor granted by the Stone Gate, most of those favors were skills, providing limited improvement to his basic chakra capacity and physical fitness. No matter how many skills he had, they could only improve his all-around combat capability. But the most fundamental cornerstone of a ninja's strength should come from talent, chakra capacity, aptitude, physical fitness, and so on. Skills can only be seen as tools to utilize these foundations, or rather, as amplifiers. Just like the Flying Thunder God. The Flying Thunder God is indeed an epic-making, super strong ninjutsu. But its true strength lies in perfectly utilizing Minato's space-time talent, superior neural reflexes, and learning ability. If an ordinary person learned the Flying Thunder God without Minato's superb reflexes, flying in front of someone would just be delivering themselves on a silver platter. The trio including Shiranui Genma, who also learned the Flying Thunder God, can only use it for basic transport. If there's still some debate about that S-rank ninjutsu, then Madara's Great Fire Annihilation perfectly illustrates the saying. It's not that the ninjutsu isn't good enough, it's that the person isn't. Therefore, his true growth in hard power still has to wait for his body to slowly grow, and for him to train, there will only be a major leap after he increases his chakra capacity and physical fitness. But all of this takes time. How am I supposed to get through until then? The third great ninja war is imminent. If I haven't found my place by then, I'll just be cannon fodder. He had a bit of a headache. First, I'll put all the energy crystals I've accumulated recently into the fusion rate. He entered his sea of consciousness and found that including today's 30, he had accumulated 90 energy crystals. He poured all of them into the fusion rate at once. The energy crystals were rapidly consumed, and the fusion rate rose continuously from 36.02%. It rose to 40% but then suddenly stopped. A line of text appeared. Open black lens bracket. Your imprint fusion rate has reached 40%. You have unlocked a new racial skill. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Reishi network compresses and visualizes the dissipated spiritual chi in the atmosphere into ribbon-like or mist-like forms. It can be used to quickly locate nearby targets or track their movements. Close black lens bracket. Reishi network? Is it the one Ishida Uryu used to show off in front of Ichigo early on? He carefully sensed the details of this skill. He found that, like Holy Arrow, because spiritual power couldn't be sensed, the object of compression had become chakra. With a thought, he activated the skill. Many ribbons spread out from around his body like a flower bud blooming. These ribbons floated and swayed in mid-air. Some were white, some were blue. He grabbed one that was relatively close. He discovered it was actually his grandmother's aura. Can even ordinary people be sensed? Then this blue one must belong to a ninja. He sensed another blue one nearby. It was actually Hyuga Fu's aura. He reached out and grabbed it, finding it was indeed him. He was in the kitchen. Dad actually came back from his mission. He was very excited, sensing each ribbon one by one to see who they belonged to. Some he recognized, some he didn't. During this process, he discovered another way to activate this skill. That is, it can be activated within the consciousness without needing to manifest it physically. However, the range would be significantly smaller, but for those with sensitive perception and high spiritual pressure, the impact isn't great. This is also why captain-level individuals were rarely seen using Reishi network later on. Sensing directly in the consciousness is enough, and the speed is much faster than physical manifestation. He then compared it with the perception of the Byakugan. He found that using Reishi network in his consciousness had a much smaller range than the Byakugan, but the advantage was that it activated faster than the Byakugan. It could be sensed with just a thought, and the manifested Reishi network was not inferior to the Byakugan's perception. In fact, if he increased the output, the sensing range could be even larger than the Byakugan's. At the same time, the details sensed by it and the Byakugan each had their own merits. It's like visible light versus invisible light. The details of the world perceived are different. In the end, the world presented has different points of emphasis. This is actually a very good supplement to the Byakugan's perception. Hyuga Aokawa nodded, feeling very satisfied. He added the final 10 energy crystals to the fusion rate as well. The fusion rate increased again, settling at 40.52%. The energy crystals were completely exhausted. He looked at his personal information. Racial imprint, Quincy, common, fusion rate, 40.52%. Innate skill, Reishi gathering, racial skills, holy arrow, Reishi network, crest, innate full spirit power, Kekkei Genkei, Byakugan, chakra nature, water, lightning, energy crystals, 0. This time it was Reishi network. He wondered what skill would be unlocked next time. The Quincy's have quite a lot of good things. Hyuga Aokawa was looking forward to it. Afterward, he changed into clean clothes and decided to go out for some fresh air. Walking on the street, Hyuga Aokawa took in the sights of Konoha's main thoroughfare. Before he knew it, the holidays were almost over. From his initial resistance to this world when he first transmigrated to now, he had already fully integrated into this world. He found that the streets of Konoha village were very commercially developed, with all kinds of industries available. It was hard to imagine a cluster of this scale being named with an administrative level like village. While passing a crossroad, he suddenly felt something strange behind him. In his perception, a watchful gaze was cast upon him. Hyuga Aokawa continued walking forward, calmly. With his current strength, without the Byakugan active, he shouldn't have been able to sense someone behind him. Moreover, this was inside the village, so safety should be guaranteed. Hyuga Aokawa, a cold, steady voice without any emotional fluctuation came from behind him. Only then did Hyuga Aokawa turn around with just the right amount of confusion, as if he had been suddenly called out to. Sure enough, on the roof of a building behind and to his side, a ninja wearing an animal mask was staring down at him from above. Anbu, or Root, seeing his bewildered face, the other party leapt lightly from the roof, landing soundlessly. I am a member of the Anbu, codename Lynx. 22. Number 22 Dark Area, Chapter 22. Anbu. He stated his identity concisely, his voice muffled by his mask. Jonin Shinku Yuhi has officially submitted a report regarding the annihilation of mission Squad Aoi 4,511,001, which you reported. I am now conducting a routine inquiry into some of the details. Hearing it was just a routine inquiry, Hyuga Aokawa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But his mind was already racing, reviewing the story he had told Shinku Yuhi over and over again, searching for any remaining loopholes. The other party saw Hyuga Aokawa's nervous expression, unable to speak. His tone softened slightly. No need to be nervous, this is just routine. We need to verify the specific details of the incident with you. Hyuga Aokawa seemed to be appeased, his emotions gradually stabilizing, and he began to narrate haltingly. That day after school, an upperclassman came to me, saying he hoped I could go on a mission with him, and promised me a portion of the reward. The mission went smoothly, but on the way back, we encountered a rogue ninja. Hyuga Aokawa clearly explained all the details. How his former self connected with the squad, how they carried out the mission, and how they were ultimately killed by the rogue ninja. All of this was true, he hadn't lied and it could withstand scrutiny. As for what happened after he was rescued, it had nothing to do with the deaths of the three, so he briefly mentioned it and the Anbu weren't interested. As Lynx listened, he quickly and accurately took notes. Based on his experience, Hyuga Aokawa's narrative was logically coherent, and the details matched the previous investigation results. He put away his paper and pen. Then this matter is concluded. You may leave. With that, without waiting for Hyuga Aokawa's response, he disappeared without a trace using the body flicker technique. Hyuga Aokawa looked at the spot where he vanished and thought to himself, it seems it really is the Anbu route wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Seeing that it was almost time, Hyuga Aokawa headed to the training ground. As was his habit, he went to the village's outdoor field to train with Might Guy. After every training session, his stomach and cells would be ravenous, making it the perfect time to go home for dinner and deliver nutrients throughout his body. This was much better than training after dinner. Recently, training with Might Guy and under the restoration of Sage Mode chakra, he felt his chakra had increased significantly. Compared to his initial scarcity, he now had more chakra to plan his tactics. Moreover, his taijutsu and combat skills were much stronger than before, which proved his approach was correct. He looked around but didn't see Might Guy, so he decided to warm up and train alone. Just then, a green whirlwind sped from behind him. Yo Aokawa, let's have a training session that burns with youth. Hyuga Aokawa turned around, and sure enough, it was Might Guy. Come on, I've been looking for you for ages. Then let's start with 100 laps of youthful warm-up running. Both of them exerted themselves and ran forward. 2 hours later, Aokawa, let's do another 100 laps of youthful handstand running. Hyuga Aokawa collapsed on the ground, propping himself up with his hands, too exhausted to do anything but wave and pant. Seeing this, Might Guy, full of passion, continued his handstand run alone. Hyuga Aokawa practically crawled on all fours to the shade of a tree, laboriously putting on his goggles. He concentrated and refined that precious Sage Mode chakra, giving himself a deep Sage Mode massage. It wasn't until the fatigue gradually dissipated that he suddenly sprang to his feet. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar, portly figure strolling over. It was Hyuga Ryosuke again. Are you training, looking all lively like that? Hyuga Ryosuke asked. You wouldn't understand. Hyuga Aokawa waved his hand, too lazy to explain, and turned to look at the disheveled, dust-covered fatty. What happened to you? Did you roll around in the mud? Ah, don't even ask. Hyuga Ryosuke looked utterly dejected. My uncle and his family, I don't know what they were thinking, insisted on buying an apartment in the village's central district and called me to be free labor. I just helped them move the renovation waste outside the village to dispose of it. Village center? Apartment? These two keywords made Hyuga Aokawa instinctively look up at the sky, and after confirming that no figure carrying rice was floating by, he spoke. They have enough money to buy an apartment in the center. Wouldn't it be better to hire someone to renovate? Why drag you in as free labor? What money? I heard they borrowed a lot. They'll probably have to tighten their belts for the next 10 or 20 years to pay off the debt, borrowing so much just to squeeze into the central district? Hyuga Aokawa was very puzzled. Hyuga Ryosuke also looked helpless. They said they wanted to do it all at once, even doing the renovations themselves to save money, so I became the ready-made laborer. Hyuga Aokawa shook his head and patted his thick shoulder. Advise your uncle not to live in that apartment for too long. After 10 or 20 years, when the debt is almost paid off, sell it as soon as possible. How is that possible? He plans to make that apartment a family heirloom to live in for 3 generations. Then tell your uncle to buy more insurance. Don't even think about that. They don't have money for insurance. They're living very frugally now. Hyuga Ryosuke clearly didn't want to continue this heavy topic, so he changed the subject, saying plaintively, I'm so exhausted today. I feel like only grandma's warm food can soothe my wounded spirit and tired body. I knew you'd show up at this time to freeload a meal. We're neighbors, don't be so bothered. The two chatted as they unknowingly walked onto the village's main street. The surrounding atmosphere gradually became somewhat unusual, much noisier and more chaotic than usual. Hyuga Aokawa looked in the direction of the abnormal sound, his heart sinking slightly. He saw that at some point, many ninja who had retreated from the front lines had appeared on the village's main street. They were in groups of 3 or 5, some supporting each other as they walked with difficulty, while others were carried quickly on stretchers. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood and suppressed gasps. Those Iwagakure bastards, they don't follow any rules, launching a sneak attack without a word cough cough. They've been getting more and more arrogant lately. Sanagakure is also stirring, constantly trying to cross the border. Hyuga Aokawa looked at these disheveled and battered personnel, and his sense of urgency grew even stronger. These were merely exhausted troops rotated from various tense borders. Border skirmishes alone were already so tragic the true Third Shinobi World War would likely be far more terrifying than he imagined. The original work only briefly touched upon the brutality of the war with a few scenes. But in the real world, those were vibrant human lives. Look, that person seems to be your father. Hyuga Ryosuke pointed to Hyuga Fu in the crowd. He was seen limping, weaving through the returning troops from the border. With his rough hands, he continuously stopped personnel, as if asking about something. Why is he here? Hyuga Aokawa's heart tightened, and he quickly ran over, with Hyuga Ryosuke hastily following suit. As the two approached, they finally heard Hyuga Fu's anxious and hopeful voice. Excuse me, are there anyone named Hara Shunpei or Oizumi Ryoya in the returning squads? He stopped two ninja whose bodies were wrapped in bandages. Don't know them, ask the squads behind. The other party shook his head. Okay, thank you. 23. Number 23 Sacrifice. Chapter 23. Sacrifice. I don't know them. You can ask the teams behind us. The other party shook their head. Okay, thank you. The light in Hyuga Fu's eyes dimmed a little, and he turned around, rushing to ask the next stumbling squad. Don't know them. Two more people shook their heads. Hyuga Fu continued asking, and a bad premonition gradually grew in his heart. Is it Hara Shunpei and Oizumi Ryoya? A voice suddenly came from behind him. Hyuga Fu spun around abruptly and saw a long-haired ninja. Yes, do you know them? He asked eagerly. The long-haired ninja stroked his chin, his brows tightly furrowed, trying hard to recall. Are they both quite tall, one with long hair, a bit stout? The other one. Hyuga Fu's expression brightened upon hearing this, and he quickly added, yes, the other one is bald with a very obvious scar on his forehead. Then it must be them. The long-haired ninja nodded affirmingly after being reminded by him. Their captain is at the very end of the team, I'll take you there. Good, that's great, thank you so much. Hyuga Fu thanked him repeatedly and followed the long-haired ninja to the end of the team. The long-haired ninja led Hyuga Fu to a middle-aged jonin wearing a green vest and looking exhausted, briefly explaining the situation. They sacrificed themselves. The vest-wearing jonin lowered his head, his voice heavy, carrying unconcealed grief. Sacrificed? How could this be? Hyuga Fu was struck by lightning, crying out in shock. Two chunin, whose body flicker technique wasn't bad, and the border they were patrolling only bordered small countries. The risk wasn't very high, so how could they suddenly have sacrificed themselves? They should have returned by now. The vest-wearing jonin's voice was low and suppressed, but they were temporarily conscripted to scout intelligence in enemy territory and fell into an ambush. Not even their bodies returned. Hyuga Fu could no longer hear what the vest ninja said afterward. Hyuga Fu could no longer hear what the vest-wearing jonin said afterward. He turned around blankly, his eyes hollow, his thoughts in a mess, just walking aimlessly forward. He didn't even react when Hyuga Aokawa called him. Upon suddenly hearing the news of the two sacrifice, Hyuga Fu was momentarily unable to accept it. Hyuga Aokawa looked at his dazed state and did not disturb him. Two friends who had faced life and death together were suddenly gone. Even for ninja accustomed to seeing life and death, it was difficult to accept at once. For several days afterward, Hyuga Fu was in a daze. It wasn't until after dinner on the fifth day that Hyuga Fu uncharacteristically and silently put on his ninja tools pouch, which he hadn't used in a long time, and walked out the door without a word. Hyuga Aokawa had been watching him. Judging by the direction he was heading, it should be the training ground. Is he preparing to resume training? After all, since his severe injury and retirement, Hyuga Fu had only been performing the simplest D-rank missions and hadn't had any proper training for a long time. But Hyuga Aokawa pondered for a moment, and his heart suddenly sank. He might be planning to undertake that C-rank mission to exterminate mountain bandits alone. The mission deadline was approaching, and the teammates he had originally agreed upon would never return. He immediately chased after him and grabbed Hyuga Fu's arm. Dad. After calling 3 times, Hyuga Fu finally came back to his senses in a daze. Seeing that it was his son, a trace of spirit appeared in his dull eyes. He forced a smile. It's you finished eating? I can help with that mission to exterminate mountain bandits, Hyuga Aokawa said directly. Oh, you mean that one? Hyuga Fu waved his hand, pretending to be relaxed and said, I've already figured out who to team up with, so don't come and make trouble. Just focus on your studies. But Hyuga Aokawa knew he was lying. For a mission already accepted, finding temporary teammates was simply unrealistic. Except for mission personnel assigned by superiors where there was no choice. For these commercial missions, everyone looked for familiar and reliable teammates. No one felt comfortable entrusting their back to an unfamiliar person. There were many who stabbed teammates in the back in the ninja world. Moreover, Hyuga Fu had no mobility. If he could easily find people to team up with, he wouldn't have been performing simple missions for the past few years. Dad, my archery skills have made new progress. At least I can help you snipe those stragglers. Hyuga Aokawa decided to reveal some of his abilities. His previous self had actually been tinkering with archery, but without success. Now, it wasn't too hard for people to accept that he suddenly knew archery-related ninjutsu. Hyuga Fu looked at his son, who was unprecedentedly eager and serious, and a trace of relief suddenly welled up in his heart. His son used to only care about playing and rebelling, but recently he had suddenly matured a lot. He trained diligently, developed a sense of responsibility, and now even understood how to worry about his father's mission. If only he could put more effort into Gentle Fist, that would be even better. Thinking of this, Hyuga Fu's eyes softened a bit. As for helping with the mission, Hyuga Fu secretly shook his head. This child had been rebellious since he was young, thinking that learning Gentle Fist was too hard, and refused to put in the effort. He spent all his time studying archery, saying he wanted to utilize the Byakugan's long-range vision to become a one-shot kill ninja. However, bows are huge and inconvenient to carry during missions. Furthermore, the power of chakra arrows is entirely limited by the materials of the bow itself. Even if the wielder has immense power, their enhancement to the chakra arrows is negligible. What if he hits 100 out of 100? The chakra arrows he shoots can at most break through some genin's defenses. For some chunin or jonin, these chakra arrows are like toys. Not to mention Hyuga Aokawa's accuracy, which started to falter at 10 meters. The Gentle Fist, passed down by the Hyuga clan for thousands of years, might not be the strongest, but it is at least the most suitable. If archery were suitable for the Hyuga clan, it would have been developed thousands of years ago. However, since his son was actively offering to help, Hyuga Fu didn't want to discourage him. He patted Hyuga Aokawa's shoulder and said, "You're still young. When you're a bit older, then come and help Dad, okay?" Hyuga Aokawa wanted to say more, but Hyuga Fu had already turned around. Dragging his heavy leg, he continued to walk resolutely towards the training ground. Looking at Hyuga Fu's unusually stubborn back, he sighed helplessly. Hyuga Fu's impression of him was still stuck in that unaccomplished stage, believing that he would only cause trouble if he went. But it wasn't his fault. Without the favor of the stone slab, with his former self's pathetic strength, he would indeed only be a hindrance. However, changing Hyuga Fu's preconceived notions about him was also very simple. That was to let him see with his own eyes, and feel firsthand that he already possessed strength capable of threatening him, and even fighting alongside him. 24. #24 Assassination. Chapter 24. Assassination. Hyuga Fu walked along, lost in thought, and before he knew it, his footsteps had led him to the training ground on the mountain behind the village. The training ground was exceptionally silent at night, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the sound of his own footsteps. He rubbed his cheeks vigorously, trying to dispel the haze of the past few days and pull himself together. Time was pressing. He had to squeeze in time to familiarize himself with the rhythm of combat. As quickly as possible, he would warm up first and then go find some wild beasts in the forest of death to practice. With tomorrow, he first performed the basic routines of the Gentle Fist several times, and then began practicing the 80 trigrams 32 palms. After finishing, he pulled out several shuriken, simulating various angles during combat. He threw them at the targets on the trees to practice his accuracy. Thud, thud, thud. Several shuriken were scattered around the bullseye, none of them hitting the center. Seeing this, Hyuga Fu frowned. My touch has grown quite rusty. Although they were close to the bullseye, in actual combat, when hitting a moving target, accuracy would drop even further. Therefore, in daily training, the requirement for shuriken was to hit the bullseye as much as possible. He then pulled out several kunai and, using the kunai throwing technique, threw them at the bullseye one after another. Time passed bit by bit. Hyuga Fu gradually regained his touch, and his accuracy became higher and higher. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of dread made his hair stand on end. Instinct told him that a powerful threat was rapidly approaching him from the woods behind. The veins around his eyes instantly bulged. He did not hesitate. Byakugan. His vision shifted instantly into a 359-degree panoramic view. A condensed and swift surge of chakra energy was surging towards him from the dense forest behind. He twisted his body with all his might, trying to avoid it, but his body's speed was ultimately a beat too slow. It was too fast. An energy chakra arrow emitting a blue-white glow had already appeared before his eyes. Unavoidable. I can't dodge it, he thought, his heart sinking as his pupils suddenly contracted. The next moment, the arrow of light whizzed past his ear, hurtling away behind him. The gust of wind it created lifted a few strands of his hair, which slowly drifted down. Hyuga Fu broke into a cold sweat and stood there in a daze, momentarily forgetting to move. He turned his head slightly and saw that the arrow of light's momentum was undiminished. It precisely shattered the target he had been practicing on. It then pierced through the trunks of several large trees behind it before its energy finally exhausted and it dissipated into the air. Did it miss? Or, a thought flashed through his mind. He let out a sharp breath, only then realizing he had stopped breathing just now, and began to gasp for air. He had been too careless. His mind had been wandering these past few days, and being inside the village, he had actually let down his guard. He never expected that within Konoha village, someone would actually attack a member of a major clan like him. He stared intently at the dark forest ahead, his Byakugan firmly locked onto the source of chakra emitting that aggressive energy. Fluctuation. Who's there? Come out. The chakra source suddenly moved. Its speed was astonishing. In the next instant, a blurred figure appeared behind Hyuga Fu out of thin air, like a ghost. So fast. Hyuga Fu was deeply shaken. He spun around hurriedly and, almost by instinct, pulled out a kunai and stabbed backward fiercely. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out as the kunai was blocked by the opponent. Before he could regain his footing, the opponent closed in, their offensive coming like a torrential storm. The attacks were continuous, fast, and aimed from tricky angles. The two sides rapidly exchanged over a dozen moves under the moonlight, the sound of clashing metal constant. However, the more Hyuga Fu fought, the more alarmed he became. This is the force exertion technique of the gentle fist? The opponent's taijutsu felt incredibly familiar to him. It was definitely based on the Hyuga style's gentle fist, but it was also mixed with many direct and powerful moves from the hard fist style, making the rhythm of the attack unpredictable. Who could it be? In his memory, there wasn't a single bastard in the clan who learned the gentle fist and then went to learn the hard fist. Furthermore, this kunai combat style didn't seem to be entirely Konoha style. What surprised him even more was the opponent's exceptionally keen combat instinct. Several times when he tried to use the pressure point technique of the gentle fist, the opponent dodged or parried by a hair's breadth. However, this person's absolute strength isn't that great. After parrying a few rounds, the experienced Hyuga Fu quickly found the opponent's weakness. He gradually steadied his stance and began to use his superior strength and rich combat experience to neutralize the opponent's fierce assault. Finally, he caught a tiny opening during the opponent's transition between attacks. He threw a heavy straight punch, forcing the opponent to stumble back 3 or 4 steps. Just as he intended to press the advantage, the opponent happened to retreat a few steps, their figure fully exposed under the cold moonlight, revealing that face which Hyuga Fu was incredibly familiar with, yet felt so utterly strange at this moment. Aokawa? Hyuga Fu abruptly stopped his attack, completely stunned. How is it you? He didn't quite register it. His mind went blank as if it had hit a knot. A moment later, his eyes widened, unable to believe the person standing before him. This was his son, who couldn't even learn the 3 basic jutsu. Aokawa, what on earth is going on? Quote, his mind was flooded with questions, but he didn't know where to start. Being able to fire arrow like ninjutsu, use high-speed body flicker technique, and possess such skilled taijutsu mixed with hard fist. When did his son become so powerful? No wonder while they were fighting just now, he felt the opponent's chakra was very familiar. But because the difference from his son was too great, he never once thought it could be him. He hadn't expected. His gaze involuntarily flickered to the completely destroyed target behind him and those large trees that had been easily pierced through. His voice carried a hint of an undetectable tremor. Aokawa, that attack just now, is it a new jutsu you learned? Seeing Hyuga Fu's shocked expression, Hyuga Aokawa smiled and nodded. He raised his right hand, and chakra began to converge toward the back of his hand. A pale blue, intricately structured cross-shaped spirit seal slowly emerged under the moonlight. Then, under Hyuga Fu's disbelieving gaze, a spirit bow, composed entirely of condensed blue-white chakra energy, appeared in Hyuga Aokawa's hand out of thin air. Hyuga Aokawa raised the spirit bow in his hand. You could say this is a new jutsu I developed, using my chakra as the bow body and string. The more chakra I inject, and the stronger my control over it, the tougher the bow body becomes, the stronger the pull of the string, and naturally, the arrows fired will be faster and more powerful. As he spoke, he extended his left fingers, elegantly hooking the bowstring made of pure energy, and slowly pulled it back. And to go with it, are arrows also made of chakra. As the bowstring was pulled, the chakra seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, and a new arrow was condensed. Hyuga Fu was completely shell-shocked by this scene that transcended his understanding. He stared dumbfoundedly at the dreamlike energy bow and arrow in his son's hand. He involuntarily bent down, leaning in close to take a careful look. It's not a dream. The chakra flowing on the spirit bow emitted a faint and very pleasant humming sound. It was all incredibly real. Chakra spirit bow? Chakra arrows? He murmured to himself. A moment later, he slapped his thigh hard, a look of sudden realization appearing on his face. Yes, why didn't I think of that? If chakra condensation is used to replace physical bow and arrow materials, then the wielder's strength can be perfectly applied to the arrows. The awkward situation where a weapon cannot keep up with one's strength would no longer occur. And a bow body condensed from chakra also solves the problem of carrying it without affecting the stealth of movements during a mission. He hadn't expected his son to be such a genius. I knew it. How could I possibly father a son with such poor aptitude? An indescribable sense of excitement and pride instantly dispelled the gloom of the past few days. He turned his head sharply, his eyes burning as he looked at Hyuga Aokawa and asked eagerly, "What rank is the difficulty of this jutsu?" Hyuga Aokawa shook his head, dissipating the spirit bow and arrow in his hand, and explained, "There is no rank. The activation of the jutsu comes from within. It can be considered a type of Kekkei Genkei." Kekkei Genkei? Only you can use it? Hyuga Aokawa thought back carefully, then nodded after a moment. From a certain perspective, yes, only I can use it. The Kekkei Genkei I've awakened grants me a specific chakra control ability. It is precisely because of this specific chakra control ability that I can easily manifest this spirit bow and arrow. He paused and further explained, without the Kekkei Genkei, simply condensing a spirit bow and arrow like this would require terrifying chakra control to achieve, and the final result might not be this effective. Hyuga Fu nodded slowly, expressing his understanding. Many Kekkei Genkei in the ninja world appeared in this way. It wasn't that hard to understand, just a bit of a pity. After clearing up the truth about the arrows, Hyuga Fu became curious about Hyuga Aokawa's body flicker technique. And that body flicker technique just now, when did you learn it? No matter how I tried to teach you before, you could never learn it. 25. Number 25 Task. Chapter 25. The Mission. Hyuga Aokawa blinked upon hearing this. I've been training with Guy lately. Once my physical fitness improved, I suddenly achieved a thorough understanding. Physical training indeed helps with the body flicker technique, so this wasn't exactly a lie. However, Hyuga Fu didn't doubt him at all. Your body is still developing. It's possible your physical fitness wasn't high enough back then to pull it off. He sighed, feeling a bit self-reproachful. It was my negligence. I failed to teach you according to your individual aptitude. Then, he thought of the fierce fist style from their clash just now. Did Guy teach you the hard fist as well? After training with him for so long, I picked up a few things just by watching. My body naturally remembered the way to exert force, Hyuga Aokawa responded vaguely. Hyuga Fu nodded slowly. After a long silence, he finally finished processing this information. But the shock and excitement in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. He looked at Hyuga Aokawa, and a gratified smile suddenly appeared on his face. Until this moment, he finally began to feel like there was hope for the future. His son had grown up and become sensible. He had lived a very hard life these past few years. From the moment he was injured, the whole world had changed. His strength growth stalled, he couldn't do rank B missions, and he couldn't even get C rank missions. A descendant of a great clan, a senior chunin of many years, yet he had to compete with newly graduated genin for D rank missions, enduring countless cold glares. But with elders to support and a child to raise, he could only swallow his pride. Worse yet, the little one was underperforming, repeating years and unable to graduate. Even during the family assessments at the clan meetings, he frequently lost face. A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. He pulled Hyuga Aokawa over and hugged him tightly, his voice filled with joy yet carrying a hint of a sob. Yogata, Aokawa, you've finally grown up. Hyuga Aokawa allowed Hyuga Fu to hold him, patting his back. Dad, I'll be the breadwinner from now on. Train well in the future. Don't go back to how you were before. Don't worry, Dad. After the father and son hugged for a while, Hyuga Fu finally realized something was off. It's a good thing you awakened your bloodline limit, kid, but why did you use a chakra arrow to shoot your dad? He placed his hands on Hyuga Aokawa's shoulders and pushed him out of the embrace, preparing to interrogate him. The quick-witted Hyuga Aokawa beat him to the punch with a grin. Dad, today was pretty tiring. I'm going back to rest first. With that, he bolted away in a flash. Wait, you brat, you're pretty fast, aren't you? Hyuga Fu's face was full of fury, a cross-shaped vein popping on his forehead. Who taught you to shoot a chakra arrow directly at your dad? That arrow just now was only a tiny bit away from my ear. I won't do it next time. Hyuga Aokawa didn't dare stop and ran even faster. There's a next time? You brat, stop right there. The next day, Hyuga Fu brought Hyuga Aokawa to the foot of a forested mountain in the land of fire. Hyuga Fu was panting. It's been a long time since I've run such a long distance. He massaged the slightly swollen muscles in his leg. Ever since his right leg was injured, he had relied entirely on his left leg for support. Not only had his movement speed slowed down, but his range had also shortened. How are you? Hyuga Aokawa asked with concern. I'm fine, just a bit out of practice. Hyuga Fu waved his hand, signaling he was alright. His expression turned solemn as he entered mission mode. Let's scout the situation first. It's been a while since the mission was posted. The intel is likely outdated. As he spoke, he performed hand signs and veins bulged around his eyes. Byakugan, the veins around his eyes instantly protruded. His vision suddenly switched to black and white, distant scenery was rapidly pulled closer, and the flow of chakra became clearly visible. He cautiously adjusted his focal distance, carefully scouting the surroundings, especially the movements in the village ahead. A moment later, he deactivated his Byakugan. There's a village ahead, it should be Shanton Village on the map. Let's go check it out. Okay, Hyuga Aokawa replied. Soon, the two arrived outside Shanton Village, but they didn't enter the village directly. Instead, they found a hidden spot on high ground at the perimeter to hide. To save chakra, it was Hyuga Aokawa's turn to activate his Byakugan. He scanned the situation inside the village. The doors and windows of every household along the road were tightly shut. Pedestrians on the road were few and far between, walking in a hurry with numb expressions. Scorched walls, broken doors and windows. The village was covered in traces of being plundered by bandits. Some shuriken and kunai were even stuck in the wooden walls. As expected, executing a mission always leads to unexpected developments. Hyuga Aokawa complained. What's wrong? Hyuga Fu asked. Hyuga Aokawa gave Hyuga Fu a rough summary of the situation. Hyuga Fu chuckled after hearing it. On the surface, this is a C-rank mission, but seeing as the reward is as high as 50,000 ryo, you should expect a high probability of complications. Hyuga Aokawa was a bit surprised. Do you mean these kinds of surprises happen often during missions, Dad? Hyuga Fu nodded with a smile. To be more precise, they often happen in missions that are on the higher end of their difficulty rank. For a C-rank mission like ours, with a 50,000 ryo reward, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to elevate it to a rank B missions. Then why not just set it as a rank B missions from the start? Hyuga Aokawa asked, puzzled. It's not that simple. Hyuga Fu shook his head. According to the regulations, any mission where the targets do not include ninja is categorized as C rank or below. The intel and the targets provided by the client are just ordinary people. The village can't forcibly classify it as B rank, but when the village does the assessment, they foresee that the mission might not be simple, so they push the reward to the maximum within the C rank range. At this point, Hyuga Fu looked serious as he continued to instruct Hyuga Aokawa earnestly. Therefore, when you accept missions in the future, you need to have an idea of what to expect. Any mission where the reward is at the absolute cap for its rank is never as simple as it appears on the surface. Hyuga Aokawa nodded. He hadn't expected that even picking up a mission would involve so many intricacies. None of this was taught in the Ninja Academy's curriculum. Or rather, it couldn't be taught, because these were unwritten rules. One could only learn them through experience while doing missions, or by having a master to guide them. This was the biggest difference between the great clans and commoners. No matter how fair the system was, the advantages brought by legacy allowed descendants to avoid many detours. Hyuga Aokawa suddenly remembered that in the original story, Kakashi mentioned that the rank of a request could be changed. So he asked, if we encounter an unexpected situation that exceeds the mission rank, can't we go back to the village to change the mission? We can, but few people do that. Hyuga Fu cleared his throat. Look, take our mission for example. Even if ninja appear, as long as they aren't very strong, if we go back to the village to change it to B rank, the reward would only increase by maybe 10 or 20,000 ryo at most, because the original 50,000 was already a high estimate, and it took us several days to travel here, and more time to scout intel. To get that extra bit of reward, we'd have to return to the village and then come back. 10 days or more would be gone. By then, the intel we gathered would be outdated and we'd have to start over. With that time, it's better to just finish the mission and go back to the village to take the next one. So in general missions, as long as the enemy's strength is only slightly higher than expected, everyone just finishes it directly. Very few go back to the village to make a change. Hyuga Aokawa nodded to show he understood. Hyuga Fu looked at his son with gratification. Being able to ask these questions showed that his son was truly thinking. Then let's go into the village and have a look. The father and son descended from the high ground, both with their Byakugan active, as they began to infiltrate the village one after the other. 26. Number 26 Intelligence. Chapter 26. intelligence. In the small plaza at the center of the village, several villagers were prostrate on the ground, trembling in fear. Two men sat arrogantly on the steps of a dedicated shrine. They wore mismatched ninja attire, with katanas and kunai placed beside them. Food scraps and bones were scattered on the ground around them. One of the burlier ninjas gnawed on a chicken leg with one hand, while the other held a numb-looking woman, his hand wandering over her as he laughed boisterously. The other ninja kicked away a food box presented by an old man, pointing at him with a sinister expression and cursing loudly. Those two look like they have the strength of a chunin. Dad, which one do you want to handle? Behind a dilapidated wall, Hyuga Aokawa asked. Leave both to me. It's a good chance to practice. You? What? Looking down on your old man? Hyuga Fu glared, his beard bristling. Watch closely and see the difference between one chunin and another. With that, Hyuga Fu leapt over the wall and charged directly at the two men. The two rogue ninjas were startled when someone suddenly rushed at them. But they immediately burst into laughter. Big brother, look, a cripple, he wants to take on both of us. The sinister man from before laughed. Then we'll make sure he never leaves, the burly ninja snorted coldly. He shoved the woman aside and shouted, attack together. Both men moved at once. The sinister man took the lead, charging forward with a kunai in hand. The burly man, however, performed a 180-degree turn and bolted in the opposite direction. Are you kidding me? A cripple he may be, but he's a Hyuga cripple. Attack my ass. I just hope my brother can hold out for a while. Hyuga Fu sneered as he watched the sinister ninja thrust the kunai toward him. Relying on the high perception of his Byakugan, he precisely parried the incoming kunai with one hand. His other palm was already enveloped in blue chakra. Gentle fist. His palm struck the sinister ninja's chest with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, the sinister ninja felt as if his engine had been ripped out. His body lost all control, and he fell backward, stiff as a board. He struggled to open his eyes to look for his big brother, only to see him getting further and further away. Filled with confusion, the sinister ninja's world faded into darkness. In the distance, the burly ninja saw his companion taken down in a single blow. His soul nearly left his body in fright, and he scrambled to speed up his escape. At the same time, he felt lucky that he had been sharp enough to recognize the danger. The most important thing for a rogue ninja was to be observant, especially when encountering ninjas from the great nations, particularly those with a keke. Genkei. Run as far as you can. That's the only way to live a long life. His brother was just too honest. In the next life, if he saw those white eyes or red eyes, he should remember to stay far away. The burly ninja might not have many skills, but he certainly had a knack for running for his life. Furthermore, because Hyuga Fu was missing a leg, he actually failed to catch up even after several uses of the body flicker technique. Seeing this, the burly ninja knew he had made the right gamble. So what if he's a Hyuga cripple? A cripple still can't run fast. Just as he was feeling a bit smug, a flash of light suddenly streaked past the cripple's back. Immediately following that, a blue-white arrow of light appeared, bypassed the cripple, and shot toward him like a bolt of lightning. Damn it. He hurriedly activated the body flicker technique. The next moment, he suddenly felt his right leg get struck by something. His center of gravity instantly vanished, and he face-planted directly into the dirt. He scrambled to get up to continue his escape, but his foot met nothing but air. Subconsciously, he reached down to find the cause. From the right knee down, everything was gone, leaving only a bloody mess at the stump. He stared blankly behind him, where a severed leg lay quietly a short distance away, with bright red blood trailing all the way to where he sat. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he began to howl. Ah, my leg, my leg. Hyuga Fu also looked back to see Hyuga Aokawa on the roof, slowly lowering his spirit bow. He caught up to the burly ninja in a few strides and pinned him to the ground. Speak. What is the situation in Shanlong village? The burly ninja looked terrified. What Shanlong village? The bandits' nest on this mountain. I don't know. I only came to this village 2 months ago. My brother brought me here. The one you killed at the start. Hyuga Aokawa also caught up at this point. Have you seen anyone delivering grain up the mountain? Yes, I saw it once when I first arrived. It was behind that mountain over there. The burly ninja pointed in a direction, responding stutteringly. Then, he gave a fawning smile. Ninja lords, I've told you everything I know. Could you please let me go? I'll give you all the money I have. As he spoke, he pulled a handful of banknotes from his chest and reached back in to pull out more. Hyuga Fu suddenly struck, killing the burly ninja with a single palm. Seeing this, Hyuga Aokawa pulled away the burly ninja's hand, revealing a poison-tipped kunai hidden in his clothes. HMPH, petty tricks, Hyuga Fu sneered. In front of the Byakugan, nothing can remain hidden. Hyuga Aokawa searched the two rogue ninjas and took all their valuables and banknotes. Then he turned and said, "Let's go, Dad. Let's go into the village and ask the villagers." As the two walked back to the plaza, the villagers in the surrounding houses saw them and began to step out one after another. "Thank you, ninja lords," someone shouted first, followed by a chorus of gratitude. A large crowd of villagers knelt down. Seeing this, the Hyuga father and son quickly told them to stand up. After asking the village head to arrange for them to return to their homes, Aokawa asked, "There is a Shanlong village on the mountain nearby. Do you know of it, village head?" "Shanlong village, yes, I know of it," the village head nodded repeatedly. "They used to come down every month to pillage, but they haven't come back in the last 6 months. Our lives were finally starting to get better. But then these 2 rogue ninjas showed up 2 months ago." The village head's face was full of sorrow. No matter how the world changed, it was always the common people at the bottom who suffered. Hyuga Aokawa sighed and asked, "Then, village head, do you know the approximate location of the fortress?" With the surrounding mountains rising one after another, even with the Byakugan, finding a fortress wouldn't be easy for the two of them. The location, the village head knit his brows, recalling carefully. He knew that whether this bandit nest could be eradicated depended on whether he could provide its location today. It wasn't easy to encounter ninjas willing to eliminate evil and bring peace. After a moment, he spoke, "I went up there once but I was blindfolded. However, when we were close to the fortress, I heard the sound of a stream. We don't have many streams around here. Based on the distance, it's very likely near Shanton Creek." As he spoke, the village head pointed to a distant mountain, which happened to be the same direction the burly ninja had pointed to earlier. Only this location was more specific. Hyuga Aokawa nodded. Having a general direction was basically enough. They could always find it with the Byakugan active. He took out the banknotes he had just searched from the 2 rogue ninjas. He handed them to the village head. "Take this money and distribute it among the villagers." The banknotes were of various denominations and showed heavy signs of use. It was clear they had been extorted from this village by the rogue ninjas. "Thank you," the village head knelt down excitedly. "Thank you, ninja lords." The father and son quickly helped the village head up and offered a few words of comfort. Then, they set off toward the mountain the village head had pointed out. 27. Number 27 Mutation. Chapter 27. Sudden Change. According to the information provided by the village, the sound of a flowing stream can be heard near the village. That suggests the village might be built along the stream. So the father and son followed the Shanton stream all the way up, searching with their Byakugan active. Finally, after taking care of several hidden sentries, they found this bandit den near the junction of several mountain peaks. It's actually so far from the location described by the client. No wonder it hasn't been found. Hyuga Fu was very surprised. Maybe the incident with the client's father wasn't even done by people from this village. Hyuga Aokawa said, "That's beyond our scope of execution." Hyuga Fu shrugged. He took out the mission scroll and pointed to the information on it. According to the client, his father was captured by a group of bandits a year ago. After the other party received the ransom, they not only didn't release him but also tortured him to death. He searched for a long time before he found Shanlong Village. Hyuga Fu looked up and pointed to the sign above Shanlong Village. "You see, it says Shanlong Village up there, so it matches. Look at those scantily clad women inside. Even if it wasn't them, we should still eliminate the evil and protect the people." Hyuga Aokawa nodded upon hearing this. Hyuga Fu kept his Byakugan active, watching the patrolling bandits and counting them one by one. 1, 2, 351. Adding the few from just now, the numbers match. Some people's facial features are consistent with the images provided by the client, so that's it. 49 are outside, and 2 are in the cave. The objective of this mission is complete annihilation. Not a single one can be allowed to escape. If even one escapes, the mission is a failure. Fearing that Hyuga Aokawa lacked mission experience, he spoke in great detail. Seeing that Hyuga Aokawa had no objections, he continued, "We'll take out the 49 outside first, then head into the cave to block the 2 inside. Any problems?" "No problem," Hyuga Aokawa responded. "Then it's the same as before. Leave it to me first, and you use the spirit bow to fill in the gaps. Okay, move out." As soon as he finished speaking, the father and son both leapt into the village. Hyuga Aokawa stood on the fortress wall, looking down to monitor the entire village. Hyuga Fu threw several shuriken, taking out 2 sentries on the watchtower before jumping into the village. The bandits in the village saw 2 ninjas suddenly break in. They hurriedly scattered and fled. "Ninjas are attacking, run." Hyuga Fu held a kunai and went on a killing spree, mowing them down like grass without even needing to use the gentle fist. The bandits fled in all directions. Hyuga Fu killed while throwing ninja tools at those who ran further away. He saw someone hiding behind a large tree, motionless within the leaves. He quickly pulled out several kunai and threw them into the air one after another. The kunai constantly crossed and collided in the air, changing directions. It was clearly the Uchiha-style throwing technique that Hyuga Fu had learned. After a series of collisions in the air, the last kunai accurately struck the head of the bandit behind the tree. The bandit fell straight down. Hyuga Aokawa stood on the fortress wall, quietly watching Hyuga Fu. Seeing that there were about a dozen bandits who had already run far away and Hyuga Fu was clearly unable to pursue them, he raised the spirit bow, pulled the bowstring, and condensed light arrows to kill them one by one. As expected, it's a good thing you came along, otherwise some really would have escaped. Hyuga Fu sighed and said to Hyuga Aokawa, if he had come alone this time, there wouldn't have been any danger. But if these bandits scattered and fled, he definitely wouldn't have been able to kill them all. Then he said with a look of envy, this ability of yours is really convenient. Hyuga Aokawa smiled. Let's go, there are two left. The father and son entered the cave together. The cave was winding and twisting. If they didn't have the Byakugan, it would have been hard to navigate, but because of this, the sound from outside could hardly be heard inside. It wasn't until the father and son walked right in front of them that the two bandits realized ninjas had come to their door. Seeing that the path out was blocked and it was a dead end, they brandished their katanas and rushed forward with unintelligible shouts, wanting to fight to the death, but it was futile in the face of absolute strength. Hyuga Aokawa gathered gentle fist chakra in his hands, and under the vision of the Byakugan. After dodging the attacks of the two, he pressed heavily on their chests. The two of them went limp simultaneously in an instant. After dealing with the enemies, Hyuga Aokawa saw that there were quite a few things in the cave. He and Hyuga Fu began to take stock of the items in the cave. As a place where bandits concentrated their loot, there were indeed many good things. A preliminary estimate was that everything added up to be worth tens of thousands of ryo. Hyuga Fu laughed heartily at the sight. This is the hidden remuneration for this kind of mission. While organizing the items, he explained the rules to Hyuga Aokawa. During the execution of a mission, all captured items, by default, belong to the mission performers. As he spoke, he took out a sealing scroll and sealed the organized items into the scroll. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze, and he looked at the floor in confusion. He stepped on it a few times uncertainly, confirming that the floor he was stepping on was indeed a bit unusual. He reached out to feel it and pressed gently. Rumble. A brick on the wall moved, revealing a hidden compartment behind it. It was actually a mechanism. He reached out to feel it. The hidden compartment was covered with a layer of lead plate. No wonder the Byakugan couldn't see through it. He took out the scroll inside, untied the ribbon, and slowly unrolled it. Chakra refining technique? Hyuga Fu's brow furrowed, his expression solemn. The handwriting was neat and without errors, not something rogue ninjas or bandits would have. And the texture and style of this scroll looked like it was from the land of Earth. Dad, there's another scroll here. Hyuga Aokawa also found a small mechanism. He took out the scroll inside. Earth-style wall technique? Hyuga Fu's brow furrowed even tighter, and he turned to Hyuga Aokawa and said, look and see if there's anything else. The father and son activated their Byakugan and searched carefully everywhere. A moment later, they found 3 or 4 more hidden compartments and took out many scrolls from them. They opened them one by one to check and found that they depicted the mountains, rivers, and strategic points of various parts of the Land of Fire. These are all unfinished. Hyuga Aokawa looked at these shocking scrolls, and his heart was also very shaken. These were the ones that were not yet finished and had not been sent out. As for the ones already drawn, who knows how many had already been sent out. It seems this bandit den has been occupied by spies from the Land of Earth, and they have been collecting geographical intelligence on the Land of Fire for some time. Looking at the timing, the village head of Shantan village said that the people of Shanlong village hadn't come down the mountain to raid in the last year. It's very likely that the spies were afraid of drawing attention and restrained these bandits, thus curbing their behavior. Go, we must report this intelligence to the Hokage immediately. Hyuga Fu collected all these things, grabbed Hyuga Aokawa, and rushed outside. After passing through the winding tunnel, they finally reached the cave entrance. Oh my, it seems our nest has been raided. Just as they were about to rush out of the cave entrance, a voice came from outside. Hurry! Hyuga Fu shouted and quickened his pace. Earth release, earth pillar burst. The ninjutsu from outside was faster than Hyuga Fu. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions suddenly occurred on the ground, attacking the Hyuga Aokawa father and son. 28. #28 I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. Chapter 28. Falling asleep instantly. Oh no, Hyuga Fu thought to himself. In front was ninjutsu, behind was his son, and on both sides were mountain walls. He gritted his teeth, stopped himself from dodging, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and faced the ninjutsu head-on. Just as the ninjutsu was about to hit Hyuga Fu, a water screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Water release, water wall. The water screen that rose from the ground separated the inside of the cave from the outside, protecting Hyuga Fu behind it. The high-speed rotating water collided with the explosion on the ground. Bang! The two forces vanished into nothingness, and water splashed everywhere. Being the closest, Hyuga Fu took the brunt of it and was splashed all over with water. He was a bit dazed by this sudden ninjutsu. Before he could react, he was already being pulled by Hyuga Aokawa, rushing out of the cave while the water splashes obscured their vision. Once outside the cave, they finally saw the culprit who had unleashed the earth pillar. Explosion. Two tall men stood outside the cave entrance, one muscular and one thin. The muscular man had his arms crossed over his chest, his chin slightly raised, looking down on them. Seeing Hyuga Aokawa and the other emerge, both with Byakugan, his gaze instantly became excited. So it's the famous Hyuga clan, the clan renowned for their taijutsu. The relatively thin man beside him rolled his eyes upon hearing this and complained. Daitu, why is taijutsu the only thing in your eyes? Don't you think it's even stranger that the Hyuga clan is using ninjutsu? Daitu froze for a moment and scratched his head. Did they just use ninjutsu? I thought that was return to heaven. Then he waved his hand. It doesn't matter. Demon Forest, you just watch from the side later, don't disturb me. Demon Forest held his forehead, a look of utter helplessness on his face. Here we go again. He didn't know what the higher-ups were thinking, pairing him with a taijutsu maniac like this. He couldn't help himself whenever he encountered a taijutsu ninja. He could only try to persuade him. Don't forget Lord Tsuchikage's mission. That kind of thing doesn't matter. Daitu grinned, extremely excited. His face was full of fanaticism, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the Hyuga Aokawa father and son duo. Today, I only want to beat the two of them to death, or be beaten to death by the two of them. Hyuga Aokawa looked at the two men in front of him, his expression solemn. The ninja named Daitu might be at the Jonin level, and the one named Demon Forest was at least a high-level Chunin. Running away wasn't an option. Hyuga Fu's body flicker technique wasn't good enough. The only way left was to fight. But how to fight? He used his Byakugan to carefully observe the surroundings, thinking of a strategy. Aokawa, you go quickly. Dad will cover the rear. Hyuga Fu could also sense the enemy's strength, and his expression was very anxious. His movement speed wasn't enough, he couldn't escape, but there was hope for his son. He could definitely hold them off and let his son leave first. Hyuga Fu turned to see Hyuga Aokawa standing still. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Now was not the time for sentimentality. If at least one could survive, that was enough. Dad, say no more, go quickly. Hyuga Aokawa had just started to speak when Hyuga Fu interrupted him. Okay, Hyuga Aokawa responded. With that, he turned around and ducked straight into the woods behind the mountain. Hyuga Fu's eyes widened, not quite adjusted to the situation. That was quick? He had been afraid his son would be stubborn and was thinking about how to convince him. Seeing his son leave, his expression became serious, and his eyes fixed tightly on the two opponents. Daitu felt a bit disappointed. One got away. He turned to his companion. Demon Forest, you go after the little one. This cripple looks more powerful. Fine, I get it. You really know how to boss people around. Demon Forest grumbled and used a body flicker technique to chase after Hyuga Aokawa. Hyuga Fu still wanted to stop Demon Forest. Daitu used body flicker technique instantly and kicked out. Your opponent is me. Hyuga Fu hurriedly parried. The immense force of the kick pushed him back several steps. Daitu gave a light snort, loosening his limbs and neck. I'm also a taijutsu ninja. Today, I'll test the famous gentle fist. On the other side, in the dense forest, towering trees blotted out the sun, vines were everywhere, and weeds grew thick. As soon as Demon Forest entered the woods, he saw the clumsy attempts to hide tracks on the ground and couldn't help but laugh. A brat is just a brat. It would have been better not to try and hide them at all. He sensed carefully for a moment and headed in one direction. Before he had gone far, a trap lay blatantly on the path he had to take, its execution as crude as a prank. You call this a trap? Even a pig wouldn't step in it. The smile on Demon Forest's face deepened. His pace didn't falter at all. His toes lightly tapped a thick tree root. His body, like a leaf in the wind, slid smoothly and gracefully past the side of the trap. Over the next stretch of road, he dodged 3 or 4 more traps in the same manner. These traps were either to the left or right, their execution looking as if they were cast from the same mold, crude and immature. With each one he dodged, the disdain in Demon Forest's heart grew. He continued the pursuit. In the distance, the terrain ahead suddenly narrowed. He discovered another clumsy trap. Only this time, as his gaze swept over it, he instinctively felt something was off. Looking a bit closer, the color of the soil on both sides of the trap had a subtle difference from the surroundings. If it were any other ordinary ninja with insufficient experience, it would be hard to notice. Trying to use habitual thinking to lure me into bypassing the trap from the sides as well? A bit of brains, I suppose, but unfortunately for you, you've met me. Demon Forest evaluated it in his mind with a superior air, like looking at a child's doodle. He didn't stop, observing the surrounding environment as he ran. The vines on both sides blot out the sun. If I want to bypass these 3 traps, I'll definitely have to take a long detour. And to save time, jumping over that tree fork above is the most logical way. He looked at the empty space by the tree fork ahead, a flash of understanding in his heart. Since I can only jump through this tree fork, then the real killing move must be here. While running, he pulled out several kunai and shuriken with both hands and threw them with all his might toward the middle of the tree fork ahead. Boom boom boom. The hidden weapons triggered the trap in the middle of the fork, detonating the explosive tags hidden within. Child's play. Demon Forest sneered, his disdain mixed with a bit of pride at having solved the puzzle. He hurried to the base of the tree and leapt up with supreme confidence. As his body cleared the tree trunk, the scene behind the tree appeared. The brat he was chasing. At this moment, he was holding a massive blue and white spirit bow in his hands. Standing on the path ahead, he was drawing a chakra arrow, his gaze cold, quietly aiming at him. Demon Forest hadn't yet figured out what that thing was. The brat let go, and a bolt of light like lightning suddenly shot out, rapidly bearing down on him. With nowhere to gain leverage in mid-air, Demon Forest didn't even have time to struggle. He could only watch helplessly as that light arrow struck his head heavily. Boom! A spray of blood erupted in the air. Demon Forest's body, which had been about to clear the tree fork due to the momentum of his jump, was sent flying backward as his head was struck heavily by the light arrow. He crashed straight onto the ground. 29. Number 29 Flying Kites. Chapter 29. Kiting. Hyuga Aokawa put away the spirit bow and drew a kunai. He rushed forward at high speed, bypassing the traps. He charged up to Demon Forest's side, ready to deliver the finishing blow. But he found it was no longer necessary. Demon Forest's head was a bloody, pulpy mess. With injuries like that, he was dead beyond any doubt. Forget treatment, even the interrogation division would have trouble extracting memories from him. He focused his mind. Reishi network. Silken ribbons fluttered around him, though they were far sparser than when he had used them back in the village. He grabbed one of them. Dad's position hasn't changed. He's still there. Hyuga Aokawa directly leapt over Demon Forest's corpse. Following the direction sensed by the Reishi network, he sprinted madly. Shanlong Village. Hyuga Fu was slumped against a wall, covered in blood and grime, his clothes tattered. His arms hung limply at his sides, his forearms bent at unnatural angles, clearly broken. His face was swollen around the eyes, his eyelids drooping heavily, but his gaze was fixed intently on the Daitu standing before him. Daitu's condition was the opposite of Hyuga Fu's. He was much cleaner, though the blood that occasionally spilled from his mouth when he smiled showed he wasn't in much better shape. He grinned, his teeth stained crimson, and laughed. First time I've ever had my internal organs pulverized, nearly died. The gentle fist truly lives up to its reputation. But Daitu's grin widened, his eyes growing even more manic. In the end, I won. I can still move, while your arms are broken, you can't even stand. I defeated the gentle fist. Hyuga Fu's eyes were vacant. Hearing this, he suddenly let out a derisive snort. It doesn't matter anymore. My son has already escaped. Escaped? Daitu acted as if he'd heard a joke. You think a kid of his level could escape from Demon Forest? You really are something else, aren't you? He roared with laughter, which agitated his internal injuries, causing another mouthful of blood to spray out. Damn it, that gentle fist technique is really insidious. Enduring the excruciating pain inside him, he took step after step toward Hyuga Fu. Regardless, let me give you a dignified death. He raised his fist, arching his body back to gather strength, preparing to deliver the final blow to Hyuga Fu. Seeing this, Hyuga Fu also closed his eyes in despair. Having fought until now, he had no stamina left to counterattack. Being able to wound his opponent to this extent was only possible because he had fully leveraged the advantages of the Byakugan and the Gentle Fist. And this was against an opponent who was also a taijutsu specialist, whose main strength lay in close combat. If it had been someone else facing him just now, even just a chunin, he would have had no advantage at all. Just as the fist was about to smash into Hyuga Fu, suddenly, Daitu sensed something fast as lightning shooting toward him. Instinctively, he swung the fist he was about to throw toward that object. Thud. His arm collided with a beam of light. The light dissipated, but he also felt a strange sensation in his arm. It went numb. He instinctively looked down and saw that his entire right forearm was gone. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed something flying away. Focusing, he saw it was precisely his missing forearm. He stared blankly at the semicircular, bloody wound where his upper and lower arm met. He was a bit slow to process it. A wave of intense pain followed, making him howl. "Ah, my hand." His breathing grew increasingly ragged, coming in heavy gasps. Enduring the agony, he turned to look in the direction from which the light had come. He saw the little brat that Demon Forest had gone to chase, now standing quietly at the edge of the woods. In his hand was a massive spirit bow, and he was staring coldly at him. "Brat, you're not dead. You actually dared to come back." Daito gritted his teeth, pulling out a kunai with his left hand. He activated the body flicker technique and charged toward Hyuga Aokawa. A second arrow of light shot toward him. He barely managed to deflect it to the side with his kunai, but before he could regain his stance, a third arrow of light was already upon him, striking him in the abdomen. Gah! Daito staggered back several steps, vomiting a large mouthful of blood. He looked down. His abdomen was a bloody, mangled mess. If he hadn't specialized in taijutsu and trained his body year after year, making it stronger than an ordinary ninja's, that one hit would have killed him outright. "You brat," he snarled, his heart filled with hatred. But the distance between him and the brat was already beyond the throwing range of a shuriken. He could only activate the body flicker technique again and charge forward once more. After blocking yet another incoming light arrow, he finally closed within throwing range. He hurled the kunai in his hand with all his might, then pulled out several shuriken and threw them in succession. Just as the projectiles were about to reach the brat's face, Hyuga Aokawa left behind an afterimage and vanished. When he reappeared, he was once again outside the throwing range. Bastard. Severely wounded, he simply couldn't keep up with Hyuga Aokawa's speed. He could only grit his teeth and give chase again. He had already thrown all his projectiles. Now he only had one kunai left. Gripping the kunai tightly, after blocking several more light arrows, he finally closed in on Hyuga Aokawa. With all his remaining strength, he thrust the kunai viciously at Hyuga Aokawa. Even injured multiple times, he was still a jonin, a taijutsu specialist. His full power strike was not something Hyuga Aokawa could withstand. The kunai stabbed hard into Hyuga Aokawa. Huh? The feeling is wrong. The next moment, Hyuga Aokawa's figure turned into a splash of water and scattered to the ground. Water clone technique? Daito's heart skipped a beat. That brat had that spirit bow in one hand the whole time. When did he form the hand seals? He turned his head to look. The brat was once again outside throwing range. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. He turned, ready to attack again, but another light arrow shot toward him. Daito hurriedly slashed it away with his kunai, then body flickered in front of Hyuga Aokawa. But Hyuga Aokawa body flickered away again. Then another light arrow came over and over. Every time he painstakingly closed the distance, that brat would just widen the gap again, continuously firing light arrows with that bizarre spirit bow of his. These light arrows weren't as powerful as the one that had taken his forearm. But coming one after another, they were impossible to defend against completely. The slightest lapse, getting hit by one, and even the toughest body would be left a bloody, mangled mess. Finally, after being hit by another light arrow, he no longer had the strength to pursue. He staggered back several steps and slammed heavily against the wall. Hyuga Aokawa didn't approach. He just kept drawing his bow and firing arrows. He kept adding wounds to the figure slumped against the wall. For the final blow, Hyuga Aokawa gathered a bit of strength and fired a shot that struck the head, ending it. Seeing the figure by the wall stop moving completely, he finally relaxed. Panting heavily, he dragged his feet over to the stunned Hyuga Fu. "Dad, how are you? Why did you come back?" Hyuga Fu retorted. "How could I just leave you behind?" Hyuga Aokawa replied with a "why even ask" expression. "What about the other guy? Dead. I chased him into the woods and shot him dead with an arrow." Hyuga Fu was very surprised to hear this. That guy wasn't weak. Did he really die so easily? Just as he was about to ask, Hyuga Aokawa spoke first. "Can you move? Should I help you up?" As he spoke, he moved to help Hyuga Fu stand. "OWW. OWW. OWW, my arms are broken, don't touch them." Hyuga Fu howled in pain. 30. Number 30 Earth Release Chakra. Chapter 30. Earth Attribute Chakra. "Ah, sorry, Dad." Hyuga Aokawa hurriedly put down Hyuga Fu. He searched the surrounding area for 2 suitable branches, then tore off several strips of gauze. Returning to Hyuga Fu's side. "Dad, I need to set your arms first." Bear with it, otherwise if you let these arms hang all the way back to the village, they'll be ruined. Alright, go ahead. Hyuga Aokawa nodded, formed a hand seal, and activated his Byakugan. Under the X-ray vision, he saw that the forearms weren't shattered fractures and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the break points, he carefully adjusted the position of the forearms relative to the upper arms. Amidst Hyuga Fu's continuous groans of pain, he finally used the gauze and branches to temporarily immobilize Hyuga Fu's 2 broken arms. Afterwards, he took out a water canteen and some ration pills, feeding them to Hyuga Fu. He himself slumped down, took out a few more ration pills, and washed them down with water. That series of instantly fired light arrows may not have been overwhelmingly powerful, but they were still quite chakra draining. The chakra reserves in his body were already completely depleted. You're something else, kid. Hyuga Fu, looking up at the sky, suddenly spoke. The one chasing you was at least a veteran Chunin, maybe even a special Jonin. And you actually managed to kill him without a scratch on you, and still came back to help your old man. He underestimated me, Hyuga Aokawa replied, then added, you weren't half bad either, Dad. That Daitu was at least a Jonin. If your leg wasn't injured, you might have even been able to kill him alone. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Fu wore an expression that said it was only natural. As a member of the Hyuga clan, shouldn't that be expected? He wasn't humble at all. It's just that these past few years since I got injured, I've fought less and grown rusty, which is why I took a hit at the start of the fight. He suddenly sat up straight, turned his head towards Hyuga Aokawa, and said, now do you understand why I've always insisted you master the gentle fist? The gentle fist combined with the Byakugan gives an advantage against fighters of all levels, except perhaps the Hokage. Even though you now have a method like the Holy Arrow, you can't neglect it. The gentle fist is an excellent complement to the Holy Arrow, but no matter how long range a ninjutsu is, there will always come a day when you get closed in on. Hyuga Fu spoke earnestly. Hyuga Aokawa had never liked the gentle fist since childhood. He feared that after his son awakened a new Kekkei Genkei, he would completely abandon the gentle fist. Don't worry, Dad. Watching Hyuga Fu ramble on, Hyuga Aokawa smiled and gave him a reassuring pill. The gentle fist is also an indispensable part of my taijutsu system. I won't neglect it. Taijutsu itself was an important part of the system Hyuga Aokawa had designed, and the gentle fist had its own unique merits. Although its drawback was that the subsequent secret techniques were tightly controlled by the main family, leaving many branch family members stuck in a limbo. However, he now had the Stone Gate. If he was lucky, there should be a chance to obtain the subsequent secret techniques. He just needed to figure out how to explain the origin of these secret techniques. Seeing that his son had taken his words to heart, Hyuga Fu also nodded and slowly leaned back against the wooden wall. Then, he suddenly jolted upright again, looking at Hyuga Aokawa. What's wrong now, Dad? Where did you get that water release ninjutsu from? Hyuga Aokawa didn't respond. His eyes darted away. He really didn't know how to explain this matter to Hyuga Fu. He couldn't very well say he obtained it from the Stone Gate. That was his greatest secret. Even his father, he dared not tell. It wasn't a matter of distrust, but rather that once spoken, it could invite immense trouble. The ninja world was a place where even the dead couldn't keep secrets. Besides, letting Hyuga Fu know about the Stone Gate's existence held no meaning. But how should he explain it to him? If you won't say, your old man won't ask. Just don't show off your new Kekkei Genkei and ninjutsu in front of the clan members. Hyuga Aokawa was taken aback and asked, puzzled, why is that? Hyuga Fu shook his head, can't really put it into words. It's just a feeling I have. The clan has always propagated the ideology of gentle fist supremacy, discarding all other schools, but from my many years of observation, it's not that the clan looks down on learning other things, but rather that they don't want us to learn them. They don't want clan members to develop systems outside the gentle fist. This somewhat overturned Hyuga Aokawa's original understanding. He had always thought the Hyuga clan was arrogant and conceited. Because of the existence of the Byakugan and Gentle Fist, they had become complacent and closed off, believing there was no need to learn anything besides the Gentle Fist, because it was unnecessary. But from what Hyuga Fu just said, there seemed to be another reason hidden within. They didn't want clan members to learn. Given the nature of the main family, this probably meant it was forbidden to learn. To put it bluntly, it was an unspoken rule. Is this to further control the branch families through the Gentle Fist? Hyuga Fu shook his head. That's just my intuition. Because with this Gentle Fist supremacy ideology, I've yet to see anyone in the clan actually learn ninjutsu. So my theory hasn't been verified either. Hyuga Aokawa nodded. If that's the case, then he needed to be careful about it. Suddenly, a series of words from the Stone Gate appeared one after another. Open black lens bracket helping the weak and oppressed, aiding the vulnerable. You have gained favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket body flicker technique experience *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket body flicker technique upgraded to proficient level. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket energy crystal *120 close black lens bracket. Then, these words all disappeared, and new text emerged. Open black lens bracket eliminating tyranny for the people, removing harm for the populace. You have gained favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 80 trigrams 32 palms experience *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 80 trigrams 32 palms upgraded to practiced level. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket energy crystal *60 close black lens bracket. This should be the reward for eliminating the bandits. Open black lens bracket bravely capturing a spy, protecting national secrets. You have gained favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket earth attribute chakra *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket earth release chakra nature transformation. Practiced level. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket earth release. Earth pillar explosion. Practiced level. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket crushing rock body technique. Practiced level. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket energy crystal *340 close black lens bracket. Crushing rock body technique. Hyuga Aokawa was very curious. He carefully perceived the memories related to this taijutsu. He discovered this was probably obtained from that ninja called Daitu. It was a school of taijutsu from the land of earth, different from Konoha's light and agile style of taijutsu. Crushing rock body technique was more suitable for tall, power-type ninjas. Its attacks were characterized by overwhelming force and weight. This wasn't very suitable for him. However, some of its concepts for generating power, as well as its physical training methods, could be borrowed for reference. But for now, he didn't have time to study it. A short while later, both of them had recovered most of their stamina and a bit of their chakra. Hyuga Aokawa then got up and, with his Byakugan active, went to the various underground rooms in the stronghold. Amidst a chorus of gratitude, he released all the imprisoned women inside. He also distributed some of the loose paper money seized from the cave among them, telling them to each return home. Afterwards, he returned to the woods and stripped anything of value from Demon Forest's body. Earlier, his sole focus had been on saving Hyuga Fu, leaving no time for looting. He didn't spare Daitu lying on the ground either. After collecting everything, he set the entire stronghold ablaze. Only then did he follow Hyuga Fu, walking slowly towards Konoha village. Along the way, Hyuga Fu, wanting to make use of the time, proceeded to teach Hyuga Aokawa some common knowledge about setting traps, hiding, and tracking on the spot. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 31. Number 31 Hinata's deskmate who can't drown. Chapter 31. The Hyuga deskmate who won't drown. As a result, Hyuga Fu was surprised to discover his son had a very solid grasp of this common knowledge and possessed seasoned experience. Some of his methods were things even a ninja like himself, who had been carrying out missions for years, hadn't thought of. Yet his son, a held-back Ninja Academy student, could perform them naturally. It was as if he had suddenly mastered them. However, he didn't ask much. As long as his son knew how to do it, it was fine. The father and son had spent 4 or 5 days on the road coming here. On the way back, they had been walking for a full 10 days and still hadn't reached the village. After 12 days they finally returned to Konoha. After settling Hyuga Fu into the hospital, Hyuga Aokawa rushed into the Hokage office. He reported all the information he had gathered to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi was shocked and immediately forwarded the intelligence to the relevant Anbu departments for a thorough investigation. Afterward, he highly commended the achievements of the father and son. He gave them a round of encouragement, ranging from the village's will of fire values to personal self-improvement. After a long speech, he finally got to the material benefits. He provided a subsidy for Hyuga Fu's treatment, waiving the fees at Konoha Hospital. He also recorded an A-rank mission on their records and issued a reward of 150,000 ryo. This made Hyuga Aokawa incredibly happy. With these 150,000 ryo, it could largely offset the impact of the Hyuga clan reducing the branch family's pensions. After submitting the mission, Hyuga Aokawa headed home first. His grandmother was at home. If he stayed out too long and didn't return, the elderly woman would worry. When he got home, his grandmother asked about Hyuga Fu's whereabouts. Hyuga Aokawa made up a random excuse to brush it off the next day. Early in the morning, the school was crowded. Before he knew it, the new term had started. Hyuga Aokawa stood at the school gate, scanning the newly assigned class lists on the wall. Ever since Kakashi graduated early and set a record, a trend of striving for early graduation had quietly emerged in the school. The village seemed to have tacitly approved of this trend and secretly lowered the standards, resulting in many classes being under-enrolled. Thus, the school decided to merge and reorganize some classes. Hyuga Aokawa's original class was broken up, and he was assigned to transfer into another class to continue his studies. Building A, 3rd floor. Hyuga Aokawa found his name on the class list. He turned here and there, checking room by room, until he finally found his new class. The classroom was already packed with people. Some were talking, while others were playing with paper airplanes. Boys and girls were playing around in various ways. A female teacher came out of the faculty office and walked toward his classroom. She had her hair in a single ponytail, with bangs sweeping across the corner of her eye, and wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Her professional teacher's attire was very proper. She looked like a strict teacher. Judging by the teacher's photo on the class list, this should be his homeroom teacher, Inoue Rigetsu. Hyuga Aokawa quickly went up to meet her and explained his situation. Hearing this, Inoue Rigetsu's face darkened, her eyes filled with a bit of helplessness. Even though not many people in the class she was responsible for had graduated early, leaving few vacancies, yet the school still squeezed in a student for her, assigning her a held-back student. And he was a well-known problem student in the school. Sigh, this year's performance bonus is going to decrease again. She looked at the handsome student before her, sighed, nodded, and led Hyuga Aokawa into the classroom. Walking to the podium, Inoue Rigetsu slapped the desk hard. Quiet. Her stern voice instantly drowned out the noise. Seeing that the little ones below had quieted down, she pulled Hyuga Aokawa over. This is a new transfer student, Hyuga Aokawa. Everyone should learn from each other from now on. After saying that, she looked at Hyuga Aokawa. Why don't you introduce yourself to everyone? Hyuga Aokawa nodded and stepped onto the podium. He introduced himself generously. Hello everyone, I'm the new transfer student, Hyuga Aokawa. His handsome, clean face combined with a sunny smile instantly attracted the attention of the whole room. The room fell silent for a moment, then erupted in enthusiastic cheers and screams. Ah, the new transfer student is so handsome. What transfer student? Don't you know Senior Aokawa? He's a famous heartthrob in the school. Really? Then I announce that Uchiha Toshihiko is crossed off my husband list and replaced by Hyuga Aokawa. Fengling, you're so fickle. I can't help it, he's too good looking. I can only say sorry to Toshihiko. The girls in the class had shining eyes and were very happy. TCH whatever, another pretty boy. Exactly, I don't know what he's so smug about. In contrast, the boys in the class cast hostile glances one after another. For a moment, all sorts of voices arose. Inoue Rigetsu thought to herself, as expected, he started causing a stir as soon as he arrived. The noise from below made her feel a surge of irritation. She picked up her ruler and slapped the podium hard. Alright, quiet. The noisy shouts below fell silent once more. She turned to Hyuga Aokawa and pointed to an empty seat in the last row. You sit there. Your desk mate is also from your Hyuga clan. Okay, thank you, teacher. Dodging several small hands trying to secretly slip him notes along the way, Hyuga Aokawa finally reached his seat, only to find that he had been assigned a female desk mate. She had her head buried under the desk, doing who knows what. Hello, I'm your new desk mate, Hyuga Aokawa, he greeted. There was no response. She remained with her head buried. Hyuga Aokawa didn't mind. He sat down and picked up the stack of newly issued textbooks on the desk, flipping through them to see what the courses were. Good grief, it seems everything from astronomy to geography has to be studied. A full stack of 11 books. But these were just the basic courses. Besides these, there were other additional courses. Things like information gathering, wilderness survival, tracking and counter reconnaissance, emergency treatment, a whole bunch of them. No wonder these people of the ninja world, who have superpowers and use chakra as energy, are all complaining about the workload. The most exaggerated one was the Will of Fire. A single sentence from the first Hokage had developed into 5 or 6 books, including Origins and History of the Will of Fire, Future Development of the Will of Fire, and On the Contemporary Will of Fire. Having been full of confidence about performing well, he couldn't help but take a deep breath upon seeing so many courses. After a moment, the female deskmate finally made a move. She peeked up cautiously, like a little mouse. Like a rabbit emerging from its burrow, she revealed her jade-white eyes, blinking as she observed her surroundings. Seeing someone suddenly sitting next to her, she was first a bit dazed, then sat up straight in a fright. The cute animal pattern printed on the front of her clothes trembled along with her. Her little cheeks, which had been stuffed full and were chewing happily, instantly froze. Her eyes were wide and round, like a startled rabbit, very cute. I'm your deskmate, Hyuga Aokawa. Hyuga Aokawa smiled and extended his hand. Her eyes were clear, and her small head didn't seem to have reacted yet. A moment later, she suddenly panicked and hurriedly stuffed the remaining half-piece of bread in her hand into her mouth. She chewed haphazardly a few times, swallowed with difficulty, and then picked up her water bottle to take a huge gulp. Finally, she wiped her hand on her clothes before cautiously reaching out to shake Hyuga Aokawa's hand. The female deskmate was very beautiful. Her skin was fair, her nose small and exquisite, and she looked very innocent and romantic. As he lightly held her small hand, a sensation of smoothness and softness came from her fingertips, along with a hint of coolness. My name is Hinata Ayane. She gave an embarrassed smile, her eyes curving beautifully like crescent moons. Only when she turned around did Hyuga Aokawa realize he hadn't seen the whole picture earlier. She was wearing a loose white t-shirt with cute little animals drawn on it. Having inherited the excellent genes of the Hyuga clan, her figure filled out the loose combat uniform perfectly. It tapered into sharp curves at her abdomen, creating a strong contrast with her still childish face. Looking at her smooth, blackish-purple long hair draped casually over her shoulders, Hyuga Aokawa felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Have we met somewhere before? Hyuga Aokawa asked. Hinata Ayane was taken aback, a thoughtful look appearing in her eyes as if she were trying hard to remember. After a moment, she shook her head and said, I don't really recall. Hyuga Aokawa also felt he was overthinking. Maybe I remembered wrong. Hinata Ayane blinked her beautiful eyes and looked curiously at her new deskmate. When did you sit here? I've been here from the start. I even greeted you just now, but you might not have noticed. Haha, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. As she spoke, she seemed to suddenly remember something and turned her body sideways. She whispered, do you want to eat this? 32. Number 32 Medical Ninja. Chapter 32, Medical Ninja. Do you want to eat this? Hinata Ayane's voice rang out. Her voice was soft and sounded very pleasant. She leaned to the side, and Hyuga Aokawa's gaze followed downward. He saw her move aside the two upright textbooks on the outer edge of the desk, revealing the small stash underneath. Bread, snacks, drinks, everything was there in abundance. Everything was arranged very neatly, evenly and symmetrically. Is there anything you like? Hinata Ayane asked in a low voice. Hyuga Aokawa glanced at the dazzling array of stock and politely declined with a smile. I ate a lot this morning, thank you. This morning, his grandmother had almost pried his mouth open to feed him. He really couldn't fit another bite. The school bell rang. Bang, bang, bang on the stage. Inoue Rigetsu tapped the lectern again with her ruler. Class is now in session. The sound of the ruler hitting the lectern seemed to be etched into every student's DNA. Whenever that collision sounded, even the most restless hearts were forcibly calmed. In the classroom, those turning back to talk or playing around all stopped. The noise vanished without a trace instantly. Seeing this, Hyuga Aokawa and the other person quickly sat up straight. During the first class, the teacher usually spoke some nonsense, like course schedules or disciplinary requirements. Taking advantage of this time, Hyuga Aokawa opened his book and skimmed the table of contents. Then he flipped to the corresponding chapters to look at the concepts. Having a good idea of what the lesson would cover, he settled down to listen attentively. The things taught in school were still very useful before one reached the strength to steamroll everything. High combat intelligence itself requires a foundation of broad knowledge. Itachi, who was teased as Kishimoto's favorite son, whenever in a predicament, he could always pull some obscure information that others didn't know from some corner of his knowledge, thereby turning the tide of battle. Bloodline is useful, but at the same level of power. What influences victory or defeat is the combat intelligence of both sides. Kaguya, with her bloodline maxed out but being a sweet simpleton, was ultimately sealed away. Before they knew it, the first class ended quickly. Throughout the entire class, Hinata Ayane secretly ate snacks several times in considerable quantities. She seemed to get hungry very easily. However, her eating manner was no longer like before, taking huge bites. Instead, she nibbled in small bites like a lady, looking very elegant. It was only the occasional glances she stole at Hyuga Aokawa that revealed her heart wasn't as quiet as her appearance suggested. After one class, Hyuga Aokawa felt much more enriched. He stood up, preparing to go to the restroom to make some space. A girl with short hair and some good looks suddenly flashed in front of him. Seeing this, several other girls who were also eager to stand up silently sat back down. Aokawa-kun, the girl crossed her hands in front of her, her expression somewhat fidgety and shy. I found a very delicious restaurant. Let's go try it together tonight? I have things to do tonight, thank you. Hyuga Aokawa declined with a smile and started to leave. The girl hurriedly followed. Aokawa-kun, my name is Kobayashi Kurenai. Hello, Kobayashi Kurenai-san. Hyuga Aokawa replied, walking on without turning his head. Kobayashi Kurenai followed again. If you find it a mouthful, you can just call me Xiao Hong. That's what everyone calls me. Alright, Kobayashi Kurenai-san. Hyuga Aokawa responded flatly, while quickening his pace. Only when he saw from the corner of his eye that Kobayashi Kurenai hadn't followed did he breathe a sigh of relief. According to his previous life's experience, if a parking spot isn't open to the public, one should light up the full red light from the start. A flashing green light only gives outside cars a false impression, making them linger until they run out of fuel and block the entrance. Seeing that Hyuga Aokawa had already stepped quickly into the men's restroom, Kobayashi Kurenai had no choice but to stop resentfully. Pouting, she returned to her seat with a face full of unwillingness. Xiao Hong, how did it go? Her deskmate leaned in. Kobayashi Kurenai shook her head. He didn't agree, said he has things to do tonight. It's fine, he's a handsome guy. They aren't that easy to get, the girl comforted her. Besides, Xiao Hong, you're our class beauty, this handsome guy will be yours sooner or later. Oh, stop it, Kobayashi Kurenai waved her hand, responding shyly, though her face wore an expression that took it for granted. By the window in the classroom, Shinichi Ge, look at Sister Hong. Uchiha Tsuyoshi gestured with his chin toward Kobayashi Kurenai, who was looking shy and timid in the distance, and said to Uchiha Shinichi beside him, this pretty boy starts attracting bees and butterflies as soon as he arrives. Even Sister Hong has been hooked by him. Uchiha Shinichi snorted coldly and clenched his fist. What's the use of just having a good-looking skin? A man has to show his true worth with his hands. Exactly, who doesn't know that my Shinichi Ge is the real genius of our year? Uchiha Tsuyoshi echoed. Uchiha Shinichi crossed his arms over his chest and said proudly, that pretty boy has repeated grades several times. His skills must be mediocre. When it's time for practical class, I'll see where he can hide his face. Right, Uchiha Tsuyoshi realized. When Sister Hong sees that he's good-looking but useless, she'll definitely change her mind. Hyuga Aokawa didn't know that a melodramatic plot had already begun in the classroom because of his arrival, and that he had been cast in it, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He didn't have the energy to get involved in these kids' games. After returning from the restroom, he glanced at Hinata Ayane, who was eating again, shook his head, and continued reading his book. After a few classes, Hinata Ayane had completely finished off all the bread and snacks, large and small, under her desk. The morning classes thus came to an end. Text suddenly popped up before Hyuga Aokawa's eyes. Open black lens bracket, diligent study and progress. You have received a favor, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, substitution jutsu. Practiced level. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Practiced level. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, energy crystal. *20 close black lens bracket. He hadn't expected that just listening attentively in class could trigger a favor. If these small favors could pop up from time to time, it would be a decent income. Ding-a-ling. The bell for the end of school rang. The teacher on the stage also packed up the teaching aids and announced the end of school. See you this afternoon. Hinata Ayane's voice rang out. Hyuga Aokawa had just looked up. She had already stood up and rushed out of the classroom, disappearing. Does she have to be so punctual? He shook his head and began packing his books from the desk. He returned home after school. His grandmother had already prepared the meal. After eating, Hyuga Aokawa lay on the sofa to space out for a while, then went to his room to rest. The Ninja Academy's schedule was similar to that of later generations. He took a 30-minute nap before getting up to go back to school. The afternoon classes were taught by other teachers. They were basic subjects like overview of kunai combat, basics of trap placement, and hidden weapon throwing. Hyuga Aokawa had already acquired this knowledge through favors and had decent practical experience, so they weren't very useful to him. What he lacked now wasn't these skill-based things, but rather some common-sense knowledge. He casually picked up a book, his gaze sweeping over it. Overview of Medical Ninja. Hyuga Aokawa opened the cover of this Overview of Medical Ninja. In the middle of the title page was a message. The value of a medical ninja lies in protecting the lives of their comrades. Those who do not know how to cherish their comrades are not fit to be ninjas, let alone medical ninjas. Tsunade Hyme. Table of Contents. Prologue. The mission and status of medical ninja. 1.1 What is a medical ninja? The lifeline on the battlefield. 1.2 Historical evolution. From the Senju clan to the modern medical system. 1.3 Core creed. Never give up on the life of any comrade. 1.4 The role and importance of medical ninja in a team. Chapter 1. The foundation of medical ninjutsu, chakra control. 2.1 Nature transformation of chakra, the essence of yang release. 33. Number 33 Simplified water array wall. Chapter 33. Simplified water release, water wall. From the table of contents, the entire book was an introduction to the concept and basic principles of the medical ninja. It seemed that the introduction to medical ninjutsu had already begun back in school. No wonder Sakura and Rin were able to pick up the study of medical ninjutsu so quickly after graduation. The foundation had already been laid in school. It's just that the content was extremely dry and boring. No wonder Obito and Naruto couldn't get into it. But Hyuga Aokawa's eyes lit up. Yesterday, he was still worrying about his physical fitness not improving in the short term. He feared being sent out as cannon fodder when the Third Great Ninja War arrived, and he didn't want to expose his Quincy skills so soon. Medical ninja. Isn't this a path that suits me perfectly? The positioning of a medical ninja itself is as a non-frontline combatant, usually located in the relatively safe rear of the team. This perfectly masked the inherent impression that the Hyuga clan should be scouts and frontline teammates. Otherwise, bearing the Hyuga surname, he would likely be assigned by default to the most dangerous scouting and frontline taijutsu positions when the team assigned tasks. Even if his Quincy skills were gradually revealed in the future, they wouldn't conflict with his identity as a medical ninja at all. One could even say they complemented each other, a medical ninja healing in the rear, while holy arrows provided precise snipes from a distance. It was simply a perfect tactical combination. He would be just like Nidalee in the jungle, able to heal and fight, effective at both close and long range. From the perspective of talent, a Quincy is the epitome of high-precision energy manipulation. This perfectly met the almost demanding high requirements for chakra control that a medical ninja needs. Coupled with the Hyuga clan's innate Byakugan, he was simply a natural-born doctor in the making. Internal bleeding, organ damage, bone dislocation, everything was transparent before the Byakugan, completing an X-ray scan in an instant. Moreover, the ultimate chakra control developed through medical ninjutsu could, in turn, nurture the improvement of Quincy's skills. Of course, this path wasn't one he had to follow blindly to the end. His plan was to master a few practical medical ninjutsu for emergencies. Meanwhile, securing an official identity as a medical ninja would be enough for him to legitimately slack off in a team and safely fire arrows from the shadows. This was just a transition. During this time, he could continuously accumulate energy crystals and explore the secrets behind the stone gate. Once his physical fitness or chakra volume underwent a qualitative leap, he would then consider transitioning to other paths. With the dual potential of the stone gate and the Quincy, he might one day be able to go toe-to-toe with those high and mighty Otsutsuki. However, he remembered that learning medical ninjutsu seemed to require the yang release chakra nature. Logically, everyone should possess both yin and yang natures. But looking at his personal info panel through the stone gate, he didn't see himself possessing that yang release chakra nature. So, maybe I need to activate it through specific cultivation? Or wait for some stroke of luck where a favor directly rewards the relevant attribute. Regardless, it wouldn't hurt to work in this direction first. He then immersed himself in the book, reading through it page by page. Time spent in focus always flew by, in what felt like the blink of an eye. The afternoon classes were nearing their end. Hyuga Aokawa closed the book and stretched contentedly. Turning his head, he found his seatmate Hinata Ayane nibbling on a biscuit, her large eyes blinking as she watched him with curiosity. "What's wrong?" Hyuga Aokawa asked. Hinata Ayane swallowed the biscuit in her mouth, her voice muffled. "You seem to really like this book? I talked to you several times this afternoon, but you didn't pay any attention to me." "Huh?" Hyuga Aokawa felt a bit embarrassed hearing this and apologized with a smile. "Sorry, I was thinking about some things and was too engrossed to notice." Hinata Ayane shook her head, just about to say something else. In the next moment, the school bell rang. She abruptly stopped what she was about to say and grabbed her leftover biscuits. "See you tomorrow." Having said that, she vanished from his sight at top speed, leaving Hyuga Aokawa dumbfounded. Does she have to be that punctual? He shook his head, tidied up his desk, and stood up to leave school. After going upstairs and showering, he finally lay comfortably on his bed again. Then, his consciousness entered his sea of consciousness. This time, he moved his attention to the energy crystals column. 520 pieces, plus the original 20, made a total of 540 energy crystals. If calculated by a fixed ratio, they could increase the fusion degree by 27%. Without a second thought, he pressed the plus sign next to fusion. As the energy crystals decreased, the Quincy fusion degree soared. He felt something new continuously being injected into his body. Finally, the energy crystals were exhausted. The fusion degree reached 67.52%. Hyuga Aokawa felt that along with the significant increase in fusion degree, his control over Quincy skills and his chakra control ability had also improved greatly. The light arrows that used to dissipate after 30 meters when instantly fired could now reach 40 meters. The condensation time for long-distance chakra arrows was also greatly reduced. He went to the backyard. Since the yard wasn't 40 meters long, he didn't test the light arrows. Instead, he started testing his chakra control ability. He used the water release, water wall from his last experiment again. This time, he could reduce the original 4 seals of the water release, water wall to 3. And it wouldn't slow down the casting speed. With his current control ability, if he completed all 4 seals, the speed of releasing the ninjutsu would be much faster than before. However, his reduction of hand seals was different from the second Hokage's. He relied purely on high chakra control ability, replacing the guidance of one seal with mental operation, whereas the second Hokage mostly used his unparalleled talent to optimize one seal that guided one chakra root into one seal guiding 2 chakra roots. This was also why he could teach the simplified water wall to Maruboshi Kosake. After all, Maruboshi Kosake didn't have chakra control as terrifying as the second Hokage's. Afterwards, he tried the hand seals for C-rank ninjutsu. For something like water clone technique, he could now reduce the original 3 seals to 1. If released with one hand, he could cast it using 2 one-handed seals. After confirming the boundaries of his abilities once more, Hyuga Aokawa was in high spirits. Just as he was about to return to his room, his grandmother's voice came over. "I knew it was you, you little brat, wasting the water." He turned around and saw that his grandmother had also come to the backyard at some point. She was pointing at the empty water vat and the water stains on the ground, looking at him angrily. "You're so big and still playing with water. Last time you wasted all my water too." As she spoke, his grandmother picked up a bamboo stick, preparing to hit Hyuga Aokawa. "Ah!" Hyuga Aokawa cried out as he dodged repeatedly. "Grandma, I'm practicing ninjutsu." "You're still lying, trying to trick an illiterate old lady like me? What ninjutsu does our Hyuga clan practice?" his grandmother said as she raised the bamboo stick again. "Grandma, look." Hyuga Aokawa quickly used the water stains on the ground to release a small water curtain for his grandmother to see. Seeing the water on the ground form a continuously rotating water curtain under her grandson's control, the old lady's anger slowly dissipated, and she lowered the raised bamboo stick. "Then remember to fill the water vat for me." "No problem. What do you want to eat tonight?" "Grandma will go prepare the ingredients." Seeing her grandson practicing hard, the old lady showed her doting side again. "No need, Grandma." Hyuga Fu was still waiting at the hospital. If he waited for his grandmother to finish cooking and then ate, then went out to buy food for him, Hyuga Fu would have to wait a long time. Hyuga Aokawa quickly shook his head and said, "Grandma, I want to eat out tonight." "Eating out again? Which place are you going to?" The old lady pursed her lips, looking displeased. The sushi place next to the bathhouse." Hyuga Aokawa just made up a shop. "Oh my, that place isn't hygienic. I heard the owner blows his nose and doesn't wash his hands before making sushi." "Then I won't go there." Hyuga Aokawa shuddered at his grandmother's words. "I'll go buy some buns then. Grandma can make buns for you. Who knows what kind of lymph meat they use in those buns? Outside? You can't eat that. Then I'll have fried chicken, okay? That oil is all old oil, they never change it." All right, Grandma." Hyuga Aokawa interrupted the old lady's spellcasting. "Grandma, just let me go out and eat once, okay?" Under her grandson's coaxing, the old lady finally softened. "Fine, but don't come back too late, okay?" "Don't worry, Grandma." Hyuga Aokawa prepared to go back to his room to change clothes. "You're going out before you've even filled the water for me." His grandmother looked at him unhappily. "You father and son have no memory. I always have to tell you to do something 3 or 4 times. "Oh, Grandma, I'll do it right away." After Hyuga Aokawa filled the water vat he had wasted, he changed his clothes and went out. Walking on the street, Hyuga Aokawa looked at the various delicacies on both sides. There was such a dazzling array that he really didn't know what to eat. Suddenly, he saw a small shop ahead that was very conspicuous. He walked over to take a look. "Ichiraku ramen." Hyuga Aokawa's eyes lit up. This is it. Last time, he had wanted to try this ramen place that Naruto was always thinking about. But he didn't get to eat it. This time, he had to give it a good try. Little ninja, what kind of ramen would you like? Ichiraku greeted him warmly. Hyuga Aokawa looked at the various flavors of ramen and was about to speak. His peripheral vision suddenly caught a familiar figure sitting in a corner seat behind the curtain. He turned his head and found that it was actually Hinata Ayane. 34. Number 34 Cute Big Eater. Chapter 34, The Cute Big Eater. At this moment, Hinata Ayane was happily devouring a bowl of ramen. Her fair little cheeks were puffed out, making her look like a cute little squirrel. On the two seats next to her, she had neatly stacked over a dozen empty bowls each, perfectly symmetrical. Hyuga Aokawa's eyes widened in shock. Was a large appetite hereditary for girls of the Hyuga clan? She was eating so much. He finally remembered the first time he had met Hinata Ayane. He now knew where that inexplicable sense of familiarity had come from. She was practically a carbon copy of Hinata, who wouldn't be born for another few years. It was just that Hinata Ayane had grown her hair long early on, and her features were more refined than Hinata's. That was why Hyuga Aokawa hadn't realized it at first. But seeing all those empty bowls beside her now, he recalled that 20-some years later, there would be another Byakugan girl. Right here at Ichiraku Ramen, she would claim the title of the #1 Big Eater. Even the Akamichi clan would fall behind her. At the table, Hinata Ayane was eating with pure joy. Eating out was the happiest time of her day. At home, she always had to follow various family etiquettes, which dictated that girls should take small bites and not eat too much. She never felt full there. Eating out was much happier, even if it cost quite a bit of pocket money. She was about to tell the owner that he could start on the next bowl. Suddenly, she felt a gaze fixed on her. Confused, she turned her head to look. In an instant, her expression froze. She even forgot to chew the noodles in her mouth. Ow, Aokawa, what are you doing here? Hinata Ayane hurriedly bit off the noodles hanging from her mouth and spoke indistinctly. After grabbing a tissue to wipe the soup from her lips, within 2 seconds, her posture suddenly became dignified and elegant. I came to try this ramen. I heard it's very good, Hyuga Aokawa said with a smile. It is indeed very delicious. She moved over to one side, gesturing for Hyuga Aokawa to sit beside her. Hyuga Aokawa smiled and sat next to her, ordering a bowl of miso ramen from Ichiraku. He turned to see the mountain-like stack of empty bowls at his spot. He wasn't sure what to do for a moment. Hinata Ayane finally realized the problem as well. Her face flushed red, and she looked at Ichiraku, stammering, "Oh, owner, why haven't you cleared away the bowls from the previous customer?" Her voice lacked confidence, sounding very guilty. Ichiraku, who was boiling noodles, turned his head with a bewildered look. After his brain stalled for a moment, he finally caught on. Yes. He hurried forward and took away all the empty bowls next to Hinata Ayane. As he took them, he apologized with a sheepish smile to both of them. "Sorry, I've been too busy. Please excuse me." Hyuga Aokawa couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. He played along, saying, "Business is good, it's understandable." He then started chatting with Hinata Ayane. Ichiraku soon brought out the ramen Hyuga Aokawa had ordered. The two talked while they ate. Soon, Hyuga Aokawa noticed that there were very few noodles left in Ayane's bowl. But she was still eating slowly, as if waiting for something. It was obvious she wasn't full yet, but perhaps because he was there, she was too embarrassed to order more. He finished his noodles quickly and ordered a takeout portion for Hyuga Fu. He made an excuse to leave early so that Hinata Ayane could continue her feast. When he reached the hospital, Taro was already continuously treating the bones based on Hyuga Fu's condition. Mission accomplished, Taro said with a happy smile as the light in her hands faded. Hyuga Aokawa smiled at the news. Does that mean he's fully recovered? Not quite yet. The muscle tissue hasn't been repaired. Let me rest for a bit, Taro said. I'm sorry for the trouble. After resting for an hour, green light once again gathered in Taro's hands, covering Hyuga Fu. Her control was extremely exquisite. Her hands continuously allowed pure yang-released chakra to slowly permeate the torn muscle fibers. She stimulated the satellite cells around the damaged and broken tissues to divide and regenerate at high speed, guiding them to reconnect and realign. She frequently looked at the examination sheet nearby. She constantly adjusted the intensity of the chakra permeation based on the locations reported on the sheet. Seeing this, Hyuga Aokawa also activated his Byakugan to assist her in the treatment. He wasn't good at diagnosing injuries, but locating them was no problem. About an hour later, the healing glow in Taro's hands finally dissipated. Alright, the muscle part is done too. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. Thank you, Dr. Taro. What, Dr. Taro? Call me big sister. Taro feigned being angry and reached out to pinch Hyuga Aokawa's cheek. He dodged it instantly, but seeing her reach out to pinch him again, Hyuga Aokawa quickly shouted, Big sister, I'll call you big sister. Alright. That's more like it, Taro said, hands on her hips. Then she suddenly spoke again. The X-ray vision of your Byakugan is really convenient. It saved a lot of effort. Are you interested in working at the hospital after graduation? It's much better than fighting and killing on the front lines. Come to the hospital? Yes, don't waste the talent of the Byakugan. This year, the village intends to expand the scale of medical ninjas. Hyuga Aokawa felt a bit tempted upon hearing this. Even though he wanted to be a medical ninja just to stay in the rear of a squad, it didn't mean he wouldn't go to the front lines, because killing enemies on the front lines would provide him with greater benefits. However, the hospital could also serve as a springboard for a medical ninja, so it was worth considering. That sounds very tempting. Hyuga Aokawa neither accepted nor refused. Taro laughed. Then think it over carefully. She continued, your uncle can be discharged tomorrow. Okay, thank you, big sister Taro. I'll be going now then. Take care. After Taro left, Hyuga Fu leaned in with a bit of gossip. That girl isn't bad. Where did you meet her? Dad, I'm only 12. What's wrong with 12? When I was 12, I'd already dated several girlfriends. But she's 18, 6 years older than me. Older sisters know how to take better care of people. Hyuga Aokawa rolled his eyes at that. People in the ninja world were truly precocious. However, Taro's suggestion just now was indeed quite good. Although he planned to be a medical ninja for a frontline squad, being able to transition through the hospital first and accumulate more experience was also a good direction for development. He turned to see that Hyuga Fu was already able to eat by himself. He asked with concern, Dad, how do you feel? Better than ever. I reckon I don't even need to wait until tomorrow. I could be discharged in a bit. Hyuga Aokawa smiled at that. He was also very happy that Hyuga Fu had recovered. He stood up and said, then Dad, handle the discharge yourself tomorrow. Grandma has been asking where you went, saying you've never carried out 2 missions in a row before. If you don't get discharged soon, I won't know how to explain it to her. Hyuga Fu gave a helpless smile. That's just how your grandma is, always worrying. The next day, Hyuga Aokawa went to school as usual. As soon as he entered the classroom, his classmates were whispering about him. He didn't pay them any mind and walked straight to his seat to sit down. He continued reading his school textbooks. Before long, Inoue Rigetsu walked in. Behind her followed a ninja of the Hyuga clan in his 20s. However, Hyuga Aokawa didn't recognize this clansman. We are having a pop quiz, Inoue Rigetsu said with a stern look, holding a stack of test papers. Ah, why is there a test so soon? We've only had a few classes. Is this for real? No key points were highlighted, and there was no prior notice. Why is there an exam? Are you stupid? Didn't you hear her say it's a pop quiz? The classroom was filled with a chorus of complaints. Quiet. Inoue Rigetsu slammed her set square against the podium. Once the room quieted down, she spoke. This test is just to gauge your current level. There will be no punishments, and the results won't be publicized. You must perform to your true ability during the test. Cheating is strictly prohibited. 35. Number 35 Temporary Test. Chapter 35, Pop Quiz. The test must reflect your true level. Cheating is strictly forbidden. Saying this, Inoue Rigetsu turned to introduce the Hyuga clan ninja behind her. This is the proctor for this exam, Hyuga Shin. The Byakugan can observe the flow of chakra, and he will use it to monitor the exam room throughout the entire session. Inoue Rigetsu swept her eyes across the class with a serious expression, focusing particularly on the children from Kekkei Genkei families. So please do not make a mistake, students. If cheating is discovered, you will be expelled immediately. Do you understand? We understand, the students answered in unison. Inoue Rigetsu nodded and continued. Pass the test papers down now. The exam will begin in 5 minutes. Before then, you may look through the papers, but you are not allowed to write. The test papers were passed down one by one from the front to the back. Teacher, you must have made a mistake. We haven't even started learning this course yet. Some students in the front row who had received their papers began to question it after seeing completely unfamiliar topics. Yeah, teacher, did you hand out the wrong papers? Inoue Rigetsu took a test paper and glanced at it. The papers are correct. If you understand them, fill them out. If not, it's fine to hand in a blank sheet. However, I still hope you do your best, but you absolutely, positively must not cheat. She emphasized repeatedly. Below, Hyuga Aokawa took the paper and scanned it. indeed, it was all material that the school hadn't taught yet. 1. In which of the following situations is the use of the palm immortal technique prohibited? A. Ruptured internal organs. B. Epidermal abrasions. C. Shock due to chakra exhaustion. D. Festering and suppurating wounds. 2. The core chakra nature of medical ninjutsu is release. 3. In a squad, the primary survival principle for a medical ninja is. 4. Please briefly describe the importance of chakra control for medical ninjas and list 2 basic training methods. There were multiple choice, fill in the blank, and short answer questions. There were even word problems, practical questions, and ethics questions. Good grief. It was all from the overview of medical ninja course. Some of it was even beyond the syllabus. If you weren't a transmigrator, you might not even know it just by reading the books. The exam began. The atmosphere was completely different from their usual classes. The civilian students in the class tried to make an effort at first. But once they saw the paper was completely beyond their scope of knowledge, almost all of them simply gave up, completely lying flat and waiting for the exam to end. In contrast, the children from the great clans were the exact opposite of how they were in normal classes. Usually the ones lying flat, they were now scratching their heads in frustration, their faces masks of agony. With knowledge several levels higher than the civilians, they vaguely sensed that this exam had some undertones of a selection process. Therefore, each of them tried their best to answer the questions. Unfortunately, they hadn't looked at the books at all since they were handed out. They could only rely on the bits and pieces of knowledge they had picked up within their families to choose a few options. Inoue Rigetsu observed the students' expressions and thought to herself, just as I thought. After several fruitless attempts, almost all the students simply put down their pens and started playing with the erasers on their desks. The occasional few who tried to write were also frowning deeply, hesitating with every stroke, not knowing where to start. What surprised her the most was actually that pair of Hyuga desk mates. The two of them were actually writing without pause, as if they had truly studied it. This certainly made her see them in a new light. Soon, Hyuga Aokawa finished the paper. Thanks to having finished the medical overview course in advance, along with some hygiene knowledge from his past life, his answering went very smoothly. He stretched and turned his head to find that many of his classmates had basically given up. What surprised him instead was that Hinata Ayane, beside him, was writing furiously. He sat quietly, waiting for the exam to end. Hyuga Shin, proctoring from the stage, saw these two clansmen. But he shook his head inwardly. Although the grades weren't out yet, in his view, the fact that these two clansmen were writing so smoothly meant they had spent quite a bit of energy on this medical course. Instead of that, they would have been better off spending that time on the gentle fist. It was a waste of the Byakugan's talent. Time ticked by, and the exam time was up. Inoue Rigetsu ordered the students to stop writing. Then she collected the papers one by one and, after organizing them, announced that class was dismissed. As soon as Inoue Rigetsu stepped out of the classroom, the activity of students greeting each other about the exam began. How did you do? Not great. I couldn't understand it, so I picked C for all the multiple choice questions and left the rest blank. Same here. I don't know why they suddenly gave such a difficult test. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, the teacher said it's fine even if we hand in a blank sheet. After class, the students began whispering among themselves, discussing the exam. Hyuga Aokawa was also quite curious, and he looked at Hinata Ayane. I saw you answering quite smoothly. Why? Have you studied this material before? Hinata Ayane tore open a bag of dried fish, squeezed one out, and popped it into her mouth. She chewed happily, her eyes curving into crescents from the deliciousness. Hearing Hyuga Aokawa's question, she replied indistinctly, No, I saw you holding this book a while ago and looking very absorbed in it. I got curious and started reading along, and I actually found it quite interesting. Saying this, she handed a book to Hyuga Aokawa. He looked at it. Sure enough, it was the overview of Medical Ninja he had been reading earlier. That's quite a coincidence. Hyuga Aokawa laughed. It really is. Hinata Ayane squeezed another small fish out of the package and handed it to Hyuga Aokawa. Here's one for you. Thanks. As Hyuga Aokawa ate the dried fish, his mind began to ponder. After the deaths of Nawaki and Kato Dan, Tsunade had been dedicated to ensuring that every squad was equipped with a medical ninja. Although this initiative wasn't fully realized until she became Hokage, the reason was that training medical ninjas was too difficult. It required extremely high talent and learning ability. Once one was finally trained and sent to the front lines, they could easily be targeted and taken out. However, the village's efforts regarding medical ninjas were ongoing. People like Rin and Sakura were all medical ninjas trained from their classes. With war approaching, Taro had also told him yesterday that the village was going to vigorously train medical ninjas. So, today's pop quiz was likely some kind of selection. Here's another fish. This time, Hinata Ayane held a piece of dried fish directly to Hyuga Aokawa's lips. Seeing this, Hyuga Aokawa lightly bit it with his teeth. Thanks. Uchiha Tsuyoshi, sitting by the classroom window, watched the two of them feeding each other and poked Uchiha Shinichi beside him. Brother Shinichi, look at that pretty boy chatting happily with the big eater girl again. Uchiha Shinichi's expression was a bit strange and he shook his head. Although I don't want him bothering Kurenai, I think his taste is really poor. No matter how you look at her, that big eater girl is nowhere near as good as Kurenai. Uchiha Tsuyoshi also nodded. I think so too. She's too fat, and she's fat in a different way from everyone else. 36. Number 36. Everything for the Uchiha. Chapter 36. Everything for the Uchiha. Uchiha Tsuyoshi spoke while gesturing toward his chest and stomach. Like my old man, when he's fat, it's all in the belly. His chest isn't that big. The big eater girl has a big chest, but her stomach and waist are actually quite small. Uchiha Shinichi nodded in deep agreement. Soulmate, I think so too. Her figure isn't as slender as Little Red's. He suddenly laughed. Maybe when she eats, the food gets digested before it even reaches her stomach. Ha ha ha, Shinichi Ge, you're so funny. Uchiha Tsuyoshi laughed along with him. Then he changed the subject and asked, Shinichi Ge, how did you do on the test? Uchiha Shinichi shook his head. I didn't know most of it. I only filled in a few multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. I'm about the same. Such a shame. What's a shame? Don't tell me you actually want to be a medical ninja? Uchiha Shinichi looked at him as if to say, no way, right? Of course not. Feeling questioned, Uchiha Tsuyoshi stiffened his neck and responded, that's good then. Uchiha Shinichi nodded. The Uchiha clan is meant for fighting. How can we stand in the back doing things meant for women? I just don't want to be outdone by that pretty boy. Uchiha Tsuyoshi quickly defended himself. Didn't you see how smoothly pretty boy and big eater girl were testing? They probably did well. HMPH the Hyuga clan must have received the news in advance. Uchiha Shinichi clenched his fists, feeling very indignant. Even though we're both prestigious noble clans, the village overlooks us every time. Uchiha Tsuyoshi nodded vigorously in agreement. You're right. Even though being a medical ninja isn't our cup of tea, we can choose not to want it, but they can't choose not to give it to us. One day, I'll become the Hokage and change this situation. Uchiha Shinichi slammed his hand on the desk, speaking with resentment. Shinichi Ge, I support you. The exam had taken up one of Inoue Rigetsu's class periods. Therefore, all the breaks between the following 3 classes were taken by her to continue teaching. 3 classes in a row. The class broke out into another wave of wailing and complaints. But under Inoue Rigetsu's high-pressure authority, the students could only listen to the lecture obediently. After a few classes, Hyuga Aokawa noticed something. Hinata Ayane ate very few snacks today, aside from the bag of dried small fish she opened after the exam. She was very quiet during the other classes. When asked, Hinata Ayane pouted and said, my pocket money for this month has all been spent. Hyuga Aokawa thought about it and guessed that she had probably enjoyed the ramen too much yesterday, and all her money had gone to Ichiraku. He couldn't help but find it a little funny. As soon as the school bell rang, Hinata Ayane disappeared from the classroom right on time. It was as if she had been suddenly summoned away. Hyuga Aokawa also got up to go home for dinner. Time soon reached the afternoon. Inoue Rigetsu walked in holding a document and the exam list. The school has established a new basic medical training class this year. The goal is to train students who love medicine and want to save lives to become medical ninjas. Based on this morning's exam, a total of 3 students in our class have qualified for training. When the children of the great clans heard this news, they thought to themselves, as expected. This kind of surprise test was meant to filter people. The civilian students in the class also realized the purpose of the morning's test by now. They also realized what they had missed out on. After all, not everyone liked fighting as much as the Uchiha. To be able to work safely in the rear was the dream of many civilians. Now, that dream had slipped away right in front of them. They felt a bit down, but children's moods come and go quickly. They were soon hooked by Inoue Rigetsu's next words. The 3 of them are. At this point, Inoue Rigetsu paused, a slight smile appearing on her face. They are Hyuga Aokawa with 98 points, Uchiha Tsuyoshi with 89 points, and Hinata Ayane with 86 points. The 3 of you can come to me after class to get the application forms to fill out. Now, let's congratulate the three of them with a round of applause. The students below burst into cheers. In the seat by the window, Uchiha Shinichi turned his head and looked at Uchiha Tsuyoshi with a face full of disbelief. Didn't you say you only did a few multiple choice and fill in the blank questions? The total score for those questions is only 20-something points? How did you manage to get an 89? Right off the bat, Uchiha Shinichi hit him with a triple threat of deadly questions. Uchiha Tsuyoshi's eyes darted around, not quite daring to look at Uchiha Shinichi. In his heart, he was cursing Inoue Rigetsu to death. We agreed not to announce the scores. How could you sell me outright after the test? As a man of the Uchiha, not going to the front to fight, but wanting to be a medical ninja in the rear instead. This would be an honor for other clans, but it was poison to him. His mind raced as he stammered a response. I actually did write something for the big questions at the end, but I just wrote randomly. I didn't expect to guess right. Uchiha Shinichi looked like he understood. I didn't expect you to be a genius, Tsuyoshi. You can get an 89 even by writing randomly. Then he asked, but if you don't plan on being a medical ninja, why did you write the big questions? I was afraid that if the big questions were left blank, it would damage the reputation of our Uchiha clan. Right, damaging the Uchiha's reputation. Uchiha Tsuyoshi instantly seized onto this righteous cause. His thoughts became clearer, and he no longer stammered. Shinichi Ge, it's just that you didn't take the test seriously. If you had, you would definitely have scored higher than me. Our Uchiha clan's talent is right there. How could we be bad? This time, it's clearly the village being unfriendly toward us. But the more the village dislikes us, the more we have to show our worth. At this point, Uchiha Tsuyoshi was practically glowing with the light of everything for the Uchiha. With this exam, I wanted the village to know that even without their advance notice, someone from our Uchiha clan would still be selected. We can choose not to want it, but they can't choose not to give it to us. His radiance grew stronger, and for a moment, Uchiha Shinichi had trouble keeping his eyes open. He felt like something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He could only nod in agreement. I didn't think that deeply. I've troubled you. Everything for the Uchiha. Uchiha Tsuyoshi involuntarily raised his right hand. In an instant, Uchiha Shinichi seemed to see the words loyalty and sincerity lunging at him from within the light. It didn't dissipate for a long time. The little interlude between the two Uchiha brothers didn't attract anyone else's attention. The students in the class were still cheering, especially the girls. Ah, Aokawa is so handsome, he's good looking and his grades are great too. Let's see who dares to say Aokawa is just a pretty face with no substance anymore. 98 points is miles ahead of them. Exactly, handsome and smart, he's the perfect boyfriend template. Suddenly, a strange, indignant voice rang out amidst the cheering. Teacher, this is unfair. The voice was like a sudden bolt of thunder, leaving everyone bewildered. The crowd's applause and cheering subconsciously slowed down as they all looked toward the source of the voice. 37. Number 37 Yongdun. Chapter 37, Yang Release. A boy with short hair stood up. We weren't given the chance to study for this course's exam in advance. He stared at Inoue Rigetsu with sharp eyes and clenched teeth. I'm not convinced by being filtered out so simply. Inoue Rigetsu looked at the boy, and her impression of him automatically surfaced in her mind. Yoshimura Katsuyuki, a commoner student, from a poor family, good grades but very envious. Seeing his heavy hostility over a single exam, she felt a bit displeased. However, she still frowned and responded patiently. The method of this test was determined by Lady Tsunade, with the goal of filtering for those who truly love medical care. Yoshimura Katsuyuki's eyes lit up upon hearing this, instantly catching a loophole in Inoue Rigetsu's words, and he hurriedly pressed. Then teacher, although I didn't test well, I also love medical care and aspire to save lives. Can I also go to the training? After speaking, he turned to look at the surrounding classmates. Not just me, many students in the class love medical care and want to participate in such training. Everyone, isn't that right? Yeah, teacher. The other students around, not minding the trouble, chimed in one after another. If they could make a scene, maybe they could also get a training opportunity. You love medical care? Inoue Rigetsu was laughed into anger. For this test, you only need 30 points to qualify for training. Is 30 points hard? If you had even looked through the overview of Medical Ninja once, you could easily score 60. Among the heckling students, some began to lower their heads in shame. But Inoue Rigetsu did not let them off. She continued her verbal onslaught with eloquence. You love medical care? If you love medical care, this book has been out for over a month now, and you haven't even looked at it. This is how you love medical care. During the exam, I told you to do your best, did you? Now that the opportunity is gone, you know how to love it. Under Inoue Rigetsu's barrage of words, the surrounding students lowered their heads even further. Seeing that the tide had turned, Yoshimura Katsuyuki could only sit down helplessly. However, the resentment on his face had not dissipated, and he was still unconvinced in his heart. The classroom was suffocatingly quiet. Seeing the students below looking like frostbitten eggplants, Inoue Rigetsu let out a long sigh. Her tone softened as she comforted them. Don't be discouraged. This is just the first round of trials. There might be a second round. The students' expressions immediately brightened upon hearing this. Really? Teacher, this many people certainly won't be enough. There will be more opportunities later, Inoue Rigetsu said. You just need to be prepared so that when the opportunity comes, it won't slip away. Do you hear me? We hear you. Open black lens bracket. You have set a good example of loving learning and aspiring to save lives. You have obtained favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have activated the yang release chakra attribute. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained yang release chakra nature transformation. Entry level. *1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Energy crystal *30. Close black lens bracket. This can also earn favor. Seeing the text appearing before him, Hyuga Aokawa was very happy. Originally, he was still worrying about how to determine his chakra attribute. Are you going to participate in the medical training? A very sweet and healing voice came. Hyuga Aokawa turned to look. Hinata Ayane was leaning over sneakily. She was very close. Hyuga Aokawa could even smell the faint fragrance on her. He nodded. Naturally, I am. This is one of my plans. Hinata Ayane also nodded. Then I'll go with you. Hyuga Aokawa smiled. It depends on whether you like it or not. Only if you like it can you keep doing it. I like it. She looked at Hyuga Aokawa with a slight blush. Since you like it, then let's go together. We'll go to the teacher for the application form later. Great, Hinata Ayane said joyfully. After class, the two of them went to Inoue Rigetsu together. Inoue Rigetsu took out the application forms for them to fill out. She was actually quite surprised. She hadn't expected these two to qualify for training. After all, one was a repeater with notoriously bad grades. The other's grades weren't much better. Soon the two finished filling out the forms, and Inoue Rigetsu took them to check. After adding some details, she signed her name. She handed the forms back to the two of them. Next Saturday at 9 a.m., remember to report to the 3rd floor of Konoha Hospital on time. Understood. Thank you, teacher. The two responded and prepared to leave. Wait, Inoue Rigetsu suddenly called out to them. The two turned back in confusion. Inoue Rigetsu thought for a moment and added, there might be an assessment then, so remember not to overwork yourselves these few days. Don't stay up late, and get plenty of rest. Do you understand? Understood. Thank you, teacher. Go on. Goodbye, teacher. Inoue Rigetsu watched the two leave, sighed, and turned back to continue checking the students' homework. Hyuga Aokawa and the other returned to the classroom chatting and laughing. The next 3 classes were not Inoue Rigetsu's. They were taught by other teachers. Among them, Will of Fire was taught by a male teacher named Tamayuki Sarutobi. Hyuga Aokawa immediately sat up straight and listened with full attention. To get along well in Konoha, political awareness was indispensable. In his previous life, he had sneered at politics in school, but now he studied it frame by frame. A few classes passed quickly. As usual, Hinata Ayane was the first to rush out of the class. Hyuga Aokawa also got up to leave. Hyuga Fu should be discharged from the hospital today. He wanted to go over and see if any help was needed. As soon as school was over, the students rushed out like birds and beasts, leaving the entire floor empty. The noisy campus instantly became quiet. In the office, Inoue Rigetsu stretched and realized that the office was empty. She tidied her desk and prepared to go off work to eat. Getting up, she noticed a pair of dark eyes at the door, peeking in sneakily. Who is it? Inoue Rigetsu called out coldly. She looked closely and realized it was Uchiha Tsuyoshi. She breathed a sigh of relief, and her tone softened. Uchiha Tsuyoshi, what are you doing? Teacher, are you alone in the office? Uchiha Tsuyoshi asked. Yes, do you need something? Uchiha Tsuyoshi's eyes lit up, and he walked in rubbing his hands with a smile. Teacher, I want to get an application form for medical ninja training. If you want a form, just get a form. Why so mysterious? I thought you were up to something, Inoue Rigetsu said as she turned and leaned over to open a drawer. Uchiha Tsuyoshi looked at Inoue Rigetsu's back as she searched for the form, his expression a bit hesitant. Teacher, could you do me a favor? Go ahead. Inoue Rigetsu didn't look back. Uchiha Tsuyoshi hesitated for a moment before speaking. Don't tell anyone that I came to get the form. Inoue Rigetsu found the form and pulled one out. She turned and handed it to Uchiha Shinji, her expression a bit strange. Isn't this a good thing? Why are you afraid of people knowing? Anyway, just keep it a secret for me, teacher. Alright, I promise you. Soon Uchiha Tsuyoshi filled out the form, and Inoue Rigetsu gave him the same instructions before letting him leave. 38. Number 38 Uchiha City Management. Chapter 38, Uchiha Urban Management. Hyuga Aokawa walked through the crowded school gates and onto the main street. A sudden shout rang out from ahead. Who told you that you could set up a stall here? He looked toward the sound. He saw two ninjas with the Uchiha clan crest embroidered on their clothes standing in front of a small stall. The leader of the two had a face full of arrogance. He was looking down at the vendor, shouting loudly. Setting up a stall in violation of regulations. According to the Public Security Management regulations, you are fined 1,000 ryo. Ninja Lord, please have mercy. I really didn't know I couldn't set up a stall here. I don't even earn 1,000 ryo in a whole day. Seeing the heavy fine, the vendor clasped his hands and kept pleading. However, that arrogant Uchiha didn't care at all. So you're refusing to pay the fine, then? According to the Public Security Management regulations, refusal to pay a fine results in the confiscation of stall equipment. As he spoke, he turned to his companion. Yuji, pack up all his things and take them away. Ah? The vendor quickly threw himself over the stall, protecting his goods. He looked at them with a face full of disbelief. Ninja Lord, I rely entirely on these things to survive. If you take them away, how will I eat? Uchiha Yuji looked a bit conflicted upon seeing this. Brother Shimizu, do we really have to take everything away? Nonsense. Uchiha Shimizu was not soft-hearted in the slightest. Did you forget how badly we were complained about last month when we relaxed our management? Confiscate it. From now on, we follow the regulations strictly. No one will be able to find any fault. He then gave a cold snort, his gaze turning fierce as he looked at the vendor protecting his goods. Obstructing law enforcement. Then you'll be taken back to the garrison command headquarters. Lord, I won't do it again, I'll pay the fine. Seeing that Uchiha Shimizu was serious and the punishment was escalating, the vendor's face was filled with terror. Too late. Uchiha Shimizu grabbed the vendor with one hand and then looked back. Yuji, pack up his things and bring them back. After saying that, he began to drag the vendor toward the garrison command headquarters. Lord, I really won't do it again. The vendor desperately pulled at Uchiha Shimizu. I'll pay the fine, and you can take the goods. I beg you, just don't take me to the garrison command headquarters. Let's talk once we're at the garrison command headquarters. Seeing that Uchiha Shimizu was unmoved, the vendor began to name drop, bringing up his family connections. Lord, my relative's son-in-law is also a ninja. He works in the Hokage's office building. His name is Takayuki Sarutobi. I don't know if you know him. I don't care if his name is Takayuki or whatever Yuki. It won't work no matter who comes. If you violate the regulations, the law must be enforced according to the regulations. Uchiha Shimizu didn't acknowledge the connection at all. Seeing the vendor still struggling, he grabbed the vendor by the back of the collar and lifted him up like a little chick, walking away with him. Seeing many people gathered around to watch the spectacle, he suddenly shouted, "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll take you away for obstructing law enforcement too." The crowd scattered in terror. Hyuga Aokawa was also greatly shocked from not far away. Now even urban management was under the jurisdiction of the garrison command headquarters. Whose brilliant idea was this? For these vendors, if the law was enforced strictly, then they would have no way to survive at all. But if the management was too lax, they would take an inch and one a mile. All sorts of illegal road blockages and messy stalls would appear. The balance between enforcement and empathy in this was something that could only be understood, not explained in words. It couldn't be clearly laid out on paper. One could only rely on constantly accumulating experience on the job to grasp the proper measure, letting the single-minded heads of the Uchiha manage these affairs that required the most nuance. Weren't they afraid of causing chaos? He shook his head. This was likely Danzo's handiwork again. With such an arrangement, before long, the Uchiha would probably make enemies of the whole world. Time passed quickly. In a flash, more than a week had gone by. During this time, Hyuga Aokawa followed Hyuga Fu to perform another C-rank mission near the village. Only this time, the energy crystals amounted to a measly 20. It's not even as much as I got for studying hard last time. He had originally wanted to grind C-rank missions to get more energy crystals. Now it seemed that the way to obtain favor wasn't that simple. Since that was the case, he would follow his own pace for now. Saturday morning, Hyuga Aokawa arrived at the hospital on time to report. At the registration area on the 3rd floor of Konoha Hospital, quite a few people were already waiting. He didn't see Hinata Ayane. She probably hadn't arrived yet. However, he actually saw someone wearing a black robe. The Aburame clan? Do those who raise bugs also come to be medical ninjas? He scanned the crowd. Most were students like him, but there were people from other age groups as well. It seemed that personnel were not only recruited from the school, but also through other channels. Quiet, everyone line up in an orderly fashion. A woman dressed in medical staff clothing stood at the front and spoke loudly. The floor quickly became quiet. She continued, I am the person in charge of this test. My name is Chiba Yune. Test? What test? The people below were very confused. I didn't hear about a test before coming here. Yeah, didn't we already pass? The crowd began to raise questions. This time is to screen for people in the village suitable to be trained as medical ninjas. You are all people who have passed tests through other channels, but that's not enough. There is another test today. Seeing that everyone had quieted down after a brief commotion, Chiba Yune continued, everyone has a certain foundation of medical knowledge and knows the importance of chakra control for a medical ninja. Therefore, today's test is to examine your chakra control ability. She turned slightly and pointed to a piece of equipment behind her. This is the equipment for testing the chakra control of newcomers today. Everyone followed her gaze. They saw a whiteboard covered with transparent glass behind her, with a fish drawn on it. A long wire on the left side of the glass was connected to a nearby computer. The bottom of the glass was connected to a metal rod that led to a handle on the table in front. The content of today's test is to trace the fish on the whiteboard behind the glass plate. The glass is specially made. Chakra will remain on it longer than on ordinary glass, but it will still dissipate. Therefore, you need to draw this picture before the first stroke of chakra disappears. She pointed to each component of the equipment in turn. During the test, everyone hold this handle on the table and input chakra. Control your chakra to trace the shape of the fish on this glass plate. The more the chakra tracing overlaps with the fish pattern on the whiteboard, the higher the score. If the score is higher than 40 points, you pass this test. Hearing that they only needed a score of 40 to pass, everyone immediately relaxed. Chiba Yune saw the confidence of the people below, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Next, when your name is called, come up in order. Each person has 3 chances. The final grade will be the highest score. 39. Number 39 Quincy's Chakra Control. Chapter 39. Quincy's Chakra Control. Seeing no objections, Chiba Yune began reading names from the list. Now, Kumosuke, come up for the test. Yuma, get ready. A tall man stepped forward. He stepped onto the stage full of confidence, gripped the handles with both hands, and began outputting chakra. The chakra moved through the metal strips and surged onto the glass plate. Kumosuke carefully controlled the chakra, trying to draw according to the pattern. As it turned out, he used too much force, and the chakra line went outside the pattern. Panicked, he quickly pulled the chakra threads back. Consequently, he overcompensated again, exceeding the pattern once more. After several back and forths, the chakra lines on the glass plate looked like a ball of yarn. Is it because of the distance? Hyuga Aokawa observed from below and quickly identified the problem. There was a certain distance between the person and the glass plate. It took time for the chakra to travel from the person's hands to the glass. Therefore, there was a delay in control. Once force was applied, the chakra output would suddenly increase. The chakra speed would become faster, and the delay would decrease significantly. This caused the delay to fluctuate. This test not only examined the ability to control the direction of chakra, but also assessed the ability to output chakra stably. In the following moments, the more Kumosuke tried to control it, the more the chakra zigzagged and ran wild, completely out of his control. Soon, he was judged to have failed the assessment because the chakra exceeded the pattern area by too much. Seeing this, Chiba Yune used a pen to fill in a 0 in Kumosuke's column on the form. Then she spoke, 0 points. Now, begin the second test. Kumosuke wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gripped the handles again. After the first failure, he also realized the issue of the delay. But stable chakra output was easier said than done. He could only slow down, slowly controlling the chakra to draw according to the pattern. This time was much better than the first. The chakra lines basically followed the pattern. Although it wasn't neat, it was finally within a reasonable range. Just when Kumosuke thought he was safe this time, the chakra lines he had drawn earlier began to fade. In his anxiety, he tried to speed up, and the scene of chakra running wild appeared again. Ultimately, the computer judged it a failure again. Chiba Yune expressionlessly drew another 0 points. Third test. Seeing Kumosuke like this, the people below all swallowed hard, especially those who knew Kumosuke. They knew his chakra control wasn't that bad. If even he found it this difficult, they probably had no hope. It doesn't look that simple. Wow. A sweet, soft voice came, accompanied by a fragrance. Hyuga Aokawa looked toward the source. Hinata Ayane had somehow leaned in beside him. He leaned close to Hinata Ayane's small face and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. When you test later, pay attention to the stable output of chakra. Hinata Ayane was startled by Hyuga Aokawa's suddenly approaching face. Her face turned red in an instant, and she instinctively wanted to pull away. Seeing Hyuga Aokawa's serious expression, she suppressed the thought in her heart. Her small face nodded very seriously, then she asked, "How do I stabilize the output? Have you learned the pressure point technique yet?" Hyuga Aokawa asked. At the mention of this, Hinata Ayane quickly forgot the previous ambiguity. Her small face was full of pride. "I knew that skill when I was 4 years old. My grandfather even praised me as a genius." 4 years old? Hyuga Aokawa looked at her in a new light. He didn't expect this little foodie to be a genius. He gave her a thumbs up and showered her with praise, making the young girl feel a bit embarrassed. Then he continued, "According to my observation, the amount of chakra output doesn't actually need to be that much. That person on stage using both hands is actually making it harder for himself. With so many acupoints on the hands and varying lengths of meridians in the body, the speed at which chakra comes out will definitely be different. Adding both hands makes the difficulty even greater." Hinata Ayane nodded as if she half understood. "Then what should I do?" "When it's your turn, use only one hand to output chakra. At the same time, block the acupoints on your hand, leaving only a few acupoints with similar flow rates to output chakra. This way, the body doesn't have to regulate so many acupoints at once. You can focus all your energy on a few key acupoints." "Oh, I see." Hinata Ayane nodded. While they were talking, Kumosuke on the stage had already been defeated. Chiba Yune expressionlessly continued to call the next person. Time passed bit by bit, and even with Kumosuke's test as a precedent, very few people passed after going on stage. Even though some people discovered the issue of 1 versus 2 hands halfway through and switched to single hand output, they were still defeated. The failure rate is this high? Most of those who came for the test were Ninja Academy students, and they hadn't put much effort into chakra control. But since this was used as a screening, it meant they truly wanted those with natural chakra control strength. In other words, it depended on talent. This also showed that the village didn't set aside many resources for training medical ninjas. It wasn't like what Taro had said about vigorous training. "Hyuga Aokawa, come up. Next, Saijin, get ready. It's your turn," Hinata Ayane urged from the side. Hyuga Aokawa nodded and walked to the table. He extended his right hand, gripped the handle, and his body began to refine chakra. The chakra was quickly transmitted to the glass through the metal strips. Hyuga Aokawa tried it slightly and found that control wasn't very difficult. With the Quincy mark and innate full spirit, his chakra control was far ahead of his peers. Seeing this, he boldly began to trace the pattern. The chakra lines on the glass suddenly became fluid and elegant, but under powerful control, they followed the pattern perfectly. Holy crap, whose subordinate is this? The people below the stage were extremely shocked. After seeing so many people being eliminated, they already had an understanding of the difficulty of this test. Suddenly, someone came along who drew so easily. They were deeply shaken. Is the Hyuga clan's chakra control really this insane? Are you stupid? It's the gentle fist, hitting acupoints. How could their control not be strong? But this is too exaggerated. I can't even draw as well as him with a pen. Soon, Hyuga Aokawa followed the pattern and traced it onto the glass plate. The computer monitor flashed and showed an 88. The crowd below cheered again. In the previous tests, most people scored in the 20s or 30s. The few who passed barely scraped by with a bit over 40 points. The highest score of 51 had already been amazing. Now an 88 had appeared. 88 points, this guy is too incredible. Yeah, he's too awesome. Getting so many points is useless. It would be nice if he gave me 20. Senior Aokawa is handsome and so capable. I really want to have his babies. Pa, how did a fangirl sneak in here? Who are you calling a fangirl? Insulting a girl in public. Watch out or I'll report you. 40. Hash 40 healing. Chapter 40. Healing technique. Chiba Yune finally showed a hint of a smile upon seeing this. She had finally waited for the person she was looking for. 88 points, a passing grade. She announced the result publicly, feeling refreshed as she wrote 88 in the column for Hyuga Aokawa on the form. Hyuga Aokawa, however, frowned when he saw the result. He was certain that his chakra control had followed the pattern strictly. Any discrepancy shouldn't have been that large. But since he only got an 88, it meant there were details he hadn't noticed. He formed a hand seal with one hand and activated the Byakugan. In an instant, his vision became much clearer. Looking at the whiteboard again, the details he hadn't seen before all surfaced. It was because of the distance between his hand and the whiteboard. Without the Byakugan active, he hadn't noticed some of the finer details on the pattern at all. This led to several minor errors appearing while he was drawing. The people below saw Hyuga Aokawa suddenly activate his Byakugan and were confused about what he was doing. Hadn't he already passed the exam? Why activate the Byakugan now? It wasn't until they saw Hyuga Aokawa place his hand back on the handle. Only then did they realize that Hyuga Aokawa actually wanted to take the test a second time. No way? He's not satisfied with an 88? How are the rest of us supposed to live? Yeah, is he really going to show off like this? What do you know? Senior Aokawa is striving for perfection. That's called being ambitious. You fanboy, you're just blindly praising him. Shut up, you bastard. I'm definitely going to report you for insulting girls. This time, Hyuga Aokawa completed the tracing of the pattern even faster than before. 98. The final score appeared on the computer display. 98 points. He's a monster. Comparisons really are odious. It's enough to drive someone mad. Exactly. How can the gap between people be this ridiculous? A chorus of wails and complaints rose from the crowd below. Beside him, Chiba Yoon's eyes were also wide open. Even though this was just a chakra control test for beginners, this was indeed too absurd. After all, when this machine was first built, Lady Tsunade had tested it herself and only scored a 96. He was 2 points higher than Lady Tsunade. Seeing Hyuga Aokawa looking at her, she slightly collected her wandering thoughts and announced publicly, 98 points, a passing grade. She then wrote the number 98 down on the paper. Hyuga Aokawa was also very satisfied with this result. Since he had decided to spend some time as a medical ninja, he naturally had to show his best side. That way, if his superiors ever thought about discarding him, there would be more weight on his side of the scale. He removed his right hand from the handle and turned to leave the stage. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that he had finally finished. Teacher, he cheated. He used the Byakugan. A voice of protest suddenly rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned their gaze toward a person wearing a black robe. That black-robed person tried to hide his figure, but the people around him scattered with a whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the black-robed person looked a bit awkward. Hyuga Aokawa also looked over. Under the vision of the Byakugan, he discovered that this black-robed person was actually Uchiha Tsuyoshi. He had always thought it was someone from the Aburame clan. Why are you, an Uchiha, wearing a black robe? It's Uchiha Tsuyoshi, isn't it? Chiba Yune exposed him with a single sentence. There are no members of the Aburame clan on the list. Only one person named Uchiha Tsuyoshi hasn't shown his face yet. That's you, right? The exam requires identity verification. Please remove your black robe. Seeing this, Uchiha Tsuyoshi had no choice but to remove the robe and reveal his face. It really is someone from the Uchiha. I didn't expect them to come and learn medical ninjutsu. Yeah, don't they all take pride in combat? Uchiha Tsuyoshi blushed as the crowd discussed him. He hurriedly changed the subject. Teacher, he cheated. Using the Byakugan shouldn't count. Chiba Yune glanced at him. You can use the Sharingan for the test too. I haven't awakened my eyes yet. Then come back for the exam once you've awakened them. How can you say that? If you can't do it, then shut up. Uchiha Tsuyoshi had no choice but to back down. Chiba Yune gave him a side eye and then continued. Shengren, come up for the exam. Mitsuru Kurai, get ready. Seeing that his results were valid, Hyuga Aokawa nodded to Chiba Yune and stepped down to vacate the spot. Aokawa, you're so amazing. As soon as he came down, Hinata Ayane surrounded him and said happily. She then asked, why didn't you use that technique you taught me? I didn't need to. Hyuga Aokawa waved his hand. He then mimicked Hinata Ayane's proud expression. Chakra control is something I learned when I was 4. My grandmother even praised me as a genius. Hearing this, Hinata Ayane's fair little face and neck immediately flushed red. She gave a light HMPH and hammered her small fists against Hyuga Aokawa's chest a few times. You're making fun of me. I remembered wrong. It was my grandfather who praised me. You're still saying it. Time passed bit by bit, and Uchiha Tsuyoshi and Hinata Ayane also took their turns on stage for the exam. In the end, Uchiha Tsuyoshi passed with 52 points. Hinata Ayane, using the technique Hyuga Aokawa had taught her, passed the test with 63 points. As soon as she came down, the crowd swarmed around her, asking her to help them with the pressure point technique. They were stopped by Chiba Yune. Using one's own Kekkei Genkei to pass was one thing, but what was with having others help? She shouted back the crowd surrounding Hinata Ayane and continued the exam. Hyuga Aokawa, however, was drawn to the text appearing before his eyes. Open black lens bracket with your absolute chakra control, you have refreshed people's perceptions. You have gained favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Elementary medical knowledge *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Healing technique, entry level *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Energy crystal *30 close black lens bracket. The healing technique had arrived, along with 30 energy crystals. Hyuga Aokawa was extremely happy. He had worked himself to death just to get 20 crystals from specifically hunting bandits, and it had even delayed several days of physical training. Today, just by showing off, he got 30 crystals and even gained medical ninjutsu and knowledge. As expected, he should stick to his own pace. The exam was soon completed. Of the vast, swarming crowd on the entire third floor of the hospital, in the end, less than 1 in 10 passed the exam. After it ended, they were diverted once again. Those who had not activated their yang release chakra had to undergo activation training. Those who had already activated it were assigned to the next stage to learn the nature transformation of yang release chakra. It was only then that Hyuga Aokawa learned that everyone actually has the yang release chakra attribute. It's just that some are in an active state, while others are in an inactive state. After testing, Uchiha Tsuyoshi was in an inactive state. Hyuga Aokawa and Hinata Ayane were in an already activated state. The two of them were assigned to the nature transformation class. As it turned out, the teacher discovered that Hyuga Aokawa very quickly mastered the nature transformation of yang release, so he skipped this stage again and entered the medical ninjutsu learning stage. Then the teacher discovered that this Hyuga Aokawa learned the healing technique after seeing it only once. His medical knowledge was also incredibly solid. This made Konoha Hospital overjoyed. Because medical resources were so tight, the hospital had always treated women like men and men like beasts of burden. Every day when everyone went home, they felt as if their bodies had been hollowed out. Some who had been married for years didn't even have the energy to have children. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 41. Number 41 Return to Heaven. Chapter 41. Return to Heaven. These people saw a fresh-faced intern appear. They realized he could take over some of their work, and their eyes immediately lit up. So the hospital conducted a comprehensive assessment of Hyuga Aokawa and found that he was indeed as the training teacher had described. After much deliberation, they shoved this new workhorse into the hospital under the guise of an internship. That very day, Hyuga Aokawa was entrusted with heavy responsibilities. First and foremost was utilizing his function as a human X-ray machine. Against the backdrop of strained medical resources, patients arrived one after another. The emergency department prioritized equipment for the critically injured, causing patients with less severe injuries to be constantly bumped back in the queue. Thus, the hospital used Hyuga Aokawa's Byakugan as a temporary solution. Patients with non-critical injuries would first come to Hyuga Aokawa for an examination. Based on the results, the next steps for treatment would be determined. Occasionally, for those without internal injuries, Hyuga Aokawa would use the healing technique to treat the wounds on the spot. Initially, Hyuga Aokawa only interned at the hospital on Saturdays and Sundays, attending classes normally from Monday to Friday. Later, the hospital simply sent someone to request a long leave of absence from Inoue Rigetsu to keep Hyuga Aokawa at the hospital full-time. And so, Hyuga Aokawa, who in his previous life didn't start working until his 20s, became a workhorse at the early age of 11 in this life. He worked at the hospital during the day and sought out Might Guy to train together after work. During this time, he also took a moment to find the Hyuga clan's teaching elder, Hinata Yatada, to learn Return to Heaven. At first, the old man remained expressionless when he saw him holding a plain yet exquisite kunai. It wasn't until he brought out his self-brewed beer that the old man's face lit up with warmth. Only then did he realize that the old man was a lover of fine alcohol. But the repetitive shochu and sake had long since lost their charm for him. The beer Hyuga Aokawa brought, though low in alcohol content, was refreshing because of its novelty. After taking a few sips, Hinata Yatada shouted in delight. He immediately stated that as long as Hyuga Aokawa brought beer, even if he couldn't learn Return to Heaven, he could keep coming to ask for guidance. After a few visits, the two became well acquainted. Sometimes, when the workload at the hospital wasn't high, he would take beer to Hinata Yatada's place, and over time, he successfully learned Return to Heaven. More than half a month passed in this manner. Konoha Hospital. Because of Hyuga Aokawa's arrival, the hospital, for his convenience, specially designated an empty space in the corner of the emergency department entrance for Hyuga Aokawa to use. It was fully equipped with hospital beds, tables, computers, medicine, and lighting. It was just like a small operating room. Hyuga Aokawa withdrew the light of the healing technique and said to the patient on the bed, "That's it. There are no internal injuries, and I've already healed your wounds. Just rest for a few days and you'll be fine." "Thank you, doctor, thank you," the patient said with deep gratitude. "You're welcome." Watching the patient leave with a smile, Hyuga Aokawa also found a chair to lean back in. From morning until nearly noon, he hadn't had a moment's rest. Just as he sat down, several nurses pushed a few groaning patients toward him. These nurses were just ordinary civilians, not ninjas. They had some medical knowledge but lacked any chakra-related skills. They were mainly responsible for assisting in nursing, serving as an important supplement to Konoha's medical system. "Lord Aokawa, please take a look at their injuries first," a medical staff member requested with hands pressed together. Hyuga Aokawa sighed helplessly, activated his Byakugan, and scanned them one by one. While observing the conditions inside the patient's bodies, he spoke. "Subcapsular splenic hematoma. Chakra flow is stagnating in a vortex at the left costal margin." "Understood." The medical staff thanked him repeatedly and pushed the patient away. Hyuga Aokawa scanned the next one. Shuriken fragments are embedded in the scapular muscle group with pearl-like calcified cysts forming in the surrounding tissue. There are 3 rupture points in the sciatic nerve. Hyuga Aokawa scanned them one by one, and the medical staff pushed the patients away with gratitude. He finally finished seeing them. Then, several more medical staff members arrived with more patients. "What's this?" Hyuga Aokawa saw that these patients didn't seem to be from the emergency department. "Lord Aokawa, please take a look. These are patients for follow-up exams," a medical staff member said. "Why are follow-up patients coming to me too?" Hyuga Aokawa frowned. "The emergency department borrowed the equipment from the inpatient department, so it can't be used right now," the medical staff member explained helplessly. "Fine, it's our own department's fault then." Hyuga Aokawa had to force himself to focus. He picked up the medical records of several patients and, after reading them, he checked them again with his Byakugan. "Post-operative recovery is good. Chakra flow at the wound site is smooth. You can continue resting on your own." "Yes, thank you, doctor," the patient said. He looked at the next one, and his eyes widened. It was actually a pregnant woman. "What's going on? Why is a pregnant woman here? Did the emergency department borrow the B ultrasound machine too?" The medical staff member nodded awkwardly. Hyuga Aokawa couldn't help but roll his eyes. Fortunately, the medical knowledge provided by Stonegate was comprehensive enough. He let out a long breath and began the examination with his Byakugan. After a moment, he said, "The fetus is developing normally, and the umbilical cord blood flow is stable." "Congratulations, doctor. Is it a boy or a girl?" the pregnant woman asked happily. Hyuga Aokawa smiled and shook his head. Seeing this, the pregnant woman understood his meaning and left with a word of thanks. He turned to the next one. "Recovery of the meridians is not ideal. Chakra is blocked at the 3rd lumbar vertebra. I suggest reformulating the physical therapy plan. Bone recovery is in good condition, the bone line is blurred." Soon, Hyuga Aokawa finished the examinations for these patients. He slumped into his chair, exhausted. He finally understood why medical staff in his previous life had such poor attitudes. If it were like this for over a decade, with this level of intensity every day, his temper wouldn't be any better. Fortunately, there were some rewards. Open black lens bracket. You have successfully taken the first step in saving lives and helping the injured. You have received a favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Intermediate medical knowledge *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Healing technique experience *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Healing technique upgraded to practice level close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Energy crystal *20 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have participated in surgical observations and healing multiple times. You have received a favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Yang release chakra nature transformation upgraded to practiced level. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Fine thread extraction technique. Practiced level. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Energy crystal *20 close black lens bracket. With intermediate medical knowledge and the fine thread extraction technique combined with the healing technique, he could now be considered a somewhat skilled medical ninja. Suddenly, a clear, bright voice rang out. Aokawa, what are you doing here? Hyuga Aokawa turned around, and a red silhouette appeared in his vision. Kurenai Yuhi? She was still wearing those red and white clothes, with bandages wrapped around her fair thighs and forearms. Her red eyes were very clear and bright. Seeing Hyuga Aokawa, she immediately beamed and waved to greet him. She was standing on one foot, the other hovering slightly, with her hand resting on Yuhi Shinku nearby. Her condition didn't seem very good. Seeing this, Hyuga Aokawa stood up and went to meet them. He first nodded to Shinku Yuhi, Lord Shinku, then he asked with concern, Kurenai, what happened to you? 42. Number 42 Hong. Did you go out and play around with other women? Chapter 42 Kurenai. Have you been out playing with women? Kurenai, what happened to you? I'm injured, Kurenai Yuhi replied. Only then did Hyuga Aokawa notice that Kurenai Yuhi's eyes were red, as if she had been crying. He took Kurenai's other hand. Sit down first. As he spoke, he and Kurenai Yuhi helped Yuhi Shinku to a nearby chair. Hiss. The movement seemed to pull at Yuhi Shinku's wound, and she gasped in pain. How did you get hurt like this? Hyuga Aokawa asked. Kurenai Yuhi took over the conversation. I took Kurenai on a mission. She accidentally stepped into an enemy trap, and her calf got caught. It wasn't that I was careless, it's that those bandits were too cunning. Yuhi Shinku pouted as she defended herself. Hyuga Aokawa looked at the gauze wrapped around Kurenai Yuhi's calf. He really couldn't tell the extent of the injury. So he said to the two of them, the hospital doesn't have any spare equipment for an examination right now. I'll activate my Byakugan first to help Kurenai see if any bones are damaged. No way. Kurenai Yuhi hurriedly and fearfully held him down. I'm a girl, you know. How can you just say you're going to activate the Byakugan? I just want to look at your leg. That won't do either. Everyone knows your Byakugan has a 360-degree field of vision. The Byakugan's vision is black and white. It can only see meridians, bones, and internal organs. It can't see anything else. Still no. Kurenai Yuhi, her face flushing red, held Hyuga Aokawa down to prevent him from forming hand signs. Hyuga Aokawa was helpless and could only look to Yuhi Shinku for help. Seeing his daughter like this, Yuhi Shinku didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Kurenai, don't worry. The Byakugan is indeed as Aokawa says. After much persuasion, they finally managed to convince Kurenai Yuhi. Kurenai Yuhi was about to let go of Hyuga Aokawa's hand, but she noticed his face was dark and his eyes were listless. He looked extremely haggard. Subconsciously, she asked, why do you look so haggard? Then she thought of those health books she had read in the library. Suddenly realizing something, she pointed at Hyuga Aokawa and said in disbelief, You have you been going out to play with women lately? Holy crap. Hyuga Aokawa almost jumped up when he heard that. The chakra he was halfway through refining also dissipated from the shock. You're so young. How can you say such scandalous things the moment you open your mouth? Where did you learn these things? Hearing this, Yuhi Shinku also looked at Hyuga Aokawa and frowned. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Hyuga Aokawa hurriedly defended himself. No, it's not like that, don't misunderstand. I'm haggard because… What do you mean, not like that? Before he could finish, Kurenai Yuhi interrupted him. Her eyes were moist, and her voice choked up as she said, the books say that when a boy often goes out to play with girls, he loses his energy. There are so many girls around you, and looking at you now, you must have been out playing with them recently. Thinking about how she had been waiting for Hyuga Aokawa to take the initiative to find her lately, but she had waited and waited without any result. Fine, so he was out playing with other girls. And he even played until he was this haggard. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Hyuga Aokawa rubbed his forehead, looking completely helpless. Going out to play with women and playing with girls were two different things. At least at his age, they could only be two different things. You little girl, you don't understand anything yet, you're just talking nonsense. Beside them, Yuhi Shinku finally understood what his daughter meant. He pursed his lips, looking like he was trying not to laugh. Hyuga Aokawa saw Yuhi Shinku looking like he was enjoying the show. He sighed and explained helplessly, I'm a medical ninja now, and I've been working at the hospital lately. I'm haggard because I'm exhausted from working here. Unexpectedly, Kurenai Yuhi became even more agitated upon hearing this, and tears even began to flow. You can make up any story now just to lie to me. You haven't even graduated yet. How could you suddenly become a medical ninja? And saying you're haggard from working at the hospital, why don't you just say the hospital can't function without you? She stared intently at Hyuga Aokawa with her large eyes, which were filled with tears, and little pearls kept falling. It was a heartbreaking sight. Hyuga Aokawa didn't dare to dwell on the topic anymore. I can't explain this in a few words. I'll tell you slowly when I have the chance. Now, let me check your wound first. No, you big liar. I won't let you check it. Kurenai Yuhi gritted her teeth, pouted, her nose twitched, and her eyes were red. She suddenly struggled to stand up on one leg. We'll go and wait in line for the hospital's equipment ourselves. Saying that, she pulled Yuhi Shinku. Dad, let's go. Seeing this, Yuhi Shinku smiled and nodded at Hyuga Aokawa. Then he supported his limping daughter and walked towards the examination department. Even if you go over there, they'll just send you back here. Hyuga Aokawa couldn't help but remind them. Even if they send us back, we won't look for you, big liar. Kurenai Yuhi didn't look back. Hyuga Aokawa sat down helplessly and closed his eyes to rest. 30 minutes later, a medical staff member came running over at a quick pace, pushing Kurenai Yuhi in a wheelchair in front of them. Beside them followed a very nervous Yuhi Shinku. Lord Aokawa, there's an injured patient here. Could you please use your Byakugan to check the injury? Hyuga Aokawa opened his eyes upon hearing this. He looked at Kurenai Yuhi in the wheelchair, her face red and her head lowered in silence. He nodded and replied, "This is my friend. I'll handle the follow-up. You can go back to your work." "Yes, thank you for your hard work, Lord Aokawa." Beside him, Yuhi Shinku also spoke. "Thank you for your trouble, young friend." "It's nothing. Last time was thanks to Lord Shinku Yuhi." Yuhi Shinku waved his hand. "It was just a small favor." Hyuga Aokawa pulled the wheelchair a bit closer to himself. This time, Kurenai Yuhi in the wheelchair didn't resist and allowed Hyuga Aokawa to proceed, her face flushing red. He carefully lifted Kurenai Yuhi's fair calf with both hands. He placed it on a chair and unwrapped the gauze, revealing the gruesome wound inside. Then he formed hand signs to activate his Byakugan, carefully observing the condition of the bone beneath the wound. A moment later, his expression turned solemn as he spoke. "The bone only has a very slight fracture, so that's not a big problem. But the trap might have been coated with toxin. The area around the wound is full of toxin, and it has already begun to invade the bone." The father and daughter immediately became nervous upon hearing this. No wonder Kurenai kept saying she felt dizzy along the way. "I thought it was due to blood loss." "What should we do then?" "There's no spare staff in the hospital right now." "No need, I can treat it directly here." Yuhi Shinku was a bit skeptical. He had just asked the medical staff about Hyuga Aokawa's situation. Recently, Hyuga Aokawa had shown shocking talent in medical ninjutsu. Like a genius, he had skipped several stages of medical training and gone straight to interning at the hospital. During his internship, he had even learned the healing technique of medical ninjas. With him in the emergency department, the workload for many people had been lightened. This was why he dared to entrust his daughter to Hyuga Aokawa for treatment. But the technique of extracting toxin was something only advanced medical ninjas could do. In his memory, not many people knew how to do it. Hyuga Aokawa nodded, and then he quickly formed hand signs. Fine thread extraction technique 43. Number 43 technique for extracting small ailments. Chapter 43. Fine thread extraction technique. Hyuga Aokawa nodded, and then he quickly formed hand seals. Fine thread extraction technique. Under Yuhi Shinku's shocked gaze, Hyuga Aokawa pulled out a green bubble with both hands. This was the advanced medical ninjutsu he had seen senior medical ninja use before. Hyuga Aokawa had only been there for half a month. How could he have already learned such an advanced ninjutsu? Kurenai Yuhi gasped. She watched helplessly as the bubble slowly entered her body. She immediately felt a swelling sensation around her wound. Hyuga Aokawa didn't have the energy to worry about what the two were thinking. His Byakugan was fixed on the toxins in Kurenai Yuhi's wound as he slowly submerged the bubble. Through his perception, the toxins near the wound and on the bone were constantly revealed. He manipulated chakra to absorb these toxins into the green bubble one by one. During this process, Kurenai Yuhi also felt things being constantly pulled out from her wound. A moment later, Hyuga Aokawa pulled out a green bubble filled with several wisps of toxin. He placed it into a basin on the side. He performed the technique again to pull out a second bubble. After pressing it into the wound, he absorbed the toxins for a second time. Seeing this, Shinku Yuhi felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, Hyuga Aokawa was here today. Otherwise, given how overcrowded the hospital was, by the time it was their turn for treatment, Kurenai Yuhi might have lost a leg. He wanted to say thank you, but seeing Hyuga Aokawa's serious expression while treating her, he didn't dare to disturb him easily. Hyuga Aokawa wiped the sweat from his forehead with his arm. Then, he activated the healing technique with both hands, which glowed green as he began to treat the cracks on the bone and the wounds on the skin. Kurenai Yuhi felt a warmth in her leg. She looked at Hyuga Aokawa, who was carefully treating her. Her heart felt warm too. She felt that recently, Hyuga Aokawa had become somewhat different. Although he was still as sunny and handsome as before, his temperament was no longer as frivolous as it used to be. He seemed much more composed. Now, he had suddenly displayed such a strong talent for medical ninjutsu. He had even learned an advanced ninjutsu like the fine thread extraction technique in such a short time. She felt that Hyuga Aokawa was becoming more and more mysterious. This steady and mysterious temperament was even more attractive to her than his simple handsome looks from before. If he confessed to her again next time, would she still have to follow her dad's rule of no dating before 15? At the thought of this, Kurenai Yuhi's face unconsciously turned red. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Seeing Kurenai Yuhi's face suddenly flush, Hyuga Aokawa asked hurriedly. It's nothing, I feel fine. Kurenai Yuhi shook her head. During the treatment, if you feel any discomfort, you must tell me immediately. Hyuga Aokawa instructed. The healing effect of the healing technique wasn't as fast as the palm immortal technique. Fortunately, Kurenai's injury wasn't serious, and after the most dangerous toxins were cleared, the rest was much simpler. Time passed bit by bit. Hyuga Aokawa finally let the green light on his hands dissipate. The wound on Kurenai Yuhi's calf had healed, returning to its original fair and tender state. She lifted her calf and swung her little foot in the air. Sensing the condition of her calf, it's really better. She grinned, revealing a few cute little tiger teeth, and laughed happily. Thank you, Aokawa. Yes, thank you very much for your help. Shinku Yuhi also shook Hyuga Aokawa's hand. If it weren't for happening to run into you today, Kurenai's injury could have become serious if delayed. You're too kind, Lord Shinku. Saving lives is a doctor's duty, and besides, Kurenai is my friend. Since you and Kurenai are friends, don't call me Lord anymore. Call me Uncle Shinku. Yes, Uncle Shinku. After her injury was healed, Kurenai Yuhi regained her full vitality. She took Hyuga Aokawa's hand and chirped away, asking about everything. She asked how he had suddenly become so amazing recently. She asked how his days working at the hospital were. Finally, she asked why he hadn't come to see her lately. The two of them chatted for a long time with smiles on their faces, as if no one else was there. It wasn't until Shinku Yuhi's face began to darken that Hyuga Aokawa interrupted the conversation. Kurenai Yuhi reluctantly followed Shinku Yuhi home. Before leaving, the father and daughter invited Hyuga Aokawa to their house for dinner next. Time to properly thank him. Hyuga Aokawa smilingly agreed. He disposed of the green bubble filled with toxins in the basin. He then tidied up the messy medical room. Seeing that it was about time, he finished work and went home. He wasn't an official doctor, so he didn't care about clocking out or anything. His hard work was purely for the sake of learning. Arriving home, he took a shower and lay on the bed, feeling exhausted. He was just about to get some good rest, but he suddenly remembered. Previously, increasing from 10% to 40% unlocked the Reishi network. So, if I increase from 40% to 70%, will there also be a skill? The fusion rate was already at 67.52%. He had recently earned 40 energy crystals, plus the 20 from the bandit suppression and 60 obtained through other means. He had a total of 120 energy crystals. 120 energy crystals could increase the fusion rate by 6%, which was more than enough to reach 70%. At the thought of this, his sleepiness dissipated a bit. He forced himself to perk up and entered his sea of consciousness. He opened his personal information panel. Racial imprint, Quincy, ordinary, fusion rate, 67.52%. Innate skill, Reishi gathering, racial skills, holy arrow, Reishi network, sigil, innate full spirit power, Kekkei Genkei, Byakugan, chakra nature, water, lightning, earth, yang, energy crystal, 120. He used his will to repeatedly press the plus sign after the fusion rate. A faint power was injected into his body. The fusion rate kept rising. To his disappointment, the fusion rate didn't stop after reaching 70%. No new text appeared either. All he felt was that his Quincy skills and chakra control had improved slightly. He didn't even intend to test this bit of improvement. He simply added all of them, and the fusion rate reached 73.52%. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep on the bed. Grandmother and Hyuga Fu knew he had been very tired lately and tacitly did not disturb him. He slept all the way until the evening of the next day before waking up. A whole day and night, he hadn't even gone to the hospital. Whatever, a corporate slave being this tired, it was only right to take a break. He stretched, feeling incredibly comfortable and full of vitality. A young life is great, there's nothing a good sleep can't solve. He got up to wash. When he came downstairs, he found grandmother already eating dinner. But he didn't see Hyuga Fu after a quick glance. He might have gone out on a mission. Little Aokawa, you're awake. As soon as grandmother saw Hyuga Aokawa, she immediately put down her chopsticks, stood up, and turned toward the kitchen. Grandmother will go cook for you. No need, grandmother. Hyuga Aokawa hurriedly went over to stop her. I'll just go out to eat. Out to eat again. Grandmother looked at him reproachfully. Hyuga Aokawa was about to speak. The door opened and Hyuga Fu walked in. He was clutching his left arm with his right hand, and blood was constantly flowing out from between his fingers. The grandmother and grandson were shocked. Hyuga Aokawa rushed forward. Dad, how did you get hurt like this? 44. Number 44 Chakra Scalpel. Chapter 44. Chakra Scalpel. While saving a genin, I accidentally got hit by the enemy. Hyuga Fu instinctively wanted to tell Hyuga Aokawa to go get some gauze, but then he saw that Hyuga Aokawa was already checking his wound. Only then did he remember that his son was now a medical ninja as well, so he swallowed his words. After observing with his Byakugan, Hyuga Aokawa found that the wound wasn't deep and hadn't been contaminated by any debris. It was just a bit long, which made it look somewhat frightening. He breathed a sigh of relief, formed hand seals, and activated the healing technique. Dad, move your hand. I can treat it directly. The wound slowly closed under the influence of the healing technique. After a while, the small wound was as good as new. The grandmother, who had been worried sick on the side, also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, her grandson had become successful. In the past, when Hyuga Fu was like this, he would sometimes have to rest at home for several days. Now, her grandson just emitted some green light and healed his son. A smile returned to her face. Dad, you should just stay home and help Grandma from now on. If I stay home, how will we afford to eat? Hyuga Fu turned on the faucet to wash off the blood on his hands, replying without turning his head. I'll support us. The hospital is paying me a salary of 150,000 ryo a month, which is enough for us to eat. That much. Hyuga Fu whipped his head around. He only made 10 or 20,000 ryo from a single mission. And with his bad leg, he couldn't do many missions in a month. His son's income had unexpectedly become so high. Yeah, and there should be bonuses later on. There are bonuses too? Hyuga Fu was even more shocked. This was much better than going to the front lines. At least there was no danger to his life. Hyuga Aokawa nodded. So, Dad, don't go on those dangerous missions anymore. My income is basically enough for the family's expenses. We'll see. Hyuga Fu waved his hand. If he truly had to stay idle at home, he hadn't thought about what he would do yet. Hyuga Aokawa didn't try to persuade him further. After all these years, he knew what kind of personality Hyuga Fu had. He could only wait until his medical skills improved further to see if he could heal Hyuga Fu's leg. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another month and a half had gone by. During this time, Hyuga Aokawa continued to work like a drudge at the hospital. Especially after the hospital found out that he had unknowingly learned the fine thread extraction technique, they were extremely shocked. Very few people in the hospital knew this ninjutsu. Without exception, they were all top-tier advanced medical ninja. Even for them, learning it had required a lot of time and energy. Yet Hyuga Aokawa had mastered it unknowingly not long after arriving. This made them find it hard to believe, and they even felt a bit of fear in their hearts. After various tests, they confirmed that Hyuga Aokawa indeed possessed powerful chakra control. Furthermore, combined with the Byakugan, he could see chakra flow in the meridian system. Additionally, since he arrived, there were records of him participating in many surgeries and helping by activating the healing technique. Finally, the hospital believed they had encountered a once-in-a-century medical ninjutsu genius. And since he had learned the fine thread extraction technique, it meant he could take on more responsibility. Thus, in the days that followed for Hyuga Aokawa, he could be seen in every surgery related to toxins. Hyuga Aokawa also took this opportunity to request the hospital to grant him access to learn more medical ninjutsu. As soon as he started, he didn't care about anything else. He learned everything the hospital made available, and whenever asked if he had learned it, he would just say he had memorized it. This was also his way of preventing a situation like the fine thread extraction technique from happening again. The techniques given by the Stone Gate always needed a place to be legitimized. After work, Hyuga Aokawa lay on his bed after a shower, his face haggard. The intensity of this period was much higher than before. It truly was a case of the more you know, the more you do. He could now understand why the hospital's treatment fees were so outrageously expensive. This daily work was practically life-threatening. His life over these 2 months was simply rebirth. My life as a drudge in Konoha. Of course, the hospital hadn't mistreated him during these 2+ months. They had paid him a total of over 400,000 ryo in salary and over 100,000 ryo in bonuses. For a ninja academy student like him, this was a massive sum of money. This was basically equivalent to an A-rank mission. If the intensity wasn't so exhausting, he might have considered just staying at the hospital indefinitely. But fortunately, all the hard work was worth it. He looked at his recent gains. Open black lens bracket. You have checked patients' bodies in a timely manner multiple times, allowing them to receive prompt treatment. You have gained a favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket healing technique experience *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket healing technique upgraded to proficient level close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket detoxification technique, practiced level. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket energy crystal *30 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have actively participated in saving the dying and healing the injured. You have gained a favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket yang release chakra nature transformation, practiced level. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket chakra scalpel, practiced level. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket energy crystal *60 close black lens bracket. The A-rank medical ninjutsu, chakra scalpel, was now in his hands. He also had the detoxification technique, and his healing technique had reached the proficient level, along with the fine thread extraction technique he had obtained earlier, combined with the Byakugan's X-ray vision and his intermediate medical knowledge. With this setup, if he went out now, he could confidently tell people that he was a medical ninja. After all, many medical ninja who had been at the hospital for years might not even have this setup, because medical ninjutsu, especially advanced medical ninjutsu, has very high requirements for chakra control. However, since the medical ninjutsu and knowledge were already in hand, he could consider leaving the quagmire of Konoha Hospital. With his current medical skills, he should have no problem getting by as a medical ninja. Moreover, accumulating energy crystals at the hospital was still a bit slow. He wanted to see if there was an opportunity to be transferred to the Frontline's medical team. He fell into a deep sleep on his bed. This sleep lasted for a day and a night, and it wasn't until the next afternoon that he slowly woke up. He got up, washed, and quickly finished the meal his grandmother had left for him. He sat down and read some medical books for a while. An hour and a half later, seeing that the time was about right, he closed the book and prepared to find Might Guy for physical training. This was part of his daily routine and couldn't be neglected. The results were indeed good. His chakra was steadily improving. Although it couldn't compare to rare beasts like Might Guy and Kisame, it was much better than when he first started. While he was walking on the street, Hyuga Ryosuke suddenly approached him. Hyuga Aokawa felt it was magical. How is it that I run into you every time I go to train? Are you planning to scrounge a meal? That's an injustice, although I do crave grandma's food. Haven't you noticed that you haven't seen me for 2 months? Hyuga Ryosuke had a look of grievance on his face. Hyuga Aokawa thought about it, and it was true. He didn't know what the fat guy had been up to for the past 2 months. Just as he was about to speak, a commotion came from ahead. The restaurant by the street was bustling, with many people coming and going. It was very lively. Hyuga Aokawa observed that most of those entering and leaving were wearing clothes with the Uchiha clan crest. What is the Uchiha up to? Hyuga Aokawa was very puzzled. The young clan head of the Uchiha clan is half a year old today, and they're celebrating, Hyuga Ryosuke replied. Young clan head? I think his name is Itachi. Hyuga Aokawa reacted instantly. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi has already been born this year, although he will be born again 13 years later. But since he's been born, that means the Great War is coming soon. He remembered that in the year after he was born, the third case went missing, and then Minato clashed with the AB combination at the border. Time is getting tighter. Hyuga Aokawa slightly clenched his fist. I have to take advantage of the fact that it's still just a local war to accumulate more strength. 45. Number 45 Roots. Chapter 45. Root. Night Owl. Report the investigation results for these past 2 months. A short-haired ninja sat in a chair, looking down with lowered eyes at the ninja kneeling before him. Yes, Captain. The Anbu wearing an owl mask below hurriedly replied. 3 kilometers east of the village, the second son of the Muto family. Neighbors say he's been sensitive to directions since childhood and can identify them without any tools. I'll report this one. We can train him as a scout. A traveling merchant in the village mentioned someone named Miyuki Ito in the daimyo's capital, who can hear faint sounds from a distance. Report that one as well. A clerk at the ninja tool shop said. Night Owl reported all the information collected over the past 2 months one by one. Because of Danzo's obsession with collecting talent, Root had established a special team to scout for gifted individuals everywhere. These individuals were gathered, categorized, and brought into Root for training. Afterward, they would be assigned to various positions based on their abilities. This was also why Root had a unique edge in intelligence gathering. Someone in the village saw someone from the Hyuga clan at the training ground who is very good with a bow and arrow. The training ground? I have people watching the training ground every day. Why haven't I heard any reports about this? That person saw them at night? At night? The short-haired ninja's face darkened upon hearing this, looking displeased. You need to pay attention to accuracy when gathering intelligence in the future. How could anyone see someone shooting arrows at night? Yes. Night Owl lowered his head and then added. That person said the Hyuga was 500 meters away from the target and hit it with precision. The short-haired ninja's brow furrowed deeply, and he took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. What is this Hyuga's name? Hyuga. Night Owl took out a piece of paper with many names registered on it. Hyuga Aokawa. What did you say? Captain, his name is Hyuga Aokawa. The short-haired ninja could no longer suppress his rage. He slapped the armrest and stood up abruptly. He kicked out violently. Bang! Night Owl, caught off guard on the floor, was kicked far away by the sudden strike, rolling several times on the ground before barely coming to a stop. His mask fell off from the impact, revealing a young face. Captain. Night Owl clutched his abdomen, his face full of shock, looking at the short-haired ninja in confusion. Can't you use your brain when gathering intel? Fine. Seeing someone shoot arrows at night is one thing, but seeing him hit a target 500 meters away? I could even tolerate that, but then you tell me this talent is named Hyuga Aokawa. The short-haired ninja's face turned beet red, veins bulging on his forehead and neck as he roared loudly. Do you have any idea how many things Lord Danzo and the Hokage have smashed lately because of this Hyuga Aokawa? Are you trying to get me killed? Asking me to report this talent to Lord Danzo. Seeing Night Owl's aggrieved expression, the short-haired ninja lost his temper again and stepped forward to deliver another kick. You're acting aggrieved? I practically have this guy's file memorized. He's been messing with bows and arrows since he was a kid, with a range of maybe 10-odd meters at most, and you're telling me 500 meters? Night Owl broke into a cold sweat. He hadn't expected the department to already have information on this person, let alone information so vastly different from what he had provided. Seeing the captain approaching again, he hurriedly kowtowed, his head striking the ground with a heavy thud. Yes, it was my negligence. From now on, go to the land of water to gather intelligence. Captain. Night Owl wanted to say more, but seeing the short-haired ninja's sharp gaze, he felt a jolt of fear and didn't dare speak again. Yes. The short-haired man picked up a stack of documents from the table and turned to walk deeper into the facility. After several twists and turns, he arrived at an empty room. He bit his thumb, swiped it across his hand, and quickly formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Rumble. A door appeared out of thin air on the wall. He reached out and pulled the door open. A thick smell of blood mixed with medicinal chemicals wafted toward him. The short-haired man's stomach churned instantly, and it took him a while to adjust. Beneath his feet was a bottomless spiral staircase leading downward. He took a deep breath, hesitated slightly, and finally took a step down. This was the basement of Root. Although it wasn't his first time, every time he stood before that door, he had to mentally prepare himself before daring to descend. The staircase was very narrow. The stone bricks above almost touched his head, and the stone walls on either side only allowed one person to pass. Walking through it naturally created a suffocating sense of oppression. Occasionally, there were junctions leading to platforms that appeared bottomless from the stairs. From the depths of the darkness, wails and screams echoed off the walls incessantly. The short-haired man turned a deaf ear, keeping his head down as he descended all the way to the bottom floor. It wasn't until he stepped onto level ground that the short-haired man realized his clothes were soaked through. He turned a corner and finally found a figure guarding a room door in the middle of a long corridor. His expression brightened, and he stepped forward quickly. Lord Ryoma, shush, keep it down. Aburame Ryoma interrupted him, looking cautiously into the room. The short-haired man's gaze followed. The light in the room focused on an operating table where a figure with its back to the door was constantly performing procedures on the person on the table. Even without seeing the face, from the long hair on the back and the cold aura radiating from the body, he was certain it was Lord Orochimaru of the Sannin. Lord Danzo stood in the shadows to the side, his eyes fixed on the operating table. His eyes were wide, and the anger on his face was almost tangible, like a suppressed volcano. The short-haired man caught a brief glimpse, didn't dare look further, and hurriedly lowered his head. Seeing that the two in the room were not disturbed, Aburame Ryoma finally spoke. "Come with me." "Yes." Inside the room, beep beep beep, the rhythmic sound of the equipment operating normally continued to ring out. Along with it, the intermittent sounds of scissors cutting thread and blades slicing through flesh echoed in the room. Danzo's eyes occasionally swept over the empty chains on the surrounding walls, and he gritted his teeth. He wanted to speak several times, but seeing Orochimaru's focused state, he feared affecting the experiment. He could only suppress his anger and watch quietly, with only the occasional sound of teeth grinding. Time passed bit by bit. Suddenly, the curves on the monitor fluctuated abnormally, and the warning beeps accelerated frantically. Beep beep beep. Seeing this, Orochimaru hurriedly sped up his movements, but the warning beeps from the equipment grew faster and faster. Soon, the intermittent warning beeps turned into a continuous alarm, and the heartbeat curve went from small ripples to a completely flat line. What a pity. Orochimaru put down the scalpel, took a clean cloth from the side to wipe the blood off his hands, his face full of regret. Seeing Orochimaru stop, the long-suppressed Danzo finally spoke. Orochimaru. His eyes were cold, and the knuckles of his hand gripping his cane turned white from the force. Why are the chains empty? Where are the test subjects that were hanging there? 46. Number 46 Peeping at the Power of God. Chapter 46. Prying into the Power of God. Orochimaru. Why are the chains empty? Weren't there test subjects hanging there? Orochimaru slowly turned his head. Ah, it's Lord Danzo. He seemed to have only just noticed Danzo. Seeing Danzo's gloomy expression as he glared at him, Orochimaru chuckled softly. Lord Danzo is truly sharp. The test subjects, naturally, have been used. Used? Danzo took a sudden step forward, his wooden clogs thumping heavily on the floor. After using them, where are the results? His chest heaved violently, and his cane jabbed frantically at the ground as his voice turned shrill. Answer me. You've consumed so many test subjects. Where are the experimental results? Where is the power I want? Answer me. Orochimaru watched Danzo's rage in silence. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing sharp teeth, and he licked his lips with his snake-like tongue. Lord Danzo, you are far too impatient. In experiments like these, speed is essentially a matter of luck. If luck is on your side and the direction is right, the results will appear. If luck is poor naturally, it will take some time. He gently brushed his hand over the motionless body on the operating table, a look of intoxication on his face. But then again, the mystery and beauty of life itself lie in its uncertainty. Every collapse and regeneration of cells is like dancing on the edge of an abyss, thrilling, stimulating, and alluring. This is nothing like the simple act of killing people as you do. Danzo's eyes widened, his predatory gaze fixed on Orochimaru. I don't care about mysteries or dancing. I only know that if I invest, there must be output. With every word Danzo spat out, his cane jabbed the ground once. Output, do you understand? I want output. Seeing this, Orochimaru leaned forward slightly. Output? His pale face looked exceptionally eerie under the lights. Grinning, he said, Danzo, in my workshop, the collapse of an experiment is output. Every failure is a gain. If you want a definite result, you must give me time. Time, it's already been so long. Tell me definitively, how much more time? How should I know? The curve of Orochimaru's lips deepened, his eyes filled with a near maniacal reverence. After all, what we are prying into is the Creator's taboo. We are peering into the power of God. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand, completely crushing the wood that had abruptly sprouted and grown wildly from the operating table. Then, he looked at Danzo with a playful expression. See, Lord Danzo? You wouldn't want to turn into something like this, would you? Danzo was also startled by this sudden turn of events. He hadn't expected that after all this time, the first Hokage's cells would still be so dangerous. If this were injected directly into his own body, once it went out of control, his body would collapse like a bridge being swept away by a flood. He frowned, and the dark clouds covering his face softened somewhat. Even if the research on the first Hokage's cells is progressing slowly, what about the other Kekkei Genkei? He snorted coldly. Onigumo's cells were given to you 2 years ago, and you still haven't given me a satisfactory answer. Ah, that already has results. Orochimaru walked to the side, pulled an experimental report from a row of documents on the table, and handed it to Danzo. After Onigumo defected, new samples couldn't be drawn, so progress slowed down. However, cloning a new individual is no problem at all. It's just that there's no way to integrate it into your body yet. Give me a little more time. But Orochimaru's tone shifted, and he suddenly looked at Danzo with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Danzo, you really want just any trash keke genke, don't you? HMPH, what do you know? Danzo wore an expression that suggested Orochimaru simply didn't understand him. Although Onigumo's spider war bow isn't very powerful, if it can be combined with the first Hokage's cells, it will be a formidable assassination ability. Root needs this ability, and Konoha needs it too. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Possessing the power of the god of shinobi yet still thinking of assassination, he truly was a rat in the gutter, utterly pathetic. He chuckled softly. The Uchiha's Sharingan, the first Hokage's cells, and even Onigumo's Keke Genkai, you want them all. I wonder if you plan to fuse others as well. But as your partner, I'm warning you, fusing too many Keke Genkai will cause problems. I don't need your concern. Hirako is already solving that problem. Danzo spoke with confidence. Suit yourself. However, Danzo, the supply of test subjects cannot be cut off. I can't provide too many in a short period, Danzo said, shaking his head. We've already collected all the orphans from the nearby villages. The residents are starting to become wary. If we conduct another large-scale capture, we won't be able to keep it under wraps. I also didn't expect you to consume them so quickly. Just as Orochimaru was about to speak, Aburame Ryoma, who had been guarding the door, entered. Lord Danzo, this is intelligence gathered by our subordinates. Danzo took the scroll and skimmed through it rapidly. After a moment, he snorted coldly and looked at Orochimaru. The person who long provided us with test subjects was killed in a bamboo house in the border mountains. It's unclear if news has leaked. The details are still under investigation. Recently, many personnel who provided test subjects have been killed. It will be difficult to provide you with a large number of people in the short term. Orochimaru, however, didn't seem to care at all and walked straight toward the door. Danzo, I don't care where the children come from. I only know that if the supply of test subjects is interrupted, the experiment will enter a suspended state. His figure drifted further away, merging into the darkness, leaving only his gloomy, hoarse voice echoing in the corridor. I can afford to wait, but I wonder if your body can afford to wait. Orochimaru. Danzo narrowed his eyes as he watched the direction in which Orochimaru had departed. He clenched his fists and remained silent for a long time. Lord Danzo, Ryoma spoke up cautiously. Danzo snapped out of it and asked, what's the situation? The scroll only summarized the events. As for the specific details, Ryoma hadn't spoken while Orochimaru was present. In the early stages, human experiments mostly relied on some volunteer ninjas and orphans from orphanages. After the experiments were halted by the village, Orochimaru and Danzo went underground. Root would secretly kidnap civilian children, and they would also hire bounty ninjas to capture people from the outskirts. As the number of missing children grew, so did the residents' grievances. Hiruzen Sarutobi had also noticed something and sent the Anbu to begin an investigation. Out of necessity, Danzo had begun systematically silencing the bounty ninjas who had previously provided them with personnel. However, there were exceptions. Some ninjas were already dead before Root arrived to silence them. If the causes of these deaths and the people they contacted before dying weren't clearly investigated, there was an inevitable risk of intelligence leaks. Seeing Danzo's inquiry, Aburame Ryoma began his report. Kawada Nao's fatal wound was a puncture wound to the chest. At the place where he died, 2 mission teams happened to be passing by at the time. One of the teams was led by Kakashi, 47. Number 47 Medical Training Class Selection? Chapter 47, Medical Team Selection? Kakashi? Danzo asked with suspicion. Yes, Aburame Ryoma continued. The other team was composed of 1 Chunin and 2 Genin. All 3 members of the team are confirmed dead. According to the mission report, all 3 were killed by Kawada Nao. Danzo instinctively focused his attention on Kakashi. A penetrating wound. Kakashi. Was it the Chidori? Danzo couldn't be sure. Aburame Ryoma suddenly remembered something else and added, Lord Danzo, that other squad had also brought a Hyuga clansman with them at the time. The Hyuga are so arrogant, why would one of them join a Genin squad? He's a ninja academy student named Hyuga Aokawa. Hyuga Aokawa, we don't need to investigate this person. Focus your efforts on Kakashi's teammates. Understood. However, this Hyuga Aokawa is also connected to the deaths of the other 2 bounty hunters. Those two bounty hunters had previously supplied us with experimental subjects. Danzo frowned, feeling somewhat irritated. Why was it this Hyuga Aokawa again? Why was this guy like a persistent fly, constantly buzzing in his ear, appearing everywhere? Ever since Hiruzen recommended him, he'd been annoyed by this person every single day. Just thinking about it made the nameless fire in his belly burn hotter. Go and sound out Hyuga Aokawa. See if he knows anything. Yes. Has the approval for the personnel application come down yet? Danzo Shimura suddenly remembered this matter. Ever since his last failed attempt to demand personnel from Hiruzen Sarutobi, he had switched to a bombardment of official documents. Waving the banner of Konoha's grand development plan, he applied pressure every few days, using righteous causes to coerce Hiruzen Sarutobi, but that bastard Hiruzen would agree on the surface. Yet in reality, he would fob him off with a bunch of dead last students like Uchiha Obito and Hyuga Aokawa. They had gone back and forth several times with no resolution yet. In truth, after several rounds of back and forth with Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo was starting to feel some regret. He shouldn't have provoked him by using Asuma back then, just for a moment of anger. After all, Hiruzen was the Hokage. But regret was one thing. Having him bow his head and admit fault was impossible. It would only further fuel his determination to become Hokage. Aburame Ryoma struggled to follow Danzo's train of thought. Why had he suddenly jumped to this topic? But he still answered quietly, not yet. If Hiruzen tries to fob us off with this Hyuga Aokawa again this time, we might as well just accept it. Once we get him, regardless of whether he knows anything or not, once he enters Root and receives the cursed seal, he won't have a choice. If he's truly useless, just send him on a mission to get rid of him. That'll save me from being annoyed by him every day. Focus your other efforts on investigating Kakashi. Yes. The next day, Hyuga Aokawa went to the hospital as usual, toiling like a beast of burden. As he passed a fork in the road, he suddenly felt a chilling cold from behind. His senses detected a sharp gaze fixed upon him. He was startled inwardly. Why did this feeling seem so familiar? He pretended to be completely unaware and continued forward. Hyuga Aokawa, the person behind him, called out, stopping him. Only then did Hyuga Aokawa turn around with a puzzled expression. He saw a ninja wearing an Anbu mask standing on a rooftop, looking down at him from above. And you are? The other person jumped down, but his chin was still slightly raised, looking down at Hyuga Aokawa with great arrogance. I am an Anbu member. I am here to conduct a routine inquiry with you. Routine inquiry? Hyuga Aokawa was somewhat puzzled. Regarding the deaths of the 3 members of your previous squad, and the matter of you killing 2 bounty hunters. After Yuhi Shinku submitted the mission report, hadn't the Anbu already come to understand the specific details? Why were they here again? Sensing the chilling aura and evil chi emanating from the other person, Hyuga Aokawa began to understand. This was probably Root. He remained impassive and repeated the story he had fabricated for Yuhi Shinku. Sure enough, this Anbu member used the deaths of the 3 squad members as a pretext for questioning, but rarely inquired about the details of their deaths. Instead, he showed great interest in the big man and the 2 brothers. Fortunately, after the last Anbu inquiry, Hyuga Aokawa had prepared for every detail regarding this part. He recited the pre-prepared account one by one. During this process, he noticed something. This Anbu member kept talking in circles, trying to prevent Hyuga Aokawa from discerning his true purpose through repeated questioning. At the same time, he was verifying the authenticity of the events Hyuga Aokawa described. But Hyuga Aokawa had already prepared for all this. His powerful spiritual energy made his mind much clearer than an ordinary person's. Moreover, he wasn't a child. He could roughly sense what this Anbu member was truly interested in. It was whether the few words spoken by those 3 men had revealed any information. Regarding this aspect, he had nothing to hide, so he told the truth. Because he really hadn't obtained any information from them. The materials seized from the 3 of them had already been submitted in full. Seeing that he couldn't extract any other information, the Anbu member didn't even say goodbye. He vanished directly using the body flicker technique. It seems Root's entanglement with these bounty hunters runs deep. Hyuga Aokawa thought to himself. He suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Once he started dealing with Root, it meant he had already entered their field of vision. Now, it wasn't just the 3rd Great Ninja War. There were also threats from these internal rats. He headed straight for the hospital. Because Root had delayed him considerably, he was already somewhat late when he arrived at the hospital. He hurriedly changed into his medical protective clothing and began his rounds for the day. Konoha Hospital was newly established and hadn't yet developed to the point where, like in later generations, it was strictly divided into many departments based on illnesses. However, the part involving asking patients about their feelings and conditions was left to the nurses to record. He was only responsible for checking the patient's recovery status. With heaven-defying divine techniques like medical ninjutsu, there weren't as many hospitalized patients as in later generations. Furthermore, with the Byakugan, the checks were also very fast. Soon, the rounds were over. He hurriedly rushed to the conference room to attend the daily morning meeting, where they discussed treatment plans for difficult patients. The hospital didn't know where Hyuga Aokawa had learned such rich knowledge and experience. But given that his medical knowledge was more solid and comprehensive than most doctors, and he could always provide very practical and feasible suggestions, he was required to attend the daily discussion meetings. As soon as he entered the conference room, he noticed there were far fewer doctors attending the morning meeting today. He didn't even see Hattori Kako, the leader of his group, or the deputy leader, Ishida Yuki. The injury case discussed in today's meeting was very severe. They had been discussing it for a full 2 hours and still hadn't finished. But he hadn't seen any sign of his 2 group leaders for so long. He nudged his colleague Chiba Yuzu beside him and asked quietly, "Yuzu, where are our 2 group leaders? I don't see them." "Huh? They're not here?" Chiba Yuzu looked around. It was true, she didn't see them. Maybe they went to participate in the medical team selection. Hyuga Aokawa was startled inwardly. Medical team selection? 48. Number 48 Sarutobi Bawako. Chapter 48. Sarutobi Bawako. Medical team selection? Yeah, didn't they send out application forms last week? The selection started yesterday. How come I didn't get the news? Hyuga Aokawa asked. You didn't receive it? Chiba Yuzu was very surprised. I was wondering why you didn't participate. Then she seemed to remember something and added, I remember now, the medical team selection requires licensed doctors to participate. She looked at Hyuga Aokawa with admiration. Aokawa, you're so amazing. I almost forgot you're just an intern. Licensed doctors only? Hyuga Aokawa then hurriedly asked, where is the medical team selection taking place? Now that he knew there was a selection, he had to go check it out no matter what. If they really insisted on licensed doctors, he would show off his skills. He knew the skill level of the hospital's doctors. With the Stone Gate, his current medical level was such that not many in the hospital were better than him. Besides, this wasn't an assessment of strength rankings. The medical team definitely needed a lot of people. There was no reason for the requirements to be that high. Chiba Yuzu put her finger to her chin and recalled. It seems to be in the administrative office area of the hospital, in that building by the river. Are you going over? It might be over by now. Hyuga Aokawa didn't even finish listening to Chiba Yuzu. He stood up abruptly and said, sorry, to the doctor presiding over the meeting. Amidst the doctor's dumbfounded and bewildered expression, he jumped straight out of the nearby window. Hyuga Aokawa was very anxious. He didn't expect the medical team training to have been going on right under his nose for so long. Although compared to the hospital, the medical team needed to go to dangerous places on the front lines. But that actually suited him better. The favor the Stone Gate obtained during battles on the front lines was significantly higher than in the rear. This was the contradiction where he wanted stability due to his weakness, yet couldn't blindly seek it. As soon as he got downstairs, he ran straight toward the office area. The Konoha Hospital's storefront didn't look big, but the interior area was quite vast. He finally reached the cluster of buildings by the river, but he saw the group leader Hattori Kako and deputy leader Ishida Yuki walking over, chatting and laughing. They were very puzzled to see Hyuga Aokawa running over anxiously. Aokawa, what's wrong? Hattori Kako asked with concern. Where is the medical team selection taking place? Medical team selection? Hattori Kako froze for a moment, then realized Hyuga Aokawa was there for the medical team selection. She immediately scolded, why are you so late? The selection is over. We too were the last ones. Ishida Yuki, who was beside her, also spoke up. We were wondering why we didn't see you. We thought you were young and didn't want to go to the front lines. I only found out about this morning, Hyuga Aokawa said with a dark face. Impossible, Hattori Kako exclaimed. Last week, Lady Bawako already called me to fill out the form. Yeah, a few days ago I also. Halfway through, Ishida Yuki suddenly remembered something and nudged Hattori Kako. Leader, the medical team requires licensed doctors to participate. Aokawa is still just an intern. Oh right, I forgot about that. Hattori Kako slapped her forehead, then smiled teasingly. It's all because you're so capable, Aokawa. What intern is this versatile? Your medical knowledge is even more solid than mine, the group leader. I subconsciously treat you as an experienced doctor. Aokawa is exceptionally gifted. Ishida Yuki also laughed. Like me, I spent a whole year as an intern and then followed a senior for 5 years after becoming official. By the time I gradually became independent, 10 years had passed. Ishida Yuki said with a sigh of emotion. What took me 10 years to achieve, Aokawa finished in 2 months. And he's more well-rounded than me. It's really frustrating to think about. Hattori Kako was also reminded of her past by Ishida Yuki. Then you're much better than me. Back then, seeing that Hattori Kako was also about to talk about her bitter journey, Hyuga Aokawa quickly interrupted. Where is Lady Bawako's office? Hattori Kako wasn't angry at being interrupted. She pointed in a direction with a smile. On the top floor of the innermost building. Understood. Thanks. After Hyuga Aokawa finished speaking, he rushed straight toward the building Hattori Kako pointed out. Hattori Kako looked at the departing figure and shook her head. Actually, he could totally wait until next year. Yeah, at this age and with this talent, I don't know what urgent matter he's rushing for. Ishida Yuki also sighed. Maybe he has other considerations. If only my son were as outstanding as him. Ha ha ha, jealous, aren't you? I'm jealous too, but he might not necessarily pass. Hattori Kako nodded. His medical skills are certainly fine, in some aspects. Even we can't compare to him. But this selection assesses more than just medical skills. Dean's office. Files were piled like mountains on the desk. Sarutobi Bawako was bent over her desk amidst the wall of documents. The pen in her hand moved quickly, approving documents one by one. Suddenly, she stopped her pen, a smile appearing on her face, and said, How do you have time to come to my place today? The curtains moved without any wind. It's a rare break, so I came to see you. Sarutobi Bawako sat up straight, leaning against the back of her chair, looking around the obstructing files. Sure enough, Hiruzen Sarutobi was already sitting openly on the sofa, holding a pipe in one hand, looking at her with a smile. No smoking in the hospital. Sarutobi Bawako raised her eyebrows. Hiruzen Sarutobi hurriedly put it away and defended himself. It's not lit. I'm just used to holding it. As if I don't know your smoking habit. Sarutobi Bawako got up, went to the side of the table, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Since it's a rare break, you should go out and relax. Why come to my place? I just came to see you. Sarutobi Bawako poured herself a cup of tea and took a sip. Cut that out. Tell me, what's the matter? Look at what you're saying. Can't I come to check on my own wife even if there's nothing? You're not going to say it? Fine, then I'll get back to work. As she spoke, she pointed to the mountain of files piled at the foot of the desk. Look, there are still so many things to do. I don't have time to entertain you. Hiruzen Sarutobi followed her finger and saw that besides the desk, there were stacks of files on the floor. He said in a soft tone, Wife, you've worked hard. HMPH, if you really cared, you'd get Tsunade to come back quickly. Sarutobi Bawako's expression was very dissatisfied. The young people run off to drink and gamble, leaving an old woman like me here to work like a horse. It's too much. Seeing Sarutobi Bawako full of resentment, Hiruzen Sarutobi hurriedly got up and helped her sit down by her shoulders. He smiled and said, Where are you old? In my eyes, you're always so young. Just now, seeing your back as you were hunched over working, I thought some new young girl had been transferred to be the dean. 49. #49 Genius Medical Ninja. Chapter 49. The Genius Medical Ninja. I was fooled by this trick of yours 30 years ago, but it's useless against me now. Sarutobi Bawako stiffened her neck and replied bluntly. However, the slight curl of her lips and the smile in her eyes rippled out uncontrollably. Hiruzen Sarutobi pressed his advantage. A moment later, Sarutobi Bawako, who had accumulated much resentment from days of high-intensity work, was coaxed into a joyful mood. Alright, now you can tell me what's the matter, Sarutobi Bawako said. There's really nothing. Then I'll get back to work, Sarutobi Bawako said, about to stand up. Hey, Hiruzen Sarutobi hurriedly pressed her back down. As if I don't know you. Sarutobi Bawako took the opportunity to sit down. She wasn't angry, though, and waited with a smile for Hiruzen Sarutobi to speak. The conflict on the Land of Rain battlefield is getting more and more serious. A major war is unavoidable now. So I wanted to come and see how the selection for the reserve medical team being sent for support is going? Sarutobi Bawako rolled her eyes at him. The assessment finished this morning. I already have a rough idea of the candidates. I'll organize the list for you in a bit. That's good. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. Once casualties increase, these people must be sent to the battlefield immediately. It would be a hassle to organize them on short notice if suitable people weren't selected in advance. But he was still a bit uneasy and continued to remind her, you can't just look at medical skills, their basic abilities can't be too poor either. After all, they're being sent to the front lines. Don't worry, I have a handle on the medical skills. I let that boy Kato handle the survival ability assessment. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly sat up straight and looked directly at Sarutobi Bawako. Is it that Kato from the clan? Yes. Although that boy isn't as talented as you, his water release and Konoha-style taijutsu are quite decent. I'm not worried about that. I understand. He's a bit thick-headed, but he's not bad at heart. With me watching over him, nothing went wrong. That's good then, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Sarutobi Kaido's talent wasn't bad, but his personality was too blunt and honest. He often didn't know his own strength. Many clansmen had been injured by him during sparring. Therefore, Hiruzen Sarutobi was somewhat worried he might injure those precious medical ninja. He continued, with so many people being pulled away at once, the training of new medical ninja members must also keep up. Training isn't that easy. After all the hard work to train them, once they reach the battlefield, lives are like grass. How can we sustain such consumption? However, we did find a good prospect this year. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Hyuga Aokawa entered the room and only then realized Hiruzen Sarutobi was also in the office. He straightened his posture slightly. Hokage-sama, Bawako-sama. Oh, it's Aokawa. As soon as Sarutobi Bawako saw him, the smile on her face deepened instantly, and her tone became exceptionally soft. Is there something you need from me? Beside her, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Sarutobi Bawako with great surprise. So gentle? Did the sun rise in the west? Is this still my wife? Bawako-sama, I want to participate in this medical team selection, Hyuga Aokawa said, getting straight to the point. Sarutobi Bawako's smile stiffened imperceptibly. She thought to herself, as expected, it's about this. She quickly adjusted her expression and said warmly, Aokawa, the selection has already ended. Besides, the medical team selection is usually not open to intern doctors. Bawako-sama, Hyuga Aokawa's eyes were burning as he met her gaze without evasion. The hospital doesn't open the medical team selection to intern doctors. It's nothing more than concerns about our lack of experience and insufficient proficiency in medical ninjutsu, but I am different. Although I am an intern doctor, my medical skills are among the best in the hospital, if not the top. I have observed the medical team colleagues who come to help at the hospital. My level is by no means inferior to theirs. His tone was resolute, carrying an unquestionable confidence. At this time, there was no need to worry about being humble and polite. If one wanted an exception, one had to have the leverage for it. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised an eyebrow as he listened. Who is this kid? He's pretty arrogant. An intern doctor actually dares to say he's among the best in the hospital. And what surprised him was that Bawako actually didn't burst out in anger. One should know that she hated arrogant people the most. Yet, facing these arrogant words, not only did she not get angry, she was actually still smiling. Hyuga Aokawa? He wondered if this was the same person he had recommended to Danzo. He tried to recall, but in his memory, there wasn't a second person with the same name at the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Bawako pondered for a moment, deliberating repeatedly, but still tried to politely decline. Aokawa, I naturally acknowledge your talent and solid medical knowledge. It's just that you haven't been in the profession for long. You might as well further refine your medical ninjutsu. Next year, I will definitely. Bawako-sama. Hyuga Aokawa didn't wait for her to finish and suddenly raised his right hand. He formed hand seals with one hand, his movements as smooth as flowing water. Buzz! An emerald green light instantly lit up in his palm. It was stable, condensed, and the energy flow was as delicate as silk. It was indeed a high-level healing technique. Sarutobi Bawako's pupils constricted, her heart filled with shock. The halo is stable, the energy is dense and restrained, and the chakra control is extremely precise. This healing technique was only slightly inferior to her own. But who was she? She had been exceptionally talented since childhood and studied under the clan seniors. After growing up, she married Hiruzen Sarutobi and received the true teachings of the Senju clan. She had been immersed in this field for many years. How long had this 12-year-old boy in front of her been in contact with medical ninjutsu? She had checked on Hyuga Aokawa. A few months ago, he had an abdominal injury, and his father, Hyuga Fu, was also injured. All those wounds were only treated after returning to the village. This meant he only started learning after entering medical training. At most, it had only been 2 months until now. To master the healing technique to such a realm in just 2 months. Such talent had never even been shown by the brilliant Tsunade back in the day. Under her shocked gaze, the green light in Hyuga Aokawa's palm switched seamlessly. It turned into a shimmering detoxification technique. Then it changed again into green bubbles for precise investigation. Fine thread extraction technique. Then, the green chakra turned blue. A chakra scalpel emitting cutting power appeared brightly in his hand. Chakra scalpel. Sarutobi Bawako cried out in surprise and stood up abruptly. She walked quickly to Hyuga Aokawa. The sharp aura emanating from the scalpel brushed against her face. This was by no means a mere facade. It was a genuine chakra scalpel. And looking at its state, he hadn't just started. He had already mastered it to a considerable degree. She opened her mouth, unable to speak for a while. After a long time, she finally asked, "You even mastered this? When did this happen? Didn't the hospital release some medical ninjutsu for me to learn?" Hyuga Aokawa's tone was flat, as if he were talking about something insignificant. "I memorized the hand seal sequence and the principles of the chakra circulation route. I observed the senior surgeries a few times, and as I watched, I just learned it." 50. Number 50. Don't let him get through. Chapter 50. Don't let him pass. Looking at the skilled chakra scalpel in Hyuga Aokawa's hand, Sarutobi Bawako fell silent once more. She understood that the excuse of insufficient medical ninjutsu could no longer stop Hyuga Aokawa from joining the medical team. She looked at the youth before her, whose talent was almost monstrous, and forced a strained smile onto her face. "I didn't expect Aokawa's talent for medical ninjutsu to be so astounding. With this level of mastery in medical ninjutsu, you are indeed more than qualified to join the medical team." A smile had just begun to appear on Hyuga Aokawa's face when he heard her tone shift. "However, the medical team being selected this time is going to the front lines. On the battlefield, just knowing medical ninjutsu isn't enough. Your survival skills must also keep up. In other words, your taijutsu and body flicker technique must be top tier so you can protect yourself when the enemy arrives. Therefore, this medical team selection will also assess your actual combat capabilities. This is also Hokage-sama's intention," Sarutobi Bawako added decisively. Previous investigations showed that Hyuga Aokawa was mediocre in other aspects. He had even failed miserably at the Gentle Fist, which the Hyuga clan had studied for years, not to mention anything else. If Hyuga Aokawa's medical ninjutsu was outstandingly genius, then his other taijutsu and ninjutsu were equally outstandingly trash. Thus, Bawako planned to block Hyuga Aokawa right here. "Me?" Hiruzen Sarutobi looked bewildered. "I required a medical ninja's taijutsu and body flicker technique to be top tier. Are my standards really that high?" He was just about to speak up and clarify. "Hokage-sama, isn't that right?" Sarutobi Bawako suddenly turned her head, her gaze piercing. Her eyes were fixed on Hiruzen Sarutobi, the warning within them self-evident. Hiruzen Sarutobi's throat bobbed as he forced himself to swallow the words on the tip of his tongue. Following his wife's lead, he said, "Ah yes, that's right, Aokawa. This is also for the sake of your safety. After all, for the village to train one." "No problem, my lords." Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could finish, he was decisively interrupted by Hyuga Aokawa, who agreed quite readily. Mastering the arts of war and peace to serve the ruler, the biggest boss of Konoha village was right here. This was a God-given stage to show off. It would allow him to demonstrate his strength and pass the medical team selection assessment. Where else could he find such a good deal? Sarutobi Bawako was stunned, looking at Hyuga Aokawa with uncertainty. "Aokawa, the combat capability I just mentioned refers to taijutsu, body flicker technique, and other skills for fighting enemies. It doesn't refer to your clinical treatment abilities." "I understand." Hyuga Aokawa nodded with absolute certainty. "I accept the assessment of combat capability." Seeing his resolute look, Sarutobi Bawako sighed helplessly. "All right, but the selection just ended. Re-evaluating requires some preparation. Wait for us by the river downstairs. The formal assessment will begin in half an hour." "Yes, thank you, Bawako-sama. Hokage-sama, goodbye." Hyuga Aokawa bowed and turned to leave. As soon as the door closed, Hiruzen Sarutobi hurried forward. "Bawako, what is going on?" Sarutobi Bawako didn't respond immediately. She first summoned the guard outside. "Go, find Sarutobi Kaido." Then she slowly walked over to the sofa and sat down, rubbing her brow tiredly. "This kid's talent is the best I've ever seen. I don't want him to die in vain on the front lines." Looking at the worried Sarutobi Bawako, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly laughed. "Bawako, you're always so soft-hearted. No matter how good the talent is, one must go through trials to grow. He instinctively reached for his pipe to take a puff but stopped himself, then continued. Like the White Fang's son, Kakashi Hatake, he is also a once-in-a-century genius. Yet I still sent him out to gain experience. He is the promising talent I wanted to tell you about, the one selected earlier. The more Sarutobi Bawako heard, the more annoyed she became, and she interrupted Hiruzen Sarutobi. A promising talent also needs to. Hiruzen Sarutobi's smile suddenly froze. You mean, he's a talent who was only discovered during this medical training? Hasn't he only been learning for 2 months? Sarutobi Bawako nodded heavily and remained silent. Waves of shock surged through Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. Although he wasn't a medical ninja, he was widely knowledgeable. With his eyes, he could see that the 4 techniques were not simple, especially the fine thread extraction technique and the chakra scalpel. They required extremely high chakra control and personal talent. To master them to a degree that shocked Bawako within 2 months, his talent could be described as absolutely absurd. No wonder Bawako valued him so much. He suddenly remembered, good talent and the ability to master ninjutsu don't mean one can be a doctor. Extensive medical knowledge is also. Sarutobi Bawako cut him off. His genius lies exactly in that he has not only mastered the ninjutsu but also has a very comprehensive and solid foundation of medical knowledge. Even I only suddenly remembered some obscure knowledge points when he brought them up. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt no joy, but rather a shock in his heart. In that case, we must consider. No, I've already checked him. Sarutobi Bawako looked straight at Hiruzen Sarutobi. His records in Konoha since childhood have no issues, and the Hyuga clan has no bloodlines left in other countries. Furthermore, if you were the enemy, would you be willing to send someone with such extraordinary talent to an enemy country just to obtain some intelligence? Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slowly, then shook his head. The two fell into a momentary silence. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Come in. A tall man with a simple and honest appearance, wearing clothes with the Sarutobi emblem, walked in. It's Kaido. Have a seat, Sarutobi Bawako greeted. All right, thank you, Aunt Bawako. Sarutobi Kaido smiled honestly. I'll have to trouble you to assess another doctor in a moment. Is that okay? No problem, I'll do whatever Auntie asks. Then for the assessment later, whether it's the water surface walking project or the combat assessment, you must give it your all and find a way to prevent the other party from passing. Understand? But Auntie, Sarutobi Kaido scratched his head. Quote, for that water surface walking project, didn't you tell me the wave intensity shouldn't be too high? If his chakra control is good, he'll definitely pass. You silly child, Sarutobi Bawako chided, tapping him lightly. That's for others. For him, you can increase the wave intensity. Just do everything you can to make him fall into the water. Same for the combat. Don't worry even if he gets injured. I'm right here, Bawako. The more Hiruzen Sarutobi heard, the more absurd it became, and he quickly spoke up to interrupt. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 51. Number 51 Terrifying Chakra Control. Chapter 51. Terrifying chakra control. Hiruzen Sarutobi found it increasingly absurd and quickly spoke up to interrupt her. What did she mean by not being afraid even if he got hurt? Kaito was a boy who didn't know his own strength. If he wasn't restrained, who knew what the outcome would be? Just as he was about to speak, Sarutobi Bawako let out a roar that even startled Sarutobi Kaido. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I don't want to hear your genius growth philosophy. Medical ninja don't need the nirvana of war. Aokawa's talent is even greater than Tsunade's back then. The future development of Konoha's medical ninjutsu depends on him. So, unless he can one day learn creation rebirth like Tsunade did, don't even think about me letting him onto the battlefield. Kaito, let's go. Without another word, Sarutobi Bawako grabbed the dazed Sarutobi Kaido and rushed straight downstairs. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and turned his gaze toward Hyuga Aokawa, who was standing quietly by the river. He leapt out the window, focused chakra into his feet, and glided down the wall. By the river, Hyuga Aokawa focused his mind and finally saw the three of them arrive. He greeted them with a smile. Hokage-sama, Bawako-sama. He also nodded in greeting to Sarutobi Kaido. No need for formalities, Aokawa. Let's get straight to the point. Practical ability is divided into 2 parts. The first tests your reactions by combining the most important skill for a medical ninja, chakra control. She gestured toward Sarutobi Kaido. This is a special Jonin, Sarutobi Kaido, who specializes in water release. In a moment, he will create random waves on the river. You need to stay on the water for 30 minutes without falling in. 30 minutes? Hyuga Aokawa was somewhat surprised. Were the combat requirements for medical ninja in the medical team this high now? In the original story, there didn't seem to be any mention of medical ninja having such high endurance. Fortunately, this wasn't too difficult for him. With his current chakra control, no matter how big the waves were, they wouldn't knock him over. I understand. Then both of you get into position. I'll keep time, Sarutobi Bawako ordered. Hyuga Aokawa nodded, focused chakra into the soles of his feet, and stepped firmly onto the river's surface. Once Hyuga Aokawa reached the middle of the river, Sarutobi Bawako pressed the stopwatch. Start. Sarutobi Kaido instantly formed hand seals, manipulating the river water into a surging, turbulent flow. Waves continuously rushed toward Hyuga Aokawa on the water's surface. Yet he moved with composed steps, treading onto the crests as if on level ground and sliding down lightly, as if he were merely strolling across hills on land. As expected of a medical ninja, this exquisite chakra control is far superior to ordinary people. Hiruzen Sarutobi praised him inwardly. Seeing that a few waves couldn't shake his opponent, Sarutobi Kaido suddenly increased his chakra output, making the waves higher and more violent. At the same time, he hid killing intent within the waves, constantly creating sudden splashes that slapped toward Hyuga Aokawa in an attempt to break his center of gravity. But Hyuga Aokawa seemed to have foresight, his body swaying slightly. He dodged every sneak attack with a leisurely stroll, remaining bone dry. Not only is his chakra control exquisite, but his perception is also excellent. Hiruzen Sarutobi was somewhat surprised. A layman watches the show, but a professional looks at the technique. To dodge Kaido's hidden waves so easily required extremely delicate perception to capture the underwater undercurrents at the first moment. Still not falling? Sarutobi Kaido scratched his head anxiously, his hand seals changing. The waves on the river no longer hid their killing intent. They suddenly gathered, forming a towering wall of water several people high. It loomed over Hyuga Aokawa, threatening to cover him completely. Just as the giant wave was about to swallow him, his figure vanished instantly. Body flicker technique. Hiruzen Sarutobi's surprise grew even further. The body flicker technique isn't teleportation. It's a technique that requires the calf muscles to push off the ground rapidly to gain massive acceleration instantly. Using the body flicker technique on water increased the difficulty exponentially. It placed extremely high demands on instantaneous chakra output and fine control. Therefore, while ninja walking on water were common, ninja using the body flicker technique on water were not. Hyuga Aokawa's figure appeared on another part of the water, where a new giant wave had already risen from the ground. He simply took advantage of the momentum to leap onto the crest, letting the wave carry him up. He then sped down the steep back of the wave, still not falling, still not falling. Sarutobi Kaido stared at the figure on the water, his brow furrowed as he muttered. The speed of his hand seals became faster and faster. A second, a third, a fourth, more and more giant waves converged from all directions to surround and crush Hyuga Aokawa. Hyuga Aokawa felt a chill in his heart. Are they choosing a medical ninja or an Anbu elite? He hurriedly activated his Byakugan and also triggered the Reishi network in his Sea of Consciousness. The two sensory methods continuously captured the subtle differences in the surrounding chakra flow. He wove back and forth through the gaps in the giant waves like a fish, narrowly escaping danger. Why won't you fall down? The honesty on Sarutobi Kaido's face gradually faded, replaced by irritability and stubbornness, his breathing becoming more and more rapid. If you don't fall, I won't be able to complete my aunt's task. He gritted his teeth and formed seals once more. Sarutobi Bawako watched the figure maneuvering through the raging waves on the river, her expression solemn. Initially, Hyuga Aokawa's ease was within her expectations. After all, anyone who excelled in medical ninjutsu would definitely have excellent chakra control, but she hadn't expected Hyuga Aokawa's physical reactions and perception to be this fast. The giant waves Kaido was creating now had already far exceeded the limits of the medical team's assessment, yet even so, Hyuga Aokawa remained steady on the river's surface. He hadn't even gotten a drop of water on him from then until now. The waves on the river grew larger and larger, and she looked toward Sarutobi Kaido. The next moment, those familiar hand seals gave her a shock. This was ninjutsu? She instinctively wanted to stop Sarutobi Kaido. Despite her words, when it came down to it, she didn't want to see Hyuga Aokawa get hurt. But Hiruzen Sarutobi held her back. Don't be in a hurry. He hasn't reached his limit yet. I'm watching. He also wanted to see where this kid's limit was. Sarutobi Kaido maintained the giant waves while completing the final seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. On the river, Hyuga Aokawa was treading the waves when the water beneath him suddenly erupted. Boom! A ferocious water dragon burst from the water, its massive maw wide open. Holy crap, are you kidding me? Did Rin and Sakura get through their assessments by the back door? I never saw them being this skilled. Hyuga Aokawa hurriedly dodged but caught off guard. He was still carried into the air by the violent current. He quickly sprinted down the winding body of the dragon. The water dragon twisted and coiled, circling continuously. The dragon's head lunged and bit ferociously time and again, but Hyuga Aokawa narrowly escaped each time by a hair's breadth. He had just jumped back onto the water's surface. Water release, water bullet technique. 52. Number 52. How could you hit so hard? Chapter 52. How could you be so heavy-handed? Water release, water bullet technique. The water dragon's massive maw gaped wide as countless high-pressure water bullets poured out, like cannonballs, sealing off all paths of retreat for Hyuga Aokawa. He was startled. The timing of this volley was too perfect. He couldn't dodge it. Just as the water bullets were about to strike Hyuga Aokawa, Bagua Palm returned to heaven. His entire body spun rapidly, simultaneously releasing chakra. Violent blue chakra instantly formed a fast-spinning fortress around him. Bang, 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 bang. The dense barrage of water bullets was completely deflected, sending water splashing everywhere. Hyuga Aokawa had just stopped his spinning. A pillar of water, spinning and rising rapidly like a tornado, erupted from the surface and shot into the sky. It converged in the air into a waterfall that blotted out the sun. Water release, water colliding wave. The waterfall crashed down with the force of 10,000 tons, ruthlessly attempting to swallow Hyuga Aokawa. Kato, stop. Sarutobi Bawako could no longer hold back upon seeing such a massive water release. Seeing that the honest simplicity on Sarutobi Kato's face had long vanished, replaced only by an obsession to knock Hyuga Aokawa into the water. She knew Kato had lost control again. She was just about to step forward and stop Kato. Hiruzen Sarutobi held her back again. Don't panic, he's escaped. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the waterfall violently smashed the entire surface of the water apart. Countless crystal-clear giant waves burst forth once more. Caught in the middle, under this world-destroying impact, Hyuga Aokawa's body was instantly torn to pieces, turning into a spray of water that merged into the waterfall. A water clone? Sarutobi Bawako was utterly astonished. The Hyuga clan was actually learning ninjutsu, and it was a water clone made with only a single hand sign. Hiruzen Sarutobi added, his gaze like a torch. Known as the ninjutsu doctor, his insight was naturally much sharper than Sarutobi Bawako's. Sure enough, in the next moment, at another spot on the river, Hyuga Aokawa's figure suddenly appeared. He retreated rapidly across the water, his eyes equally filled with shock. This is a complete, won't stop until he's smashed into the water, posture. Before he could even complain, the massive waves produced by the crashing waterfall were already surging toward him like a mountain collapsing into the sea. He had no choice but to leap into the air again to dodge the surge. Beneath the surface, undercurrents surged again. A water dragon actually predicted his landing point and burst out of the water. It shot toward Hyuga Aokawa in mid-air. With nowhere to gain leverage in the air, the distance between him and the water dragon grew closer and closer. So, how will you deal with it this time? Hiruzen Sarutobi pressed down hard on Sarutobi Bawako with one hand, while his other hand had already begun to quietly form hand signs. If Hyuga Aokawa couldn't handle it, he would step in to save him. In mid-air, Hyuga Aokawa was also forming hand signs. Water release, water wall. A thick wall of water suddenly rose from the river surface. Before the water dragon could arrive, it rose precisely beneath Hyuga Aokawa's feet, providing him with a point of leverage in the air. He kicked off the top of the water wall with both feet, using the force to change direction and catapult away. Boom! The water dragon slammed hard into the water wall. The immense impact, carrying the flow of water, smashed both the wall and the dragon back into the river. They exploded into a mist that filled the air. Water wall, Sarutobi Bawako cried out in shock. Hiruzen Sarutobi was even more shaken. It wasn't just a simple water wall. He had simplified the hand signs, using only 3. What was even more shocking, the rotation of the water in a water wall is originally horizontal. While providing defense, it can deflect the enemy's attack to both sides through the rotation. But to gain force in the opposite direction, Hyuga Aokawa had forcibly changed the rotation to vertical, just to use the cascading effect of the water flow to retreat by borrowing force. Because of this, the water dragon wasn't deflected to the sides but was instead pulled down into the river by the flow. This meant that his learning of ninjutsu wasn't just mechanical. He had applied his own thinking and completely understood the essence of ninjutsu. Only then could he perform ninjutsu according to his needs as he pleased. Seeing Sarutobi Kato, eyes bloodshot, about to form more hand signs, Hiruzen Sarutobi used a body flicker technique and hurriedly held him down. Enough, Kato. That's it for today. But the task auntie gave me, Sarutobi Kato said anxiously. Sarutobi Bawako rushed forward and covered his mouth. Seeing the water surface return to calm, Hyuga Aokawa walked over across the water. My lords, I suppose I've passed this first assessment? Passed, you passed, Sarutobi Bawako said, her face full of embarrassment. Although she didn't want Hyuga Aokawa to pass, Sarutobi Kato had already gone this far and still couldn't get Hyuga Aokawa into the water. She couldn't bring herself to say Hyuga Aokawa had failed. Are the assessments for other seniors also as difficult as mine? Hyuga Aokawa asked curiously. Sarutobi Bawako's smile stiffened, and she coughed twice tactically. She laughed awkwardly. Cough yes, this was Hokage-sama's intention. Me again? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Sarutobi Bawako in disbelief. Seeing the latter's warning expression, he could only follow along. Well, a medical ninja not only has to save lives and heal the wounded, but also needs to know how to protect themselves. Since you've been at the hospital, you know that the growth of a medical ninja is a very long process. If they don't have a certain ability to protect themselves, they can easily be targeted as a weak point for a breakthrough by the enemy. That's why I am exceptionally strict regarding the combat capabilities of the medical team. Hyuga Aokawa nodded. Then the second assessment? I think the second assessment will be tomorrow. Seeing that Sarutobi Bawako had no objections, Hiruzen Sarutobi made the decision. Both of you have nearly exhausted your chakra today. Get some good rest and continue tomorrow. Yes. Then, my lords, I'll take my leave first. Go ahead. Once Hyuga Aokawa had walked far away, Sarutobi Bawako put on a stern face and looked at Sarutobi Kato reproachfully. Kato, how could you be so heavy-handed? You even used ninjutsu. Sarutobi Kato was so aggrieved he was almost in tears. Auntie, you said to think of every way to make him fall into the water. Even so, you shouldn't have been so rough. What if you hurt him? You're not allowed to do that tomorrow. Sarutobi Kato's face turned red with frustration, unable to say a word for a long time. Alright, Kato, go and rest. You're tired too. Hiruzen Sarutobi patted Sarutobi Kato's shoulder to help him out. After speaking, he looked back at Sarutobi Bawako. Then I'll come over again tomorrow. Fine. The three of them dispersed. Hiruzen Sarutobi hummed a little tune as he strolled leisurely. As he passed the Hokage building, he suddenly had a whim and went straight inside. Just as he reached the office door, the Anbu on duty asked in surprise, Hokage-sama? Aren't you off duty today? Haha, I'm in a good mood and can't stay idle. I don't want to rest anymore. Hiruzen Sarutobi, looking very cheerful, ordered. Go and fetch Hyuga Aokawa's files. 53. Number 53. Today we can focus on the key points. Chapter 53. Today you can be a bit heavier with your hands. Hiruzen Sarutobi was in high spirits as he instructed. Go and bring me Hyuga Aokawa's files. Yes. The Anbu accepted the order. Wait. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly spoke up, stopping the departing Anbu. That approval for Advisor Danzo regarding his personnel request hasn't been sent over yet, has it? Not yet. Bring that along as well. Yes, that old fellow Danzo had been frequently pressuring him for personnel lately under the banner of Konoha's grand plan. He had brushed them all off. HMPH. Demanding people even from his own son. Hiruzen Sarutobi was very angry. If he didn't give him a proper warning, Danzo wouldn't understand. I am the Hokage. I'll see just who will be the one to regret it. The two sides had been back and forth like this. Fortunately, this approval hadn't been sent to Root yet. Otherwise, if Danzo impulsively agreed, he would have to deal with him again. He just hadn't expected this young man, Hyuga Aokawa, to be so talented. And his strength wasn't limited to medical ninjutsu. Even his application of ninjutsu was consummate. It seemed the work of scouting talent at the Ninja Academy was still insufficient. He wondered how his performance in tomorrow's actual combat would be. He was looking forward to it. He opened the office door, walked briskly to the window, and pushed it open. Impatiently, he lit his pipe and took a deep drag. At the hospital, he had been stifled to death. He exhaled a long puff of smoke and sank comfortably into his chair. As expected, this office was the most comfortable. A moment later, there was a knock at the door. An Anbu arrived carrying a stack of Hyuga Aokawa's files. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his pipe. He lowered his head and carefully skimmed through Hyuga Aokawa's files page by page. From these records, he seems quite ordinary. He then pulled out Hyuga Aokawa's report card from the most recent semester. What a coincidence. In every exam, however many people were in the class, that's exactly the rank this kid would get. If he could be last, he would never move up. Theory, practice, politics, common knowledge, it was a diverse array. But every single one was a disaster. He sighed helplessly. He would have to have the school teachers give him some extra focus, especially on the will of fire. This was the foundation of Konoha's cohesion. We'll see if his grades in the will of fire can be improved. Somewhat helplessly, he picked up the pipe resting on the desk and took a deep drag. He was different from Sarutobi Bawako. He didn't just look at talent. Besides talent, the will of fire was equally important. If their ideologies weren't on the same wavelength, how could he nurture him? Hokage-sama, should we summon Hyuga Aokawa? The Anbu nearby asked. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head and slowly exhaled smoke. There's no need for that for now. The next day, the hospital director's office. Early in the morning, Sarutobi Bawako was already working at her desk. Yesterday, because of Hyuga Aokawa's assessment, a lot of time had been taken up. She had to wake up early today to clear the backlog of work. She was grading the exam papers from the recent intern doctor assessment at the hospital. What on earth is this? Was everything learned during these months of internship just shit? With a dark expression, she marked a question with a cross. Then she looked at the next question, and her face grew even darker. With this level, they dare to make suggestions? The suggestions are all at the level of shit too. She flipped the paper over to see the candidate's name. Shojin Ito. What is this unintelligible nonsense? She made up her mind that if this candidate performed like shit again next time, she would send him to the proctology department to scoop out shit. Irritably, she rubbed her temples and took a deep breath. Suppressing the anger that was about to erupt, she numbly pulled out another paper from the few remaining ones. When her gaze fell on the paper again, her furrowed brow relaxed slightly. This paper is answered well. The explanation of the principles is well organized, and it even cites relatively obscure but very precise academic viewpoints as evidence. Sarutobi Bawako couldn't help but sit up a bit straighter. She turned to the second question, a complex trauma scenario. The candidate's answer rigorously analyzed the priority of injuries, and it provided a highly practical treatment process with clear steps. Each step was clear and professional, perfectly suited to the realities of the battlefield or emergency first aid. Whose paper is this? Sarutobi Bawako curiously flipped to the candidate's name section. Hyuga Aokawa. Sarutobi Bawako was stunned for a moment, then gave a helpless self-deprecating laugh. What was I thinking? Among the intern doctors, besides a genius like Hyuga Aokawa, who else could write such a pragmatic answer after fully mastering the material? Was she really expecting to find a second genius among them? She read faster and faster, her astonishment growing like ripples from a stone thrown into a lake. After reading the entire answer sheet, her impression was that Hyuga Aokawa not only had a solid foundation of knowledge but also possessed excellent clinical thinking skills and the potential to solve practical problems. Her heart pounded. Now she was more and more certain that the upper limit of Konoha's future medical development might truly depend on Hyuga Aokawa alone. If such a person were to die on the battlefield, it would be an immeasurable loss for Konoha. However, Hyuga Aokawa's performance yesterday showed that his actual combat ability was not bad. At the very least, his body flicker technique was up to standard. If today's combat assessment followed the usual standards, he might actually pass. No, I absolutely cannot let him go to the battlefield and die for nothing. Click. The door opened. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had arrived early with Sarutobi Kaido. As soon as she saw them enter, Sarutobi Bawako stood up abruptly and walked quickly to Sarutobi Kaido. Kaido, today you must do everything in your power to prevent Aokawa from passing. The honest expression on Sarutobi Kaido's face was replaced by confusion, his eyes widening. I have to find a way again? Auntie, what's with you? He looked at Sarutobi Bawako with great confusion. Oh auntie, didn't you say yesterday that I was too heavy-handed? Yesterday was yesterday, today is today. Today, you must not let him pass no matter what. Even if he gets injured, it's fine, your auntie is here. Sarutobi Kaido scratched his head anxiously. The contradictory instructions left the honest, tall young man with a flushed face, unable to say a word for a long time. Just listen to your aunt, just do as you did yesterday. Hiruzen Sarutobi patted Sarutobi Kaido on the shoulder, giving him direction. He also wanted to see if Hyuga Aokawa could bring him any other surprises in actual combat. Not long after, Hyuga Aokawa arrived. Then let's head to the riverside as before, Sarutobi Bawako said. The four of them went to the lakeside together. Aokawa, this second assessment tests your comprehensive combat ability. You need to hold out against Kaido for 30 minutes. 30 minutes? Hyuga Aokawa looked at the three of them in great surprise. Before coming, Hattori Kako had told him that their combat assessment required holding out against a special Jonin for 3 minutes. Why had it become 30 minutes for him? What's wrong with you three? Where did that extra zero come from? 54. Number 54 Second Assessment. Chapter 54. The second assessment. However, Hyuga Aokawa did not object. He was already an exception for participating in this selection. He couldn't ask for much more. He nodded and agreed. The two stood facing each other, both forming the seal of confrontation. Sarutobi Bawako held a stopwatch. Begin. As soon as the words fell, Sarutobi Kaido took the initiative. His taijutsu was very solid. With a single step, his body shot out like a cannonball. His fist, as large as a clay pot, carried a strong wind as it lunged straight for Hyuga Aokawa's face. Hyuga Aokawa countered movement with stillness, waiting for the opponent to tire himself out. Whether in height, strength, or chakra capacity, he was no match for Sarutobi Kaido. To last for 30 minutes, he had to minimize his physical exertion as much as possible. While defense wasn't glamorous, it was highly effective. Seeing the fist already smashing toward his face, Hyuga Aokawa did not choose to meet it head-on. Instead, he activated his Byakugan in an instant. Under his powerful perception, he moved his body to slide gracefully along the wind of the punch while tilting his head slightly to the side. By a hair's breadth and with minimal effort, he dodged the punch. At the same time, taking advantage of Sarutobi Kaido's overextended move, and before he could adjust his center of gravity, he quickly turned his body, condensed gentle fist chakra in his palm, and placed it on Sarutobi Kaido's wrist. While sealing the acupoints, he pulled him to the side. Sarutobi Kaido lost his balance and stumbled to the side. He turned around to look at the boy standing quietly. A frown appeared on his honest face, and his expression began to show anxiety. No wonder Auntie said he could be a bit rough today. If he held back, there was no way he could complete Auntie's task. Sarutobi Kaido clenched his fists, no longer holding back his strength. He pressed forward again, launching a storm-like barrage of attacks. Under such high-intensity attacks, Hyuga Aokawa could no longer seize the initiative as easily as before. After narrowly dodging several attacks, he was finally forced to engage in close combat with Sarutobi Kaido. The two were locked in a fierce struggle. Sarutobi Kaido was tall and in his prime. He used his long limbs to his advantage, his moves being powerful and heavy, with high attack and defense. Hyuga Aokawa was still a minor, and his strength and chakra were inferior to Sarutobi Kaido's. But he excelled in perception and agility. Furthermore, what he had learned was quite diverse. During the fight, he utilized multiple styles, including Gentle Fist, 80 trigrams 32 palms, and Konoha-style basic taijutsu. He used whichever was appropriate, never being restricted by form. Watching this, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded repeatedly. The Hyuga clan has finally produced a genius who opens his eyes to see the world. He was no longer trapped in the corner of Gentle Fist and Byakugan but pragmatically absorbed other fighting styles. The two fought for over a dozen rounds, evenly matched and neck. Finally, after clashing with a kick, both flew backward. Hyuga Aokawa suffered from his physical disadvantage, and his sliding distance was noticeably longer. Sarutobi Kaido stared fixedly at the boy in front of him, his hands trembling slightly uncontrollably. The Gentle Fist is truly insidious. Clearly, in the fight just now, he hadn't made any mistakes and even held a slight upper hand due to his strength advantage. Yet the opponent always managed to inadvertently inject Gentle Fist chakra from his palm beneath his skin, sealing his acupoints. Even several times when he had clearly dodged the opponent's palm, just being lightly grazed by the Gentle Fist chakra, his arm would immediately go numb. At this moment, there were several chakra blockages on his body, although they weren't concentrated and were quite scattered, but it was foreseeable that if he continued the close quarters fight, even if they were evenly matched, as time passed, the number of blocked areas on his body would surely increase. Although he was simple-minded, his combat intuition was exceptionally sharp. No, I need to open up some distance. I can't compete with him in the taijutsu he's best at. In an instant, Sarutobi Kaido made up his mind. On the other side, Hyuga Aokawa also stared closely at the big guy, his hands similarly trembling slightly. His physical disadvantage meant that during the exchange, his arms were aching in multiple places from Sarutobi Kaido's heavy attacks. If this continued, he really wouldn't last 30 minutes. No, I need to open up some distance. I can't compete with him in the physical endurance he's best at. I have to create an opportunity to take him down with a single strike from Holy Arrow. Both sides stared intently at each other. Suddenly, both of them moved simultaneously. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, earth release, earth pillar burst. Hyuga Aokawa slammed his hands onto the ground. A series of dense, small explosions appeared on the ground, racing toward Sarutobi Kaido. At the same time, a winding water dragon suddenly burst out from the river's surface. With its bloody maw wide open, it lunged straight at Hyuga Aokawa. Neither side expected the other to move so suddenly, but the water dragon bullet, which required 44 seals, was ultimately a bit slower. The earth column explosion raced all the way to Sarutobi Kaido's feet. Although he had already jumped away with all his might, the shockwave from the final large explosion still inevitably pushed him into midair. Meanwhile, because Hyuga Aokawa's hands were on the ground, he also couldn't dodge the water dragon's attack. In the moment of crisis, he used a water clone technique to lure the water dragon while his main body used the body flicker technique to escape. Boom! After tearing apart the water clone, the water dragon didn't have time to turn, and its head slammed hard into the ground. A massive wave of water spread out in all directions. Hyuga Aokawa could only flash into mid-air as well. What a splendid duel, Hiruzen Sarutobi marveled inwardly. From taijutsu to ninjutsu, both sides timed everything perfectly. It was a textbook-level performance. Especially Hyuga Aokawa. He hadn't expected the kid to know earth release as well. It was rare enough for the Hyuga clan to be willing to learn ninjutsu, but to master 2 elemental releases was even rarer. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes widened. He stared fixedly at Hyuga Aokawa in mid-air. He saw Hyuga Aokawa, suspended in mid-air, pull out a giant blue bow without any warning. He drew a light arrow and aimed it tightly at Sarutobi Kaido, who was also in mid-air. What is that? In Hiruzen Sarutobi's incredulous sight, Hyuga Aokawa let go. The chakra arrow on the giant blue bow shot out like lightning. Sarutobi Kaido, completely unprepared in mid-air, was struck directly and sent falling from the sky at an accelerated speed. Kato, the Sarutobi couple both cried out and simultaneously used the body flicker technique to reach Sarutobi Kaido's side. Sarutobi Kaido's abdomen was a bloody mess with blood flowing freely. Sarutobi Bawako hurriedly activated her healing technique to treat him. He struggled, wanting to get up and fight again. Hiruzen Sarutobi held him down firmly. That's enough, Kato. The mission is complete. Stop here. Upon hearing that the mission was complete, the stubbornness on Sarutobi Kaido's face slowly faded, returning to his original honest expression. After landing, Hyuga Aokawa also quickly approached him. He didn't speak, he just knelt down, lifted Sarutobi Kaido's arms, and began to unseal the acupoints on his arms one by one. At the same time, he also activated his healing technique to treat the tiny meridians he had severed. The 4 of them were silent for a moment. A moment later, under the combined treatment of the 2 medical ninjas, Sarutobi Kaido was finally back on his feet and full of energy. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lord and lady, I should have passed this second assessment, right? 55. Number 55 Hiruzen Sarutobi's shock. Chapter 55. Hiruzen Sarutobi's shock. Lords, I should have passed this second assessment as well, right? Hyuga Aokawa took advantage of the good atmosphere to ask the question he cared about most. With such a wonderful sparring session, you naturally passed. Right, Bawako. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Sarutobi Bawako and asked with a smile. Hyuga Aokawa also shifted his gaze toward her. Looking at Hyuga Aokawa's expectant eyes, Sarutobi Bawako didn't know how to speak for a moment. Even now, she was still unwilling to let Hyuga Aokawa go to the front lines. Konoha was a place that produced geniuses. But when it came to geniuses in the field of medical ninja, in all these years, besides Tsunade, only Hyuga Aokawa had emerged. She was unwilling for him to face even a slight risk. However, Hyuga Aokawa had cleared every obstacle she set, one by one. Even for the practical combat drill, it was originally supposed to be 30 minutes. But now even the examiner had been beaten down by him. Could she really have the thick skin to say he didn't pass? After a moment, she nodded helplessly. It was considered a tacit approval of Hyuga Aokawa passing the medical team selection. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Bawako-sama. Hyuga Aokawa smiled happily. You're welcome. Your combat ability has actually far exceeded that of an ordinary medical ninja. It's just that I am unwilling to let a medical genius like you take risks on the battlefield for nothing. Realizing she could no longer stop Hyuga Aokawa from going to the front lines, Sarutobi Bawako's mood was somewhat low. Hearing this, Hyuga Aokawa felt a bit moved. Since entering the hospital, he could actually feel Bawako's sincere protective heart. Including this assessment, Bawako had been obstructing him both openly and secretly. If he stayed at the hospital, he believed she would certainly be willing to put great effort into nurturing him. But in the ninja world, simple connections were useless. Even if the other party was the wife of the Hokage, without power, one could only be at the mercy of others. Since fighting on the front lines might allow him to obtain more energy crystals, then he naturally had to go to the front lines. As long as he didn't try to stand out and hid in the back to fire cold chakra arrows as a medical ninja, the risk for him wouldn't be exceptionally high. But he still kept Bawako's sentiment in mind. He stood up straight and bowed deeply to Bawako. Aokawa thanks Bawako-sama for her protection and training. Sarutobi Bawako held Hyuga Aokawa, worrying. You have few combat experiences. You must protect yourself well once you're on the battlefield. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke up to comfort her. Bawako, rest assured, this is a reserve medical team. They will only be sent up if the battlefield situation becomes deadlocked. Before that, I'll see if there are any suitable jonin coming to pick up missions and have them take Aokawa along to accumulate some experience. HMPH, shut up, I don't want to hear you talk right now, Sarutobi Bawako said angrily. Hiruzen Sarutobi was suddenly choked up and could only sigh helplessly. Bawako-sama doesn't need to worry, Hyuga Aokawa smoothed things over. He reached out and condensed the blue spirit bow he had just used, saying, "This is the Kekkei Genkei I've awakened. Its range is further than ordinary ninjutsu and shuriken. It fits my role as a medical ninja perfectly. During combat, I can provide support for my teammates from the rear, so there won't be many chances for me to go to the front line." Sarutobi Bawako was very surprised to see a chakra spirit bow suddenly appear right before her eyes. She widened her eyes and carefully felt the chakra flowing through it, a storm of shock rising in her heart. To maintain such a large chakra shape while also having a certain degree of flexibility, the chakra control required was something even she couldn't achieve. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Sarutobi Kaido also hurried over to surround them. He had wanted to ask Hyuga Aokawa about this spirit bow since just now, but he had been interrupted by Bawako and had to drop it. He reached out and lightly touched the spirit bow, feeling the humming sound of the chakra flow within it. A Kekkei Genkei? That's right, otherwise, there would be no way to explain how to maintain such a bow body. He asked softly, Aokawa, what is the maximum range of this technique, and does it require hand seals? Unlike Sarutobi Bawako, as the Hokage who was also well versed in numerous ninjutsu, Hiruzen Sarutobi's first reaction was to know its military value. No hand seals are required. As for the range, it depends on the duration of chakra condensation. If I charge it for a long time, it can reach 600 meters, Hyuga Aokawa answered. It can actually reach 600 meters. A flash of surprise crossed Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. Since Onigumo defected, Konoha had not seen a ninjutsu with such a range for a long time. For a ninja with normal perception, in a well-lit and open area, starting from 300 meters, their vision of a human silhouette would become blurred and uncertain. From 400 meters, a human silhouette can only be roughly seen as a small stick-like object. From 500 meters, even a moving person can only be seen as a moving dot. As for whether this dot is a person, an animal, or some other object, it's impossible to tell. By 600 meters, except for ninjas with special Kekkei Genkei, other conventional ninjas can't even see a person. If factors like terrain, rain, fog, and colors are added, their vision would be further reduced. If the range can reach 600 meters, combined with the Hyuga clan's Byakugan for aiming, it means that if Aokawa is properly disguised, he could completely kill a target from 600 meters away. And if the target is a non-perceptual ninja, even if they are lucky enough not to die, they wouldn't be able to identify Aokawa 600 meters away. Although the opponent could dash in the direction the arrow came from, this distance wouldn't take much time for a ninja. But during that time spent dashing, they would still be under the threat of Aokawa's arrows. This is quite an advantage in assassination. Moreover, the instant fire chakra arrow has a range of 40 meters, which is also much further than general ninjutsu distances in combat. The timing of an attack launched without seals also provides a great advantage. Then how did you learn this set of ninjutsu and hard fist taijutsu? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked again. Just like medical ninjutsu, I learned them just by watching, Hyuga Aokawa answered. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. This wasn't particularly strange. He was like this when he was young too. Ninjutsu that others had to study for a long time, he could more or less master after seeing them a few times. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Hyuga Aokawa's talent, he didn't have the Byakugan's insight and the ability to see through meridians. In that case, it wasn't incomprehensible that Hyuga Aokawa learned faster than him. Suddenly, a messenger bird flew over with a flutter and landed on Sarutobi Kaido. Sarutobi Kaido pulled out a slip of paper and unrolled it to read. Then he looked at Sarutobi Bawako simple-mindedly. Auntie, my mom is calling me home for dinner. Do you have anything else? Seeing his silly grin, the three of them couldn't help but laugh as well. It's nothing, go on back, Sarutobi Bawako said. Okay, goodbye auntie, goodbye. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched this scene and shook his head with a somewhat helpless smile. He turned to look at Hyuga Aokawa. I haven't decided on the Jonin to lead you yet. For now, just finish your studies. 56. Number 56 New Quincy Skills. Chapter 56. New Quincy Skills. I haven't decided on a Jonin to lead you yet, so just focus on finishing your studies for now. Hyuga Aokawa raised an eyebrow. He had originally thought that since he had already shown his face before Hiruzen Sarutobi, there was no need to go to the academy anymore, and he was even thinking of applying for early graduation. He didn't expect he would still have to complete his studies. He tentatively asked about early graduation. Early graduation requires excellent grades. I've looked at your grades from last semester, and they were abysmal. If I allowed you to graduate early, it would be unfair to the other students. Hiruzen Sarutobi wished he could send this kid back to the drawing board. With this kid's learning ability, other subjects would certainly be no problem. But the will of fire was something he was very worried about. He had to remember to have the academy teachers focus heavily on this part of his education. Later, Hyuga Aokawa could only agree helplessly. He had to clean up the mess left by his predecessor. Text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Open black lens bracket. Having overcome numerous difficulties and finally passed the medical selection, your performance has deeply shocked Hiruzen Sarutobi and his wife. You have received a favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Proficient rank. *1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Water release. Water bullet technique. Proficient rank. *1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Water release. Chakra nature transformation upgraded to mastery rank. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Water release. Chakra shape transformation upgraded to mastery rank. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Water release. Water clone technique upgraded to mastery rank. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Konoha style taijutsu. Proficient rank. *1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Energy crystal. *320. Close black lens bracket. Hyuga Aokawa was very excited. Even this could trigger a favor. Moreover, he didn't just get 2B rank water release ninjutsu, but also 320 energy crystals. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Seeing Hyuga Aokawa's happy expression, Hiruzen Sarutobi, fearing he might become conceited, couldn't help but remind him, don't be proud just because you passed the assessment. For a ninja, besides strength, the accumulation of knowledge can also tip the scales of victory. Although the knowledge at the academy is basic, it is the most fundamental foundation of a ninja's career. You still need to study hard. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. Hyuga Aokawa nodded. I will study hard. The assessment ended, and the three of them dispersed. Today was Friday, but Hyuga Aokawa had no intention of going to school right now. Since he had already come for the assessment, he might as well wait until the afternoon. He walked home with an excited mood. Having obtained so many energy crystals today, he could increase the fusion level again. Since there were no skills from 40% to 70%, would there be one at 80%? He was looking forward to it. He originally had a 73.52% fusion level. Having obtained so many energy crystals today, reaching 80% fusion was a sure thing. He went home, washed off his sweat as usual, and changed into clean clothes. After returning to his room, he entered his sea of consciousness and opened his personal information, preparing for a beautiful encounter with Deep Blue. Racial imprint, Quincy, normal, fusion, 73.52%. Talent skill, Reishi gathering, racial skills, Holy Arrow, Reishi network, crest, innate full spirit, Kekkei Genkei, Byakugan, chakra natures, water, lightning, earth, yang, energy crystal, 410. He glanced at the energy crystals. 410. According to the fixed ratio, it could increase the fusion level by 20.5%. With a thought, he frantically pressed the plus. The fusion level rose rapidly. This time it didn't disappoint him. The fusion level stopped when it reached 80%. The long-awaited text prompt appeared. Open black lens bracket. Your mark fusion level has reached 80%. You have unlocked a new racial skill. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained the racial skill, Holy Arrow. Scatter. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Holy Arrow. Scatter switches the spirit bow to high-speed rapid fire mode, reducing the power of some chakra arrows to increase the rate of fire. It can fire a large number of chakra arrows in a short time, forming a dense rain of arrows. Close black lens bracket. Scatter? Hyuga Aokawa searched his memories from his past life. It seemed there was no such skill among the Quincy skills. However, looking at the description, it should be what Ishida Uryu used in the early stages when killing hollows. Kurosaki Ichigo had called it a pesticide-like skill, but back then, he had the assistance of the Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow, and the fire rate reached 1,200 rounds. He probably couldn't reach that speed now, but this thing was perfect for insta-killing fodder. Even for an elite ninja, such a dense screen of arrows could cause quite a bit of trouble. If he could develop it towards fire release or explosion release, it would be a proper Katyusha rocket launcher. Then he would let the people of the ninja world see what it means to saturate the ground with shells. At the thought of this, Hyuga Aokawa was very expectant. He continued to add the remaining energy crystals to his fusion level. The fusion level finally reached 94.02%. He felt that after the Quincy fusion level increased, the controllability of his skills had once again risen significantly. He could feel that now, when he charged up, the range of his holy arrow had reached 700 meters. This meant that for non-sensory ninjas, Hyuga Aokawa could now completely kill them while they were totally unprepared. He sprang up, preparing to go to the Forest of Death to test his new skill. After changing his clothes and telling his grandmother, Hyuga Aokawa went out. The Forest of Death was in the northeast of Konoha village. He left the village center and passed through a suburban area. Only then did he reach the iron fence at the outermost edge of the Forest of Death. The surroundings of the forest were very quiet. Fierce beasts roamed here, so few people came. Therefore, there was no one guarding it, and the gate on the iron fence was only symbolically locked with a padlock. Hyuga Aokawa stepped onto a tree outside the iron fence and directly leapt over it into the forest. He found a place where the trees were relatively sparse. Standing firm, he extended his right hand, and the spiritual mark on the back of his hand appeared. A blue spirit bow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bowstring, mobilizing his chakra to continuously strengthen the spirit bow and the light arrow. A moment later, he suddenly let go. Thud! The light arrow, carrying a strong gust of wind, sped forward. A few breaths later, on a large tree 700 meters away, countless birds were suddenly startled. In the vision of his Byakugan, the trunk of that large tree had a large hole pierced directly through it by the chakra arrow. It worked. A smile appeared on Hyuga Aokawa's face. He then proceeded to try out the new skill. After briefly recalling the key points of scatter, Hyuga Aokawa selected an area to activate the skill. Under the injection of chakra, the spirit bow emitted a blue light. Immediately afterward, countless light arrows shot out from the blue light. Swish swish swish, these light arrows shot toward the forest ahead like a swarm of locusts. Boom boom boom. In the entire fan-shaped area ahead, whether it was the ground or the tree trunks, pits were continuously blasted out by the light arrows. These pits were then continuously expanded by the subsequent light arrows. The light arrows were fired faster and faster, and the pits grew larger and larger. Finally, several large trees under this continuous attack could no longer bear the burden and were snapped at the waist, falling down mournfully. Seeing this, Hyuga Aokawa stopped the skill. He panted slightly, looking at the messy area before him. He now had a good idea of Scatter's capabilities. The range wasn't as far as a normal chakra arrow, and the power was a bit weaker. But even if it was just chip damage, at this density and speed, an enemy would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. He put away the spirit bow and looked at the sun. It was almost noon. Biting off more than one can chew is no good. That's enough for today. He jumped out of the iron fence and hurried back the way he came. 57. Number 57 Kakashi. Chapter 57, Kakashi. After returning home and finishing dinner, Hyuga Aokawa rested for a while. He then packed his school bag, preparing to go to school. As he was leaving, his grandma called out to him from behind. She put a paper bag in his hand, containing more than a dozen large meat buns. "Grandma, that's too much. 2 is enough for me," Hyuga Aokawa said, preparing to hand the bag back to her. "What do you mean too much? You're still growing." She gripped him with her rough, wrinkled hand. Hyuga Aokawa wanted to say something more, but he was already being pushed out. "You'll be late, hurry to school." When he arrived at school, Hinata Ayane was already there. She still had her head buried under the desk, unfazed by the surrounding noise. She was probably foraging again. Hyuga Aokawa didn't disturb her. He put the buns his grandma gave him into his desk drawer and started reading his book. After a while, Hinata Ayane suddenly sat up, twitching her delicate, upturned nose as if searching for something. Her cheeks, which were full from chewing, also stopped moving. She turned her head and found that Hyuga Aokawa had actually come to class, and a smile immediately appeared in the corner of her eyes. "Why are you here?" she asked, her words slightly slurred. "The hospital matter has come to an end," Hyuga Aokawa said. Hinata Ayane's eyes widened at his words, sparkling as she grinned and asked happily, "So, from now on, you'll be coming to school every day. What's so happy about coming to school every day?" A look of confusion appeared on Hinata Ayane's face. "Not happy? School is much freer than staying at home. How could it not be happy?" As she spoke, she suddenly looked around, as if attracted by something. She picked up the bun in her hand, sniffed it, and her confused expression deepened. Wrinkling her pretty nose, she sniffed left and right, searching everywhere, finally targeting the spot below Hyuga Aokawa. Smelling the aroma of the meat buns emanating from the drawer, she felt that the bun in her hand no longer smelled as good. "What's wrong?" Hyuga Aokawa asked. "Nothing?" Hinata Ayane smiled somewhat sheepishly. Soon, Inoue Rigetsu walked in and began class. Hyuga Aokawa, as usual, started flipping through his book. There was no need to listen to the first class, which was a review of throwing techniques. After he had flipped through 2 or 3 books, a fair little hand reached out and appeared in his vision, then lightly lifted and retracted. A note was left on the desk. Hyuga Aokawa looked at Hinata Ayane in confusion, then turned and unfolded the note. "Aokawa, can you give me a bun?" Hyuga Aokawa smiled slightly, looking at her like a little gluttonous cat. This little girl probably ran out of pocket money again. No wonder when she came earlier, he didn't see many snacks in the drawer below. She was probably hungry. He took out his pen and wrote on the paper, "They're all for you, eat them all." Then he took out the meat buns from the drawer and handed the large bag along with the note to Hinata Ayane. Hinata Ayane's eyes widened, a flicker of light in their depths. The smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't be suppressed, but in the end, she held it back. "I can only eat one, I can't eat too many," she wrote humbly. How could Hyuga Aokawa let her be humble? He was just wondering how to deal with the buns. His finger moved, and the pen tip touched the paper as he began to talk nonsense. "These buns look big, but they're not filling. My neighbor's daughter, younger than you, eats 2 bags by herself, a total of over 40. Hinata Ayane's beautiful eyes widened after reading the note. Then she suddenly understood, her eyes sparkling. Grinning, with even a bit of shimmering drool visible at the corner of her mouth, she wrote delightedly, "So that's it. I wondered why I wasn't full after eating over 20 buns last time. It turns out some buns just aren't filling." Without any burden, she cheerfully reached out and took the bag. She leaned on the desk, took out a bun, and began to eat it in small bites underneath. Time passed quickly, and when Hinata Ayane had devoured all the buns, it was also time for class to end. "Aokawa, thank you for the buns," Hinata Ayane said happily, wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth. "My grandma made them. I'm glad you like them. Grandma is amazing, to be able to make such fragrant buns." The two chatted, laughing and talking. Inoue Rigetsu then began to gather everyone to go to the playground again. Upon arriving at the scene, Hyuga Aokawa realized there was a familiar face at the training ground. Kakashi, his mysterious mask, coupled with a head of wild, cool, and dashing white hair. He quickly became the focus of the field. After a brief hubbub, the students quieted down under Inoue Rigetsu's stern gaze. She introduced Kakashi. "This is the observer sent by the village. He will record your performance in the exam and report it to Hokage-sama, so everyone must do well. Now, those whose names are called, come forward to your respective target positions. Ozawa Hayato, go to target position 1. Oda Naohito, go to target position 2. Yajima Shin, go to target position 3. The students whose names were called came forward one after another, took out the kunai given by the teacher earlier, and began throwing. Knowing that it would be reported to Hokage-sama, the students were all very nervous. Thump, thump, thump. The kunai scattered crookedly on the targets and the surrounding trees. Suddenly, a student's hand trembled while throwing a kunai. The kunai went seriously off target, hit the edge of the target, and then turned directly towards Kobayashi Kurenai in the crowd. Kobayashi Kurenai was instantly terrified, her legs frozen, her face pale. Uchiha Shinichi saw his beloved in danger and hurriedly threw his kunai, trying to change its direction. On the other side, Kakashi had the same idea, pulling out a kunai and throwing it at extreme speed. Kakashi's kunai arrived later but moved faster. Clang clang. 3 kunai collided in the air simultaneously, and one of them actually shot backward to the side. It flew directly towards Hinata Ayane, who was eating dried fish under a tree. Uchiha Shinichi and Kakashi were both shocked to see this. They hadn't expected anyone else to make a move besides themselves. At this moment, it was too late for them to throw again from their positions. Hinata Ayane was also startled. Her eyes widened, her eyebrows furrowed, staring intently at the kunai in the air. Changing from her usual cute demeanor, she instantly became heroic and spirited. Just as the kunai was about to reach her, Bagua Palm, return to heaven, a rapidly rotating chakra appeared. The kunai was immediately bounced away upon contact, tumbling towards the students on the other side. Kakashi's heart tightened, and with a flick of his hand, another kunai appeared in it. The next moment, a black shadow, faster than him, darted out from the crowd, rushing directly into the air. Clang, thud, the sound of metal colliding and wood being struck rang out one after another. Immediately after, everyone saw that the tumbling kunai had been pierced through its tail ring by another kunai. It was silently pinned to the center of the target, swinging left and right like a pendulum. Such quick reactions. Uchiha Shinichi turned to look at Hyuga Aokawa in the crowd, his face full of disbelief. This pretty boy was actually so strong. After the kunai was deflected by return to heaven, it flew erratically to find the position of the ring in an instant, then hit it and pin it to the bullseye. It was not as simple as his mere hit on the kunai. This indicated that Hyuga Aokawa's insight and perception were already far superior to his. Kakashi was also somewhat surprised by this. Although he wasn't in the same class as Hyuga Aokawa, he often heard about him being held back after graduation. He didn't expect him to be so profound. This kunai throwing technique was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. The scene suddenly quieted for a moment, then erupted in cheers. Aokawa-kun, sugoi. I'd like to see who dares to say he's all show and no substance now. He's clearly very useful. Oh, how do you want to use him? Pa, get lost, you pervert. Inoue Rigetsu watched Kakashi write down a score of 100, and she also noted the data on her paper. This kunai technique no longer needed to be assessed. Her perception of Hyuga Aokawa had improved considerably. It seemed her worries were unnecessary. A child of a great clan was, after all, a child of a great clan. This year's performance still seemed promising. However, Hyuga Aokawa, as the person involved, focused on Hinata Ayane. He hadn't expected Hinata Ayane to actually know return to heaven, and judging by her activation speed, she had probably mastered it to a certain extent. He walked up to Hinata Ayane and smiled. I didn't expect you to have such a heroic and spirited side. Hinata Ayane had already reverted to her cute demeanor. Praised by Hyuga Aokawa, her face immediately turned rosy. Her two index fingers kept poking at each other. Do you think I was, like, really fierce just now? 58. Number 58 Hiruzen, hand Hyuga Aokawa over to me. Chapter 58, Hiruzen, hand over Hyuga Aokawa to me. Time passed bit by bit, and the exam finally came to an end. Open black lens bracket. You subdued the stray kunai in a flash, preventing others from being injured. You have received favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have gained Bagua Palm. Return to heaven experience *1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Bagua Palm. Return to heaven has been promoted to practiced level. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Energy crystal *20. Close black lens bracket. Hyuga Aokawa also picked up some energy crystals. Everyone headed back to their respective homes. Before leaving, Hinata Ayane unexpectedly didn't leave school exactly on time. Blushing and acting shy, she told him that she would be getting her allowance tomorrow and wanted to treat him to barbecue. Hyuga Aokawa naturally agreed readily. Upon returning home, his grandmother and Hyuga Fu had already prepared dinner and were waiting for him. When school is out after the exams, accompany me to carry out another mission, Hyuga Fu said, his speech muffled as he chewed his food. Hyuga Aokawa frowned. Dad, didn't you say you'd stay at home from now on? I haven't even finished spending the hundreds of thousands the hospital gave me. You don't understand. I'm just one C-rank mission away from meeting the minimum standard for special jonin. Meeting the standard doesn't guarantee you'll get the rank. There's a long line of people every year. Better to be prepared, just in case. Once I finish this mission, I'll stay home and stop taking them. Hyuga Aokawa raised an eyebrow at those words. If you're not going to do missions, why do you need the special jonin rank? It's cool. I am Chunin Hyuga Fu. Versus, I am special jonin Hyuga Fu. Which one sounds cooler? Fine. Hyuga Aokawa felt somewhat helpless and could only agree. Meanwhile, in the root basement, Danzo Shimura sat upright on a stone chair, his expression solemn. Is there still no news regarding Kawada now? Lord Danzo, too much time has passed. We haven't found anything yet, the Root's subordinate below responded. He used Root's experimental drugs. His physique was different from ordinary people. To kill him would require at least a jonin. Investigate in that direction. Yes. The root ninja bowed and withdrew. Just then, Aburame Ryoma rushed in from outside and handed a scroll to Danzo. Lord Danzo, this morning near the hospital riverside, Hyuga Aokawa displayed a bow and arrow type bloodline limit, as well as at least 2 types of elemental ninjutsu. Danzo was stunned for a moment. He quickly unfurled the scroll, his gaze sweeping over the contents like a bolt of lightning. A moment later, he narrowed his eyes at Aburame Ryoma, a bloodline limit with a range of 600 meters, and at least 2 types of elemental ninjutsu? Yes. Aburame Ryoma lowered his head. Hyuga Aokawa? The one Hiruzen has tried to push onto me repeatedly? Yes. Aburame Ryoma lowered his head even further, beginning to feel uneasy. Before this, Root hadn't collected even a shred of intelligence? Danzo Shimura's voice was low, as if he were suppressing something. Aburame Ryoma's heart tightened. Having been by Danzo's side for so long, he knew this was the calm before the storm. He hurriedly explained, this kid hid it very well. Even the Hokage-sama only found out today. Hokage-sama? Danzo Shimura stood up abruptly, slammed the scroll in his hand violently toward Aburame Ryoma, and roared, when it comes to intelligence, when have I not been the first to know and then tell him? I support so many of you. What are you all good for? Reporting back about talent and intelligence, and all you bring me are mediocrities. You're all useless. He was beyond furious. Useless. The roar echoed endlessly in the empty basement. Aburame Ryoma lowered his head and held his breath, breaking into a cold sweat, not daring to utter a single word of defense. After a long time, Danzo spoke coldly. Has Hiruzen's approval arrived yet? Yes, it arrived yesterday. I have it with me. As he spoke, Aburame Ryoma untied another scroll from his person and handed it to Danzo. Danzo took the scroll. Come. We're going to the Hokage building to claim him. Lord Danzo, this time's approval Hokage-sama has already crossed out Hyuga Aokawa's name. Aburame Ryoma's voice trembled. Surprisingly, Danzo Shimura did not lose his temper again this time. His tone was flat. Then we will use the previous approval that still has his name on it. After saying that, he leaned on his cane and walked straight out. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the report Kakashi had handed in and sighed repeatedly. The practical skills of the students in the Ninja Academy were very poor. Even for the graduating class, the results were abysmal. Although on average it was enough to graduate, it was far from enough to go to the battlefield. You brats, you need to show some spirit. There isn't much time left for you to grow. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, muttering to himself. He flipped through page by page until he finally saw a score that satisfied him. Uchiha Shinichi, 100 points. The reason Kakashi gave the score was that, in an emergency situation, he used a kunai to accurately strike a flying kunai. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. When it comes to combat talent, it really is the Uchiha. If only this clan's emotions could be as stable as Kagami's, that would be even better. Hiruzen Sarutobi flipped to the next page. Hyuga Aokawa, 100 points. Oh? This kid really is an all-rounder. The reason Kakashi gave the score was that in an instant, he used a kunai to precisely guide a kunai, one that had been deflected by Return to Heaven, onto the bullseye. He was given 100 points only because the maximum score was 100. Haha, it's not easy for this kid to get such a high evaluation from the aloof Kakashi. Good thing I didn't let Danzo take him away last time. Bam! The office door was roughly thrown open. Danzo Shimura, with a grim expression, walked in quickly leaning on his cane. Hiruzen, I've come to take Hyuga Aokawa. He got here pretty fast, Hiruzen Sarutobi thought to himself. He sat up and leaned back comfortably against his chair, looking at Danzo Shimura with his hands crossed. Danzo, I never agreed to give Hyuga Aokawa to you. Upon hearing this, Danzo Shimura threw a scroll onto the desk. This is your approval. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised an eyebrow and smiled. It is my approval, that's true. But didn't you refuse him on the grounds that Root doesn't take garbage? Now I believe he is very suitable for Root, Danzo said firmly. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a light chuckle. Suitable for Root? Not necessarily. The Hyuga clan had absolute control over the branch house through the bird in a cage. Therefore, the members of this clan always put the family first and the village second. This was also the reason why the village had never been able to place the Hyuga clan in important positions. He had previously been certain that Danzo wouldn't want a branch house member with the bird in a cage, which was why he had been using Hyuga Aokawa to stall him. He hadn't expected Hyuga Aokawa to quietly awaken a new bloodline limit. To be extreme, he even wished Hyuga Aokawa's talent had appeared in the Uchiha clan. At least there would be a chance to cultivate someone like Kagami. He was unwilling to see such a talent emerge from the Hyuga clan. Currently, his feelings toward Hyuga Aokawa were very conflicted. He wanted to cultivate him, yet feared cultivating a branch house member who wouldn't follow the village's orders. If even he felt so conflicted about Hyuga Aokawa, there was no way Danzo could cultivate him with peace of mind. Danzo's purpose in wanting to take Hyuga Aokawa was self-evident. He shook his head. The branch house's bird in a cage is always a hidden danger. He is not suitable for root. That doesn't matter. I have my ways, Danzo still insisted, but I have already made other arrangements for him. Hiruzen Sarutobi refused flatly. Hiruzen, let's be blunt. Danzo Shimura took a step forward, leaning over the desk, his eyes fixed intently on Hiruzen Sarutobi. A range of 600 meters, even Onigumo is only at that level. No place is more suitable for him than root. HMPH, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a cold snort. The fox's tail had finally shown itself. Hyuga Aokawa had only displayed his bloodline limit this morning, and Danzo was already at his door this afternoon. Those 3 rats this morning, they were your people, weren't they? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked directly at Danzo, raising his voice to question him. Spying all the way to the Hokage's head, he slammed the desk several times. Root is becoming more and more lawless. Danzo Shimura felt a bit guilty. A powerful chakra erupted by the riverside this morning. They weren't at ease and went to take a look. They still investigate even when the Hokage is present? Sometimes the Hokage also needs support, Danzo argued stubbornly. Support? From start to finish, those 3 rats just stayed in the corner. How can you call that support? Pressed step by step, Danzo Shimura's expression changed repeatedly before he finally played his trump card. Everything Root does is for Konoha. After saying that, he struck a pose of absolute refusal to back down. As expected, this move was incredibly effective. Hiruzen Sarutobi's tone softened slightly. If it weren't for that, those 3 rats would have been dead long ago. Seeing the other's attitude soften, Danzo brought up the matter again. Hiruzen, back to the point. Hand over Hyuga Aokawa to me. 59. Number 59. The money for the door was deducted from Danzo's salary. Chapter 59. The door's cost will be deducted from Danzo's salary. Hiruzen, let's get back to business. Hand Hyuga Aokawa over to me. Danzo was unwilling to give up on Hyuga Aokawa. The chakra bow was much better than the slimy spider war bow he was planning to integrate. Its firing rate was also fast, and there was no need to spit out chakra arrows from his mouth every time. I'll say it again. I already have other arrangements for him, Hiruzen Sarutobi said, not yielding an inch. Hiruzen, root is the foundation of Konoha. Only when the roots grow strong can Konoha. I already have other arrangements for him, Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted directly, repeating himself. Danzo Shimura's momentum was interrupted, and he frowned. The move that was usually very effective failed to work today. He let out a long breath and decided to settle for the next best thing. Then give me Kakashi. I have arrangements for Kakashi as well. Hiruzen, you. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted flatly. Having been interrupted repeatedly, Danzo Shimura's face turned red as he stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi for a long moment. Finally, without a word, he turned around and slammed the door as he left. Bang! The already overburdened door slammed hard against the frame, finally falling apart completely and crashing to the floor. Danzo Shimura glanced back at the mess of wood splinters on the floor, gave a cold snort, and turned to walk into the darkness. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched his departing figure and spoke calmly. Make a note of this. The cost of replacing the door is to be deducted from Elder Danzo's salary next month. The next day, at noon, Hyuga Aokawa arrived at the Akado clan's barbecue restaurant as planned. As soon as he reached the entrance, he saw Hinata Ayane already waiting for him. She was dressed differently than usual today. She wore a loose white t-shirt on top, but it still couldn't hide the full contours of certain areas. The hem was neatly tucked into a long gray skirt, making her waist look exceptionally slender. A glimpse of her fair ankles showed beneath the skirt, and she wore a pair of clean white shoes. With both arms behind her back, she stood there elegantly, looking very soothing. Seeing Hyuga Aokawa, she tilted her head slightly and smiled. Hyuga Aokawa felt a warm, healing glow emanating from her and went to meet her. The two walked into the barbecue restaurant, smiling. The barbecue restaurant was bustling on Saturday, with almost every seat taken. The owner recognized Hinata Ayane at a glance and warmly led them to a corner seat. Is there anything you want to eat? Hyuga Aokawa asked, holding the menu. I want flower meat. Flower meat? Hyuga Aokawa was a bit confused. This, Hinata Ayane pointed her finger at the beef on the menu with beautiful marbled patterns. Oh, it's short ribs, Hyuga Aokawa realized. So it's called short ribs? This kind with the flowery patterns is especially delicious. As she spoke, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva and pointed to several others. I also want this, eye meat, this one tendon, and she smoothly rattled off a series of cuts she had named herself. Seeing her excited and cute appearance, Hyuga Aokawa couldn't help but laugh. He simply handed over the menu. You should order. I don't have any dietary restrictions. Okay. Hinata Ayane took the menu and very skillfully checked off items. Then subconsciously wrote 20 for the quantity. Realizing her mistake, she quickly crossed out the 0 at the end before handing the order to the nearby waitress. Yo, you've brought a new girl to eat with you again. Hyuga Aokawa looked up and realized the waitress was actually Akado Hanahana, who had been with Kurenai Yuhi some time ago. Just as he was about to respond, Hinata Ayane spoke first. Is there a problem? Hinata Ayane arched her eyebrows and looked at Akado Hanahana with a serious expression. Akado Hanahana felt uneasy under her gaze. It was the weekend and the clan's barbecue restaurant was busy. She had come to help out since she had nothing else to do. After all, she had never been a waitress and was looking forward to it. She hadn't expected to see Hyuga Aokawa laughing and talking with a pretty girl right away. She immediately felt a surge of anger. That's why she made that sarcastic remark. But she didn't expect that instead of questioning Hyuga Aokawa, this girl would react this way. Instead, a single sentence got stuck in her throat. Akado Hanahana had no choice but to walk away awkwardly with the menu. Hinata Ayane watched Akado Hanahana until she was far away before turning back. As she turned, she met Hyuga Aokawa's direct gaze. Suddenly, her face flushed red. Lowering her head, her index fingers subconsciously began to twiddle again, her eyes darting around, simply not daring to look at him. After a while, when the blush on her face had faded slightly, she spoke in a low voice. Aokawa-kun, do you think I seemed very scary just now? Hyuga Aokawa originally wanted to joke, you don't look scary, but your figure is scary. But the words that came out were, it was very cool. You were valiant yet had a touch of cuteness, it looked great. Really? Hinata Ayane's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled. It was the first time someone had praised her from that perspective. Thank you, Hyuga Aokawa said softly. Hinata Ayane shook her head. I just felt uncomfortable seeing her treat Aokawa-kun like that. Her voice grew fainter as she spoke, her gaze stealing a glance at him before quickly darting away. Just what? Hyuga Aokawa hadn't quite heard her. Nothing. Hinata Ayane shifted the conversation to other topics. The two continued to chat and laugh. The plates on the table were soon empty. Hinata Ayane was in the middle of an exciting conversation when she saw that all the meat was gone. She instinctively wanted to wave for 10 more plates of meat but stopped herself abruptly. Hyuga Aokawa seemed to see through her thoughts. Although the meat at this barbecue restaurant is delicious, it's not very filling. The owner must be cutting corners. Hinata Ayane realized suddenly. So there was meat that wasn't filling. No wonder she ate so much every time she came. Not far away, Akado Hanahana's face darkened upon hearing this. The meat isn't filling? That was the first time she'd heard such a thing. And saying we're cutting corners? She was about to go over and argue. Unexpectedly, Hinata Ayane waved directly to the owner. Boss, 10 more plates of flour meat. Akado Hanahana's steps faltered. This was definitely intentional. Where on the menu was there flour meat? What was even more amazing was that the owner actually understood and went to prepare the meat. Happily, Hinata Ayane carefully arranged the raw meat that was brought out. 5 plates on the left and 5 on the right, surrounding the grill. After a very satisfied look, she and Hyuga Aokawa began to eat. The 10 plates of meat were quickly devoured by the two of them. Hinata Ayane asked the owner for another 10 plates of flour meat and even came up with other new terms like wanting the one tendon and not wanting the no eyes one. Akado Hanahana's face was so dark it looked like it could drip water. She couldn't continue with this job. She untied her apron and made an excuse to the owner, saying she wasn't feeling well. She turned around and went home. On her way home, she saw Kurenai Yuhi just coming out of her house. Hanahana, your mom said you went to the barbecue restaurant. Are you off work? Kurenai, Akado Hanahana wailed loudly and ran over to give Kurenai Yuhi a big hug. What's wrong? Who could possibly bully my Hanahana? Kurenai Yuhi comforted her. It's Hyuga Aokawa. He's hooked up with a fat girl. A fat girl? Kurenai Yuhi pushed Hanahana away, her eyes wide as she scanned Akado Hanahana with a look of utter disbelief. For a moment, she couldn't understand where the charm of such a figure lay. Had Aokawa really changed his taste because of her rejection? Seeing Kurenai Yuhi's look of disbelief, Akado Hanahana quickly said, it's true. She wiped her tears and gestured in front of her chest. It's so big here, almost like an adult's. 60. Number 60 New Mission. Chapter 60. A new mission. It's so big here, it's almost as big as an adult's. Wait, Kurenai Yuhi followed up by gesturing in front of her chest. You're saying it's fat here, then what about here? She gestured toward her waist. Here? Akado Hanahana suddenly stopped crying and looked at Kurenai Yuhi's waist. As for here, it's about the same as yours, Kurenai. She then shifted her gaze upward. Speaking of which, you're quite fat here too, Kurenai. That's true. Kurenai Yuhi unconsciously puffed out her chest. The last time they chatted, Hyuga Aokawa said she had the potential to become the second greatest beauty in Konoha. Although she didn't know exactly what he meant, being the second-ranked beauty surely meant she was very pretty. Akado Hanahana reached out to try and feel for herself, but Kurenai Yuhi slapped her hand away. She then asked, so, if he was eating with a fat girl, how did he bully you into crying too? At the mention of this, Akado Hanahana cried even harder. She told Kurenai Yuhi everything that had happened today in detail. It's all your fault for not letting me go. Now he's been monopolized by another fat girl. You have to take me out for a meal to make up for it, Akado Hanahana complained. I can't. I have to go with my dad to turn in a mission in a bit. Kurenai Yuhi gestured toward Shinku Yuhi, who was coming out of a ninja tools shop not far away. Let's make it another time. Leaving those words behind, Yuhi Shinku ran toward Shinku Yuhi. Hokage office. Noisy again. Why can't these people just behave? Hiruzen Sarutobi irritably threw the documents directly onto the desk and rubbed his aching brow. He picked up his pipe, took a puff, and exhaled comfortably. He increasingly felt that listening to Danzo's suggestion back then, to hand over public security management to the Uchiha, was a mistake. Those guys were single-minded, only cared about the letter of the law, and would arrest people at the slightest provocation. The other major clans would constantly complain to him, requiring him to mediate every single time. Today was no different. Udatane Kaharu's nephew had been taken away by the police force for causing a drunken disturbance. Normally, paying a fine would have settled the matter, but he felt he had lost face and insisted on bringing the trouble here. As the Hokage, how could he openly undermine justice? Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. The door opened to reveal Shinku Yuhi. Ah, Shinku. A smile appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. Hokage-sama, I'm here to report the completion of the mission. Shinku Yuhi handed over a scroll with both hands. Hiruzen Sarutobi took the scroll and only then noticed a small Yuhi Shinku standing behind. Shinku Yuhi. He smiled and extinguished his pipe. This is Kurenai, right? She's growing more beautiful by the day. Not at all. Hokage-sama flatters her, Shinku Yuhi said humbly. However, hearing his precious daughter being praised, he couldn't help but look a bit proud. After a few pleasantries, Hiruzen Sarutobi got down to business. How did Uchiha Tetsubi perform this time? His combat strength is very well-rounded, and he took great care of Kurenai during their coordination in the mission. However, Shinku Yuhi's tone shifted. His words are still somewhat extreme, and he has many grievances. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. That is the characteristic of the Uchiha. The more emotional they are, the more powerful they become. Guide him more. Try to make him step out of the clan's narrow perspective and set his sights higher. Yes, Shinku Yuhi agreed, then asked, Hokage-sama, is there another mission suitable for Kurenai's training? I've already prepared one. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled, took out a scroll from the side, and handed it to Shinku Yuhi. Hearing that the Hokage had already prepared a mission for him, Shinku Yuhi was overwhelmed by the favor. He quickly took it with both hands. This is too much trouble for Hokage-sama. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand. The Land of Wind's recent actions have been unpredictable and suspicious. Go there and investigate. Investigate the Land of Wind? Shinku Yuhi was startled. Hokage-sama, Kurenai is still just a genin. Don't worry. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled, signaling Shinku Yuhi to stay calm. It's just to check their livelihood and environment at the border. I want to look at things from multiple perspectives. Hearing it was just an investigation into the people's livelihood, Shinku Yuhi felt relieved. By the way, your team is still short one person. I'll assign one to you. That's naturally no problem, Shinku Yuhi agreed readily. He took the documents handed over by Hiruzen Sarutobi and glanced at them. Hyuga Aokawa? Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded with a smile. I almost forgot. You were the one who rescued him and took him to the hospital last time. This, Shinku Yuhi felt a bit conflicted. That kid at the hospital last time had managed to make Kurenai beam with just a few words. The two of them had chattered away for a long time, ignoring even him, her old father. If they went on a mission together, with so much time spent together on the road, Kurenai would be completely charmed by him. He didn't really want Hyuga Aokawa to join the team, but he really didn't know how to bring it up. What's wrong? Is there some difficulty? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked curiously. Hokage-sama, Shinku Yuhi hesitated for a long time. I just remembered, Kurenai was complaining about being tired all the way here, so I thought I'd let her rest before taking another mission. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to speak, a youthful voice from beside him beat him to it. Dad, I'm not tired. I can carry out the mission. Yuhi Shinku blinked her large eyes and looked at Shinku Yuhi with an innocent face. Shinku Yuhi slapped his forehead. It's over. His little girl was already siding with the outsider. He suddenly felt a pang in his heart. It felt as if something was starting to drift away from him. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi also laughed. Hyuga Aokawa is only joining your team temporarily for this mission. After it's done, I'll transfer him to another squad. Seeing that the Hokage had put it that way, Shinku Yuhi had no choice but to agree gloomily. On the way back, Yuhi Shinku was much more active, like a happy butterfly, looking here and there. In contrast was the long-faced Shinku Yuhi behind her. To be fair, based on his 2 observations of Hyuga Aokawa at the hospital, Hyuga Aokawa's performance had been excellent, but his daughter's complete lack of defenses really worried him. He could only hope she wouldn't fall for him too quickly. Dad, I'm going to tell Aokawa the news. When they passed a fork in the road, Kurenai Yuhi spoke up. Wait, Before Shinku Yuhi could finish, she had already happily run off toward the side road. Watching Yuhi Shinku disappear in a flash, Shinku Yuhi sighed helplessly. Root. Underground laboratory. Danzo Shimura held a test tube and handed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at the few strands of hair in the test tube, a glint flashing in his eyes. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, his tone carrying some anticipation. Whose Kekkei Genkai is this now? Hyuga Aokawa's. Hyuga. Orochimaru suddenly felt a bit disinterested, and the light in his eyes dimmed. He casually placed the test tube into a rack on the table. I've researched the Hyuga clan enough. There's nothing new there, Danzo Shimura said calmly. Hyuga Aokawa has awakened a new Kekkei Genkai. He can condense a chakra bow with a range of 600 meters. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 61. Number 61 I am a medical ninja. Chapter 61. I am a medical ninja. Oh, it can shoot that far? Orochimaru grinned, his interest reignited. Unlike Danzo, who was purely focused on the range, he cared about something else. If a chakra bow could shoot 600 meters, then this Kekkei Genkai must provide a massive boost in terms of chakra control. A Kekkei Genkai of this type was quite rare. He picked up the test tube again, labeled it with a serial number, and wrote down the information. Then he turned to Danzo and said, shed hair can only be used to infer mitochondrial DNA. If you want accuracy, you need to provide his blood or hair with follicles. I understand, Danzo replied. Danzo turned to leave but suddenly looked back. You can set aside Onigumo's genes for now. Focus all your efforts on studying Hyuga Aokawa's genes. It seems Lord Danzo is planning to switch to a different Kekkei Genkai for integration. That is my business. You just focus on your research. After saying that, he walked into the darkness. Orochimaru held up the test tube and grinned meaningfully the next day. At the entrance of Konoha village, Uchiha Tetsubi stood with his arms crossed over his chest, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the village. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 figures, one large and one small, appeared. Seeing that Kurenai Yuhi and her father had arrived, he started walking forward without a word. Wait, Tetsubi. Uchiha Tetsubi turned his head in confusion. There's still a newcomer for the squad, Shinku Yuhi said. Uchiha Tetsubi nodded without speaking. However, a flicker of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Yuhi Shinku's taijutsu was a bit weak, so he was basically the one leading the charge during daily missions. At first, he was very excited, as it fulfilled his fantasies of Uchiha-style combat. But over time, he grew tired and really hoped someone would come along to share the burden. A moment later, a handsome young man with white eyes appeared in his field of vision. A Hyuga? Finally, someone to share the load, Uchiha Tetsubi thought to himself. Aokawa, over here, Kurenai Yuhi waved excitedly. Seeing his daughter's face blooming like a flower, Shinku Yuhi felt a pang of jealousy. Once Hyuga Aokawa arrived using the body flicker technique, he began the introductions. This is a temporary teammate, Hyuga Aokawa. This is Uchiha Tetsubi. As for Kurenai, you both know her. Now, each of you describe the combat styles you specialize in. Me first. Kurenai Yuhi raised her hand, her eyes fixed on Hyuga Aokawa. My name is Kurenai Yuhi. I specialize in genjutsu, and I like. Before Kurenai Yuhi could finish, she was interrupted by Shinku Yuhi. There's no need for the rest. This is a temporary squad. Just talk about your combat specialties. Yuhi Shinku was just getting into it when her father interrupted her, so she made a face at him. Shinku Yuhi continued, Tetsubi, you go ahead. Uchiha Tetsubi still had his arms crossed as he said in a flat tone. My name is Uchiha Tetsubi. I specialize in taijutsu and fire release, and I know a bit of genjutsu. The three of them turned their gazes toward Hyuga Aokawa, who had yet to introduce himself. My name is Hyuga Aokawa, and I am a medical ninja. Uchiha Tetsubi's eyes widened. A medical ninja? And then, aren't you going to mention your gentle fist? Seeing that Hyuga Aokawa seemed to have finished his introduction, the usually taciturn Tetsubi couldn't help but speak up. Shouldn't the Hyuga clan be more specialized in gentle fist? Hyuga Aokawa explained with a smile, my gentle fist is far inferior to my medical ninjutsu. Not hearing the answer he wanted, Uchiha Tetsubi simply turned around and walked forward without saying another word. How great can his medical ninjutsu be at this age? If his gentle fist is even worse than that, then after all this time, we just got a dead weight. He grumbled silently in his heart. Tetsubi is just like that, he doesn't talk much. Don't take it to heart, Shinku Yuhi explained while looking at Uchiha Tetsubi's back. It's no problem, Hyuga Aokawa said. The three of them caught up to Uchiha Tetsubi. While traveling, Shinku Yuhi explained the mission details. This mission involves entering the Land of Wind to gather some civil intelligence at its border. So, my plan is to clear out 2 bandit dens along the way. Then, we'll go to the Land of Tea on our route, pick up someone, and escort them to the Land of Wind. This way, we can complete an extra mission and enter the Land of Wind under the guise of guards. Usually, a captain only needs to give orders when performing a mission. However, Shinku Yuhi's squad performed missions more for the sake of learning. Therefore, he laid out all the arrangements and the considerations behind them. It could be considered teaching by example. Seeing that the three had no objections, Shinku Yuhi continued. For the next 2 bandit extermination missions, I will not offer suggestions or intervene. All task distribution and tactical planning will be handled by the 3 of you. This will be a test to see if you can apply the knowledge you learned at the Ninja Academy. Yes, the 3 responded in unison. After a day of traveling, the squad arrived at the foot of a mountain. Uchiha Tetsubi looked at the map. The stronghold on the mountain is the Snakebone stronghold mentioned in the mission. Let's divide the tasks. I'll be responsible for leading the charge. Kurenai, you'll still support me. Aokawa. Uchiha Tetsubi looked at Hyuga Aokawa and thought for a moment before saying, Aokawa, you provide cover with ninja tool throwing. Any problems? If his taijutsu was no good, ninja tool throwing was a basic skill, and with the Byakugan, it should be fine, right? I'll listen to Aokawa, Kurenai Yuhi replied. Good, then Uchiha Tetsubi suddenly reacted, his eyes wide. In the past, he only had to make the arrangements and Kurenai would just say okay. What was this about? Listening to Aokawa, today, Tetsubi's arrangement is fine. I have no objections. Hyuga Aokawa smoothed things over with a smile. This kid is at least sensible. Uchiha Tetsubi nodded. Then we'll need Aokawa's Byakugan for reconnaissance. Leave it to me. Hyuga Aokawa activated his Byakugan and took the lead in running up the mountain. Kurenai Yuhi and Uchiha Tetsubi followed closely behind. When they reached halfway up the mountain, Hyuga Aokawa suddenly stopped. He gripped 6 shuriken between his fingers and threw them forward with force. Swish, swish, swish. 4 shuriken flew directly into the foliage of several large trees ahead. The remaining 2 shuriken followed an arc. They curved around the trunks of the trees in front and dove into the thick bushes behind. Thud, thud, thud. 6 people fell straight down from where the 6 shuriken had struck. They were clearly the stronghold's sentries. This display of precise ninja tool throwing made Uchiha Tetsubi's eyebrows twitch. Being part of the clan that loved playing with ninja tools the most, Uchiha Tetsubi naturally had a good eye. He could see the high level of skill behind such a seemingly simple throw. It was easy to hit one person with several shuriken, but throwing them simultaneously to hit different people, with 2 of them being curve attacks, was not so easy. It seemed this teammate wasn't as useless as he had imagined. Kurenai was also watching from behind with a face full of admiration. If they hadn't been on a mission, she would have started clapping. 62. Number 62. It turns out we missed a bandit. Chapter 62. It turns out one bandit was missed. Hyuga Aokawa continued deeper, and after silently taking out a few more sentries, the three of them quietly arrived outside the fortress. 4 bandits were patrolling back and forth on the fortress wall. Through the vision of his Byakugan, Hyuga Aokawa also noticed that the bandits in the fortress were training together. This actually gave them an opportunity to strike. If we directly take out the bandits on the wall, it will definitely alert them. Kurenai, you use genjutsu to control them. Tetsubi, once Kurenai has controlled the sentries, head up the western fortress wall. The bandits are all gathered below for training. Use fire release to kill them, then rush in to finish them off. I'll follow behind you two for support, as per Tetsubi's earlier arrangement. With the advantage of information, Hyuga Aokawa naturally took over command. Given their experience of working together to deal with the sentries just now, the two of them didn't raise any objections. Move out. Kurenai Yuhi's fingers flew as she quickly formed hand seals. Ninja art. Hell viewing technique. The faces of the 4 patrolling bandits on the wall immediately contorted, filled with terror, as if they were witnessing something extremely horrifying. The strange thing was that they continued their patrolling movements on the wall like sleepwalkers. Seeing this, Uchiha Tetsubi immediately focused his chakra and dashed up the fortress wall. Hyuga Aokawa followed closely behind him like a shadow. The roars of training inside the fortress were deafening, perfectly masking the movement outside the wall. Uchiha Tetsubi leapt onto the top of the wall, and what greeted his eyes were the bandits gathered for training in the open space below. A dense crowd of 20 to 30 people was gathered in one spot. His hands moved rapidly to form seals, and his chest visibly swelled. Facing such a dense group of enemies, Uchiha Tetsubi held nothing back, refining his chakra with all his might. Before the bandits could react, he suddenly spat out the accumulated chakra from his mouth. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball blasted down from the top of the wall into the crowd. The bandits in the center were instantly turned to charcoal. Even those on the edges were engulfed in flames. The area suddenly became a sea of fire, filled with wails of agony. Witnessing this from the side, Hyuga Aokawa couldn't help but look askance. Fire release is called the merciful ninjutsu when dealing with elites. But when used to clear out fodder, the scene was truly brutal. On the other side, Kurenai Yuhi saw that Uchiha Tetsubi had already launched his fire release. With great coordination, she immediately manipulated the 4 bandits under her genjutsu to fall off the wall. She then quickly climbed the fortress wall to regroup with the other 2. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Someone in the bandit crowd finally reacted. It's ninja, we've been targeted by ninja, run. What's the panic? Roared one who looked like the leader. Even if they're ninja, they're just 3 brats. What is there to fear? We have the numbers charge. Without hesitation, the 3 of them leapt down from the fortress wall. Uchiha Tetsubi took the lead, rushing into the crowd with a kunai in a reverse grip. Kurenai Yuhi also followed closely as planned, continuously casting genjutsu and throwing ninja tools to provide support. Hyuga Aokawa was relatively idle, holding a kunai in the rear, ready to support the 2 at any moment. This was the benefit of being a medical ninja. The bandits, being desperate criminals themselves, saw that there was no hope of escape, and their eyes suddenly gleamed with ferocity. Gripping various weapons, they roared and lunged forward to fight for their lives. Although Uchiha Tetsubi, at the front lines, killed several people as easily as cutting vegetables, he was outnumbered, and before long, several wounds appeared on his body. Kurenai Yuhi wasn't doing much better. Although she wasn't under as much pressure as Uchiha Tetsubi, her lack of experience led to her getting grazed in a few places as well. Hyuga Aokawa stayed behind them, occasionally throwing ninja tools to bail them out. In fact, if he had used a scatter shot on this group, most of them would have been dead by now. But since he had joined the squad, he naturally had to prioritize teamwork. He also needed to adapt to his role as a medical ninja. Besides, the squad was meant for learning. If he killed everyone, what experience would his 2 teammates gain? Soon, more than half of the 20 to 30 bandits had been killed by the 2 students who had recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. This was the terrifying nature of supernatural abilities. Ordinary people were powerless against such a dimensionality reduction strike. Seeing the situation, the bandit who looked like the leader was terrified and tried to flee with 2 of his subordinates. With a body flicker technique, Hyuga Aokawa flashed in front of him and killed him cleanly. Turning back, Uchiha Tetsubi and Kurenai Yuhi were leaning against the wall, panting. He hurried forward and began using the healing technique on Kurenai Yuhi. Just as the thought, having a medical teammate is actually pretty good, surfaced in Uchiha Tetsubi's mind. His eyes widened at the sight. Wait, what? I was the one charging at the front, okay? I have way more wounds than she does. What do you mean by only caring about healing her? Just as he was about to speak, Hyuga Aokawa seemed to know what he was thinking. He extended his other hand and pressed the green light onto his wound. Hiss! The sudden comfort combined with a slight stinging sensation made him gasp, and the complaint at the tip of his tongue was swallowed back down. He looked at Hyuga Aokawa, who appeared relaxed and was exchanging glances with Kurenai Yuhi, with his eyes wide open. You can even do that? Uchiha Tetsubi was very surprised. Healing 2 people with both hands separately? Just how strong was this guy's chakra control? After a long while, under Hyuga Aokawa's exquisite medical ninjutsu, the wounds on Uchiha Tetsubi and Kurenai Yuhi were basically healed. There are still a few civilians locked inside. Let's go and release them, Hyuga Aokawa said while looking at a cave in the fortress with his Byakugan. Okay, the 3 of them moved together. The interior of the cave was dark and damp, and a 3-way junction soon appeared. Separately, Hyuga Aokawa whispered, then chose the leftmost path. The passage was winding. After turning a few corners, Hyuga Aokawa arrived at a crude cage. The scene inside the cage was unbearable to look at. A young boy lay in a pool of blood, covered in wounds and breathing his last. Beside him lay the corpses of 2 adults, long since devoid of life. Hyuga Aokawa's heart tightened, and a feeling of compassion arose. He tore the cage door chain apart and said softly, "It's all right now. The bandits have been cleared out by us. You're safe and can go home." The boy suddenly raised his head, his eyes first bursting with intense light. Really? The bandits are all dead? His gaze then fell on the corpses of his parents, and that bit of light was instantly consumed by extreme pain and resentment. His face contorted as he stared fixedly at Hyuga Aokawa and roared, "Why? Why couldn't you have come sooner? If you had come earlier, my mom and dad wouldn't have died. I hate you." Screaming, the boy actually struggled to crawl up and lunged recklessly at Hyuga Aokawa. The gentle smile on Hyuga Aokawa's face gradually faded, and the green glow of the medical chakra in his hand quietly dissipated. Looking at those eyes completely eroded by hatred and the lunging figure, he suddenly realized. It turns out, 1 bandit was missed. 63. Number 63. How about you become my girlfriend? Chapter 63. How about you be my girlfriend? Hyuga Aokawa suddenly understood. So we missed 1 bandit. The next moment, a blue-white light arrow shot precisely into the forehead of that small bandit. The latter's body stiffened, was thrown backward by the immense impact force, and was nailed motionless against the wall. The trio regrouped at the fork in the road. Kurenai Yuhi was followed by 2 frightened children, while Uchiha Tetsubi supported a weak woman. Hyuga Aokawa's gaze carefully swept over the faces of the rescued, confirming that their expressions held only the gratitude and fear of survivors. With nothing unusual, he then quietly dispersed the gentle fist chakra he had gathered at his fingertips. "Aokawa, no one on your side?" Kurenai Yuhi asked, puzzled to see him return alone. "I encountered one disguised as a bandit on my side. Already dealt with. It seems we missed one during our initial count." Hyuga Aokawa replied calmly, his tone betraying no emotion. "These bandits are too despicable," Kurenai Yuhi said indignantly. Uchiha Tetsubi, however, felt a bit strange inside. Missed one? The number outside matched the intelligence report though. But seeing Hyuga Aokawa's expression unchanged and the people already rescued, he suppressed this sliver of doubt, didn't dwell on it further, and followed the group out of the cave. Clap clap clap. Just as they exited the cave, a clear sound of applause came from the shadows ahead. Shinku Yuhi slowly walked out, a look of praise on his face. Excellent. Clear tactical division of labor, layered offense, and quite coordinated teamwork. From infiltration, assault, to clearing, the entire mission process was executed cleanly and efficiently. Overall, you performed this mission exceptionally well. Hearing such direct praise, smiles couldn't help but appear on the faces of all 3. Even Uchiha Tetsubi, who usually kept a stern face, found the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, uncontrollably. No matter how much he tried to act deep and serious, at his core, he was still a child in his teens. Being praised always makes one happy. Of course, Kurenai Yuhi proudly puffed out her chest, her tone full of pride. Just look at who we are. With Hyuga Aokawa joining the team, she had become much more lively during this mission. Shinku Yuhi's gaze finally settled on Hyuga Aokawa. Seeing him still composed and not the least bit complacent, he silently approved. At this age, to not become arrogant with success is rare. Moreover, this kid's medical ninjutsu was truly strong. Even the elite medical team members he had seen on the battlefield before rarely performed split-handed treatments like he just did. The four of them collected the spoils, escorted the kidnapped hostages down the mountain, and then headed for the next stop. On the road, words appeared before Hyuga Aokawa's eyes. Open black lens bracket for unity, mutual aid, and eliminating violence to bring peace. You have gained favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Uchiha style throwing technique, practiced level. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket energy crystal *20 close black lens bracket. Even slacking off a bit can net me some things. Unconsciously, a smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, Kurenai Yuhi's fair, delicate face appeared in his field of vision. She blinked her gem-like eyes, looking at him curiously. What's up? Hyuga Aokawa asked. Kurenai Yuhi looked at him suspiciously. Are you in a relationship? Nonsense, where did you hear that? Hyuga Aokawa explained, smiling so sweetly. You must have gotten a girlfriend, Kurenai Yuhi said, unconvinced. Really not. How about you be mine? Hyuga Aokawa teased. Kurenai Yuhi didn't expect Hyuga Aokawa to say it so bluntly. Her little face instantly flushed red. In your dreams. Then, with a delicate snort, she ran off ahead to avoid him. The group soon arrived at the second mission point. This time, similarly, Uchiha Tetsubi charged ahead to clear the path, with Kurenai Yuhi providing genjutsu support. Hyuga Aokawa, meanwhile, moved around the periphery, offering long-range support with precise shuriken. There weren't as many bandits as in the previous mission, but they were quite fierce. Uchiha Tetsubi and Kurenai Yuhi, on the front lines, ended up with more or less some wounds after the fierce battle. After the fight ended, Hyuga Aokawa treated both of them as usual. However, this time he only received 20 energy crystals. Nothing else. With the mission complete, the four made their way forward and finally reached the border of the Land of Fire. After Shinku Yuhi presented the clearance documents to the border guards, the group smoothly exited the country. While passing through a dense forest, Shinku Yuhi suddenly stopped. He turned around, his gaze serious as he looked at Kurenai Yuhi and Uchiha Tetsubi. You two, take off your headbands. Huh? Kurenai Yuhi was somewhat reluctant. This was her symbol of becoming a ninja. She had studied hard for years at the academy to earn it. Be quick, Shinku Yuhi's tone broke no argument as he simultaneously took out 3 plain headbands without any markings. Put these on. Seeing Shinku Yuhi's serious expression, the two obediently complied. Hyuga Aokawa hadn't graduated yet, so he had no headband. He took the one from Shinku Yuhi and put it on directly. Then, he even took out a pair of goggles from his bag, covering his conspicuous Byakugan. This display of meticulousness made Shinku Yuhi nod inwardly repeatedly. This kid, his meticulousness is nothing like a 12-year-old child. He completely lacks the arrogance and impetuousness typical of geniuses. He almost wondered if an adult's soul resided in this body. He collected himself and explained to the three, this escort mission is merely a pretext for entering the Land of Wind. So, from the moment we enter the Land of Tea, we must conceal our identities as Konoha ninja. The Konoha headband might intimidate some petty thugs during the escort journey, but once we enter the Land of Wind, it will instead become a major source of trouble. Therefore, in the future when carrying out missions, you must be flexible in adapting. Don't be rigid. The three nodded in unison, taking the lesson to heart. From the start of their departure from Konoha village, Shinku Yuhi had explained the reasoning behind every decision he made along the way. The three also listened very attentively, even able to apply the lessons learned. Hyuga Aokawa, in this process, learned many details not found in the original work or at school. The four continued onward. Soon, they arrived at the capital of the Land of Tea. This escort mission was to escort the Land of Tea's chief tea master, Fujiwara Kiyoshi, to the Land of Wind. The journey wasn't long. They only needed to reach the border trading post in the Land of Wind. To complete the mission, I'll go find the client. You stay here, don't wander off. Outside the city gate, Shinku Yuhi gave the instruction and entered the city alone. Okay, hurry back, Dad. Kurenai Yuhi responded cheerfully, watching Shinku Yuhi's retreating back. The remaining two, for some reason, didn't feel like responding and remained silent. After quite a while, a procession approached on the road from inside the city. Leading were Shinku Yuhi and a man dressed in luxurious clothing with a reserved, dignified air. Behind them followed a passenger carriage and 2 carts piled high with tea bricks. Surrounding the carts were 6 guards with lean, strong builds and vigilant expressions. The two parties met outside the city gate. Mr. Fujiwara, these are the other 3 team members, Hyuga Aokawa, Uchiha Tetsubi, and Yuhi Shinku. Shinku Yuhi introduced. What? Fujiwara Kiyoshi's critical gaze swept over the three. He said discontentedly, 2 half-grown boys and a little girl? This is the escort I hired for 100,000 ryo? 64. Number 64 is medical ninjutsu difficult to learn? 2-in-1. Light. Chapter 64. Is medical ninjutsu hard to learn? Double chapter. Don't let their age fool you. Just recently, the three of them dealt with a bandit stronghold containing dozens of burly men. Fujiwara Kiyoshi was stunned upon hearing this, then burst into unrestrained laughter as if he had heard a joke, pointing at the trio. Them? A few dozens of fierce bandits. Ha 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 ha, ouch, you're killing me. As he laughed, he gestured toward the 6 muscular and fierce-looking guards behind him. Are they talking about brutes like these? I'd really like to see with my own eyes how the three of them. Bang bang bang. Before he could finish speaking, a series of dull thuds sounded from behind, followed by painful groans. Fujiwara Kiyoshi whipped his head around. The next moment, his pupils contracted sharply, his mouth hung wide open, and he stammered in horror. His 6 guards, whom he had been so proud of, were now all sprawled on the ground, curled up and whimpering in pain. Uchiha Tetsubi, meanwhile, was seated confidently atop the cargo pile of the cart, casually hooking a kunai and spinning it between his fingers. Looking down from above, he slightly raised his eyebrows and glanced sideways at Fujiwara Kiyoshi. Now, do you still have any doubts? No, none at all. Fujiwara Kiyoshi was so frightened he could barely speak coherently. If you have none, then let's move out. Uchiha Tetsubi leapt agilely off the cart and took the lead at the front of the procession. Kurenai Shinku then slowly stepped forward, assuming the role of mediator. I apologize, Mr. Fujiwara. Children can be thoughtless. Please bear with us. In reality, he had the perfect opportunity to intervene just now, but he chose not to. When carrying out missions, it was not uncommon to encounter clients who required the strength of a ninja yet held them in contempt. Tetsubi's method, though simple and crude, was often the most effective. Fujiwara Kiyoshi had long since abandoned his previous arrogance. He repeatedly waved his hands. No problem, no problem. Saying that, he sheepishly ducked back into the carriage. The few fallen strongmen struggled to their feet, grabbed the horses pulling the cart, and followed the group as they set off. Not long after leaving the capital city, more than a dozen men appeared and blocked the road. As expected, without the headband of a major nation, all sorts of riffraff crawl out. 5 of the men were holding kunai, dressed like ninjas. The ninja leading them roared at the procession. You few miscellaneous ninjas up front. 5 against 4, you have no advantage. Leave the person and goods in the cart, and the rest of you can scram. Kurenai Shinku sized up the disorganized, wretched-looking rabble and let out a light chuckle. He retreated to the side of the road with crisp efficiency, leaning against a tree trunk, adopting the posture of someone waiting for a good show. Uchiha Tetsubi, without another word, charged straight ahead. Kurenai Yuhi followed closely behind. Hyuga Aokawa silently guarded the side of the cart, keeping Fujiwara Kiyoshi within his protective range. The leading ninja, seeing how unconcerned the opponents were and that they sent 2 children to fight, became furious. You dare look down on us? Kill them. The 2 sides instantly clashed. The clanging sound of metal striking metal was incessant, interspersed with the bandits' rising and falling screams. Fujiwara Kiyoshi inside the carriage trembled all over. Peering at the battle outside through the crack in the window, he saw Uchiha Tetsubi and Kurenai Yuhi weaving freely among the numerically superior bandits. Not only were they not at a disadvantage, but they moved as if through an empty field. Especially Uchiha Tetsubi, wherever his figure passed, it was like a hungry wolf charging into a flock of sheep. None of his opponents could withstand a single move. While afraid, Fujiwara Kiyoshi was utterly horrified. He knew the child who took down his guards was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. Even when facing enemies who were also ninjas, it was like cutting vegetables. That little girl showed no fear facing numerous enemies and moved agilely. Looking at it this way, his gaze shifted to Hyuga Aokawa, who stood silently guarding outside the carriage. No matter how he looked at it, this black-haired boy, who neither charged forward nor showed off, seemed less reliable than the other 2 fighting outside. No, I need them to switch so that the one named Tetsubi can protect me. If not, then at least that little girl. He hardened his heart, suddenly flung open the curtain, and was just about to speak. Whoosh! A kunai tore through the air, flying straight toward his face. Fujiwara Kiyoshi's pupils dilated instantly, watching the cold blade tip rapidly approach in his vision. His heart felt as if it were squeezed by an invisible hand, suddenly stopping its beat. I'm going to die. This was his last thought. The next instant, a hand with distinct knuckles, fair and strong, moved faster than the incoming kunai, grasping its hilt precisely like lightning. Fujiwara Kiyoshi stared directly at the tip of the kunai, which was mere inches from his eyeball. His Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. This was the closest he had ever been to death. At this moment, he suddenly exhaled a breath, gasping for air. Hyuga Aokawa slowly moved the kunai away, his expression calm and expressionless. Mr. Fujiwara, is something the matter? And nothing, just looking. Just looking. Fujiwara Kiyoshi forced out a smile uglier than a grimace, his voice trembling. It's dangerous outside. Please return to the carriage. Yes, yes. Fujiwara Kiyoshi retreated into the carriage as if granted amnesty. Only then did he realize his clothes were completely soaked. In that moment, he had thought through every good and bad deed of his entire life. The cold glint on the blade had still not faded. Shaken by residual fear, he dared not voice any further objections. Meanwhile, the fight between Uchiha Tetsubi and Kurenai Yuhi against the bandits was drawing to a close. After the last bandit was killed by the pair, this one-sided slaughter ended with the escort team achieving an absolute rout. The two retreated, panting heavily. Seeing this, Hyuga Aokawa also went forward to meet them. He activated healing technique to treat their wounds. Although it was a rout, fighting against superior numbers inevitably resulted in minor injuries. Uchiha Tetsubi looked at Hyuga Aokawa, who was treating him, completely spotless. Then looking at his own body covered in bloodstains, he couldn't help but ask, is medical ninjutsu hard to learn? I only studied it for 2 months at the academy. Hyuga Aokawa looked up at him, and just as hope flared in Tetsubi's eyes, he changed his tone. However, many people at the academy study it for 10 years and still might not reach my current level. The light in Uchiha Tetsubi's eyes vanished, and his heart sank. Although Hyuga Aokawa's tone was flat, he understood what he meant. This guy was practically wearing, I am a genius on his face. The kind that appears once in a century. He sighed inwardly. It seems my life will only be spent fighting and killing on the front lines. Their injuries were not severe, and the healing was quickly completed. The group continued their journey. Hyuga Aokawa looked at the ninja corpses on the ground. He pondered thoughtfully. According to regulations, C-rank missions should not involve ninjas of this caliber. But it seemed that in actual execution, unexpected incidents frequently occurred. He seriously suspected that the major nations, when assessing threat levels, did not consider these irregular forces at all. They only targeted officially registered ninjas or missing nin from other countries. For these purely wild, irregular forces, they were probably calculated based on the combat power of common bandits. The facts seemed to support this. Even Hong, an illusionary arts user who had just graduated from the academy, handled the recent fight with ease. In the journey ahead, the team encountered 2 more ambushes. The escort team followed the same arrangement. Uchiha Tetsubi and Kurenai Yuhi went up to crush the weaklings. Hyuga Aokawa was responsible for protection and post-battle treatment. That pristine appearance made Uchiha Tetsubi extremely envious. Fujiwara Kiyoshi was also very fortunate. Thankfully, he had hired a squad of ninja. Otherwise, by the time they reached the Land of Wind, he would probably have even his underpants stripped off. With Fujiwara Kiyoshi's clearance document and the caravan's cover, the 4 people successfully crossed the border of the Land of Wind. After escorting Fujiwara Kiyoshi to the trade station, their mission would be complete. After having Fujiwara Kiyoshi sign the document, the 4 quietly separated from the group. In the woods, Shinku Yuhi, who had changed into Land of Wind attire, began assigning the mission. This city is the largest trade hub on the border of the Land of Wind. Many goods are centralized here. It is most convenient for us to collect price information here. The 4 of us will go to the 4 directions of the city and surrounding small towns to gather intelligence. He looked up at the sun in the sky, then continued, gather here at this time tomorrow. Remember to use the transformation technique when collecting intelligence, and be mindful of methods. Yes, the 3 responded. Disperse. Swish, swish. The 4 scattered like streaks of afterimages. Hyuga Aokawa left the forest and arrived at the desert outside the oasis. He galloped along the city's edge in the direction designated by Shinku Yuhi. After traveling for a while, he gradually reached the other side of the oasis. Only then did he re-enter the oasis and approach the city from another direction. Upon entering the marketplace, he had already transformed into a merchant selling goods. He swaggered into the market, pretending to compare prices, looking here and asking there. Since this city was mainly focused on trade, most people were there to stock up or offload goods. Therefore, Hyuga Aokawa's behavior was not considered unusual here. Food in the Land of Wind mainly consisted of flatbreads, supplemented by rice. so he mainly lingered in the flour and rice areas while also investigating salt, spices, and other seasonings. After finishing his investigation, he moved to the meat section. The climate here was dry, so people utilized the natural conditions. The meat was mainly air-dried jerky. Hyuga Aokawa sampled a piece. The taste was quite good. As he went along, he unknowingly finished his dinner. He patted his round belly. He couldn't investigate the remaining areas. I'll investigate the surrounding small towns first. I'll come back to the remaining areas here tomorrow morning. As dusk approached, he simply went to the woods on the edge of the city to rest. The next morning, he set off for the surrounding small towns. The small towns were distributed across small oases surrounding the city. The places were not large, so naturally they were not as prosperous as the city. With the aid of the Byakugan, he easily found his way. This time, he was no longer a wealthy merchant, but an ordinary person out buying groceries. In places like this, the main goal was to investigate their retail prices and the daily food purchase volume of the residents. While comparing prices among 3 vendors, he noticed that the amount of groceries the town residents bought was very small. If a small quantity of fresh food could be explained by buying less frequently to maintain freshness, then even for non-perishable items like rice and flour, most residents only bought enough for 1 or 2 days at a time. This indicated that the economy of the Land of Wind residents had reached a very difficult state. He secretly noted down these observations. At the same time, he roughly scouted the surrounding terrain of the small town. By noon, he had finished investigating all the small towns in that direction. Patting his empty stomach, he headed back to the city to investigate the remaining areas in the meat section. When he emerged from the marketplace again, patting his round belly, he noticed the surrounding atmosphere was much stranger. Quick, seal the city gates, don't let that kid escape. Several ninja dressed in Land of Wind attire sped past on the road. Judging by their direction, they were heading toward the city gates. Hyuga Aokawa's heart jumped upon hearing this. Something happened. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and maintained a normal pace. With a few quick steps, he subtly turned into a small alley. Then, his figure moved like lightning. He didn't hesitate to use the body flicker technique consecutively, speeding towards the exit with all his might. I must get there before them. In the shadow of the alley, Hyuga Aokawa's eyes were fixed on the city gate not far away. Those ninja had already reached the gate ahead of him and were negotiating with the gate guards. He inwardly thought, not good. If they managed to close the city gates, he would have to climb those high walls. With personnel stationed on top, that would be troublesome. He looked around and fixed his gaze on a water storage tank. He quickly used the body flicker technique to get there and lifted the lid. Thankfully, the water was full. He began forming hand signs with both hands, using chakra to manipulate the water in the tank. In this situation, executing the mist concealment technique required skill. He couldn't push out dense fog all at once. Otherwise, everyone would know that someone was causing trouble from the direction the fog came from. Instead, he had to first spread a very thin layer of water vapor evenly across the entire area, then gradually increase the concentration. By the time the enemy noticed, their vision would already be severely impaired. On the other side, Hyuga, who was negotiating with the guards at the city gate, presented a warrant. This is an order from the city lord. Seal the gates immediately. No one is allowed to enter or exit. Hyuga was not part of the city's garrison. Recently, the village high command had suddenly lowered the requirements for learning puppet technique and opened up the technology for manufacturing some Monzaemon puppets. Although these were not high-level puppets, it was Monzaemon's technology. For a time, all the puppet materials around Sanagakure were bought out. When Hyuga was making his 3rd puppet, he found that he could no longer buy materials. He had no choice but to come to the border trade transfer city with other puppet masters to look around. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived in the city, he heard news that a Konoha spy had infiltrated to gather intelligence. During questioning by patrol personnel, the person suddenly activated the Sharingan, injured the patrols, and fled. The entire city was immediately placed under martial law, and they were temporarily conscripted by the garrison force to help with the arrest. I shouldn't have come, he sniffled uncomfortably. Quote, the dry air makes me uncomfortable all over, and I'm dragged into manual labor. A caravan happened to be stuck in the archway of the city gate, and the guards kept pushing them to move out, but a long line of vehicles was backed up behind the caravan, causing chaos as they were stuck between advancing and retreating. Hyuga frowned and shouted at the guards, drive all the caravans inside, allow entry but not exit. The guards then moved aside and started directing the caravan. Watching the caravan gradually enter the city, Hyuga felt his nose was less uncomfortable. But now that his nose felt better, his eyes seemed to be failing him. His vision seemed blurry. He rubbed his eyes but there was no improvement. Due to this delay, the concentration of the fog had increased by several levels. This isn't right. He was startled and finally realized. This is the mist concealment technique. 65. Number 65. Draw a bow and shoot a giant eagle. Light. Chapter 65. Drawing the bow to shoot the great eagle. Hyuga hastily roared at the gate guards. All personnel, secure the city gate, not even a fly gets out. As he spoke, he rapidly formed hand signs, wind release, gale palm. The mist was violently pushed aside by the fierce hurricane, but it was too late. A figure, taking advantage of the mist, skillfully stepped over the caravan's cargo and, in just a few steps, vanished outside the city gate. Damn it, Hyuga cursed loudly. He looked at the chaotic scene and turned to a man and a woman beside him. Hyun, say, you two go chase him down. Immediately turning back, the rest of you, follow me. Once outside the city gate and entering a relatively shaded section, the female ninja named Sei impatiently undid the clasps of her cloak. I'm boiling, she complained, throwing off the outer cloak to reveal an extremely hot outfit underneath. She was wearing hot pants that reached her upper thighs, her long, fair legs striding forcefully. The upper part was a minimal vest, semi-openly covering two massive headlights. They shone richly and generously. With her powerful running stride, the headlights seemed to constantly switch between high and low beams. Hyun beside her was momentarily stunned repeatedly. He nearly tripped and face planted several times from not watching the stones underfoot. What's wrong with you? You seem completely distracted today. Sei frowned, blaming him. It's too big. What's too big? The sun is a bit bright, and there aren't many clouds to block it. It's making me dizzy. Hyun explained with a strange expression. Big? Sei looked up at the sun, half obscured by clouds. She wondered where it was big. However, she didn't dwell on the issue. Instead, she redirected her anger toward the fleeing figure ahead. Don't interfere later. This brat made this old lady sweat buckets in broad daylight. When I catch him, I'm breaking his legs first to vent my frustration. Hyun's attention was still on the sun, and his eyes lit up upon hearing this. There was such a good thing? He hadn't wanted to get involved in the first place. Why was border patrol work being assigned to him? Now, it was perfect. No need to work, and he had scenery to watch. Later, he could even watch Sei's fighting stance. It couldn't get any better. He readily agreed, looking forward to the journey ahead. Not long after leaving the city gate, Hyuga Aokawa noticed two tails closely following him. Such a big mobilization, something really happened. He didn't rush toward the assembly point. Instead, he kept taking detours. He needed to shake off these two before meeting up with Yuhi Shinku and the others. Suddenly, through his Byakugan, he discovered a masked person appearing out of thin air between himself and the pursuers. Hyuga Aokawa's heart tightened, and he observed carefully. The chakra meridians inside that person were surprisingly composed of fine chakra threads. There were obvious seams at the joints and limb connections under the mask. Is it a puppet? He shifted his gaze, following the lines of connection. He indeed found countless subtle chakra threads connected to the hands of the female ninja. Behind, it really is a puppet. Hyuga Aokawa was quite surprised. He had thought that puppets nowadays would all be bizarrely shaped like those used by Sasori and Konkuro. He believed fully limbed ones capable of running and moving like living humans wouldn't appear until the Uchiha Sarada exam in the Boruto era. He didn't expect they had already appeared now. His mind raced and he concealed his hands in front of him. He secretly summoned his spirit bow and began condensing a holy arrow. His Byakugan operated at full capacity, continuously scanning the surrounding environment and the movements of the pursuers behind him. Behind him, Hyun and Sei, being tall, were gradually closing the distance. Sei noticed Hyuga Aokawa suddenly bringing his hands forward, fiddling with something. She knew he must be plotting something bad. As expected, after running a short distance, the youth ahead suddenly leapt up, turned around, and a brilliant light erupted from his hands, rapidly expanding. What he held was clearly a blue and white chakra bow. A blue arrow shot out from the light and rapidly flew toward her puppet. Tricks, Sei sneered, skillfully manipulating her fingers as countless chakra threads intertwined and surged. The puppet in front tilted its head slightly, deftly evading the light arrow. Seeing the light arrow miss its target, it inevitably shot toward a large tree. She coldly snorted. Brat, I'm here, where are you shooting? The next moment, her mocking expression froze on her face. That light arrow, like a red-hot iron rod melting ice, effortlessly pierced the trunk of the large tree that required two people to encircle, continuing unabated at extreme speed straight toward her face. Sei's pupils contracted violently, and the hair on her body stood on end. This arrow had been aimed at her from the very beginning. She tried her utmost to move her body to dodge, but everything happened in a flash. She didn't have time to make an effective evasion. The arrow rapidly enlarged in her pupils. The next second, boom, Sei, who had been running fast, was struck head-on as if by an invisible heavy hammer. Without even managing a scream, her entire body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Hyun beside her hadn't grasped what happened. He only saw the youth's arrow miss and hit the tree. Then, in his peripheral vision, the headlights beside him seemed to jiggle once. The beautiful view in his eyes was suddenly removed. Hyun subconsciously turned his head. The next second, his eyes widened and his breathing became ragged. He saw Sei lying stiffly on the ground. Her body was intact, still maintaining those alluring curves, but her head was like it had been run over by a fully loaded carriage. It was a complete mess, utterly gruesome. Shocked, he scrambled and crawled to hide behind a large tree. He vividly recalled the terrifying sight of the arrow piercing the large tree. Frightened, he quickly ducked down. His heart pounded wildly, almost bursting out of his chest. It wasn't until a while later that there was still no movement ahead. He cautiously forced himself up. The woods before him were very quiet. The brat's figure was long gone. It seems the other party doesn't want to get entangled further. Hyun breathed a sigh of relief. Konoha was truly terrifying. Even a mere kid possessed such terrifying strength. Fortunately, he was lucky, and that arrow didn't target him. He resolved not to pursue further. The death of one companion was enough to report. Patting the weeds off himself, Hyun stood up, turned, and walked towards Sei lying on the ground. Looking at her curvy figure, he inwardly sighed at the waist. Such a beautiful person died so inexplicably. Truly, beauty is fleeting. Consider it sacrificing herself for the country. I'll take you back for burial. Hyun sighed, picked her up, and slung her over his shoulder. Only then did he realize Sei wasn't light at all. Fortunately, it hadn't been long, and her body hadn't completely cooled or stiffened yet. He managed to carry her up without much effort. Feeling the softness on his shoulder, Hyun's steady heartbeat gradually accelerated again. He shook his head, clearing the chaotic thoughts from his mind, and started walking back the way he came. 66. Number 66 Sand Ninja Who Ignored Genjutsu. Chapter 66. The Sand Shinobi Who Ignores Genjutsu. Meanwhile, at the agreed-upon meeting spot in the woods, Yuhi Shinku and her father, Shinku Yuhi, were lying in wait. Suddenly, they saw Uchiha Tetsubi sprinting toward them from the distance in a state of utter disarray. Hot on his heels were two agile Sanagakure ninjas wearing masks. Their hearts tightened simultaneously, and they quickly ducked behind large trees on both sides of the road. Shinku Yuhi's face was grim, his heart filled with both anxiety and anger. He had happened to be nearby when Uchiha Tetsubi was exposed. This kid didn't use a shred of technique when gathering intelligence, blatantly asking about prices. That would have been one thing, but when the patrolman questioned him later, he could have just run away if he couldn't fool them. But no, this kid actually tried to use genjutsu to control them. That was as good as shouting to the world that foreign ninjas had infiltrated. Although he hadn't used the Sharingan to cast genjutsu, he had still kicked a hornet's nest. The Sanagakure throughout the entire city were looking for them like madmen. Fortunately, he and Kurenai had reacted in time and weren't implicated by him. They had successfully escaped through the city gates. He just didn't know what had happened to that kid, Hyuga Aokawa. His gaze swept over his daughter's tense little face behind the opposite tree trunk. He made a concise hand signal and whispered, "Watch my signal for action later. When the distance is right, we'll use genjutsu together to control them." Kurenai Yuhi nodded solemnly, indicating she understood. The final effectiveness of genjutsu tests one's yin release, or rather, spiritual energy. The genjutsu of this father and daughter came from the same source, and they shared the same bloodline. Launching it together could stack the concentration of spiritual energy, achieving an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Seeing Uchiha Tetsubi lead the pursuers into effective range, Shinku Yuhi suddenly waved his hand. The father and daughter leapt out simultaneously as if they had practiced it countless times, their hands forming hand signs rapidly in synchronization. Ninjutsu, demonic illusion, tree-binding death. The powerful surge of yin-released chakra even caused Uchiha Tetsubi in front to feel a momentary lapse in mental clarity. However, the two masked pursuers seemed completely unaffected, their movements not slowing down for a single moment. Even for powerhouses who are completely immune to genjutsu, there should always be a moment of surprise or wariness when facing a sudden interception. Uchiha Tetsubi snapped out of it and saw Shinku Yuhi and his daughter suddenly appear. Far from being joyful, his face was filled with extreme terror. He opened his mouth wide, wanting to shout, but it was already too late. Click. With the faint sound of a mechanical mechanism, the arms of the two sand ninjas chasing behind Tetsubi, which had been poised to grab him, suddenly split open into black holes at the palms. Their puppets. Shinku Yuhi felt a chill run from his spine straight to the top of his head. His heart nearly stopped beating. When did Sanagakure acquire puppets that could pass for real people with such lifelike movements? At such close range, Kurenai get down. Relying almost entirely on instinct, he didn't dodge backward but pounced toward his daughter like a tiger, also violently pressing the stumbling Uchiha Tetsubi to the ground in the process. Yuhi Shinku hadn't even realized what was happening. She was already tackled and shielded beneath Shinku Yuhi's broad frame. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the next instant, countless poison senbon, like a dense swarm of locusts, shot out from the black holes in the puppets' palms, covering the space where they had just been standing. Run! Their puppets, Uchiha Tetsubi, pinned to the ground, finally rasped out his unfinished warning. He had sensed something was wrong long ago. The strength of these two sand ninjas was clearly superior to his, yet they always left him a narrow escape, letting him flee repeatedly. He knew then that the enemy was fishing. Although the toxins made his consciousness a bit hazy, he had still tried his best to run in other directions. But for some reason, by the time he regained clarity, he had unknowingly run to the meeting spot. Shinku Yuhi felt that the two people beneath him were unharmed, and a flicker of relief appeared on his face, but it was immediately followed by the sensation of his strength receding like the tide. Despite his lightning-fast reactions, his own back had not been spared in his effort to fully protect his daughter and Tetsubi. Waves of numbness were rapidly spreading across his back. Clearly, the toxins on the flying needles had begun to take effect. Yuhi Shinku struggled to get up from beneath him and saw the dense cluster of flying needles embedded in Shinku Yuhi's back. Her mouth hung open, and tears gushed out uncontrollably. "Dad, what happened to you?" "I'm fine, Kurenai, run." Shinku Yuhi's voice became weak and powerless. What a truly touching display of father-daughter affection. A shadow loomed over the weeping girl. Kurenai Yuhi looked up. The two cold puppets stood silently before her, their hollow eyes beneath the masks looking down at her, watching her panic-stricken and teary-eyed appearance. The jaw of one slightly larger puppet opened and closed mechanically, emitting a rasping, grinding sound. "What a kawaii girl. I almost can't bear to strike." The next moment, that kawaii girl suddenly lunged, the kunai in her hand swinging without warning toward the seemingly empty air behind it. A few nearly inaudible snapping sounds rang out as several slender chakra threads were severed. The puppet's movements instantly stalled, but only for a moment. The severed chakra threads were reconnected almost instantly. The puppet, having reacted, mercilessly kicked the abdomen of the Kurenai Yuhi who had just launched the surprise attack. Bang! The heavy force sent her flying back like a broken kite, slamming hard into a tree behind her. She groaned, unable to get up for a moment, crying helplessly to lure us in, then suddenly lunging to cut the chakra threads. "Your mind certainly isn't as cute as your face suggests," the puppet commented without emotion. It leisurely removed its mask, revealing an elaborately carved wooden face beneath, and introduced itself. "I am Hyuga, and he is Fushin. These are puppets made using the secret techniques of Lord Monzaemon. It's only natural to be fooled by puppets of such exquisite craftsmanship and lifelike detail." He spoke eloquently, as if wanting people to admire his masterpiece. Only, no one present was in the mood to watch a puppet's performance. Seeing his daughter kicked away, Shinku Yuhi felt a wrenching pain in his heart. That cute face was now filled with an expression of resolve as she leaned against the tree trunk, struggling to stand up. "Kurenai, run!" he cried out to Kurenai Yuhi, tears streaming down his face. Not far away, Kurenai Yuhi didn't speak, but her tears kept flowing. Under the sunlight, she suddenly noticed that the chakra threads behind the two puppets were quite conspicuous. Dense and fine, they extended from the two puppets all the way into the depths of the forest. Hyuga talked for quite a while about the greatness of art, but the three audience members weren't buying it. Shinku Yuhi at his feet was even still struggling, which made him displeased. He grimly put his mask back on, raised his foot, and stomped hard on Shinku Yuhi's back, which was riddled with poisoned senbon. Arg! The piercing pain forced a scream from Shinku Yuhi. Hyuga looked down at him from above. "I didn't expect that the bait I laid out casually would actually reel in two fish. One big and one small. Old man, speak. How many more accomplices do you have?" "I'll talk." Shinku Yuhi seemed to have his will broken by the intense pain, his voice coming in fragments. Hyuga leaned down with satisfaction, moving closer to listen. A wise man submits to circumstances. "Speak." Shinku Yuhi's lips moved, but for a long time, he couldn't produce a clear syllable. Just then, the silent Fushin suddenly moved. It rushed like a ghost toward Kurenai Yuhi, who was trying to bypass them, and kicked her away. The massive force sent the girl tumbling several times after she hit the ground. This time, she struggled but could no longer get up. Hyuga, who was stepping on Shinku Yuhi, sneered at the sight. HMPH, trying to bypass us to attack the main body? You father and daughter really won't give up until you're at death's door. He took heavy steps toward the slumped Kurenai Yuhi. Since you won't cooperate honestly, then we'll switch to a method that will make you open your mouths. He stood beside Kurenai Yuhi and pinned her down with one foot. Simultaneously, the faint sound of gears turning came from the puppet's palm, and a short blade glinting with a cold light slowly extended from it. The tip of the blade was pointed directly at Yuhi Shinku. No, don't. Shinku Yuhi, lying on the ground, looked on with a face full of terror, his eyes pleading. Now, you can tell me properly, how many people are left in your squad? 67. Number 67. Wise and Mighty. Chapter 67. Wise and Mighty. Shinku Yuhi's face turned red, and after stammering for a long while, he managed to speak with difficulty. The squad isn't full, there are only the 3 of us. Wrong answer. Hyuga's tone didn't waver in the slightest. None of the 3 people on the ground was the brat he had seen in the city. In other words, there were at least 4 of them. He gave a cold snort, and the mechanism in the puppet's palm was triggered. With a flash of cold light, a short blade suddenly popped out and stabbed deep into Kurenai Yuhi's thigh. Ah! The already dying Kurenai Yuhi let out a piercing scream, her body convulsing violently. Kurenai Shinku Yuhi let out a heart-wrenching howl. His fists were tightly clenched, his teeth gritted, and the veins on his neck bulged. He stared intently at Hyuga with eyes like a predator's. Oh my, what a terrifying gaze. Hyuga spoke teasingly, and the sound of gears turning once again came from inside the mechanical palm. A sharp blade gleaming with cold light slowly extended. This time, the tip was aimed at Kurenai Yuhi's abdomen. You know, I don't have the heart to hurt such a cute girl. But this time, it won't be as simple as stabbing a thigh. Shinku Yuhi's jaw muscles bulged, and his teeth made a grinding sound. His face was tense, and his gaze moved back and forth between his daughter and the puppet. In his eyes, there was sorrow, anger, and a struggle that flickered from time to time. Beside him, Uchiha Tetsubi was filled with guilt as he saw Hyuga aim the sharp blade at Kurenai Yuhi once more. He could only helplessly lower his head and cover his face, unable to bear watching the scene that was about to unfold. After the intense pain, Kurenai Yuhi felt her consciousness begin to blur, and the sensation of pain was gradually replaced by a kind of numbness. Her mind began to wander. Am I dying? The memories in her mind began to uncontrollably flash before her eyes like a revolving lantern. She remembered her mother's warm embrace when she was still around, and every little detail of her father taking her out to play when she was a child. She remembered eating and drinking to her heart's content with Akado Hanahana, and laughing wildly with Enko, and Hyuga Aokawa, who always wore a calm smile. She suddenly felt some regret for rejecting Hyuga Aokawa's confession, even if he had only said it as if it were a joke. But she probably wouldn't have another chance. If only she could see him one more time. As she thought this, Hyuga Aokawa's figure actually appeared in the woods within her blurred vision. He was holding a massive chakra bow in his hand. His gaze was cold as frost, and his arrow was aimed right behind her. Hey, I'm even having hallucinations. I really am letting my imagination run wild, she thought with a bitter smile. Even if Aokawa came to save her, he wouldn't use a chakra bow as a weapon. He should be launching a sneak attack with his superb ninja tool-throwing skills. However, the version of him in her hallucination, holding a longbow, was actually unexpectedly handsome. Kurenai Yuhi suddenly began to admire him closely. A bright and handsome face with an aura of having everything under control despite his calm demeanor. Combined with the massive chakra spirit bow in his hand, he looked incredibly wise and mighty. That look of having everything within his grasp gave her an inexplicable sense of peace. She really hoped this was real. She hoped that one day Hyuga Aokawa would become this powerful, that he could also hold such a spirit bow and descend like a heavenly god to save her. In her hallucination, the bow-wielding Hyuga Aokawa released the bowstring. A blue light arrow left the string and shot towards her. In reality, Hyuga lost his patience as he saw Shinku Yuhi remain silent for so long. What a pity. Silence also counts as a wrong answer. As he spoke, he aimed at Kurenai Yuhi's palm and, with a click, was about to eject the sharp blade. The next moment, a brilliant streak of blue light arrived through the air at a speed difficult for the naked eye to track. Boom! A massive explosion rang out. The puppet controlled by Hyuga didn't even have time to react before it was shattered into countless fragments by the enormous impact. The sudden blast of the explosion's shockwave startled Kurenai Yuhi, and her consciousness instantly became clear. She turned her head in shock, only to see that the puppet that had been threatening her father just moments ago had been reduced to a pile of wreckage. She looked toward the depths of the forest in disbelief. The Hyuga Aokawa from her hallucination was now actually walking out from the shadows of the trees step by step, holding the spirit bow with a sharp gaze. He looked exactly like the heroic figure in her imagination. It's real. Kurenai Yuhi covered her mouth, and tears began to flow once more. He really came with a spirit bow, like a heavenly god descending to save me. Shinku Yuhi and Uchiha Tetsubi were also dumbfounded. Uchiha Tetsubi, in particular, was full of disbelief. It wasn't that he hadn't fought this puppet before. Its material was extremely hard. Neither his ninjutsu nor his kunai could cause any damage to it. That was why they had been hunted all this time. Didn't this kid say he was just a medical ninja? How could he, besides having a superb hand at ninja tool throwing, also know such a powerful ninjutsu? With just one strike, he had directly blown up the hard puppet that had left Tetsubi helpless. Hyuga and Fushin, hidden deep in the forest, were also startled by this sudden turn of events. Hyuga, in particular, was just about to attack the girl. The next moment, his shared vision went dark. Even if a puppet master's vision is slightly better than a regular ninja's, it's only marginally so. They didn't have the ultra-long-range vision like the Hyuga clan. Therefore, this kind of long-range puppet control definitely required the puppet to have a vision-sharing function. Now, the puppet sharing its vision with him had been blown up in one hit. It caused more or less of a backlash for him. Bastard. Being the hunter yet having his tool destroyed by the prey. Hyuga gritted his teeth. This was a puppet he had spent half a year of hard work and a lot of money to build. It was just gone, for nothing. If he didn't avenge this, he wouldn't be able to swallow this insult. But the only vision-sharing puppet he had left was this one. If he wanted to control the others, he could only rely on his own eyes for vision. Fushin, he said fiercely to Fushin beside him. Quote, entangle that kid, don't let him escape, I'm going over there myself to tear him to pieces. Then you won't have the chance. Fushin let out a sinister, cackling laugh. Quote, before you even arrive, I'll have already twisted his head off. Fushin continued to cackle in the clearing. Hyuga Aokawa remained expressionless, his spirit bow drawn to its limit once more. The tip of the arrow steadily locked onto the only remaining Fushin puppet ahead. Jia, you only have one chance. A bizarre tone emanated from the emotionless puppet's mouth, sounding incredibly eerie. Let's make a bet. Is your arrow faster, or am I? Let's see who can twist off whose head. I'll shoot your head. Hyuga Aokawa's tone was extremely cold, his gaze as if looking at a dead object. Then try it. Before the Fushin puppet's words had even faded, it suddenly exerted force with its feet and charged forward like a cheetah. Hyuga Aokawa's eyes narrowed, and he released the bowstring. The blue arrow transformed into a streak of light and shot out. The charging Fushin puppet was fully focused. The moment it saw Hyuga Aokawa's movement, it immediately dodged to the side at high speed. The arrow seemed powerful, but it brushed past it without even touching a corner of its clothes. Nothing more than this. The puppet let out a mocking laugh. Quote, didn't you say you were going to shoot my head? Come on. A set of high-speed rotating, sharp saw blades popped out from its palm, and its charging speed increased once more. Jia, it seems I've won this bet. 68. Number 68. Are you the hunter or the prey? Chapter 68. Are you the hunter, or the prey? Hyuga Aokawa froze in place, watching the Fushin puppet rush towards him, its spinning saw blade raised high. He looked as if he was completely unable to react, stunned with fear. Aokawa dodge. Kurenai Yuhi's scream was filled with despair. Even the experienced Shinku Yuhi felt her heart leap to her throat, thinking that this powerful reinforcement would be splattered with blood in the next moment. The Fushin puppet had already reached Hyuga Aokawa, raising its saw blade, ready to strike down fiercely. Kurenai Yuhi's mouth hung open, her face filled with terror and pain. She struggled to get up, wanting to push Hyuga Aokawa away. In her opinion, Hyuga Aokawa must have been accidentally poisoned during their earlier exchange. The next moment, the incredibly fierce Fushin puppet suddenly stopped all its movements. Like a puppet with its strings cut, the raised saw blade fell limply, and its entire body collapsed to the ground with a thud, scattering into a pile of parts. And in Hyuga Aokawa's Byakugan vision, Fushin in the forest had already become a headless corpse, sprawled on the ground. This was why he needed to appear in the enemy's line of sight. From beginning to end, his goal had always been the puppeteer hidden deep within. Every step he took was to close the distance with the puppeteer. The experienced Shinku Yuhi next to him was the first to react. His eyes widened, his heart greatly shaken. Is this the long-range attack Kekkei Genkai mentioned in the intel? He understood instantly. These two puppets from Sanagakure were clearly the type that shared vision. Although this type's combat power was not as strong as ordinary puppets, most people could only control one. However, its biggest advantage was that it could be controlled beyond visual range. The main body would usually hide, using the advantage of shared vision to conduct reconnaissance or battle in places beyond the puppeteer's visual range. Since it was beyond visual range, the main body must have been hidden several hundred meters away from them. The instant collapse of this puppet indicated that the puppeteer had either been killed or severely injured. In other words, Aokawa's arrow just now accurately hit the puppeteer hundreds of meters away. Meanwhile, Hyuga, who was sprinting through the dense forest, had just pushed aside the leaves and burst out, with 2 guards puppets floating beside him. He subconsciously searched for Fushin's figure, and the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. Fushin's puppet had actually collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. It had collapsed to the ground. This was even more terrifying than the puppet being directly destroyed. This meant that Fushin was already dead. And what made his soul flying away and spirit scattering even more was that the bow-wielding youth was steadily aiming that huge spirit bow at him. Hyuga felt a chill run down his spine instantly, a coldness rushing straight to his head. With the fastest puppet manipulation of his life, he overlapped 2 puppets to block in front of him. Almost simultaneously, the azure chakra arrow had already torn through the air. Bang bang. 2 explosive sounds occurred almost simultaneously, and the 2 puppets he had painstakingly crafted shattered before his eyes. The residual power of the chakra arrow slammed him flying, sending him sprawling in a sorry state. Hyuga ignored the heartache, scrambling to his feet and diving back into the dense forest. From the moment he realized Fushin was dead, all his battle intent had collapsed. That was a puppeteer who was in no way inferior to himself. Damn this temporary conscription, I just came to buy materials. Why'd I have to get involved in this mess for no reason? He wished he could slap himself twice. At this moment, he only cared about fleeing for his life through the forest. The feeling of being watched, like a shadow, made him quicken his pace even more. Suddenly, a faint bowstring sound echoed behind him. Immediately after, his left foot missed its footing, and he lost his balance. Tumbling forward due to inertia, he frantically tried to prop himself up, but his left foot again failed to provide strength, causing him to stumble. He instinctively looked down. Ah! A shrill scream pierced through the forest. His calf had disappeared, and a crescent-shaped wound at the end of his thigh was continuously gushing blood. A calf with a similarly shaped wound lay quietly on the ground behind him. The brat holding the giant bow was in the distance, aiming his spirit bow at him with icy eyes. Intense fear made him overcome the severe pain. Hyuga struggled to stand on his right leg, desperately hopping forward on one foot. He hadn't run far. His center of gravity was lost again. This time, the chakra arrow completely severed his left thigh, tossing it into his view. Ah! He wailed again, trying to get up in horror. He suddenly realized, left calf, left thigh, this brat was retaliating for that girl. If that's the case, the next arrow will be the abdomen. PFF. He stared blankly down, watching a blue arrow blade pierce through his abdomen. His body could no longer support him, and he fell straight down. A coolness from the ground spread through Hyuga's ears, and the fresh scent of damp earth filled his nostrils. He looked at the small blades of grass so close to him, his regret reaching its peak at this moment. The higher-ups had just opened up puppet manufacturing technology for puppeteers like him. The good days were still ahead. He shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess, which brought him no benefit. Just to show off his new puppet, he had senselessly sacrificed his life here. A strong foot trampled the grass before his eyes. A blue light flashed, and Hyuga's consciousness plunged into eternal darkness at the forest path. A blue light flashed, and Hyuga's consciousness plunged into eternal darkness at the forest path. Hyuga Aokawa darted out of the dense forest, returning to where Kurenai Yuhi and the other 2 were injured. Before pursuing Hyuga, he had already confirmed the injuries of the 3. Fortunately, the opponent had mostly used non-lethal paralyzing and hallucinogenic poisons to extract information. He quickly went to Kurenai Yuhi's side, kneeling to check her condition. Aokawa. Kurenai Yuhi finally saw Hyuga Aokawa again, feeling much more at ease, but her tears still wouldn't stop. Don't worry, I'm here. Hyuga Aokawa's voice was unusually gentle. He activated his Byakugan, precisely sealing the blood vessels around Kurenai Yuhi's thigh wound. With one hand gently pressing her thigh, his other hand swiftly pulled out the short blade. Kurenai Yuhi let out a muffled groan, forcefully suppressing a cry of pain. Hyuga Aokawa constantly observed Kurenai Yuhi's condition and couldn't help but admire her resilience. He then activated the detoxification technique, slowly forcing the toxins out from around the wound. As for the rest that had already been carried away by the blood, there was nothing he could do for now. Fortunately, it wasn't a fatal poison, and it would all be expelled after some time through the body's metabolism. During the treatment, the wound felt intermittently numb and itchy. Several times, Kurenai Yuhi couldn't resist trying to scratch, but Hyuga Aokawa gently patted her hand away. She could only pout in annoyance, enduring the sensation like ants crawling, letting him do as he pleased. A moment later, the toxins in Kurenai Yuhi's wound were completely cleared. Hyuga Aokawa then activated the healing technique, and a soft green light enveloped the wound, beginning to promote tissue healing. However, he did not completely heal the wound. He only stopped the ninjutsu after ensuring the blood vessel walls were securely closed and no longer bleeding. There were 2 others still bleeding. He needed to go and stop their bleeding first. 69. Number 69. Why are you taking off my clothes? Chapter 69. Why are you untying my clothes? Hyuga Aokawa did not completely heal the wound. He only stopped the ninjutsu after ensuring the blood vessel walls were firmly closed and no longer bleeding. There are 2 more still bleeding. I need to go stop their bleeding first. First save lives, then treat injuries. This is the primary principle of a medical ninja. He turned and went to the 2 men. Using the same method, he first sealed the blood vessels with pressure point technique. Then, after using detoxification technique, he healed the wounds with healing technique. However, the operation was not as gentle this time. They were men, so a bit rough was fine. The benefit of not being meticulous was that the healing speed was much faster. But it inevitably pulled at the wounds, causing the 2 men to groan repeatedly. Similarly, after their wounds were basically stable, Hyuga Aokawa stopped the healing technique. The remaining superficial healing could be left to the body's self-recovery. As for whether there would be scars, no big deal. The sudden relaxation after being healed made Shinku Yuhi and Uchiha Tetsubi unable to hold on any longer. Their eyelids heavily closed and they fell into a deep sleep. Hyuga Aokawa then returned to Kurenai Yuhi's side, recondensing chakra to continue treating the half-healed wound on her leg. It's fine for boys to have scars but not for girls. It would be such a pity to leave a knife scar on Kurenai Yuhi's thigh. The tingling itch from the healing wound stimulated Kurenai Yuhi's nerves, waking her from her drowsiness. She turned her head and looked at Hyuga Aokawa in confusion. Didn't you already heal it? I'm afraid of leaving a scar, so I'm helping you completely heal the epidermis as well. Hyuga Aokawa explained softly. Kurenai Yuhi quieted down upon hearing this, no longer moving. A hint of sweetness rose in her heart, and her gaze quietly fell on Hyuga Aokawa's side profile as he focused on healing. At this moment, the cold, decisive aura of combat that had been on him had completely vanished. It was replaced by gentleness and concentration. Watching the sunlight filter through the leaves and fall on him, outlining his soft contours, Kurenai Yuhi was momentarily mesmerized. She wished this scene could be frozen forever. A moment later, Hyuga Aokawa stopped his hands under Kurenai Yuhi's lingering gaze. Is it healed? Kurenai Yuhi asked, her meaning unclear. Yes, but Hyuga Aokawa said, his gaze sweeping over Kurenai Yuhi's chest. Kurenai Yuhi's eyes immediately widened. She instinctively covered her chest with her hand and warned, but what? Hyuga Aokawa couldn't help but laugh at her protective stance and explained, you have 2 cracked ribs in your chest that also need to be fixed. Kurenai Yuhi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, lowered her hand, and nodded. Hyuga Aokawa took out a bandage and reached out to untie the laces of Kurenai Yuhi's clothes. Wait, Kurenai Yuhi's face instantly flushed. She slapped his hand away. Why are you untying my clothes? If you do that again, I'll be angry. To wrap the bandage, of course. How can I wrap it without untying your clothes? Hyuga Aokawa was helpless. Can't you wrap it over my clothes? No, the clothes would shift. Then I won't bind it, it's not hurting that much anyway. Kurenai Yuhi clutched her clothes, not letting him get close at all. Hyuga Aokawa sighed and patiently persuaded, although the bone isn't significantly dislocated, it must be fixed. We might need to move quickly next. Without fixing it, the bumps will worsen the bone fracture, and it will be more troublesome then. The stubbornness on Kurenai Yuhi's face softened a bit. She secretly peeked at the sleeping Shinku Yuhi and Uchiha Tetsubi on the other side. They're asleep. Hyuga Aokawa seemed to understand her concerns and explained. And your body is blocked by this large tree in the middle, so they can't see you. Yuhi Shinku peeked, and indeed, it was true. The large tree in the middle perfectly obscured her body. When the 2 woke up, at most they would only see her calves. But she was still uneasy, struggling to move behind the tree trunk to completely hide herself. Hyuga Aokawa quickly stepped forward to help her, assisting her to sit against the tree trunk. As she settled down, Hyuga Aokawa was about to start. Kurenai Yuhi grabbed her collar again, blushing. You can only reach your hand inside to tie it. You can't take off my clothes completely. Hyuga Aokawa thought about it. With the Byakugan's X-ray vision, it wouldn't be a big problem. He nodded in agreement. Okay. However, when his hand approached again, Kurenai Yuhi gently slapped it away. What's wrong now? Hyuga Aokawa asked, confused. You go wash your hands first. Kurenai Yuhi's voice was like a mosquito's buzz. Her cheeks flushed. Hyuga Aokawa looked around. There was no suitable water source. Kurenai Yuhi saw this, let out a sigh of relief, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. The next moment, water release, water wall technique. A clear stream of water surged from the ground, forming a small water wall. Hyuga Aokawa crouched down, maintaining the water wall with powerful chakra control, while washing his hands in the stream. Kurenai Yuhi watched, dumbfounded. You can do that? And Aokawa actually knew water release? Just as she was about to ask, Hyuga Aokawa had already dried his hands and returned to her. His slightly cool fingers touched the laces of her top, and Kurenai Yuhi's face turned even redder. She tightly closed her eyes, turned her head away, and dared not look again. The clothing ties were gently undone, and she felt the cool air and a pair of warm hands reaching inside her clothes. That gentle touch made her body tremble slightly, and her heart rate suddenly accelerated. Hyuga Aokawa felt a warm, smooth sensation upon contact, and the sexy collarbone so close to him made his mind flutter slightly. He quickly suppressed the romantic thoughts in his heart and began to wrap the bandage with a serious expression. The bandage didn't need to climb. After circling the flat ground at the foot of the mountain a few times, it began to fix along the mountain valley. The two were extremely close, almost able to feel each other's warm breath. Kurenai Yuhi's face grew redder and redder, just as the ambiguous atmosphere was about to reach its peak. Hyuga Aokawa neatly tied the knot and softly said, "Done." Kurenai Yuhi opened her eyes and saw Hyuga Aokawa carefully tidying her collar and tying her clothes for her. Her eyes welled up slightly, and she pouted aggrievedly. "What's wrong? Did I hurt you?" Hyuga Aokawa had just finished tying her clothes. When he looked up and saw Kurenai Yuhi's expression, he immediately asked with gentle concern. You bad guy," Kurenai Yuhi said with a sniffle, lightly punching him. Then she struggled to stand up and ran a few meters away, turning her back to him, her shoulders slightly heaving. Hyuga Aokawa looked bewildered, completely unaware of what he had done wrong again. Just as he was about to go forward and ask, his pupils suddenly constricted. In the distance, in the direction Kurenai Yuhi was facing, there was a subtle flow of chakra. This was something he had gained after combining his reishi network with his other abilities. Beyond the Byakugan's visual range, he could observe subtle chakra flows with the enhancement of the reishi network. He quickly adjusted the Byakugan's visual range, narrowed his field of vision, and concentrated his ocular power on the distance. Indeed, in the distant forest, a large number of sand ninja were deploying in search formations. They were meticulously searching every area. 70. Number 70 Escape. Chapter 70. Escape. In the distant forest, a large number of sand ninja were fanning out in a search formation. They were meticulously scouring every area. Hyuga Aokawa quickly scanned the other directions. His heart sank. The same situation was unfolding in two other directions. Three groups of enemies, each with about 15 to 20 people, were closing in from all sides. Although judging by their chakra, there were no particularly powerful elite jonin among them, mostly chunin and genin. But even so, with nearly 50 of them in total against the 4 of them who were injured, it was more than enough. Kurenai, come back quickly, enemies are approaching. Hyuga Aokawa lowered his voice, urgently calling out to Kurenai Yuhi. At the same time, he lunged toward the sleeping Yuhi Shinku and Uchiha Tetsubi, slapping their cheeks hard. The two were forcibly awakened from their deep sleep, their eyes still clouded with confusion and exhaustion as they looked at the grim-faced Hyuga. Aokawa, wake up, hurry, wake up, we're surrounded. The two jolted awake, their fatigue and pain receding instantly as they forced themselves up. Kurenai Yuhi also rushed back, and the 4 of them quickly huddled together. Hyuga Aokawa briefly and concisely informed the 3 of the enemy situation he had observed. Yuhi Shinku looked solemn upon hearing this. The 3 of us haven't fully recovered from the toxins yet, and Aokawa, you've been through consecutive battles and provided healing, so your chakra reserves aren't high either. Therefore, even if these enemies are only chunin and genin, we can't take on such a large number. We'll retreat toward the land of fire first and see if we can meet any allies along the way. Everyone nodded. Screech. A loud, sharp hawk's cry suddenly pierced the sky. All 4 were startled and looked up. They saw a ninja hawk spreading its massive wings, circling high above their heads. Not good, we've been spotted, move, Yuhi Shinku said urgently. Hyuga Aokawa immediately rushed to the front, using his Byakugan to choose a path and leading the 3 in a full-speed escape. After receiving guidance from the air, the pursuers behind them immediately adjusted their direction, their speed noticeably increasing as they gave chase relentlessly. The four fled frantically, swallowing ration pills one after another to recover some physical strength and chakra. But as they moved, Hyuga Aokawa discovered that no matter how he used the dense forest to block their line of sight or quietly changed directions, the ninja hawk in the sky continued to circle above them. Yuhi Shinku also noticed this fatal problem. He forced himself to speed up and catch up with Hyuga Aokawa, sprinting side by side as he asked rapidly, "Aokawa, can you use that long-range technique of yours to shoot that hawk down?" Hyuga Aokawa glanced up at the black speck high in the sky while running and fell silent for a moment. "I can only try." He raised his hand to summon the chakra spirit bow and began to condense a chakra arrow. Then, he suddenly skidded to a halt. He lowered his center of gravity, held the bow in his right hand, and pulled the string back with his left until it was like a full moon, the movements fluid and seamless. The bowstring vibrated slightly, and an azure chakra arrow shot upward like a falling star. The hawk was extremely alert. At the critical moment, it flapped its wings violently to move sideways. The arrow barely grazed it, only knocking off a few feathers. Screech! Startled, the ninja hawk shrieked and ascended, flying even higher into the sky. "No, the altitude is beyond my effective range," Hyuga Aokawa said, shaking his head. Not to mention the ninja hawk's flight altitude had already exceeded 700 meters. Even if it were within 700 meters, he wouldn't be able to shoot it down. When shooting upward, the arrow is affected almost entirely by gravity, and its kinetic energy decays too quickly. By the time the arrow neared the ninja hawk, it had very little speed left. This was also why the ninja hawk had been able to dodge the arrow so easily just now. But if it wasn't shot down, their position would remain exposed. Because of the toxins, the movement speed of Yuhi Shinku and the other two was not fast. At this rate, they would be caught sooner or later. Hyuga Aokawa frowned, lost in thought as he began to run again. Seeing this, the other three's hearts sank, and they hurriedly followed. Yuhi Shinku sped up again, coming alongside Hyuga Aokawa and pointing toward the forest to the northeast. "Aokawa, there are too many trees here. Let's head to that sparser forest over there. Use the terrain and that technique of yours to snipe and delay them." "No." Hyuga Aokawa veered off, turning without hesitation toward the open desert to the northwest. Quote, "We're going this way." He fixed his Byakugan on the canyon nestled between two mountains behind the desert and ran forward with steady steps. A dense forest would be a good sniping ground, but it was pointless now. Even if every arrow killed a ninja, he couldn't condense enough high-density arrows right now. Seeing this, Yuhi Shinku didn't argue and followed silently. Whether it was the dense forest or the desert Aokawa chose, the defense would have to be based on his Kekkei Genkei. Since it was his technique, he surely knew it best, so they had to rely on his judgment. The pursuers were getting closer. Even without the Byakugan, the other three could see the dust clouds rising behind them and the faint flickers of figures. Meanwhile, the canyon ahead, looking like the open maw of a giant beast, clearly came into view. Hyuga Aokawa adjusted his direction and headed straight for the canyon entrance. "Wait, Aokawa," Yuhi Shinku called out anxiously from behind, startled. He seemed to remember something. "The map marked that canyon as a dead end. If we go in, there'll be no way out." Hearing this, Uchiha Tetsubi and Yuhi Shinku's hearts sank. After traveling so far, if this was a trap, wouldn't they be walking right into a snare? "I know," Hyuga Aokawa said in a steady voice, his pace never slackening. Quote, "I confirmed the terrain when I scouted the surrounding towns, but my technique needs a place where the enemies are gathered as closely as possible to exert its maximum power. Are you sure about this?" Yuhi Shinku began to feel cautious now. He regretted being overconfident and not asking for clarification earlier. But on one hand, his mind was still a bit foggy from the poison, and on the other, Hyuga Aokawa's heavenly god-like aura in the forest had inspired great trust in him. Hyuga Aokawa looked back, giving them a reassuring look and a confident smile. "Don't worry, it's more than enough to deal with this lot." Seeing him so calm, although the three were anxious, they could only choose to trust him and followed him into the canyon. The canyon was deep. The four ran nearly 2 kilometers inside before reaching the end. A steep rock wall blocked all further progress. By now, the chaotic sound of footsteps and shouting from behind surged in like a tide, and the figures of the pursuers filled the canyon entrance, rapidly approaching. At this moment, the pursuers caught up with them. The four were forced to turn and face the enemy. Kurenai Yuhi and Uchiha Tetsubi looked at the dark mass of ferocious enemies before them. Their hands, gripping their kunai, trembled uncontrollably. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 71. Number 71 Meeting on a Narrow Path. Chapter 71. A Narrow Encounter. Even the battle-hardened Yuhi Shinku felt his heart sink to the bottom at this moment. He had seen plenty of enemies on the battlefield, but back then, he always had many companions by his side and the support of Konoha behind him. Now, they were facing bloodthirsty enemies 10 times their number. Facing such an absolute numerical disadvantage, he couldn't help but swallow nervously. Run, why aren't you running anymore? The enemy leader stood at the front of the crowd, arms crossed, his gaze sweeping over the 4 of them with contempt. Surrender obediently and hand over the information in your heads. Maybe you'll have a chance to live. As soon as he finished speaking, unrestrained laughter erupted around them. The waves of sound from nearly 50 people crashed and echoed in the narrow canyon, making their eardrums tingle. Yuhi Shinku gripped his kunai tightly, his knuckles turning white as cold sweat seeped from his forehead. He subconsciously looked at Hyuga Aokawa beside him, only to see the other's face as calm as still water, his eyes unsettlingly tranquil. Aokawa, he couldn't help but call out in a low voice. Hyuga Aokawa gave him a reassuring look. Then he stepped forward, placing a hand gently on the shoulder of the trembling Kurenai Yuhi. In her terrified eyes, he stepped past her with firm composure. He stood alone in front of everyone, leaving behind a back that wasn't particularly broad but was deeply reassuring. Hyuga Aokawa's gaze passed over the swarming enemies in front of him and looked toward the long depth behind them. Today, his face bore the expression of an old farmer looking at a bumper harvest, and his cold voice reached every enemy's ears. None of you will escape. Not escape? With just the 4 of you remnants? The enemy leader laughed exaggeratedly as if he had heard the world's biggest joke. Quote, are you that eager to find death? He suddenly pulled back his smile, his gaze becoming fierce. Don't worry, it won't take much of your time. With that, he waved his hand, and the ninjas behind him surged forward like a tide. Yuhi Shinku and the other 2 felt their scalps tingle, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. Yet, enduring their fear, they all stepped forward together, kunai held across their chests, prepared for a final life-and-death struggle. Hyuga Aokawa, however, remained unhurried. Feeling that the chakra in his body had mostly recovered, he slowly raised his right hand. Deep blue chakra surged out, instantly condensing into a massive spirit bow that emitted a dazzling blue light. What the hell is that? The momentum of the charge slowed significantly as a commotion of uncertainty and suspicion rose from the crowd. After all, most were only genin or chunin. Seeing such an unknown thing, they instinctively felt uneasy. What are you afraid of? Seeing this, the leader immediately shouted sharply. Quote, it's just some trickery no matter how powerful it is. Can he kill us all? If anyone's going to die, I'll be the first. He controlled his puppet and charged ahead. Quote, kill them. With the commander's heroic charge, the rest also roared and rushed forward together. Some controlled puppets, while others held kunai. They only needed to reach the right distance to capture the 4 opponents in one go. Hyuga Aokawa's hand steadily held the giant bow, continuing to condense chakra while mentally calculating the optimal distance to act. The moment the enemies entered range, his hand pulling the bowstring released. Holy arrow. Scatter. Buzz. The spirit bow suddenly erupted with intense blue light. Countless chakra arrows poured out from the blue light like a swarm of bees, covering the narrow canyon corridor indiscriminately like a destructive rainstorm. Swish, 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 swish. The first to be hit were the puppets leading the charge. These puppets, which usually acted with impunity because kunai couldn't destroy them, now burst apart one by one like they were made of paper. Next was the leader. The ferocity on his face was instantly replaced by extreme terror as his field of vision was filled with endless blue. Under the dense rain of arrows, he fulfilled his promise to die first. His body was pierced by countless chakra arrows. The sunlight shining on his back could even be seen through the front. The curtain of arrows didn't stop for a moment, continuing to spread and devour everything behind. For a time, screams, explosions, and the dull thuds of chakra arrows piercing flesh replaced the battle cries. Ah, what is this? Run! Those in front tried to retreat, while those in the back, unaware, surged forward. The 2 groups collided, and the scene became chaotic. They could only let the blue curtain of arrows harvest them. Yuhi Shinku and the other 2 had long since forgotten to breathe, staring wide-eyed at this scene that looked like both a miracle and hell. If the swarming pursuers just now were daunting, then the continuous blue curtain of arrows now was even more terrifying. The curtain of arrows across the sky was relentless. If a pursuer was hit by one chakra arrow and didn't die, subsequent chakra arrows would always finish the job. Those in front quickly fell. By now, those in the back had also realized the situation. Seeing the sky-covering curtain of arrows, they all turned to flee. However, this canyon was the graveyard Hyuga Aokawa had meticulously prepared for them. The rock walls on both sides restricted their escape routes. Under the lightning-fast speed of the chakra arrows, they could only be forced to be buried here one by one. Very quickly, the black mass formed by ninjas and puppets was completely swallowed by the blue of Hyuga Aokawa's curtain of arrows. A few clever sand ninjas tried to climb the rock walls to escape, but they were also shot down one by Hyuga Aokawa's precise sniping. The ground was covered with severed limbs and puppet fragments. The constant screaming from just now had also ceased. The scene was terrifyingly quiet, with only the sound of Hyuga Aokawa's somewhat ragged breathing. Yuhi Shinku was dumbfounded, his gaze somewhat dazed. He looked at the corpses on the ground, his heart shaking violently. Dozens of well-trained ninjas had been slaughtered by Hyuga Aokawa alone. This way of fighting had already exceeded his understanding of conventional ninja warfare. Uchiha Tetsubi was also beyond shocked. His worldview had been overturned. He had grown up listening to the heroic deeds of the Uchiha ancestors. Aside from the ancestor Uchiha Madara, he hadn't heard of any senior being this ridiculous. It wasn't that there were no records of one against many, but there were none where someone just stood there and one-sidedly crushed and slaughtered the opposition. Kurenai Yuhi was even more overwhelmed with emotion. Along with her shock, there was even more joy. Her gaze toward Hyuga Aokawa was full of admiration and affection. The Hyuga Aokawa she had imagined had truly appeared. That firm back just now and that powerful strength. He really was like a heavenly god descending to earth, brilliantly and mightily wiping out all the evil in front of him. Hyuga Aokawa didn't have the energy to worry about what the three of them were thinking. A strong sense of weakness washed over him, making his legs feel a bit soft. Scatter was useful, but firing so many at once was even hard for him to handle. He quickly took out ration pills and swallowed them with water. To replenish his overextended physical strength and chakra, he looked up at the sky. The sky was cloudless. That ninja hawk had also disappeared with the death of its master. He turned to look at the three who were still dumbfounded and said, "Let's go. Time to head back." 72. Number 72 Ninja Sniper. Chapter 72. The Sniper of the Ninja World. Hyuga Aokawa turned to look at the three people who were still in a state of shock and spoke up. "Let's go. It's time to head back." The three of them finally nodded blankly, as if waking from a dream. Suppressing their exhaustion, the four of them quickly gathered potentially valuable intelligence and supplies from the chaotic mess on the ground. Afterward, they dared not linger for a moment and fled at full speed toward the land of fire. After running wildly for a full day and night, they were finally far away from the city where the incident occurred. Only then did the four dare to stop, collectively breathing a sigh of relief. However, after successive battles and a long journey while injured, everyone was already at their limit. The sky had darkened before they knew it. They found a relatively hidden clearing in a dense forest and decided to camp there. But since they weren't completely safe yet, they didn't dare to start a fire. They could only gnaw on dry rations with cold water before each finding a place to rest. Hyuga Aokawa leaned against a large tree and closed his eyes in exhaustion, but his consciousness sank deep into his sea of consciousness. It was only now that he had the time to check the rewards given by the stone gate. In his sea of consciousness, the stone gate shimmered with strands of light, transforming into clear text. Open black lens bracket exiting the city gate with wisdom and easily counter-killing. You have gained favor close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket chakra thread condensation manipulation technique, adept level. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket puppet manipulation technique, adept level. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket energy crystal *180 close black lens bracket. Looking at the description, it seemed to be for killing that hot-tempered female pursuer. Open black lens bracket bravely saving companions with a benevolent medical heart. You have gained favor close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket you have activated the yin release chakra attribute close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket yin release chakra nature transformation, adept level. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket demonic illusion. Tree binding death, adept level. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket you have obtained the fire release chakra attribute close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fire release chakra nature transformation, adept level. *1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fire release chakra shape transformation, adept level. Asterisk 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fire release. Great fireball technique, adept level. Asterisk 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket energy crystal. Asterisk 330 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Cleverly using the terrain to win with fewer numbers. You have gained favor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket puppet manipulation technique experience. Asterisk 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your puppet manipulation technique has been upgraded to proficient level. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket chakra thread condensation manipulation technique experience. Asterisk 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your chakra thread condensation manipulation technique has been upgraded to proficient level. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket summoning technique, adept level. Asterisk 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket energy crystal. Asterisk 680 close black lens bracket. What a massive harvest! A surge of joy welled up in Hyuga Aokawa's heart. There was so much text that it even made Hyuga Aokawa feel tired just reading it. He had never had such a large harvest before. As expected, one really has to go out and cause trouble by cutting people down more often. This mission yielded over 1,000 energy crystals in total. He also gained 2 chakra attributes, yin release and fire release. Now he could say he was a 6-attribute ninja. Moreover, he now had proficient level chakra threads and puppet manipulation technique. He couldn't wait to open his personal information panel. Racial imprint, Quincy, normal, fusion degree, 94.02% plus. Innate skill, Reishi gathering, racial skills, holy arrow, scatter, Reishi network, emblem, innate full spirit power, Kekkei Genkei, Byakugan, chakra attributes, water, lightning, earth, fire, yang, yin, energy crystal, 1230, over 1,200 energy crystals, that's enough. With a thought, he unhesitatingly poured the energy crystals into increasing his fusion degree. As the number of crystals decreased, the fusion percentage began to grow in leaps and bounds, finally settling at 100%. Open black lens bracket. Your imprint fusion degree has reached 100%. You have unlocked new racial skills. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained the racial skill, holy arrow, demon break. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained the racial skill, Hyuga. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Holy arrow, demon break, highly concentrated reishi, condensing a normal holy arrow into a high-powered, single-target sniper-type arrow. It possesses extreme range and immense piercing power. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Hyuga, the high-speed movement technique of the Quincy. Through reishi gathering, reishi from the atmosphere is concentrated under the feet, allowing the user to instantly transport their body to another location. The more dense the gathered reishi and the stronger the reishi control, the faster the movement speed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Quincy, normal, has been fully fused. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have fully mastered the power of a normal Quincy and possess the foundation to improve your aptitude. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Please obtain more energy crystals to open the stone gate and gain even greater power. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Energy crystals required to open the stone gate next time, 2,000. Close black lens bracket. After reading the prompts, Hyuga Aokawa felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, he had decided from the beginning to prioritize using energy crystals to increase his fusion degree, only considering opening the stone gate if there was a surplus. Otherwise, after painstakingly accumulating energy crystals, he would have ended up having to increase his fusion degree anyway, which would have been a loss. The plus sign behind the fusion degree had disappeared. He shifted his gaze to the energy crystal column, where 1,110 remained lying quietly. It consumed 120? It seemed one was rounded up. However, Hyuga Aokawa didn't dwell on it. His attention was completely captured by the new skills. Hyuga went without saying. It was the core movement skill of a Quincy from the early stages all the way to the late stage. Controlling the reishi under one's feet to transport the body meant having a foothold anywhere, at any time. Even in mid-air, one could move forcefully. This was countless times stronger than the body flicker technique he was currently using. As for Holy Arrow, Demon Break, this was another skill not mentioned in the Shinigami series. But looking at its description, it could greatly increase his range. Although the range of the chakra arrow he currently condensed could be increased to 700 meters through charging, barely beyond the visual range of an ordinary ninja. In the ninja world, due to the existence of chakra, 700 meters was just a blink of an eye for a ninja. A range of 700 meters was still not safe enough in front of top-tier experts in the ninja world. If the range could be increased again, it would greatly improve his margin for error. Unable to contain his curiosity, Hyuga Aokawa simply stood up and summoned his spirit bow, preparing to try out the new skill. A flash of blue-white light immediately alerted the other three. Is there a situation? Yuhi Shinku instantly became alert and asked in a low voice. Sorry. Hyuga Aokawa quickly explained. Quote, I just wanted to try out a new move I just thought of. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but they still looked at him curiously. Hyuga Aokawa activated his Byakugan, concentrating his ocular power to scan the surrounding environment. Although experimenting with skills now was a bit risky, he would feel more at ease knowing the limits of his skills sooner. Besides, having scanned with the Byakugan once, there shouldn't be much of a problem. After confirming there were no signs of people in the vicinity, Hyuga Aokawa began to continuously inject chakra into the chakra arrow and used his newly realized technique to perform extreme compression. The chakra arrow, which originally shimmered with light due to energy dissipation, gradually became more restrained and stable. The sense of familiarity in Hyuga Aokawa's heart grew stronger and stronger. A moment later, an extremely restrained, almost physical chakra arrow was completely formed. Unlike ordinary chakra arrows that emitted light because of energy dissipation, the demon break arrow emitted an extremely restrained halo throughout its body. The tail of the arrow also extended into 4 exquisite energy tail fins. If an ordinary holy arrow was a light arrow composed of unstable energy, then the demon break arrow condensed energy into a highly concentrated physical arrow, with power and stability far exceeding that of a normal one. His eyes widened as he realized in an instant. Wasn't this the kind of arrow that Ishida Uryu could only condense in the late-stage Blood War arc? Although the degree of energy condensation was nowhere near that of the late-stage Ishida Uryu, its materialized form was already very similar. It was indeed reasonable for an early-stage ultimate move to become a basic attack in the late stage. He took a deep breath, pulled the bowstring to a full moon, and then released it. 73. Number 73 Flying Leg. Chapter 73. Hirenkyaku. Hyuga Aokawa took a deep breath, drew the bowstring to a full moon, and then let go. The moment the bowstring vibrated, the chakra arrow shot out, letting out a dull roar like a sonic boom. The fully drawn bowstring gave that demon-breaking arrow terrifying kinetic energy. It tore through the air in its path, surging forward at high speed. Hyuga Aokawa immediately tracked it with his Byakugan. Within a few breaths, the chakra arrow was already over 1,000 meters away, piercing through several large trees in succession before finally embedding itself deep into the trunk of a giant tree that would take several people to encircle. He roughly calculated the distance. It actually exceeded 1,500 meters. The range had more than doubled compared to before. A light flashed in Hyuga Aokawa's eyes. From now on, I can truly be considered to have entered the ranks of snipers in the ninja world. From the moment Hyuga Aokawa began condensing the chakra arrow until it shot away, Yuhi Shinku's gaze never left him. He held his breath the entire time, his heart filled with shock. Are you sure this is just a new move he just thought of? As an experienced Jonin, he could feel that beneath the highly condensed appearance of that chakra arrow lay extremely compressed energy. This kind of structurally complete and energy-stable form was only seen in very mature techniques. What was even more terrifying was its speed. After the chakra arrow was fired, it exceeded his range of perception in just an instant. This meant that if he encountered such an arrow on the battlefield, he would hardly have a chance to react. Uchiha Tetsubi couldn't help but feel a bit bitter. Is this what a genius is? Just an idea, and he can complete such a high-difficulty technique right after. As an Uchiha, he knew that to condense chakra to such an extent, the requirements for mastering chakra shape transformation were terrifyingly high. In the past 10 years, he had also been a somewhat famous little genius among his peers and had met many gifted people, but none of them had given him as strong a sense of frustration as he had felt recently. Facing the strength demonstrated by Hyuga Aokawa, he didn't even feel jealousy. Because the gap was already so large that it gave him a sense of powerlessness, feeling that he wouldn't be able to catch up in his entire life. If a highly condensed chakra arrow was something he could still understand, then Hyuga Aokawa's next actions completely overturned his understanding. Hyuga Aokawa lowered his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly lifted his foot and took a light step forward. The next moment, his figure blurred without warning, and then he appeared silently on a large tree several meters away. The whole process was very relaxed and smooth, but the distance and method completely defied common sense. This what kind of movement method is this? Uchiha Tetsubi stood up abruptly, his Sharingan automatically activating under his strong emotions. As a member of the Uchiha clan known for taijutsu and agility, he knew that all movement required a point of leverage. But with Hyuga Aokawa's move just now, no force could be seen at all, and the soft soil under his feet didn't even leave a mark. However, this was only the beginning. Standing on the tree branch, Hyuga Aokawa seemed to find the feeling after closing his eyes and sensing for a while. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his body leaned forward a bit. The next moment, his figure disappeared again. This time, it was no longer just a simple single displacement. Instead, it was a continuous series of flickers. His figure formed a series of blurred zigzag lines under the gecko. One moment he appeared in the canopy on the left, and the next second he flickered to an open space several meters away. A moment later, he was standing on a rock. There was no posture of physical exertion, ignoring the constraints of gravity and inertia. As if with a single thought, everywhere in the forest was a landmark he could go to at any time. What made the three of them even more terrified was that Hyuga Aokawa's flickering speed was getting faster and faster. His figure began to pull out clear afterimages, with several of him appearing in different positions at the same time and then disappearing. Instantly, the forest was full of Hyuga Aokawa moving at high speed, forming an invisible net. Yuhi Shinku had completely lost the ability to speak. As a Jonin, he had seen the Rikage's lightning release chakra mode and Minato's flying thunder god, but those two either relied on terrifying physical explosive power or required special technique markings. What Hyuga Aokawa was showing now was a completely different kind of movement. More elusive and more free. Looking at the afterimages everywhere, Uchiha Tetsubi pushed his Sharingan to the limit. His gaze was fixed on Hyuga Aokawa, who was constantly flickering in the field, and his fists clenched unconsciously. Even his dynamic vision, which he was so proud of, seemed very powerless at this moment. He couldn't even accurately predict Hyuga Aokawa's next appearance, because this way of moving was fundamentally different from the prediction system he had trained so hard for. In midair, a second change of direction, the three of them suddenly let out unbelievable cries. How is this possible? They saw Hyuga Aokawa hover for a moment in the air, without any place to draw leverage. His body turned back in a way that completely defied common sense. They looked at each other, their faces full of disbelief. This completely overturned their understanding of movement ninjutsu. The experience of Hyunkyaku made Hyuga Aokawa feel incredibly refreshed. This way of moving, freely controlling direction and ignoring environmental restrictions, opened a brand new tactical door for him. With a light flicker, he reappeared silently at his original position. He turned his head and saw the three people who were completely petrified. Yuhi Shinku opened his mouth and only found his voice after a long while. Aokawa, what is this again? Hearing this, Uchiha Tetsubi and Kurenai Yuhi also leaned in. Hyuga Aokawa smiled and tried to explain in a way they could understand. This is a high-speed movement footwork developed based on my Kekkei Genkei. I call it Hyunkyaku. The principle is roughly to gather and control the energy under my feet, and then through transporting energy, achieve instantaneous movement and changes in direction. Transporting energy? Listening to this casual explanation and looking at the miraculous movement scene just now, Yuhi Shinku and the other two felt that their worldview had been severely impacted once again. The principle is easy to understand, but are you serious about transporting energy? We are still struggling to improve our control over the chakra inside our bodies, and you have already evolved to controlling the energy outside? The gap between people is indeed larger than the gap between humans and dogs. Hyuga Aokawa looked at the three of them whose worldviews had been shaken and felt a bit amused, but he also knew they needed some time to digest it. How are you guys feeling? He changed the subject. Quote, if there's anything unusual, you should speak up in time. Much better now, it doesn't affect our movement, the three responded. Hyuga Aokawa nodded, and seeing that everything was fine, he found a place to lean back and rest. Yuhi Shinku, by the light of the gecko, took out a map and began planning tomorrow's route. Not far away, Kurenai Yuhi was also leaning against a tree. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she stared blankly at Hyuga Aokawa, who was leaning against a tree in the gecko, lost in thought. Her heart was filled with a mix of emotions. 74. Number 74 on the eve of the Great Battle. Chapter 74. Eve of the Great War. Leaning against a tree, Kurenai Yuhi stared blankly at Hyuga Aokawa under the moonlight. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Along the way, she felt that Hyuga Aokawa was becoming more and more different from before. In just a few short months, her perception of him had undergone a world-shaking change. exquisite medical ninjutsu, precise ninja tools throwing techniques, and that powerful and beautiful chakra bow. Tonight, he had even displayed that mysterious and eerie footwork. There were so many powerful enemies in this mission, and she couldn't even deal with one. But Aokawa, with that beautiful spirit bow, had crushed so many enemies in a one-sided manner. That powerful strength, the meticulous analysis when formulating plans, and his composure when facing the enemy. Everything radiated a mysterious aura that deeply attracted her. He even knew ninjutsu. Thinking of the way Hyuga Aokawa used a mini water release, water wall to wash his hands. Kurenai Yuhi couldn't help but find it amusing. Then she thought of the scene where he helped her wrap her bandages. Her face couldn't help but turn red. That feeling was still vivid in her mind. She quickly spat twice, trying to drive the romantic thoughts out of her head. Suddenly, in her field of vision, Hyuga Aokawa started laughing for no apparent reason. His gaze was blank but his smile was so sweet. Seeing this, Kurenai Yuhi frowned. Is he thinking about that big-chested girl Hana-chan mentioned? He couldn't really be in a relationship, could he? Just as she was about to get up and confront him, she saw Yuhi Shinku not far away. She could only sigh and give up. At night, she tossed and turned, flipping back and forth like a fish being fried. Her mind was full of everything they had experienced over the past few days. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that she finally fell into a deep sleep. She even dreamed of Hyuga Aokawa. In the dream, he was holding a very beautiful girl's hand with his left hand. Yet his right hand greedily reached out toward her, inviting her to stand by his side as well. She suddenly felt a pang of distress in her heart and woke up startled. Only then did she realize it was already dawn. Although a night's rest couldn't completely eliminate the fatigue of several days, the group's spirits were clearly much more refreshed. Because they had alerted the border troops of the Land of Wind, they certainly couldn't pass through the checkpoint they came from. After some discussion, they decided to sneak into the northern border area where the terrain was more complex and find an opportunity to slip out. After confirming their destination, the group set off again, speeding toward their target. Hyuga Aokawa kept his Byakugan active at all times, taking the lead at the front. He didn't open his field of vision to 359 degrees but instead concentrated his ocular power to enhance his visual range. He scanned the fan-shaped area several kilometers ahead to ensure they wouldn't encounter any enemies. Along the way, relying on the reconnaissance advantage of the Byakugan, they evaded enemy patrols multiple times. But the closer they got to the border, the more Sanagakure patrol teams there were. When they reached a region of wind-eroded rock pillars a few kilometers from the border, Hyuga Aokawa suddenly raised his hand, signaling the team to stop. There's a situation ahead. He lowered his voice, his expression grave. The density of the patrol teams has increased at least threefold, and their deployment is very organized, forming cross-patrols with almost no blind spots. He turned to look at the three. It's probably impossible to bypass them silently like before. Hearing this, Yuhi Shinku furrowed his brows. Can you see a pattern? There is one, but the intervals are very short. The window of opportunity in each direction is less than a minute. Forcing a breakthrough is high risk. We could easily be surrounded. Then what should we do? Uchiha Tetsubi asked in a low voice, his Sharingan unconsciously activating. Although his field of vision was far inferior to the Byakugan, he could still feel the faint pressure coming from ahead. We can only wait. Hyuga Aokawa stared at the patrol team ahead. Since daytime won't work, we'll wait for nightfall. The four found an extremely well-hidden rock crevice to hide in, taking turns to rest and recharge. Time passed slowly in the tense wait. The sun set, and night gradually enveloped this desolate borderland. Just as Hyuga Aokawa and the others were preparing to attempt a forced breakthrough under the cover of darkness, boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted from the direction of the Land of Wind's border outpost in the distance. Immediately after, a dazzling lightning light soared into the sky, illuminating it as if it were day. Even from several kilometers away, they could feel that violent and rampaging lightning released chakra. What is that? Yuhi Shinku suddenly stood up. Hyuga Aokawa's Byakugan instantly focused on that direction, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He saw at least 1,000 ninjas wearing Kumogakure forehead protectors frantically attacking the Land of Wind's border outpost. The leader was a burly man with bulging muscles. His entire body was wrapped in blue lightning release chakra, and his strength was terrifying. Not a single person from the Land of Wind's border army was a match for him. A name flashed through Hyuga Aokawa's mind instantly. The future 4th Raikage. Under his leadership, the Kumogakure army was unstoppable. The Sanagakure border army's defensive lines were repeatedly broken. Signal flares representing the highest emergency request for reinforcements shrieked into the sky one after another, bursting into piercing light in the night sky. The Sanagakure patrol teams that had been tightly locking down the borderline almost simultaneously rushed frantically toward the direction where the flares rose. The heavily guarded and airtight border defense line became sparse and riddled with holes in just a few breaths. An opportunity. Hyuga Aokawa made a decisive call. Now let's go. Without another word, the four shot out from their hiding place like arrows from a bow, pushing their speed to the limit. With a precise shot, Hyuga Aokawa took out an unlucky sentry who had reacted, and the team finally crossed the Land of Wind's border without any further danger. It wasn't until they could no longer see the Land of Wind's border posts and could no longer feel the distant lightning light that the four truly breathed a sigh of relief. Hyuga Aokawa looked back at the direction where the lightning light was fading, his thoughts racing. At this point in time, 4th Raikage personally leading a raid on the Land of Wind it seems. This is the battle that forced Sanagakure to sign an unfavorable treaty and led to Rasa becoming the 4th Kazekage in the original story. Then next, having tasted success, the Land of Lightning will likely turn its spearhead toward the Land of Fire. But he remembers that the Land of Lightning only attacked after discovering the 3rd Kazekage's disappearance, yet he hasn't heard that news. He turned to Shinku-sama and asked, Shinku-sama, has anything major happened in the Land of Wind recently? He wasn't even a genin yet, so a lot of news likely only circulated among the upper echelons. Perhaps Shinku-sama knew. As expected, Shinku-sama nodded. About 2 months ago, the Hidden Sand Village's movements were abnormal, searching for someone all over the world. There are internal rumors that the 3rd Kazekage suddenly and mysteriously disappeared, but it hasn't been confirmed. With Kumogakure launching a large-scale invasion today, it seems those rumors are likely true. We must return as soon as possible and report the situation to Hokage-sama. Understood. 75. Number 75 Chakra Threads. Chapter 75. Chakra Threads. Understood. The four of them said no more. After confirming their direction, they plunged into the vast night. The journey back was uneventful. With the Hidden Cloud Village causing such a commotion at the border, the Hidden Sand Village's full attention was drawn there, leaving them no time to worry about these few who had slipped through the net. A few days later, the group finally stepped into the Land of Fire. The familiar humid air and forests allowed everyone's tense nerves to relax. We're finally back. Kurenai Yuhi let out a long sigh of relief and sat on the ground, regardless of her image. Don't be in such a hurry to relax. Shinku Yuhi took out a map, his expression serious. There's still a long way to Konoha from here. After we rest for a bit, we need to hurry back as soon as possible. Everyone nodded. Hyuga Aokawa's gaze swept across a clear river nearby. With a thought, he stood up and walked to the riverbank. He raised his hands slightly, and over a dozen thin but tough chakra threads fell from his fingertips, silently sinking into the water. Then, his fingers flicked rapidly. These chakra threads seemed to be given life, weaving through the river and skillfully passing through swimming fish. With a flick of his wrist and a splash of water, over a dozen lively fish were pulled onto the shore. This precise chakra control stunned the other three. This you can even use it like this? Aokawa, you know how to use chakra threads? Shinku Yuhi asked in surprise. Weren't there materials related to puppet technique in the intel we seized? I studied them a bit on the way, Hyuga Aokawa said dismissively. Then he changed the subject. It's temporarily safe now. Let's eat some cooked food. I'm tired of eating dry rations. Sure enough, everyone's attention was quickly diverted by the fresh fish. Uchiha Tetsubi volunteered to be in charge of the fire. He quickly gathered firewood, extended his index finger, focused for a moment, and a flame, poof, ed into life at his fingertip. He curled his lips in satisfaction and moved his finger toward the woodpile. However, the flame didn't follow his fingertip down to light the wood. Instead, it stubbornly burned upwards. As the tongue of fire licked the back of his hand unexpectedly, burning a clear blister. I can't even handle you? Uchiha Tetsubi refused to believe it and tried several times in a row. Each time, he ended up getting burned. He frowned, took a deep breath, and quickly formed hand signs. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A fireball wobbled and smashed into the already prepared woodpile. Crash. He didn't control the power well, and the woodpile he had just set up was blown to pieces. The scene was extremely awkward for a moment. Uchiha Tetsubi's face turned the color of pig liver, and he wanted to try again. Let me do it. Hyuga Aokawa's voice sounded calmly. He walked over and casually extended his index finger. A steady and bright orange flame ignited out of thin air at his fingertip. He moved his fingertip into the center of the woodpile, but the flame didn't go upward like Uchiha Tetsubi's. Instead, it condensed into a hot, pointed cone, extending from his fingertip and steadily pressing against the dry wood. The sound of burning continued. Under the scorching of the high-speed flowing fire, the woodpile was quickly ignited, crackling as it burned. This guy knows fire release too? Uchiha Tetsubi looked at the campfire, then at Hyuga Aokawa's finger that hadn't been withdrawn yet, feeling like his worldview of over 10 years had taken a massive hit. This fire control ability was even more ridiculous than his own. An Uchiha clan member famous for fire release? Looking at the shape of the flame, it was clear that his level of chakra shape transformation for fire release was quite high. Moreover, to be able to output fire so steadily, his chakra control was even more terrifying. Was the gap really that big? He sighed, walked silently to the side, and began picking up branches to build a grill. Seeing this, Kurenai Yuhi couldn't help but burst out laughing. She squatted down, skillfully cleaned the fish on the ground, skewered them with sticks, and placed them on the grill Uchiha Tetsubi had built. Soon, under the roasting of the flames, the fish began to sizzle, emitting an enticing aroma. Kurenai Yuhi first took 2 skewers and handed them to her father and Uchiha Tetsubi, respectively. Then she took another 2, handing one to Hyuga Aokawa. Aokawa, here. Thanks. She sat down beside Hyuga Aokawa and began to eat in small bites. The aroma of the fish was fatally attractive to everyone who had been eating dry rations for days. Even without seasoning, the 4 of them ate with great relish. Kurenai Yuhi's gaze would occasionally steal a glance at Hyuga Aokawa. What is it? Noticing Kurenai's gaze, Hyuga Aokawa turned his head. No, it's nothing. Kurenai Yuhi's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly looked away. I just wanted to say, thank you so much for this mission. Don't mention it, Hyuga Aokawa responded with a smile. After speaking, he said no more and silently munched on the grilled fish. In his mind, he began to recall the major events of the Third Great Ninja War. The Raikage's raid on the Land of Wind had completely opened the curtains on the Third Shinobi World War. Next, Minato and the AB combination would have their first encounter. Coupled with Onoki's sneak attack, casualties on the front lines would rise sharply. Then Ninja Academy students would also be sent to the battlefield soon. The time left for him was not much. 76. Number 76 what? 1 against 50? Chapter 76. What? 1 against 50? After several days of rapid travel, the familiar silhouette of Konoha village finally appeared on the horizon. The high walls and the gate carved with the Konoha symbol finally brought a sense of warmth and relief to the group. You all head back and rest first. I'm going straight to the Hokage building, Shinku Yuhi instructed. With that, he vanished before the others could even react. Hokage office. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks rang out. Come in, Hiruzen Sarutobi said without looking up from the mountain of documents he was processing. Hokage-sama, Kumogakure has raided the border of the Land of Wind. Did you receive the intelligence I sent? Yes. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the disheveled Shinku Yuhi, put down his pen, and nodded. Quote, tell me more about the details. Shinku Yuhi spoke rapidly, his voice raspy and urgent. The leader is an extremely burly ninja enveloped in lightning release chakra, with unfathomable strength. The ninjas in the squad are also very strong, and their offensive was so swift that the Land of Wind's border defenses collapsed almost instantly. As he spoke, he handed a scroll to Hiruzen Sarutobi. This is the detailed report. Lightning release chakra? Hiruzen Sarutobi took the scroll with a serious expression and gestured for Shinku Yuhi to sit. Quote, it seems it's the 4th Raikage from the Land of Lightning. 4th Raikage, Shinku Yuhi's face was filled with uncertainty. Quote, so it's the future Raikage. No wonder his strength is so formidable. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Kumogakure has been making frequent moves in recent months. I thought they had designs on us, but I didn't expect them to travel so far to launch a sneak attack on Sanagakure. Weren't there rumors before that the case cage had gone missing? Shinku Yuhi suddenly mentioned. It's not a rumor, his disappearance has been confirmed. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression was grave. Quote, that lightning brute saw that Sanagakure is currently leaderless and plans to tear a piece off them. However, he changed the subject. Quote, speaking of which, why did you take a detour and come out from the north of the Land of Wind? I was just about to tell you about that. Shinku Yuhi recounted everything to Hiruzen Sarutobi in detail, from the mission payments and escorting to the series of incidents during their later investigation. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded repeatedly as he listened. What? Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly stood up. Even when he heard that Kumogakure had started a war, he hadn't been as shocked as he was at this moment. He looked at Shinku Yuhi, his face full of shock. Nearly 50 ninjas? Wiped out in one go? Are you sure the intelligence is correct? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked 3 questions in a row. Wiping out 50 low to mid-level ninjas wasn't difficult for him. In his youth, he had done things even crazier than this on the battlefield. The village's elite ninjas, Jonin like Minato Namikaze and Hakujin Soma, weren't afraid of fighting many on one at all, but those were the village's top-tier combatants. This kid is just a ninja academy student, how could he be so outrageous? This completely overturned his impression of Hyuga Aokawa. Shinku Yuhi nodded solemnly. The other three of us just stood by, we didn't help at all. Hiruzen Sarutobi was even more dumbfounded upon hearing this. Did he use that Kekkei Genkai he awakened? Yes, that Kekkei Genkai also has a ninjutsu that can fire many chakra arrows. Shinku Yuhi's face showed a look of reminiscence as he said in a low voice. We lured the pursuers into a canyon and used the terrain to force them all together. Finally, we used Aokawa's ninjutsu to wipe out all the pursuers. Hiruzen Sarutobi blankly picked up his pipe, took a puff to calm down, and slowly sat back down. He suddenly chuckled. Gathering them together, this kid is quite clever. Yes, Shinku Yuhi agreed. Quote, throughout the journey, Aokawa's performance has been excellent. He's meticulous, calm under pressure, and both bold and careful. I understand. Thank you for your hard work, you may go now. Yes, Shinku Yuhi replied, but he showed no sign of leaving. What is it? Is there something else? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, puzzled. Hokage-sama, Shinku Yuhi's tone was somewhat hesitant. The squad isn't at full strength. Aokawa joined us temporarily this time, and the three children cooperated very well. Could we assign Aokawa to our squad? Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and teased, what, weren't you quite reluctant when he was assigned to your squad before? Are you no longer afraid he'll run off with your daughter? I was just. Shinku Yuhi's face instantly turned bright red, and he stammered for a long time without being able to utter a complete sentence. Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped teasing him and smiled. I haven't decided on Aokawa's training method yet. I'll give you an answer once I've considered it. Yes, Shinku Yuhi said as he was about to leave, then suddenly remembered something. Quote, Hokage-sama, Aokawa also developed a very fast footwork technique and highly concentrated chakra arrows during the trip. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Understood. Those things could be looked into later. The immediate priority was to consider policies regarding the lands of wind and lightning. Seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi had no further questions, Shinku Yuhi turned and left. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the door close gently, his fingers tapping incessantly on the desk. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. Someone, summon the three elders, Nara Shikaku, and all other high-ranking officials. We're having a meeting immediately. 77. Number 77 mission begins again. Chapter 77. Mission resumes. When Hyuga Aokawa returned home, Hyuga Fu came to meet him as soon as he entered the door. Aokawa, accompany me on a mission tomorrow. A mission? What kind of mission? Hyuga Aokawa asked in confusion. I'm just one C-rank mission away from being able to take the special Jonin assessment. I mentioned it to you last time. Oh, Hyuga Aokawa realized. Hyuga Fu had mentioned this before he set off with Yuhi Shinku. He continued to ask, did you find a suitable mission? I found one. Hyuga Fu took out a scroll. This mission isn't difficult, just wiping out a few bandits. The terrain is a bit complex, but it's perfect for the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Aokawa took the scroll, glanced at it, and nodded with a smile. Then I'll listen to Dad. After washing off the dust of travel, he lay comfortably on his bed. Upon waking up, he prepared to head to the training ground as usual to find Guy for physical training. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Kurenai Yuhi standing by the street. The soft light of the setting sun fell on her, as if plating her in a thin layer of gold. As soon as she saw Hyuga Aokawa, her eyes lit up slightly, and she walked quickly to meet him. Aokawa, her hair still carried a hint of moisture, looking as if she had just finished bathing, and with it came a faint fragrance. Good afternoon, Kurenai. Hyuga Aokawa greeted with a smile. Good afternoon, Kurenai Yuhi responded sweetly. Is there something you need from me? Kurenai Yuhi unconsciously twirled a strand of hair by her temple. Tomorrow, are you free? She looked up, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush. My dad wants to invite you to our house for dinner. Tomorrow. Hyuga Aokawa's tone was somewhat apologetic. I have to go out on a mission with my dad tomorrow. A mission? Didn't you just get back? A trace of worry flickered in Kurenai Yuhi's eyes, her brow furrowing slightly. Don't worry, it's just a common bandit suppression mission, there's no risk. Hyuga Aokawa gave a reassuring smile, then blinked. If you're really worried? You can come and protect me. What are you talking about? Kurenai Yuhi's ears instantly turned red. Saying that, she threw a punch without much force. Hyuga Aokawa smiled and reached out, catching her soft punch right in his palm. The girl's hand was small and cool, her delicate skin pressed against his slightly calloused palm, possessing an indescribable softness. Kurenai Yuhi's entire face turned completely red, and she hurriedly tried to pull her hand back, but Hyuga Aokawa held it firmly. As her eyes darted around, she suddenly noticed an elderly couple standing nearby, smiling as they watched their interaction. She was so embarrassed she could hardly speak a complete sentence, only able to glare at him with watery eyes. "It's all your fault." Saying that, she raised her other hand again as if to strike, but it was once again steadily caught by him. The light laughter coming from afar made her even more mortified, a blush spreading across her delicate face and fair neck. "I'm ignoring you." She finally pulled her hand back, turned around, and ran away. Watching that playful figure gradually distance itself under the crimson sunset, Hyuga Aokawa could still seem to feel the delicacy and coolness on his hand. Not until the figure disappeared from his sight did he shake his head with a smile and rush toward the training ground. "Aokawa, why are you so late today?" As soon as he reached the training ground, a powerful voice rang out. Hyuga Aokawa turned to look and saw Might Guy wearing a green jumpsuit, running in place beside him while asking, "Sorry, I just warmed up at home for a bit." Hyuga Aokawa responded haphazardly. Aokawa's enthusiasm for training is getting higher and higher. "Then let's begin today's Aokawa training." Might Guy gave a thumbs up, showing his signature smile, looking ready to start. Hyuga Aokawa quickly waved his hand. "I don't think my warm-up was sufficient. You run a few laps first." Saying that, he began to warm up on his own. Seeing this, Might Guy had no choice but to continue his own training. 3 hours later, as usual, Hyuga Aokawa collapsed to the ground panting, even though his training time was already much longer than when he first transmigrated. But he still couldn't compare to Guy, that rare beast. He put on his goggles and began to circulate Sage Mode to recover from fatigue. A moment later, the eyeshadow disappeared. Hyuga Aokawa frowned. With the increase in training volume, such a small amount of Sage Mode chakra was becoming increasingly unable to satisfy him. Because he had a mission tomorrow, he didn't train to complete exhaustion today. But the Sage Mode chakra was still used up before his cells had fully recovered. After returning from this mission, he would need to increase his exploration of Sage Mode early the next morning. Hyuga Aokawa was pulled out of bed by Hyuga Fu. Because the Sage Mode chakra was a bit insufficient yesterday, part of the fatigue from his training had to be recovered through sleep. Yawning and squinting his eyes, he got out of bed, packed up, and followed Hyuga Fu out the door. The early morning wind carried a chill, making Hyuga Aokawa's hazy eyes become a bit clearer. A beautiful figure appeared in his vision, standing quietly by the street. "Kurenai Yuhi?" Hyuga Aokawa rubbed his eyes. It really was Kurenai Yuhi. Her two small hands were held in front of her chest, her index fingers constantly circling each other. She was fully equipped, looking like she was about to go out on a mission. As soon as she saw Hyuga Aokawa come out, her small face instantly turned red, and she walked toward the nearby alleyway without a word, her head lowered. Hyuga Aokawa hurriedly caught up. "Kurenai," he grabbed Kurenai Yuhi's hand. Kurenai Yuhi quickly pulled her small hand away, her face red and her neck stiff as she said, I'm just passing by, don't misunderstand. That's such a coincidence. The mission requires 3 people to execute, and we were just wondering where to find someone." Hyuga Aokawa spoke nonsense, winking at Hyuga Fu who had followed. "Right, Dad?" "Ah, yeah," Hyuga Fu reacted immediately. "I overlooked the number of people when I took the mission." Hyuga Aokawa also smoothly took over. "So Kurenai, help us out." "Well, okay then." Kurenai Yuhi looked as if she were reluctantly agreeing. Then she raised her small face proudly. "I'm doing it for Uncle's sake." Yes, Hyuga Aokawa took the opportunity to follow her lead. Hyuga Fu also quietly gave his son a thumbs up. Along the way, Hyuga Fu, who had difficulty walking, was actually leading the way in front. Hyuga Aokawa and Kurenai Yuhi trailed far behind. "How's the injury to your ribs? Did you go for treatment?" Hyuga Aokawa suddenly remembered and asked with concern. Hearing this, the tips of Kurenai Yuhi's ears turned red again. She looked guiltily at Hyuga Fu ahead, seeing that he was quite far from the two of them. She suddenly reached out and gave Hyuga Aokawa's waist a hard pinch. "Hiss!" Hyuga Aokawa gasped and hurriedly pulled her small hand away. "What are you doing?" Kurenai Yuhi looked at Hyuga Aokawa huffily. "Who told you to take advantage of me?" 78. Number 78 Exploring the Fire Release, Sacred Annihilation Arrow. Chapter 78. Exploring the Fire Release Holy Arrow. "I was helping you with treatment," Hyuga Aokawa explained. Kurenai Yuhi snorted softly. Quote, "The medical lady healed me in just a few tries. Only you." At this, Kurenai Yuhi looked aggrieved. her eyes misting over. Quote, only you would take a bandage and call it treatment, while actually groping around inside my clothes. Hyuga Aokawa was startled by this. Sister, you can't just say things like that. If Yuhi Shinku found out, he would definitely hack me to death. Seeing that Yuhi Shinku's tears were about to fall, he hurriedly explained, the doctor who treated you must have used advanced medical ninjutsu. I haven't learned it yet. You're fooling me again, you're so strong. How could you not have learned it? During the mission, didn't you treat me in Tekka? Kurenai Yuhi felt even more wronged, and little pearls began to drop. Her pitiful and cute appearance made one's heart ache. Hyuga Aokawa quickly activated the healing technique, holding his hand, which glowed with a greenish-white light in front of Kurenai Yuhi. This is the healing technique I used to treat you. Was the green light from the lady who treated you at the hospital the same as this? Kurenai Yuhi looked at the flickering green light with red eyes and recalled, it seems different. Yours is much lighter in color. Exactly. Hyuga Aokawa clapped his hands. Quote, that was the palm immortal technique. Is there any difference? Kurenai Yuhi wiped a tear and asked curiously. The healing technique can only be used for relatively superficial injuries, and the healing speed is slower. The palm immortal technique can heal injuries deep beneath the skin, and the healing speed is fast. It is an A-rank advanced ninjutsu that few in the hospital know, Hyuga Aokawa explained. Aren't you a medical ninjutsu genius? You don't know it either? Kurenai Yuhi's attention had been diverted. She stopped crying, but her voice was still a bit choked. No matter how good the talent is, it takes time to develop. I've only been in contact with medical ninjutsu for a little over 2 months. Kurenai Yuhi nodded. That is indeed quite impressive. Even the lady at the hospital was praising you. Who was it? Taro. She said you are the fastest ninja to learn medical ninjutsu she has ever seen. Sounds like you had a deep conversation. She's very familiar with my dad, so I went to her for treatment as soon as I returned to the village. As Kurenai Yuhi spoke, she was suddenly attracted by a group of butterflies by the roadside. A little girl's emotions come and go quickly. Soon, she broke into a smile and chased after the butterflies. Hyuga Aokawa watched the bouncing Kurenai Yuhi and thought to himself, no wonder Kurenai Yuhi took me to find Taro back then. It turns out the two of them know each other. Kurenai Yuhi? Hyuga Aokawa suddenly remembered something. It seemed Yuhi Shinku hadn't told her family before coming out with him. He quickly caught up with Yuhi Shinku. Does your dad know you're out on a mission with me? I don't know, Kurenai Yuhi replied, catching her butterfly without looking back. He wasn't awake when I left. I left him a note. He should have seen it by now. Hyuga Aokawa's face was full of black lines. When Kurenai Yuhi woke up and found his precious daughter had been spirited away, he would definitely come after him with a sword. The three of them talked and laughed along the way, as if they were on a trip. However, most of the time it was Hyuga Aokawa and Yuhi Shinku playing around, while Hyuga Fu moved forward silently in front. During the journey, Hyuga Aokawa also began to explore new ways to use the holy arrow. He hadn't yet thought of how to combine the water and earth chakra natures with the holy arrow. But now he had the fire attribute. If he developed the chakra arrow in the direction of the fire attribute, he wondered what the effect would be. He summoned the spirit bow and began to inject fire attribute chakra into it while condensing the holy arrow. The originally blue-white arrow became scalding red. He released the bowstring and the red arrow flew off. Whoosh! As soon as the arrow touched a large tree ahead, it suddenly turned into a burst of flowing fire and scattered. It wrapped around the tree and burned upward vigorously. Wow! So powerful! Kurenai Yuhi jumped and clapped her hands nearby. Hyuga Fu also looked over frequently. Hyuga Aokawa, however, frowned and shook his head secretly. It's not the effect he wanted. The holy arrow with fire release added looks more like a Molotov cocktail than an explosion. However, fire release ninjutsu itself relies on burning to cause damage. Even famous ninjutsu like Great Fire Annihilation. It was no exception. Even if it exploded, it was in a very small area. If he wanted to create an explosive effect, he would either have to add the earth attribute to form the Kekkei Genkei of explosion release. But a Kekkei Genkei was not that easy to develop. He could only think of other ways. The essence of a fire explosion is rapid combustion in a closed space, which then breaks through that space. This causes a sudden release of energy in an instant. So, what can form a closed space? Sealing scrolls? Sealing techniques? Explosive tags. Hyuga Aokawa made the connection in an instant. Weren't explosive tags just fire attribute chakra compressed within them through sealing techniques, which then created an explosion by releasing all that chakra at once when used? If I engraved the explosive tag sealing formula onto the arrow when forming it, wouldn't that create an explosion? This should be feasible. When Naruto fought Hirako, there was a type of large bird whose ability was to release many feathers engraved with runes, which then created explosions. Similarly, if engraved on an arrow, it should also be feasible. After returning, he needed to look into what conditions were required for engraving explosive tags. It took the three of them 4 days to leisurely reach their destination. After spending another day scouting, they finally found the bandits' nest. This fortress wall is quite new, it seems it was built recently. Hyuga Fu looked at the mountain stronghold ahead. Within the vision of his Byakugan, the scene inside was clear at a glance. There are about 30 people in the camp, 2 guards at the gate, and 4 sentries on the wall. In the eastern room, more than 20 people are eating. They don't look like novices. There is a genin in the middle hall who seems to be the leader. Hyuga Fu recounted the information he saw one by one. Then he looked at Hyuga Aokawa and Kurenai, beginning to arrange the mission. I'll go first. Aokawa, you support me. Kurenai, you provide backup. Uncle, I can support, and Aokawa can provide backup, Kurenai Yuhi responded. Hyuga Fu was about to object. How could he let a delicate girl do the work while his son stayed behind? Kurenai Yuhi continued. That's how he did it in previous missions. Hearing this, Hyuga Fu glared at his son. You have the nerve? Hyuga Aokawa's face turned red. He seriously suspected that Kurenai Yuhi was here to tattle. Uncle, I can do it. I'll use genjutsu to deal with the sentries and gatekeepers first. You charge in, and Aokawa can use his bow and arrows to shoot those who slip through the net. Then it's settled. Hyuga Fu was very decisive. Kurenai Yuhi took the lead, sticking her butt out as she dove into the grass. She crept forward in the grass, all the way to the edge of the grass, near the camp. Suddenly, she used the body flicker technique to dash in front of the camp. Before the gatekeepers and sentries could move, they had already fallen into Kurenai Yuhi's genjutsu. Seeing this, the Hyuga father and son also approached the camp. Same as usual, Hyuga Fu rushed into the group of bandits and went on a killing spree. Hyuga Aokawa stood on the fortress wall, specifically catching those who slipped through the net. Ah, run, the ninjas are here. The bandits who were eating suddenly saw someone come in and kill everyone on sight, even more ferociously than them. Their souls almost left their bodies in terror, and they fled in all directions, without even a thought of resisting. But even with a limp, Hyuga Fu was like a wolf among sheep in such a confined space. Except for 1 or 2 lucky ones who ran out and were shot by Hyuga Aokawa, the rest were all taken out by Hyuga Fu. Hyuga Fu walked out of the room calmly, leaving behind a floor full of corpses. He was clean, without a single drop of blood on him. Kurenai Yuhi also finished off the few enemies she had controlled and came to meet them. There's one left. In the Byakugan's field of vision, the leader in the center of the camp was facing death, yet still frantically packing his valuables. Hyuga Fu moved to go inside. Hyuga Aokawa stopped him. There are quite a few traps inside. It's quite troublesome. Let me do it. Saying that, he approached in a few steps and raised his hand to condense slightly. A holy arrow went straight through the wall of the camp, extinguishing the mass of chakra that had already begun to move. Suddenly, a burst of chakra suddenly erupted from the leader, turning into a signal flare that shot into the sky. Whoosh bang! The signal flare exploded above. The 3 of them were shocked. What was going on? A rescue signal? Who would come to rescue a bandit's nest? Both father and son used their Byakugan to observe the surroundings, but no one was there. No, look further away. 79. Number 79 Beyond Visual Range Strike. Chapter 79. Beyond Visual Range Strike. Hyuga Aokawa narrowed his field of vision as he spoke, shifting his ocular power to focus on the visual range and scanning down the mountain. As expected, except for the cliff at the back, about 10 ninjas were rapidly approaching from each of the other 3 directions. They were led by 3 Jonin, while the rest were Chunin and Genin. After seeing the signal flare, they galloped up the mountain like a pack of wolves that had caught the scent of blood. After his initial panic, Hyuga Aokawa's eyes grew brighter and brighter, as if he were seeing many walking energy crystals. I was wondering why this mission seemed so perfectly suited for the Hyuga. Turns out they're coming for us. He licked his dry lips. In that case, let's have them all stay here. Beside him, Hyuga Fu also adjusted his Byakugan and saw the same scene. He looked at the enemies frantically climbing the mountain with a face full of disbelief, even pulling out the mission scroll to confirm once more. This really is a C-rank mission, which heavenly law did I break? He hurriedly took out a rescue signal and fired it into the sky, hoping against hope that some Konoha ninjas nearby might see it. Then he looked back at the leg-weakening cliff behind him. After a moment of calculation, he shook his head inwardly. At this height, my chakra would be bottomed out halfway up. seeing the enemies swarming up from the foot of the mountain like a tide. Hyuga Fu gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. Aokawa, Kurenai, stay on the summit and find a place to hide. I'll go lead them away. With that, he was about to rush down the mountain. I'll do it. Hyuga Aokawa grabbed Hyuga Fu. Quote, wait for my word on the mountain. Aokawa, you. Just as Hyuga Fu was about to stop him, Hyuga Aokawa's figure suddenly blurred for a moment, causing his grasp to miss. The next moment, Hyuga Aokawa had already appeared on the canopy of a large tree below. Following a few flickers, he vanished into the forest below. What is this? Hyuga Fu was dumbfounded. How could it be that after not seeing him for a while, he couldn't even understand his son's body flicker technique anymore? Senior, I sense the target coming toward us. During the raid, Akiyama Shugo uneasily gripped the kunai at his waist, his voice trembling slightly. In the past 2 years, friction between nations had become increasingly severe, and the volume of commercial missions had plummeted. Small countries like the Grass Ninja Village couldn't get any decent missions at all. Many people had no choice but to take on black market missions. Akiyama Shugo stayed at home for half a year before finally being forced to take off his forehead protector and head out to find a way forward. After being badly swindled a few times, he was finally introduced by an acquaintance to follow a senior and perform bounty missions. A single person? Hino Kosuke's brow furrowed upon hearing this. Quote, wasn't it said that a Hyuga father and son took the commission? He rubbed his smooth head, somewhat puzzled, but the opportunity was not to be missed. He gestured to a burly man behind him. Yuya, fire a signal flare to have the captain and the others surround them. Don't worry, I've already prepared it. As Mizutani Yuya spoke, a signal flare had already shot into the sky. Hino Kosuke looked back to see Akiyama Shugo's face full of tension and immediately scolded him with a stern face. What the hell are you nervous about? We have over 10 men here, what's there to fear? Yes, it's just that since the opponent is from the Hyuga clan, Akiyama Shugo replied sheepishly. Today was Akiyama Shugo's first time participating in a bounty mission, and right off the bat, he was asked to help capture ninjas from the Hyuga clan. As a prestigious family, the Hyuga clan was famous throughout the ninja world. Although not as famous for combat power as the Uchiha, their gentle fist had few rivals in taijutsu. In the process of fighting, they would continuously use chakra to cut through meridians, and before one knew it, they would be finished. This time, they had deployed nearly 30 people. Even for ninjas from small countries, dealing with a chunin should logically be more than enough. But the Hyuga had always been good at fighting against superior numbers. He had heard that casualties were significant when trying to capture them alive in the past, so he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. What about the Hyuga? Hino Kosuke interrupted him impatiently. Quote, the team the captain assembled was specifically for catching the Hyuga clan. Do you really think he alone can take us all down before the captain arrives? As he spoke, he looked around at the team behind him and laughed triumphantly. This caused the people behind him to burst into laughter as well. Akiyama Shugo could only manage a forced smile and laughed along. Beside him, Mizutani Yuya also patted his shoulder. Kid, don't worry, our team has already caught 3 or 4 members of the Hyuga branch family recently. The team has expanded from the initial 7 or 8 people to over 20 now. There's no need to risk our lives, and millions of ryo are easily earned. Hino Kosuke snorted. The Hyuga are no big deal. Now, they're just money in my eyes. Catching one is equivalent to an A-rank mission. Life couldn't be better. Akiyama Shugo nodded. The confidence in their words gave him a lot of assurance, and he wasn't as nervous as before. Seeing that Akiyama Shugo had taken it to heart, Hino Kosuke's stern face softened. Of course, opportunities are running out. Those major clans have been acting crazy lately, taking down many bounty stations regardless of the cost. Many capture teams have fallen. We were originally thinking of stopping, but we couldn't resist now that a branch family member's price has risen to 3 million. Hearing 3 million, a greedy light flashed in everyone's eyes. 3 million, not to mention that small countries have no commissions to take right now. Even if they did, how many missions would they have to complete to earn that much? This clan's strength lies entirely in the gentle fist, and it's rare to see them learn ninjutsu. If you encounter them, keep your distance and greet them with ninja tools and ninjutsu. Speaking of this, Hino Kosuke's mouth felt dry. He took out the canteen at his waist, gulped down a few mouthfuls, and let out a satisfied sigh. Only then did he continue, but don't kill them, just exhaust their chakra. With so many of us, are we afraid of not being able to outlast them? In short, the advantage is ours. He was calm and composed, appearing very confident. Akiyama Shugo looked at him gesturing and talking eloquently. feeling a sense of longing, and a look of admiration appeared on his face. It would be great if I could be as powerful as Senior one day, he thought. Having gained a little fan, Hino Kosuke suddenly became interested. To completely eliminate Akiyama Shugo's fear of the Hyuga, he began to brag about his glorious past. During the Second Ninja World War, I was ordered to infiltrate the border of the Land of Fire and ran into a 3-man Hyuga squad. Those Byakugan brats all used the same gentle fist starting stance, waiting for me to go up and fight them. I didn't indulge them. After throwing all sorts of ninjutsu and hidden weapons, I turned and ran. They followed behind, but they couldn't even catch my shadow. Hino Kosuke laughed heartily, his face full of pride. Mizutani Yuya and the others also laughed along. Akiyama Shugo was even more full of admiration and pressed. What happened after that? After that, Hino Kosuke sneered, his voice full of contempt. After that, I kept leading those so-called great clan disciples in circles. I can still vividly remember how exasperated their captain looked. Like a monkey being teased, his face was flushed red, yet he was powerless. Everyone burst into laughter, and Hino Kosuke laughed until tears came to his eyes. Once things calmed down a bit, Akiyama Shugo continued to ask, "And what about after that?" Hino Kosuke chuckled. After that, of course, it was boom. Hino Kosuke's words came to an abrupt halt. While he was chuckling, his body suddenly seemed to be struck by a cannonball, and in an instant, his body was bent and sent flying backward. 80. #80 Double Flying Man. Chapter 80. Double Kill. Hino Kosuke's words came to a sudden halt. Just as he let out a chuckle, his body was suddenly struck as if by a cannonball, and in an instant, he was sent flying backward, doubled over. Sent flying along with him was the unlucky fellow directly behind him. The smile still lingered on Akiyama Shugo's face, but the senior beside him had vanished. He slowly stopped in his tracks, turning his head toward the rear with a trembling stiffness. Say Senior. Behind him, Hino Kosuke had been thrown quite a distance, with a burly man pinned beneath him. The two lay on the ground, blood gurgling out as a thick chakra arrow skewered them together, pinning them firmly to the earth. Hino Kosuke reached out his hand, trying to grab onto something, his mouth agape but unable to make a sound. Akiyama Shugo's breathing became increasingly rapid. Seeing the strongest senior reduced to this state, his eyes widened, his pupils trembling continuously, and the expression on his face grew more and more terrified. A moment later, he suddenly let out a loud cry, turned around, and bolted frantically back the way he came. Akiyama Shugo's shout jolted the others around him. Seeing the two on the ground who had died with their eyes wide open, everyone's faces were filled with terror. One after another, they began to turn tail and run. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Everyone, halt!" Mizutani Yuya used a body flicker to intercept the fleeing crowd, his eyes wide with rage as he barked, "What is there to fear? There are so many of us. How many shots can he fire of such a powerful ninjutsu?" Suppressing the shock in his heart, he deliberately raised his voice. "He's only one person. Spread out and close the distance. We'll drown him with ninjutsu. Or are you going to flee over such a minor setback?" Mizutani Yuya's expression grew increasingly fierce. Quote, "That brat Akiyama Shugo was just a temporary addition. I don't care about him. But you lot," he gave a cold snort and slowly drew his ninja blade. Quote, "You know what happens to deserters on the battlefield." A kilometer away, Hyuga Aokawa watched the fleeing squad, feeling a bit annoyed. "I shouldn't have taken out the strongest one in the squad instantly. I've scared off all my energy crystals." He quickly pulled out a second chakra arrow, aiming it at the enemy with the second highest chakra reserves in the squad, hoping to recover some of his losses. In the next instant, that enemy, however, held a ninja blade and stopped the fleeing crowd. "So, he's an ally after all." Hyuga Aokawa smiled slightly and shifted the chakra arrow on his fully drawn bowstring toward another target. Thrum! With a resounding boom, the chakra arrow shot forth, piercing through the heart of a man just as a look of hope began to appear on his face. The latter didn't even have time to scream before being pinned firmly to a tree. The man behind him watched this unfold with his own eyes, his mouth wide open, eyes filled with unbelievable terror. Instinct drove him to dodge to the side. The next moment, Pucci, with another boom, a chakra arrow pierced through his chest in the same manner, pinning him to a tree just like the other. "Take cover!" Mizutani Yuya finally reacted, shouting as he led the others to hide behind trees. Looking at the blue-white chakra arrows embedded in the trees, Mizutani Yuya's terror grew more intense. But he was the core of the squad now. He couldn't show a hint of fear before the captain arrived, or the team would fall apart. "The enemy is to the southeast. Watch that direction," he said, steadying his nerves. In the next instant, a rapidly approaching chakra arrow sank deep into the large tree in front of him. After passing through the trunk, it pierced through the skull of one of his companions. Splattering blood drenched his face. The third one, someone whispered tremulously. At this moment, Mizutani Yuya's argument about numerical superiority seemed utterly laughable. Precise and ruthless, this was their assessment of the enemy. He was like a hunter, hidden in the shadows, reaping their lives at will. From the hilltop, Hyuga Fu's gaze closely followed Hyuga Aokawa in the forest. From the moment Hyuga Aokawa fired the first chakra arrow until now, barely a minute had passed, yet 5 enemies were already dead. Such terrifying killing efficiency, it truly far exceeded his expectations. This is my son's strength. Hyuga Fu's breathing became increasingly rapid. But while his heart swelled with pride, the worry in his eyes also grew. 2 other groups of enemies had closed in, and the 3 forces had completely converged. Even if his son could use long-range attacks to kill enemies, there were over 20 ninjas in total. Aokawa, can you handle this? In the forest, Mizutani Yuya looked around at the crowd on the verge of collapse. He knew he could no longer keep them in check. Their fear of the chakra arrows had far surpassed their fear of him. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, a life-saving voice rang out. It's the captain and the others are here. A tall ninja appeared, leading about 20 others as they closed in. Seeing this, Mizutani Yuya breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly shouted, Captain, the enemy is a sharpshooter there in the southeast. Hearing this, everyone quickly adjusted their direction, moving toward the southeast in an alternating advance. Yuya, what happened? Anada Takuma questioned as he sped along, recalling the corpses on the ground. Captain, the intelligence was wrong this time. The opponent has a long-range ninjutsu and has killed many of our men. Mizutani Yuya spoke rapidly, briefly explaining to Anada Takuma how Hino Kosuke had died and how the others had been killed. Bastard! Anada Takuma's eyes were bloodshot. Quote, I was planning to retire after this job, but I ended up running into a tough nut to crack. However, that ninjutsu of his must have a limit. Mizutani Yuya recalled the chakra arrows from before. Quote, I noticed the chakra arrows getting thinner with each shot. With so many of us, as long as we close the distance, we'll definitely make him pay dearly. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of blue light flickered in the darkness ahead, followed immediately by a chakra arrow darting out. Boom! A companion charging at the very front was pierced through the chest, sent flying backward to crash right in front of Mizutani Yuya. A pair of eyes that had died without closing stared silently at him. You bastard! Anada Takuma roared. Everyone speed up, find that bastard at all costs. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 81. Number 81. Today let's hunt to our heart's content. Chapter 81. Today a satisfying hunt. In the mountain forest, more than 20 ninjas cautiously advanced in alternating patterns. Anada Takuma turned to look at a delicate-looking woman beside him. Haruna, how far is the opponent? 800 meters, Makami Haruna responded immediately, her brow furrowing slightly. 800 meters? We've been chasing for so long, and there's still 800 meters of distance. Anada Takuma's mouth hung open in disbelief. It has already shortened by 400 meters. At the beginning, he was a full 1200 meters away from us. 1200 meters? He suddenly turned to Mizutani Yuya, his eyes filled with incredulity. You let someone take out 5 of my men from 1200 meters away, and one of them was a Jonin? How the hell did you lead the team? Mizutani Yuya stammered for a long time without being able to get a single word out. He wanted to say he wasn't the one leading the team, but after Hino Kosuke died, he was indeed the one leading the squad. Therefore, he could only keep his head down and remain silent. Looking at his pathetic state, Anada Takuma spat in frustration. Learn well, even a dog could lead better than you. Just as he finished speaking, a scream suddenly rang out from the crowd ahead, and a figure flew backward, rolling to a stop in front of them. His hands were clutching the blue-white light arrow embedded in his chest, his face twisted in extreme agony. Aosuke! Aosuke! Several men nearby looked on with eyes nearly splitting, letting out heart-wrenching roars. The others around them were too shocked to make a sound. Haruna clearly said that guy was still 800 meters away. At 800 meters, one couldn't even see a person. But this guy actually managed to hit accurately with a chakra arrow from over 800 meters away. How was this possible? Anada Takuma and Mizutani Yuya looked at each other. The former's face was ashen, and he was about to lose his temper. Suddenly, another flash of blue light appeared deep within the jungle ahead. Get out of the way! Anada Takuma's heart tightened, and he let out a loud shout. But it was too late. Another figure ahead was struck by an arrow and flew back to land before him, eyes wide like copper bells, dying with grievances. Fuck, Anata Takuma cursed, suppressing his anger as he quickly made arrangements. Takuhito, Tsuyoshi, Shinichi, the three of you who know the hardening technique, go to the front row and keep it active at all times. But Captain, one of the three objected, if we keep it active the whole time, we won't have much chakra left by the time we catch up. You won't be needed for the fight then, Anata Takuma interrupted sharply, then drew his ninja blade and swung it forward. Quote, everyone else, follow behind these three. We must capture that kid. Roar, the crowd shouted in unison, and morale seemed to recover slightly. Anata Takuma stared deep into the jungle ahead, his eyes fierce. So what if he's a sharpshooter? You think you can take out all 30 of us by yourself? It won't be that easy. Having such a big appetite, aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Kill, avenge our brothers, charge. Everyone performed their duties and their advancing speed suddenly increased. The battle cries echoed through the mountain forest for a long time at the foot of the mountain. The location where Hino Kosuke died, countless leaves danced in the air, gradually gathering into a man with gray-blue hair tied back, a scar at the corner of his mouth, and a resolute appearance. He looked around, his gaze falling on a familiar corpse, and stepped forward quickly. Hino Kosuke? Hakujin Soma frowned and crouched down to examine the injuries on the corpse. At his feet, he had fought this old fellow during the Second Ninja World War. His strength wasn't much, but he was clever. He didn't expect him to be killed in a single strike. Judging by the size of the wound, it should have been caused by a spear. Strange, I haven't heard of anyone in the village using a spear. He looked up toward the depths of the mountain forest, smelling the scent of blood gradually drifting down with the wind. His eyes sharpened, and he leapt toward the mountain, racing upward. Along the way, he occasionally saw enemies killed by a single spear strike. The more he saw, the more alarmed he became. He didn't expect so many rogue ninjas to have infiltrated the territory. Even more unexpected was that these outlaws, who had lived on the edge for years, were all killed with a single spear strike, without exception. With this kind of strength, it doesn't look like reinforcements are needed. Hakujin Soma muttered to himself and sprinted up the mountain at an even faster speed deep in the dense forest. The ninth one. Hyuga Aokawa's expression was indifferent as his cold gaze fixed on the distant enemies. 21 left. The distance between the two sides was closing, now down to 500 meters. This was the result of Hyuga Aokawa's deliberate control. If he wanted to string them along, he had to give them a bit of hope. He gradually pulled back the visual range of his Byakugan, increasing the detail within his field of vision. If his clarity when looking at things several kilometers away was only 720p, then now, after reducing the visual distance to a few hundred meters, the clarity had reached 2K. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, and another chakra arrow pierced through the air. The three people rushing at the front, using the hardening technique, saw a flash of blue light in the distance. They hurriedly roared and moved together to intercept it, but unfortunately, they were not the targets of this arrow from the start. Whiz! The blue-white chakra arrow bypassed the three men in front with an extremely subtle curve. Ah! With a shrill scream, another person lay on the ground, dying with grievances. You beast! Seeing this, the people around gritted their teeth in hatred. This guy's attack angles are strange and varied. This time we finally guessed the angle, but the arrow turned on its own. Bastard, once we reach him, we must chop off that kid's hands and feet. That would be too easy on him. As long as we don't kill him, I'm going to pull out his tendons and bones bit by bit. The 20 or so people cursed one after another. In their view, such a sharpshooter could only fight so many people if the distance was maintained. Once they closed the distance, his death would be entirely up to them. His speed has increased. Mikami Haruna's voice suddenly rang out. She frowned and said, after the distance closed by 400 meters, his speed began to increase. We are chasing at full speed, but the distance has only closed by 50 meters. She instinctively felt something was wrong and gathered chakra to sense carefully. A moment later, her voice rang out again. This guy is actually planning to lead us in circles. In an instant, everyone thought this man was crazy. Was he starting to panic because closing the distance was inevitable? If they were running in a straight line, the distances traveled by both sides would be nearly the same. But once they started moving in circles, the person on the outside would inevitably have to cover much more distance than those at the center, and this also meant the opponent had to move at high speed to maintain the distance between them. Anata Takuma stared ahead with a murderous glint in his eyes. The opponent had already started making mistakes, so he just needed to ensure he didn't make any himself. He narrowed his eyes and licked his lips. Since he's looking for death, he can't blame us. Haruna, no matter what tricks he plays, stay glued to him. Yes. 82. Number 82 Where Leaves Dance. Chapter 82. Where the Leaves Dance. Although everyone felt that Hyuga Aokawa's circling was a sign of being at his wit's end, they were still forced to adjust their positions accordingly. Otherwise, the distance between them would only grow further. In this way, the three people in front performing the earth release hardening technique became completely useless. It was impossible for them to change their formation at every single moment. Thus, everyone in the team became a sitting duck. Swish! The sound of breaking air rang out again, but this time the chakra arrow didn't come from directly ahead. Instead, it struck from a tricky angle on the flank. A ninja on the outermost edge didn't even see the incoming object before his neck was instantly pierced, warm blood splashing all over the companion beside him. Before the group could regain their composure, the next chakra arrow had already whistled through the air, piercing a large man's chest and pinning him firmly to a tree trunk behind him. Time slipped away in fear. Every few breaths, that death-summoning sound of breaking air would ring out punctually. Accompanied by it was the passing of a life. In just a minute or two, 5 more people in the team had been accurately sniped and killed. Damn it, everyone was filled with a pent-up rage that had no outlet. Instead, they were being led around from a distance like clowns. Don't panic, Mizutani Yuya shouted, forcing himself to stay calm. Quote, that bastard is maintaining such a high speed, his stamina will be consumed very soon. When that happens, it will be the end of him. Hearing this, the group felt as if they had been enlightened. That's right, this guy was running in circles like crazy, and the chakra arrows were condensed from chakra. With those two things combined, it probably wouldn't be long before he'd have to lie there and wait for death. However, before they could settle their minds, 2 more sounds of breaking air rang out, and 2 more people in the team were left permanently on this land. Bastard! Anada Takuma's heart bled as he watched his subordinates being harvested like wheat. He looked at the moving black dot in the distance, feeling both furious and a bit apprehensive. Should they continue the pursuit? His team of 30, in order to catch this kid, had 1 run away and 14 die. Now the team he had worked so hard to pull together, including himself, only had 15 people left. But if he stopped now, the brothers who died before would have died in vain. Damn it, I shouldn't have been greedy. I didn't expect my last bounty mission to run into such big trouble. Captain, he's almost at his limit. Mizutani Yuya's voice suddenly rang in his ear. He handed a chakra arrow he had just pulled from a companion's body to Anada Takuma's eyes. The thickness of the chakra arrow is only half of what it was. It shows he's about to lose his grip. Anada Takuma looked at the chakra arrow in his hand, which had already begun to gradually dissipate, his face filled with uncertainty. As if to confirm Mizutani Yuya's guess, the speed of the next chakra arrow was much slower. Even though it still bypassed the 3 people in front using the hardening technique, it was narrowly avoided by a large man in the back. Cheers rang out from the crowd. This was the first time since the pursuit began that they had avoided an enemy's chakra arrow. For the team's morale, this was a great encouragement. Anada Takuma's gaze instantly became firm. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't handle just one of you. He roared, everyone, put in more effort, this guy is almost finished. When we catch him, I won't take a single cent of the bounty. It will all be divided equally among the brothers. Kill. With the stimulation of money, the battle cries were earth-shaking, echoing through the forest. As time passed, the opponent's speed gradually slowed down, as if he really couldn't run anymore. But Anada Takuma's side also paid with 4 more lives, including Mikami Haruna, who had been responsible for sensing. Fortunately, the distance between the 2 sides finally closed to 100 meters, and they could see each other without needing sensing. Anada Takuma finally saw clearly the culprit who had been hunting them down. He saw a very handsome youth in the distance, holding a huge chakra spirit bow, staring at them with cold eyes. Kid, I'm going to tear you into 10,000 pieces. Anada Takuma's eyes were blood red, his teeth clenched. Holding his ninja blade and pointing at Hyuga Aokawa ahead, he roared with a sinister grin. At all costs, catch him for me. Kill. Having chased to this distance, the group also went all out, no longer reserving their stamina, sprinting with all their might. Running at full speed, the front 3 even continuously used the body flicker technique, suddenly closing the distance and lunging in front of Hyuga Aokawa. Just as they pulled out their ninja tools with hideous expressions, ready to capture Hyuga Aokawa, his figure blurred for a split second. In the next moment, like a ghost, he had already appeared dozens of meters away. At the same time, 3 chakra arrows arrived later but struck first, accurately piercing the 3 ninjas who were charging at the very front. Anada Takuma felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, and he instantly woke up. Movement techniques of this speed, where did he look like his strength was exhausted? Damn it, this dog thing was acting for me. He looked around. With only 7 people left in the team, he calmed down in an instant. They couldn't chase anymore. High movement speed combined with long-range shooting was invincible in this forest. Retreat, we're not doing this bounty anymore. Anata Takuma made a prompt decision, stopped his steps, and turned to leave. Captain, it's just a little bit more. Mizutani Yuya looked at the bounty that was already within reach, feeling unwilling, and tried to stop Anata Takuma. To hell with your little bit more. Anata Takuma was instantly filled with rage. If it weren't for this dog thing, he would have retreated long ago. Thinking of this, he was suddenly overcome with fury, and his pent-up rage exploded instantly. Under Mizutani Yuya's disbelieving eyes, he stabbed a blade ruthlessly into his heart. Go die for me. Pulling out the blood-stained ninja blade, Anata Takuma roared at his remaining 6 stunned subordinates. What are you still standing there for? Retreat. The group felt as if they had been granted a grand pardon. Following Anata Takuma, the 7 people fled down the mountain like stray dogs. Seeing this from a distance, Hyuga Aokawa felt a bit of regret. His last move was still a bit too ruthless. The flaw had been seen through. He made a safe gesture toward the mountain peak and then unhurriedly trailed far behind Anata Takuma's group, continuously using Hirenkyaku and Holy Arrow. His body needed to recover a little. He also had to prevent the enemy from becoming desperate on the mountain peak. Hyuga Fu didn't wake up from his daze until he saw Hyuga Aokawa's gesture. 1 person against 30, among whom there was even a Jonin. He had forcefully transformed himself from prey into a hunter, killing 30 people until only 7 stray dogs remained. This kind of terrifying hunting ability. Thinking about how he had just wanted to lead the enemies away, he couldn't help but find it a bit funny. Fortunately, Aokawa had stopped him in time. Otherwise, besides becoming a burden that would affect his performance, he wouldn't have been of much use. His son's strength improvement was becoming more and more exaggerated. It seemed he really should stay at home in the future and try not to come out to make his son worry. This family no longer needed him to work so desperately. He shook his head, suppressed these thoughts for the time being, and turned to the oblivious Kurenai Yuhi beside him. Kurenai, let's go down and meet up. On the other side, Anata Takuma was leading his only 6 remaining subordinates, frantically fleeing down the mountain along the path they came. Having lost their sensing ninja, they were like headless flies, only able to flee by relying on memory and survival instinct. Their eyes, however, couldn't help but frequently glance back for fear that the life-taking chakra arrow would whistle through the air again. Just then, on the road ahead of them, leaves all over the sky began to spin and dance without any warning, making a soft rustling sound. And then they slowly began to condense. 83. Number 83 Baiyun Morning. Chapter 83. Hakujin Soma. Anata Takuma led his few remaining subordinates, frantically fleeing back down the mountain along the path they had come. His gaze involuntarily flickered behind him repeatedly, terrified that those life-taking chakra arrows would come whistling through the air once more. This method of ultra-long-range combat was completely unreasonable. Fortunately, he had pulled out in time at the last moment and didn't continue to gamble. The reason he had survived in the bounty hunting business for so many years was due to his caution and his ability to flee. Those who refused to accept reality had long since died out. If I can make it back alive this time, I'm definitely going to wash my hands of this and never do this crap again. Just then, a deep and cold voice rang out. Which country's ninja are you? Their bodies froze instantly. Before this voice appeared, none of them had sensed anyone nearby at all. They looked toward the source of the sound. On the road ahead, a flurry of leaves began to swirl and dance without warning, making a soft rustling sound. Then, they slowly coalesced into a man with a ponytail and a scar at the corner of his mouth. Hakujin Soma tilted his head slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on Anata Takuma and his group. If you do not answer, it will be regarded as a hostile act against the land of fire. They looked at each other, and Anata Takuma decisively ordered, attack. He's all alone. The 6 of them attacked one after another, while Anata Takuma stayed a step behind. Earth release, earth flow spears. Earth release, rock gun jutsu. Wind release, gale palm. An overwhelming barrage of ninjutsu, mixed with shuriken and explosive tags, all flew toward Hakujin Soma. Anata Takuma didn't make a move. He stared intently at Hakujin Soma, waiting for the opening after Hakujin Soma acted. Once Hakujin Soma responded, he could use the advantage of moving second to ensure Hakujin Soma wouldn't have time to react again. A 2-stage attack. This was the tacit understanding their team had always shared, and it had never failed them. After such a combo, even Konoha's Hakujin Soma wouldn't find it easy. He had recognized him the moment they met. Konoha's elite Jonin, Hakujin Soma. In the talent-filled Konoha, even a figure like Hakujin Soma seemed lackluster compared to geniuses like the Sannin and the White Fang. but he happened to be someone who knew of him. Seeing the overwhelming offensive, Hyuga Soma didn't panic at all. He crouched slightly, his right hand gripping the hilt of the sword slung behind him, and calmly drew the blade. Konoha Jonin, Hyuga Soma. Don't even think about leaving in one piece. He leapt into the air, brandishing his sword. Vacuum blade. Several flashes of sword light swept across, and all the ninjutsu and shuriken in the air were cut down. Immediately following that, several more flashes of sword light swept through. Blood splattered from the 6 subordinates as well as Inada Takuma, and they all fell to the ground wailing. To leave them alive, Hyuga Soma hadn't dealt a fatal blow. He slowly sheathed his sword, 6 chunin and 1 jonin, and I have to find a way to keep them alive. It's really hard to control the force. He formed hand signs to create a shadow clone, preparing to work together to tie them up and send them back to the village. Suddenly, Inada Takuma, who had been wailing on the ground, sprang up like a reanimated corpse, his hands rapidly forming signs. Earth release, earth pillar burst. Bang bang bang. The ground cracked open as a series of dense, small explosions extended in a straight line toward Hyuga Soma, showing no regard for the comrades in the way. After the explosions claimed one comrade's life first, an even larger blast erupted when it reached Hyuga Soma's feet. Bang! An explosion kicked up a cloud of dust. Earth release, hiding like a mole. After performing the ninjutsu, Inada Takuma didn't even dare to look back, immediately using hiding like a mole to speed away into the distance. Hyuga Soma fanned away the dust in the air and turned to find that Inada Takuma had already escaped some distance. Of the 6 enemies lying on the ground, one was a bloody mess, as dead as could be. Truly ruthless, aren't you? He turned to his shadow clone and said, "Watch these 3, I'm going after that rat." With that, he dispersed into a swirl of leaves and headed in Inada Takuma's direction. In the distance, Inada Takuma was panting heavily, his face full of panic. He hadn't expected the gap between one jonin and another to be so vast. In just an instant, all of them had been hit and were unable to fight back. If he hadn't been clever and used earth release, hardening technique at the last moment to block the damage, he would be lying on the ground just like his comrades right now. But even so, he had sustained significant injuries. Those few ninjutsu just now were released with almost his maximum chakra output, hoping to cause some trouble for Hyuga Soma. As long as he could escape with his life this time, he promised that next time, he wouldn't take any bounties from Konoha at all. Absolutely not. This place is too terrifying. Just to capture a member of the Hyuga branch family, the entire team was picked off one by one, with only 7 out of 30 people left, and now he had run into this god of death, Hyuga Soma. He had originally thought that as a fellow jonin, he could at least trade a few blows. But the result was, "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, the voice Inada Takuma least wanted to hear rang out behind him, equally deep and cold. Immediately following was a flash of cold light. Inada Takuma's pupils constricted, and the hair on his body stood on end. In a life-or-death situation, he squeezed out every ounce of his strength, his hands forming signs so fast they almost smoked. Finally, at the very instant Hyuga Soma's sword light struck, he performed a substitution jutsu at his limit. Poof! Inada Takuma's body turned into a wooden log and fell, while his true self frantically fled to the side. Hyuga Soma raised an eyebrow at the sight. "Your reactions are quite fast." He caught up to Inada Takuma in a few strides, and another vacuum blade swept across. The sword light hit, and Inada Takuma turned into a puddle of mud and slowly slid down, his true self having already darted far away, desperately fleeing into the distance. "An earth clone? You certainly have a whole repertoire of life-saving tricks." Hyuga Soma was also getting annoyed. He gave a cold snort and used a Konoha Shunshin to flash directly behind Inada Takuma. Just as he was about to strike again, suddenly, a hair-raising sensation swept through his entire body. A rapidly flying object was hurtling toward him. His head buzzed, and his heart felt as if it were being squeezed tight. He secretly cried out that things were bad. The next moment, that high-speed object, like a bolt of lightning, accurately struck Inada Takuma, who was still fleeing ahead. Before Inada Takuma could even react, he was struck hard by a massive force and sent flying off the ground. Then, he crashed down like a rapidly falling meteorite. His mind went blank, and his body felt as if something had grown out of his chest. He struggled to prop himself up slightly and slowly lowered his head. He looked blankly at the abnormality on his body. An incredibly familiar blue and white chakra arrow had pierced through his flesh and was protruding from his chest. I've grown a chakra arrow? Before he could figure it out, a delayed wave of pain surged forth. His insides were in turmoil, and a warm sensation rushed up his throat. Wah! A large mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, was spat out. 84. Number 84 Who Shot the Arrow? Chapter 84. Who Shot the Arrow? Anata Takuma felt the strength draining from his body, and his consciousness began to blur. Am I going to die? This must be how his brothers felt before they died. In the end, he was still dying under this damned chakra arrow. In this moment, he thought of many things. He thought of the bounties he hadn't finished spending, and where he would be enjoying himself if he hadn't come to the land of fire this time. Finally, he thought of the home he hadn't returned to in a long time. He wondered if his wife back home would be unfaithful to him. Hakujin Soma was also pale with shock at this sudden turn of events. An ally? Or accidental friendly fire? Breaking into a cold sweat, he gripped his sword tightly, his eyes alertly scanning the surroundings, prepared for a second attack that could happen at any moment. This kind of instant kill attack was the most terrifying. What was even more chilling was that within his field of vision, there was no one. It was as if the attack had appeared out of thin air. In his years as a ninja, he had never encountered such a bizarre scene. Hakujin Soma hurriedly formed hand signs to disturb the chakra in his body, checking if he was under a genjutsu, but the feedback from his chakra was that everything was normal. After a moment of vigilance, seeing that there was indeed no movement around, he relaxed slightly. He quickly formed hand signs, creating a shadow clone to guard the area. Then he walked to Anata Takuma's corpse and examined the motionless body. Is this an arrow? At first glance, Hakujin Soma was drawn to the thick arrow in Anata Takuma's chest. It was blue and white all over, with an extremely high chakra density. Its texture was hard and cold, and its appearance was holy and elegant. It was hard to imagine that the hideous wound on Anata Takuma's body was caused by it. Wait, it's an arrow. In an instant, he realized. The rogue ninjas he had observed along the way, killed in one hit, were not killed by spears. They were killed by these arrows that were as thick as spears. Watching the arrow that had already begun to slowly dissipate, Hakujin Soma couldn't help but swallow hard. It was hard to imagine that an arrow of this caliber was condensed from chakra. Moreover, although he wasn't a sensory ninja, his perception wasn't weak, and there was no one nearby. This meant that the attack had been fired from beyond his visual range. Hakujin Soma's mouth hung open slightly, unable to believe his own deduction. He was a well-traveled man, but in his memory, aside from a tailed beast ball, he had never seen, or even heard of, a ninjutsu that could be launched from beyond visual range and be so explosive. Even with the secret techniques of the previously defected Onigumo, the spider war bow, the range wasn't this far, and he hadn't heard of it being this fast. Thinking of this, Hakujin Soma quickly took out a storage scroll and sealed Anata Takuma's body along with the arrow. I don't know if the seal can stop the arrow from dissipating. I wanted to leave a survivor, but now he's as dead as can be. I'll just have to let the people in the intelligence department deal with this headache. He put away the sealed storage scroll and placed it back into his pouch. Someone's coming, the shadow clone suddenly spoke. He turned to look and saw 3 figures, 1 large and 2 small, rushing toward them in the distance. They weren't moving fast. The larger one seemed to have a leg that couldn't exert force. The 3 were Hyuga Aokawa's group. Hyuga Aokawa had been using his Byakugan to keep a close eye on Anata Takuma's group, only for a ninja wearing a Konoha headband to suddenly appear halfway and take them all down in short order. Just as he was feeling it was a pity to have his kill stolen, Anata Takuma used a diversion and escaped. This made Hyuga Aokawa overjoyed. He immediately condensed a chakra arrow and aimed dead at Anata Takuma. Finally, during his 3rd escape attempt, he seized the opportunity and killed him with 1 shot. Seeing that the matter was mostly resolved, Hyuga Aokawa simply waited to meet up with Hyuga Fu and the other before coming over together. Soma-sama. From a distance, Hyuga Fu greeted Hakujin Soma warmly. Although Hakujin Soma was a civilian ninja, his vacuum blade and Konoha Shunshin were superb, and he was very famous in Konoha village. Furthermore, he was meticulous and serious in his work, holding great prestige even among ninjas from the noble clans. His powerful strength combined with his unique personal charm made Hyuga Fu admire him. Was it you who fired the rescue signal flare? Hakujin Soma asked once the 3 arrived. Yes, Hyuga Fu answered quickly as Hakujin Soma spoke, his smile carrying a hint of restraint. He then bowed slightly. Thank you very much for coming to our rescue, Soma-sama. Hakujin Soma waved his hand. I just happened to be on a mission nearby. The 2 exchanged a few more pleasantries, and Hakujin Soma gained a general understanding of their situation. He nodded, then asked with a might as well try attitude. Do you know of a long-range, high-speed arrow ninjutsu? After asking, he secretly shook his head. Even he hadn't heard of it. How could they, a chunin, a genin, and even a ninja academy student, possibly know? But upon hearing this, both Hyuga Fu and Kurenai Yuhi looked toward Hyuga Aokawa in unison. Soma-sama, that is my awakened Kekkei Genkei, Hyuga Aokawa spoke up in response. In addition to reclaiming the kill, Hyuga Aokawa's final arrow was also intended to showcase his ability and establish a connection with Hakujin Soma. With Hakujin Soma's strength, he was undoubtedly an elite Jonin. Even in Konoha village, an elite Jonin belonged to the core level of management. Such a person would have some say in the village's daily decision-making. Before one's strength could sweep across the ninja world, life wasn't just about fighting and killing, but also about social relations. Making more connections was never a bad thing. Otherwise, even as strong as the Uchiha, who had performed so many great services, when they were eventually massacred, not a single person stepped forward to demand justice. Your Kekkei Genkei? Hakujin Soma was shocked to hear this, his eyes widening like copper bells. You're saying that the arrow just now was shot by you? Hyuga Aokawa smiled. If the arrow you're referring to is the one that killed the enemy you were pursuing, then yes, I shot it. Hakujin Soma's mouth hung open as he looked at Hyuga Aokawa in disbelief. He had only asked casually and didn't actually expect to get an answer from these three. He hadn't expected the boy to tell him so plainly that he was the one who did it. That ninjutsu, even if it were him being targeted without preparation, he might not have been able to dodge it. An attack of that magnitude would result in heavy injury if not death. And now someone was telling him that this ninjutsu was shot by this Hyuga who was still an academy student. It was indeed hard to accept. Seeing Hakujin Soma's look of disbelief, Hyuga Aokawa smiled slightly and reached out his hand to condense chakra. Under Hakujin Soma's incredulous gaze, a spirit bow appeared out of thin air. 85. Number 85 New Generation. Chapter 85. The New Generation. Hyuga Aokawa threw a kunai into the air, followed by pulling the bowstring, and a chakra arrow formed. Then he released the bowstring. The chakra arrow flew off the string, accurately hitting the falling kunai. Until Hyuga Aokawa put away the spirit bow, Hakujin Soma still hadn't processed this news. Even though the chakra arrow had already appeared before him, he still found it somewhat difficult to understand. How could such a chakra arrow hit an enemy beyond visual range? Even aiming would be a problem. He was about to speak, but when his gaze swept over Hyuga Aokawa's pair of Byakugan, he realized, naturally, one cannot aim at someone beyond visual range. Even if he possessed ultra-long-range ninjutsu, he could only hit enemies he could see. But the Byakugan could provide visual range beyond that of ordinary people. An enemy he couldn't see, Hyuga Aokawa might not necessarily be unable to see. This technique paired with the Byakugan is truly appropriate. Having understood the key point, although Hakujin Soma still felt shocked, the matter became much easier to understand. He nodded slowly, looking at Hyuga Aokawa's youthful face. His heart was filled with 1,000 emotions. Has the new generation already grown up? This kind of ninjutsu, which even an elite jonin like him, accustomed to life and death, felt palpitations from. Placed on the battlefield, it would be a terrifying sharp weapon for slaughter. The times are changing, he thought to himself. Such a ninjutsu was shocking enough. Even if it could only kill one jonin in a war, it would be a huge profit. After Hakujin Soma composed himself, he took out a scroll. Release. Anada Takuma's body reappeared. The chakra arrow on it had already dissipated. Since you were the ones who killed the enemy, the things on him belong to you. Hakujin Soma took off the ninja tools bag from the body and threw it to the father and son. However, some mission data will be kept by me to be used for reporting. Lord Soma came to the rescue. You should also have a share. Hakujin Soma had come to the rescue after seeing the signal. If there were spoils of war, he had to have a share no matter what. Moreover, he alone had taken down the other 4 ninja. Hakujin Soma waved his hand, indicating it wasn't necessary. With his many years of career as a jonin, he had long accumulated a lot of wealth and didn't care for these small things. However, under the strong insistence of the father and son, he finally picked a little. The 4 of them returned to the original location to escort the remaining few enemies. The border of the land of hot springs. Kazagaki Valley. Konoha garrison at the Fuyuen Bridge. Quick, medical ninja. 2 ninja dressed in Konoha village attire shouted while carrying a seriously injured ninja into the building. The personnel in the base immediately sprang into action. Soon, the seriously injured ninja was carried onto a bed inside. An earth-yellow chakra arrow was stuck in his abdomen. Blood was overflowing from the corners of his mouth, and he was panting heavily. A tall man entered the room and rushed to the bedside. Shuin, how is it? When Chiba Shuin saw his captain arrive, his unfocused eyes regained a hint of spirit. He shook his head, his breath as thin as a thread, unable to speak. Soon, the medical ninja arrived in the room. Everyone hurriedly moved aside to make room. Captain, it's Onigumo again. Uchiha Inabi pointed at the chakra arrow in Chiba Shuin's abdomen and said with a face full of anger, "That bastard doesn't respect us at all. Let's go kill him." "Don't be impulsive," Uchiha Hachidai responded in a deep voice. "The village's order to us is that we cannot have a conflict with the Land of Lightning. If we go kill him directly, it won't be killing a rogue ninja, but a political and diplomatic incident. If it causes a war, can you take responsibility for it? The Land of Hot Springs is a small country located between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, along with the Land of Frost. Due to geopolitical reasons, the Land of Hot Springs is backed by the Land of Fire and is close to Konoha Village. The Land of Frost is backed by the Land of Lightning and is close to Kumogakure. The northwestern parts of the two countries use the Kazagaki Valley as a national border, connected by the Fuyuen Bridge on both sides of the canyon for mutual access. In recent years, the two major powers, the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, have successively stationed troops on both sides of the Kazagaki Valley, and the situation has become tense. But this is already the fifth person this month. Uchiha Inabi's anger did not subside but increased, and his voice grew louder. Recently, the patrol personnel have been in a state of panic. Everyone is cautious when going out. When will this end? After Onigumo defected, he hid at the Land of Lightning's garrison on the side of the Kazagaki Valley and frequently attacked Konoha's garrison personnel. At first, after he killed one of their patrol personnel, everyone thought he wouldn't be jumping around for long. After all, near the garrisons of the two countries, under the joint law enforcement of the Anbu, capturing him would be a matter of minutes. Except for some rogue ninja with high intelligence value, the handling of other ordinary rogue ninja has always relied on joint law enforcement between the two countries. If a rogue ninja from the Land of Fire flees into the territory of the Land of Lightning, the Land of Lightning naturally has rogue ninja fleeing into the territory of the Land of Fire. If these rogue ninja are not handed over, they will also commit crimes within the territory, so joint capture is a customary rule among the major powers. But they didn't expect that this time the Land of Lightning would not only not assist but even refuse their cross-border capture. What was even more excessive was that bounties for the duty personnel of this base began to appear in the black market. Anyone with a clear eye could see what was going on with these bounty missions. I have been continuously reporting the recent situation to the village. The village's support should be arriving soon. The village, I don't know what the higher-ups are doing. They sent the Anbu over, but when they saw that the Land of Lightning wouldn't let them through at the bridge, they went back dejectedly. If you ask me, we should just kill our way over. If the Land of Lightning dares to stop us, then kill them too. At worst we start a war. Inabi, Uchiha Hachidai shouted angrily. Don't talk nonsense here. Ninja follow the principle of obeying superiors. Since the village has arranged it this way, there is naturally a reason for it. Then he looked at everyone. Pass down the order. Until the village's support arrives, no genin will participate in patrols. All patrol missions will be temporarily carried out by Chunin and Jonin. Yes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the canyon, at the Land of Lightning's garrison base in the Land of Frost, on the watchtower. Captain Saga, look across. Goriki I pointed at the scene of commotion among the Land of Firebase personnel and gloated. Onigumo took down another one. Saga smiled. Onigumo is quite capable. Ha ha ha, Captain, it was a stroke of genius when you didn't let them come over to catch Onigumo. I didn't expect a rogue ninja to be so useful. Goriki I flattered. Saga waved his hand. Now, we just have to see when they can't take it anymore. Yesterday I mocked them a bit, and an Uchiha brat already couldn't take it and wanted to rush over, but he was called back by their captain. What a pity. Goriki I looked regretful. It doesn't matter. Saga didn't care. We'll proceed as planned. One day they won't be able to hold back. Yes. 86. Number 86 Open the Stone Gate. Chapter 86. Opening the Stone Gate. 2 days later, a three-man team arrived secretly at the Konoha garrison base in the Land of Hot Springs. Captain Hachidai, this is Yamanaka Yuichi of the Yamanaka clan. This is Hanada Urua of the Hyuga clan. The leading Anbu member introduced the team members behind him as soon as he entered the door. Uchiha Hachidai quickly stepped forward and shook hands warmly. Sorry to trouble you. It's our duty, the two responded. Then the Anbu member stepped aside, revealing another member behind him. This is Yamanaka Shimi of the Aburame clan. Uchiha Hachidai then realized that behind the Anbu, there was also a spiky-haired man wearing sunglasses. As expected, I have no presents? Yamanaka Shimi adjusted his sunglasses. Sorry, Uchiha Hachidai said with an apologetic look. It's nothing, I'm used to it. After the greetings, the Anbu began to convey the operational plan. Lord Shikaku's point is that the Land of Lightning garrison won't let us cross the border, and forcing a crossing might cause a diplomatic incident. So, we will complete the kill of Onigumo on this side of the canyon. Killing Onigumo on this side of the canyon, Uchiha Hachidai looked at Yamanaka Shimi beside him. You mean? The Anbu nodded. Yes, the people won't cross over, but we will utilize the remote control characteristics of the parasitic worms to control them. Across the canyon, the Anbu's gaze turned toward Yamanaka Shimi as he spoke. Yamanaka Shimi's right hand traced over the map on the wall. It's best to lure Onigumo from the forest to the edge of the canyon here. After the parasitic worms cross the canyon, they will consume a significant amount of chakra themselves. If they go deeper into the forest, their combat power will drop significantly. Uchiha Hachidai nodded in agreement. The patrols over the last 3 days have basically been carried out by experienced Chunin and Jonin, and Onigumo hasn't attacked again. My idea is that I will use the transformation technique to turn into a genin of the team. Shimi, you prepare in advance and control the parasitic worms to fly to the other side to lie in wait. Once Onigumo launches an attack, you will control the parasitic worms to kill him. No problem, Yamanaka Shimi responded. Uchiha Hachidai then looked at Hinata Urua and Yamanaka Yuichi. Then I presume Urua will scout Onigumo's movements, and Yuichi will ensure the consistency of the operation. The two nodded in unison. Hinata Urua then spoke up. It's just that the signals across the canyon are mixed. I don't know which chakra belongs to Onigumo. That's easy to handle. When we lure him, whichever one shoots an arrow at me is Onigumo. You four have been traveling for many days. Go rest first. Tomorrow we will execute according to the operational plan, Uchiha Hachidai said. No need, my chakra reserves are still quite sufficient. If Captain Hachidai has no problem, I can enter my role immediately, Yamanaka Shimi said. Hinata Urua and Yamanaka Yuichi also expressed that they were fine. Then without further ado, let's begin immediately. Hyuga Aokawa didn't know what was happening in the land of hot springs. At this moment, he was grinning like an old farmer at harvest time, taking stock of his gains in his sea of consciousness. Open black lens bracket advancing steadily, clever design, defeating them one by one, finding life in a dead end, you have obtained favor. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket 8 trigrams 64 palms, practiced level, *1 close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket earth release, earth dragon technique, practiced level, *1 close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket earth release, hardening technique, proficient level, *1 close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket earth release, earth style wall, proficient level, *1 close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket earth release, underground submarine, proficient level, *1 close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket basic swordsmanship, proficient level, *1 close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket energy crystal *1300 close black lens bracket. With so many earth release techniques, it felt like he had looted a country bumpkin. As expected, the happiest time was always when taking stock of the harvest. As the saying goes, murder and arson bring a golden belt. Killing enemies yielded the most favor. He immediately opened his personal information. Racial imprint, Quincy, normal, fusion rate, 100.00%. Talent skill, Reishi gathering, racial skills, holy arrow, scatter, holy arrow, demon break, Reishi network, Hyuga, crest, innate full spirit power, Kekkei Genkei, Byakugan, chakra nature, water, lightning, earth, fire, yang, yin, energy crystal, 2410, open black lens bracket. The quantity of energy crystals has met the requirement of 2000. Please open the stone gate to obtain greater power. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket open, yes no close black lens bracket. A huge windfall, with energy crystals suddenly reaching over 2400. Hyuga Aokawa used his mind to press yes. In an instant, countless energy crystals rose into the air, shattering into points of starlight that merged into the stone gate. Following that, the magic circle pattern behind the stone gate suddenly brightened and began to rotate slowly. The energy vortex within the gate surged rapidly. A beam of white light suddenly burst from the vortex, accurately blasting into his forehead. Hyuga Aokawa only felt new power being injected into his body. Open black lens bracket upgrading racial imprint. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket upgrade complete. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket racial imprint has been upgraded to Quincy, mixed blood, current fusion rate, 10.00%, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You have obtained the racial skill, Ranto Tenku, by using countless reishi threads to bind and connect to parts of the body that can no longer move. One can forcibly manipulate and drive them like a puppet. It exists for fighting until one's body is shattered and is the top-tier combat spiritual technique for a Quincy who manipulates reishi. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You have obtained the racial skill, Sayatsu, a technique where 4 jin to form a square destruction array, with spiritual power emitted from the tubes to destroy spiritual bodies within the array. Incantation. Accept this battle formation of the atmosphere Sayatsu. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained the racial skill, Green Cup, a cushioning technique that uses 2 jin to release spiritual power when falling from a height. Incantation. Cup tilt to the west. Green Cup, open black lens bracket. You have obtained the racial skill, Gokakuho. After approaching an enemy, the spiritual power of 1 jin to is released. The spiritual power transforms into a capsule with a pentagram mark that envelops the enemy. Incantation. Swing down the silver whip, strike the 5-handed stone bed Gokakuho. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained information, Jin to manufacturing method, an old-style weapon that stores high-concentration liquid reishi, condensing and storing reishi gathered during training to be used with techniques during combat. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You have obtained the item, Arc Sparrow, the first spirit bow used by Ishida Uryu. A spirit bow with a black and white patterned body and small attachments. When using the Quincy, Let's Still, it transforms into a gradient gray spirit bow. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The item Arc Sparrow has been integrated into the Quincy cross marking. Close black lens bracket. Hyuga Aokawa was originally grinning from ear to ear seeing so many gains. A bumper harvest, obtaining so many skills. However, Sayatsu and Green Cup weren't of much use to him. These 2 skills were more of a choice of last resort after Ishida Uryu lost his Quincy powers. Since his Quincy powers were still intact, he didn't have much dependency on these 2 skills. But since they were techniques, they would likely help him comprehend other skills by analogy. At this moment, a new line of text appeared. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained the item, Spirit Dissolving Gloves, capable of dispersing reishi in a high concentration form. After wearing them, an ordinary Quincy will be hindered by their powerful dispersal force, making it difficult even to pick up a bow and arrow. After drawing the bow and maintaining it for 7 days and 7 nights, one can reach a realm close to the peak of a Quincy. When wearing them, a Quincy's reishi gathering power will surpass their own limits. Upon removing the gloves, their power will instantly increase by a large margin, but all of the Quincy's power will completely disappear as a result. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The spirit dissolving gloves have been turned into an inscription and hidden on your person. They will manifest upon being injected with energy. Close black lens bracket. Wearing them? Hyuga Aokawa's expression froze as his eyes widened. Quote, wait, holy crap. 87. Number 87. Advanced Swordsmanship, 2-in-1. Chapter 87. Advanced Swordsmanship, 2-in-1. Land of Hot Springs. Uchiha Hachidai and his group covertly moved out. Yamanaka Yuichi was responsible for coordinating the 3-man operation. Yamanaka Shimi used his parasitic worms to dig a tunnel leading all the way to the edge of the canyon cliff. Next, he controlled the parasitic worms to fly across the canyon like ants moving a house, lying in wait on the other side. Hinata Urua used his Byakugan to monitor the opposite side of the canyon. Uchiha Hachidai, meanwhile, patrolled various areas in disguise. Time passed bit by bit. Suddenly, Uchiha Hachidai felt a faint sensation of being watched. He remained calm and continued his patrol. Hinata Iraha's voice also echoed in his mind. A chakra signature is slowly approaching. 300 meters from Shimi's parasitic worm's ambush point. Uchiha Hachidai hurriedly said, Shimi, don't act yet. We're not sure if it's Onigumo. I understand. He is moving toward the ambush site. Hinata Urua continued the real-time report. 200 meters from the ambush point. 100 meters. The figure moved outward, stepping out of the forest. A small moving dot appeared in everyone's sight. At this distance, even Uchiha Hachidai, who was pretending to patrol at the cliff's edge, could see him if he looked closely, though not clearly. He spat a bow and a chakra arrow out of his mouth. It's definitely him. Onigumo has taken the bait. Seeing the plan proceeding as intended, everyone relaxed slightly. He's still approaching. 80 meters. 50-30. Oh no, he seems to have noticed something. He's stopped. Hinata Iraha's voice grew anxious. It doesn't matter anymore. Yamanaka Shimi's voice rang out. Quote, "This distance is enough." His hands, hidden under his wide sleeves, continuously issued various commands to the parasitic worms. Across the canyon, Onigumo crawled forward cautiously. Suddenly, a flash of trepidation crossed his mind, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. The next moment, a massive swarm of parasitic worms rose from the ground all around him. They pounced toward him in a dark, dense mass. Onigumo was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly turned and fled desperately back the way he came. Someone from Kumogakure had told him that Konoha couldn't hold out anymore. They had started sending genin out to patrol again, and he had thought about getting some revenge on his old employer while earning some bounty money on the side. As it turned out, the other side was well prepared. He might actually lose his life here today. He ran at top speed, but the distance was too short. The 30 meters were covered in an instant, and the parasitic worms formed a black curtain that blotted out the sky. Once it enveloped Onigumo, it would suck him dry. Suddenly, Hinata Iraha's voice rang out again, very urgently. "Shimi, act fast, there's another powerful chakra approaching near Onigumo." Just as he finished speaking, a flash of lightning appeared out of thin air and streaked across. Lightning release, lightning curtain. Powerful lightning surged toward the swarm of insects, spreading out instantly upon contact. Zzzt. The dense black curtain of insects immediately began to smoke, falling to the ground in scattered clumps. Looking back at Onigumo, he had already vanished into the forest, his tracks gone. Saga. Uchiha Hachidai couldn't see the figure clearly, but he had seen with perfect clarity the lightning curtain that suddenly appeared in the forest, and knocked down Shimi's parasitic worms. Clenching his fists, he jumped directly onto the bridge and charged toward the checkpoint on the opposite side in a rage. The land of lightning ninjas at the checkpoint went on alert, drawing various weapons with a series of clicks and whistles. "Saga, get out here!" Uchiha Hachidai roared in front of the checkpoint. "Oh my, if it isn't Captain Hachidai." Saga emerged from the checkpoint with a smile, looking very smug. "What brings Captain Hachidai here today? A guest is a guest. Come, let's go to my place for a drink." Saga spoke as he reached out to pull Uchiha Hachidai toward the checkpoint. Uchiha Hachidai swatted his hand away. "Cut the crap. That lightning release jutsu that attacked the parasitic worms just now, was it your people? Parasitic worms?" Saga looked somewhat bewildered, as if he didn't understand. Then he had an epiphany. Ah, so those were parasitic worms. Were they meant to catch the rogue ninja Onigumo? Oh dear, my apologies. When my subordinates were on patrol, they detected an unfamiliar chakra signature. Thinking it was an enemy, they had no choice but to strike it down. Saga spread his hands with a look of helplessness. "I had no idea you were using them to catch a rogue ninja. I'm truly sorry." Uchiha Hachidai's eyes widened as he suppressed his fury. "You won't let us pass, and now you're even interfering when we try to kill a rogue ninja. You Kumogakure people, just what are you trying to do?" By the end, his voice was practically squeezed out of his throat. "What are we trying to do?" Saga chuckled, suddenly leaning forward to whisper in Uchiha Hachidai's ear. "You already know what we're trying to do, Captain Hachidai." Uchiha Hachidai's teeth were gritted as he pulled out a kunai, wishing he could stab this two-faced man into a corpse. "Captain Hachidai, calm down." Yamanaka, Shimi and the others arrived and together held Uchiha Hachidai back. "Let's head back for now." They pulled Uchiha Hachidai back. Uchiha Hachidai's eyes remained fixed on Saga. "Captain Saga, I hope you don't run into me on the battlefield. I'll be waiting, Captain Hachidai." Saga smiled broadly as he watched them depart, a flash of regret crossing his eyes. Hyuga Aokawa looked at the spirit-dissolving gloves appearing on his hands and cursed inwardly. "If you're going to give me something, just give it to me. Who told you to put them on me directly?" He couldn't sense reishi to begin with, and now he was being forced to wear a device that dispersed reishi. Moreover, once this thing was taken off, his Quincy abilities would vanish. Hyuga Fu didn't have the ability to fire a holy arrow 19mm from his heart. For him, if his Quincy abilities were gone, they were gone. Wait a minute, Hyuga Aokawa was suddenly startled as he remembered. Once the spirit-dissolving gloves are on, a Quincy can't even manifest a spirit bow. He hurriedly channeled chakra into the back of his hand. A silver-gray spirit bow with black trim appeared in his hand. Thank goodness. Looking at the spirit bow connected to the manifested spirit-dissolving gloves, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the spirit-dissolving gloves don't affect chakra. He tried drawing the bowstring, and a chakra arrow condensed into form. When he released it, the arrow shot out with great speed. He drew the string repeatedly, and arrows shot out one after another, piercing through many large trees ahead. Seeing this, Hyuga Aokawa frowned. Strange, the spirit bow didn't actually increase the arrow's power. It only increased the fire rate. Is something happening? While he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from beside him. Hyuga Aokawa turned to look. It was Hakujin Soma. Looking in the direction where Hyuga Aokawa's arrows had flown, he frowned. An enemy? No, I was testing a skill. Hyuga Aokawa apologized with a smile. After traveling for a full day, the group was resting here, and Hyuga Aokawa had taken the opportunity to take stock of his gains. He hadn't expected that trying out his new spirit bow would cause a misunderstanding. Hakujin Soma nodded. Looking at the spirit bow in Hyuga Aokawa's hand, his eyes showed appreciation as he praised, a very powerful ninjutsu. Even I might not be able to dodge it if I were caught off guard. You're being too modest, Soma-sama, Hyuga Aokawa said. With Hakujin Soma's level of Konoha Shunshin, it wouldn't be easy for his arrows to hit him. Currently, his level was enough to catch some ordinary Jonin off guard, but facing these long-renowned elite Jonin was still a bit difficult. However, Hakujin Soma's tone shifted. Quote, with this style of combat, you have the most to fear from enemies getting close. Even if you have the Byakugan, you can't keep it active at all times. You still need some taijutsu for self-defense. Having spent time together on the return journey, Hakujin Soma had grown to appreciate this junior, Hyuga Aokawa. At the same time, he had learned from Hyuga Fu that Hyuga Aokawa hadn't valued the gentle fist in the past. That was why he had offered the advice. What about swordsmanship? Swordsmanship? Hakujin Soma was slightly stunned. Quote, swordsmanship can certainly be used for self-defense, but the gentle fist is something you've been exposed to since childhood. Even if you're lacking for now, more practice will always lead to improvement. But if you switch to swordsmanship, it's like starting over in an unfamiliar field. It might be more trouble than it's worth. Soma-sama, actually, I've learned a bit of swordsmanship on my own. Could I ask for your guidance? A strong battle intent flared in Hyuga Aokawa's eyes. Oh? At the mention of swordsmanship, Hakujin Soma immediately became interested. He took out a captured ninja blade and tossed it to Hyuga Aokawa. No need for reservations. Give it your all. Hyuga Aokawa reached out and caught the tossed ninja blade. His wrist dipped slightly as he reflexively flourished the blade. Feeling the weight of the sword, he stood with the blade in hand. His entire aura suddenly became calm and steady, his sharp gaze locking onto Hakujin Soma. Please guide me, Soma-sama. Before his voice had even faded, Hyuga Aokawa shifted his footing and lunged forward like an arrow from a bow, his ninja blade tracing a simple, sharp line as he thrust directly at Hakujin Soma. A flicker of surprise crossed Hakujin Soma's eyes. He had originally thought Hyuga Aokawa's bit of learning would likely be some flashy but hollow moves, but he hadn't expected the opening strike to be such a solid and steady thrust. He didn't draw his own sword. He simply moved his feet slightly, turning his body to evade the swift thrust, while simultaneously using his right hand like a blade to precisely strike at Hyuga Aokawa's sword-wielding wrist. Hyuga Aokawa seemed to have anticipated this. The blade that had missed its mark pressed downward, changing the thrust into a flick, his wrist turning to parry the other's hand sword. At the same time, his other hand shot out like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Hakujin Soma's ribs. The transition between sword technique and taijutsu was smooth and natural, without the slightest hesitation. Oh? Hakujin Soma let out a soft sound of surprise, stepping back another half pace to avoid the continuous assault. Hyuga Aokawa pressed his advantage, closing in. He executed the most basic moves of basic swordsmanship to their absolute limit. Under this dense offensive, Hakujin Soma was forced to draw his own ninja blade. Clang! The sound of clashing metal echoed continuously through the forest. Hakujin Soma's internal surprise continued to grow. His foundation is incredibly solid, his footwork is steady, and his power delivery is precise. This doesn't look like someone who just learned a bit at all. With every clash, he felt the other's foundation was shockingly firm, as if he had put in immense effort into his swordsmanship. After over a dozen exchanges, the two figures separated and came to a stop in silent agreement. Hakujin Soma looked at the slightly panting Hyuga Aokawa and praised sincerely. Remarkable Aokawa, the solidity of your swordsmanship foundation is truly rare among the younger generation I've seen. However, he changed the subject, continuing, it's precisely because it's too standard that it feels a bit mechanical. Your sword lacks its own variation and killing intent. That will be your bottleneck. Hyuga Aokawa sheathed his sword and stood, listening intently. He knew Hakujin Soma was right. The proficient level granted by the Stone Gate allowed him to master all basic techniques. But how to sublimate those techniques and integrate them into his own understanding and combat style was the task for the next stage. Hyuga Soma pondered for a moment before saying, "Since you've learned basic swordsmanship to this degree, it will be hard to progress further. You can try learning some advanced swordsmanship. For example, our village's Konoha Ryu Kenjutsu and the Uchiha Ryu Kenjutsu." A look of confusion appeared on Hyuga Aokawa's face. "Soma-sama, where would I go to learn those two styles of swordsmanship? I happen to be quite proficient in Konoha Ryu Kenjutsu. If you don't mind, I can give you some pointers." "That would be a great help, Soma-sama." Hyuga Aokawa's eyes lit up at the words. "After all that setup, wasn't I just waiting for you to say that Hokage office?" Bang! Hiruzen Sarutobi's fist slammed onto the desk, causing the water glass to jump. "Just what do those savages from Kumogakure want?" Nara Shikaku frowned. "Hokage-sama, although Kumogakure has always been boorish, they are meticulous in their own way. They wouldn't be unreasonable without a cause." He picked out 2 scrolls from the desk and handed them to Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Based on the recent reports from the garrison captains and the intelligence provided by Root, peace has lasted too long, and they are already growing restless. They are only held back by the treaty signed after the Second Ninja World War and want to provoke us into acting first." Hiruzen Sarutobi sat down slowly, picked up his pipe, and took a puff to calm himself. "The frontline garrison should try their best to avoid conflict with Kumogakure. We've already engaged with Iwagakure. Though it's only small-scale skirmishes, it could escalate into full-scale war at any time. We've also committed many people to the Land of Rain battlefield. If we have friction with Kumogakure as well, it will be trouble once we're fighting on 3 fronts." Nara Shikaku nodded in agreement. "The garrison in the Land of Hot Springs has been quite restrained. Uchiha Hachidai is one of the more level-headed members of the Uchiha. Several recent conflicts between the 2 sides have been suppressed by him. But if this continues, sooner or later, it won't be suppressed anymore." Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. "I didn't think dealing with a mere Onigumo would be this much trouble, but trouble or not, it must be resolved." His voice turned cold. "Onigumo is now like a poisonous thorn stuck in our throats. If we don't pull it out, Konoha will never know peace." Nara Shikaku's expression was grave as his gaze swept back and forth across the map. "To avoid Kumogakure and kill Onigumo, we can only perform a long-range attack from this side of the canyon. But among the people the village can currently dispatch, there are no others with long-range strike capabilities like the Aburame clan. In that case, we can only change our approach." He walked to the other side of the map and traced 2 routes with his finger. "Instead of breaking through from Kazugaki Valley in the northwest, we could infiltrate the Land of Frost from the southeast or by sea. After crossing the entire Land of Frost, we can secretly kill Onigumo. However, after the kill, there will be a lot of pursuit on the return journey." Nara Shikaku measured the distance on the map with his fingers, his brow furrowing. "It's too far. It will be a massive test for the infiltration team's chakra reserves." Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't answer. He just puffed heavily on his pipe. "No long-range attacks like the Aburame clan?" "No, there actually is one." 88. Number 88 Morning White Clouds. I want Hinata Aokawa, 2-in-1. Chapter 88. Hyuga Soma. I want Hyuga Aokawa, 2-in-1. A name suddenly surfaced in Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind. Hyuga Aokawa. However, from the previous medical assessment, perhaps because it was just a spar, the power of Hyuga Aokawa's Kekkei Genkai when it hit Kato didn't seem very strong. If he prepared for a long time only to wound Onigumo, it wouldn't be very meaningful. But according to the report Hyuga Soma sent earlier, he had assisted Hyuga Fu and his son in capturing a group of rogue ninja. During that process, he was shocked by Hyuga Aokawa's beyond visual range strike. According to his description, the range of Aokawa's Kekkei Genkai seemed even further than before, and its power was also very strong. He wondered if it was the new skill Yuhi Shinku had mentioned some time ago. It was just that Yuhi Shinku didn't know the specific details either. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a moment, then suddenly sat up and spoke toward the shadows. "Send word to Hyuga Soma. Have him hand over the rogue ninja to Hyuga Fu and his son for escort and return to the village immediately." "Yes." The Anbu took the order and left. Hyuga Soma? Nara Shikaku was very confused upon hearing this. He was just about to recommend Minato Namikaze for the secret assassination mission. After all, the Flying Thunder God had unique advantages in moving long distances, making it most suitable for such secret assassination missions. Moreover, with the Flying Thunder God, as long as the distance wasn't as vast as Kazagaki Valley, if a kunai could be thrown to the border on the other side, Minato could go directly across without having to bypass the entire land of frost, and it would be much more convenient when returning. Although Hakujin Soma's body flicker technique was good, it still couldn't compare to the Flying Thunder God. Hokage-sama, would Minato Namikaze be more suitable than Hakujin Soma? Nara Shikaku asked. As a high-level advisor, he had the right to question the Hokage's unreasonable arrangements and provide better suggestions. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. I understand, but Minato is currently in a standoff with Iwagakure. We should avoid redeploying him if possible. Nara Shikaku nodded upon hearing this. Then I shall take my leave. Seeing the door close, Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped the ash out of his pipe and took a puff. He stood up and turned toward the floor-to-ceiling window behind him, looking at the street scene outside. Hakujin Soma's travel speed was very fast. Logically, he should arrive tomorrow. As a ninja who had personally experienced Hyuga Aokawa's Kekkei Genkei, he would let his judgment be the standard. If Hyuga Aokawa couldn't solve this problem, then he would have Hakujin Soma infiltrate the Kumogakure camp to deal with the hidden threat of Onigumo in the forest. Hyuga Aokawa looked at the text that appeared, a smile surfacing on his face. Open black lens bracket studying diligently and practicing unceasingly, your Konoha Ryu Kenjutsu has improved. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Konoha Ryu Kenjutsu has been promoted from entry level to practiced level. Close black lens bracket. Finally mastered it. After Hakujin Soma agreed to teach him Konoha Ryu Kenjutsu 2 days ago, Hyuga Aokawa had used his proficient level basic swordsmanship to reach the entry level of Konoha Ryu Kenjutsu. Over these past 2 days, Hakujin Soma had continuously sparred with him, finally raising it to the practiced level. Truly a good prospect for learning swordsmanship, Hakujin Soma lamented. Quote, to be able to master Konoha Ryu Kenjutsu in 2 days, your talent is actually far greater than mine. I have the guidance of a swordsmanship master like you, Lord Soma. How could it be the same? Hyuga Aokawa didn't dare to be arrogant. You brat, Hakujin Soma laughed and scolded. Quote, there's not a hint of youthful arrogance in you. This humility makes you seem just like an adult. However, this is also a good thing, he said as he sheathed his ninja blade. Quote, not being arrogant and having such talent, you will have a place in the ninja world sooner or later. Hyuga Aokawa smiled without answering, still maintaining that humble appearance. Seeing this, Hakujin Soma skipped the topic and instead asked, in these past 2 days, was the footwork you used during the spars something you figured out yourself? During the spars over these 2 days, Hyuga Aokawa had displayed a mysterious and unpredictable footwork. At first, Hakujin Soma almost failed to react, being thoroughly shocked. With his eyesight, he could also tell that this was different from any footwork he had seen before. It was a completely new footwork that took a different path and formed its own style. This immediately piqued his curiosity. As someone famous for his movement techniques, it would be a lie to say he wasn't interested in this new way of moving. But he couldn't just ask for it out of the blue. It wasn't until today, seeing that Hyuga Aokawa had mastered Konoha Ryu Kenjutsu, that he finally asked. This is a footwork developed based on my Kekkei Genkei. Hyuga Aokawa was already prepared in his heart. He took out a scroll from his waist. These are some of the techniques of this footwork. Please give me some guidance, Lord Soma. During the spars over the last 2 days, Hakujin Soma had shown a curious expression many times. Moreover, since he had taught him swordsmanship so diligently, he had to reciprocate the favor. The essence of Hyunkyaku was to move by transporting energy under one's feet. This part was difficult for Hakujin Soma to apply. Even if he learned Sage Mode and could control natural energy, he wouldn't be able to do it as finely as Aokawa. But as a footwork technique, Hyunkyaku was more than just transporting energy. There were also various other exertion techniques, which were knowledge from another world. It was a completely different way of thinking compared to the Naruto world. As a master of movement, Hakujin Soma would surely be able to absorb a lot from it. Hakujin Soma looked surprised. He didn't expect Hyuga Aokawa to have prepared it already. While delighted, he was also a bit embarrassed, but his strong curiosity still made him reach out and take the scroll. I wouldn't call it guidance. We can learn from each other in this regard. He was just about to open it and take a look. Suddenly, a ninja hawk cried out and flew onto his shoulder. Hakujin Soma's expression changed, and he immediately removed the note from its leg, his eyes scanning it quickly. Then, he looked up with a serious expression. Aokawa, I must return to the village immediately. I'll leave the rogue ninja to you all to escort back. After saying that, before Hyuga Aokawa could react, he dissipated into a flurry of leaves. Hyuga Aokawa shook his head, glanced at Hyuga Fu and Kurenai Yuhi who were still resting, and then at the rogue ninja who had been hit by the pressure point technique and were temporarily incapacitated. He had no choice but to find a place to sit down and take out a book from his personal scroll. This was his habit. When out on a mission, theoretical knowledge and physical training could not be neglected. He opened the book in his hand, Basic Knowledge of Ninjutsu, and read carefully. Chakra nature transformation refers to giving chakra different characteristics and effects by changing its attribute. It is one of the core foundations of a ninja's combat, ninjutsu system, and power system. It is also the most important component in diversified combat. This book was only issued this year. In the past, graduating classes did not have this course. It seemed that with the Great War approaching, the village had also begun to release some knowledge. One must know that in the original story, except for those from noble clans like Sasuke, others basically had no contact with knowledge of chakra nature transformation in school. Naruto even waited until the Shippuden era to test his chakra attribute. By then, he had already graduated for several years and had been studying under Kakashi for a long time. Jiraiya could at least be explained away by saying he taught Naruto to control the nine-tailed power, so the relatively lower-level chakra natures could be set aside for a while. But Kakashi out of 3 disciples, one was taught by Tsunade, one by Jiraiya. The remaining one was taught Chidori, then ran off to learn from Orochimaru. One can only say that genius-level players aren't very suitable to be teachers. They simply don't have the experience of mediocre people in solving problems. Their powerful talent also makes it impossible for them to understand why mediocre people just can't learn such simple things. Hyuga Aokawa continued reading. Chakra nature transformations of different attributes have different effects. The most basic are the 5 elements release. Wind release, cutting, sharpness. Fire release, burning, high temperature, explosion. Lightning release, penetration, paralysis, high speed, cell activation. Earth release, hardening, transformation, defense, gravity. Water release, flow, impact, dissolution. Besides these, there are other Kekkei Genkei releases synthesized from 2 or more basic releases, which will not be detailed here. Hyuga Aokawa began to scan through the lines quickly. Much of the knowledge was something he already knew, though there were also some things not mentioned in the original story. But this also served as a reminder to him. Since the fire release for Holy Arrow hadn't been developed yet, he could also consider increasing its power and diversity through nature transformations of other chakra attributes. Currently, the relevant information hadn't spread yet, but as the number of uses increased in the future, other people's defensiveness would become stronger and stronger. Especially on the battlefield, where everyone is constantly paying attention to their surroundings, their level of alertness is several times higher than when traveling for a mission. When the time comes to hunt these enemies again, he would need faster and stronger chakra arrows. It's just that this aspect doesn't exist in the Quincy system, so the relevant development can only rely on himself. Among the 5 basic attributes, those that should have a bonus to the power of the Holy Arrow are wind, fire, and lightning. For the wind attribute, he didn't have the corresponding chakra attribute. For the fire attribute, he was still lacking the ceiling formation for explosive tags. For lightning release, the 2 characteristics of penetration and high speed were actually very suitable for the Holy Arrow. However, although he had the lightning attribute, he hadn't mastered chakra nature transformation yet. If there were relevant rewards in the next mission, he would have to consider asking for knowledge in this area. There's still quite a lot to learn. Relying solely on missions might make it difficult to acquire so much knowledge in a short time. One day later, the door of the Hokage office was knocked on urgently. Come in. Hokujin Soma entered the room, looking travel-worn. Hokage-sama, Lord Shikaku. Hokujin Soma bowed slightly. No need for formalities. Sit. Hiruzen Sarutobi pointed to the chair in front. Then he looked at Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, tell Soma about the situation. Nara Shikaku nodded and informed Hokujin Soma of the incident in its entirety. Soma, what support do you need from the village for this infiltration mission? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. Hokujin Soma furrowed his brows as he looked at the map on the table, remaining silent. After a moment, he spoke. Hokage-sama, Lord Shikaku, for this mission, I need to mobilize one person to support me. Who? Nara Shikaku's tone was somewhat urgent. Quote, a Chunin, a Jonin, even if you want me, it's fine. This matter had been weighing on his heart for a long time. Bringing Onigumo into Konoha was something he had personally pushed for. After the defection, there had been no way to resolve it, and he was under a lot of pressure. Seeing someone willing to take it on, he was naturally very supportive. I need Hyuga Aokawa, Hakujin Soma replied. Hyuga Aokawa? Nara Shikaku was puzzled. He knew all the Jonin in the village, and he even knew some senior Chunin. But he had never heard of this person. Was he a newly grown genius of the Hyuga clan? Jonin Soma, this Hyuga Aokawa you mentioned, is he a Jonin or a Chunin? He's a Ninja Academy student. A Ninja Academy student? Nara Shikaku's mouth hung open. For such a mission, to pick a Ninja Academy student as a teammate. How could someone with such a steady personality like Hakujin Soma make such a choice? Are you confident? Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was on the side, asked. Being able to think of Hyuga Aokawa immediately, it seemed that Hyuga Aokawa's Kekkei Genkai had left a deep impression on Hakujin Soma. Hakujin Soma shook his head. The projectile speed is definitely enough. I almost couldn't react. But the distance of this valley is beyond my perception range, so I can't judge whether this is within Hyuga Aokawa's range. Wait a moment, seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi actually acquiesced to this. Nara Shikaku had some guesses, but he still frowned and interrupted their conversation. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, Jonin Soma, as far as I know, although the Hyuga clan has the Byakugan for easy reconnaissance, for a Ninja Academy student to infiltrate an enemy country with you, the burden should be greater than the help. But since Jonin Soma specifically wants him, does this person perhaps possess a long-range attack ninjutsu? In my memory, I have never heard of the Hyuga clan possessing a similar legacy. Hakujin Soma looked up at Hiruzen Sarutobi and remained silent. Let me explain. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of smoke and spoke slowly. Hyuga Aokawa has awakened a Kekkei Genkai. This Kekkei Genkai allows him to use a type of beyond visual range attack ninjutsu, the power of which can even kill a Jonin. Ultra long range? Killing a Jonin? Nara Shikaku leaned forward, a loss of composure appearing on his face for the first time. While shocked, a hint of anticipation also flashed in his eyes. As Konoha's tactical advisor, he instantly realized the strategic significance of this ability. When he pushed for Onigumo to join Konoha back then, what he valued was the long-range attack of his Kekkei Genkai. Although he later found out it was only a threat to Chunin and Genin, it still helped him complete many tactical designs. If their own village had an even further and stronger long-range ninjutsu. Then after a brief lapse in concentration, he quickly adjusted himself, his expression very excited. Is this confirmed? Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Soma saw it with his own eyes. Hakujin Soma also took over. At the time, an enemy Jonin was instantly killed in front of me. And if the arrow had been coming toward me, if I didn't have information on this ninjutsu beforehand, I might have been seriously injured as well. Instantly killed. Nara Shikaku sucked in a breath of cold air, and even you. Hakujin Soma nodded in confirmation, then changed the subject. However, I'm not sure if he can kill Onigumo. From the perspective of range, the holy arrow is definitely further than the spider war bow, but the valley on the Kumogakure side is higher than ours and conducive to hiding, while the edge of the valley on our side is very open, making the terrain unfavorable for us. So we can only retreat to the forest in the rear. Otherwise, once discovered, Onigumo will surely flee, which requires an even greater range. Moreover, after this battle, Onigumo will certainly be even harder to lure out. If he doesn't move to the edge of the valley, it means we have to fire the arrow from this forest to the forest on the opposite bank, which is much further. Nara Shikaku looked at the distance between the two sides of the valley on the map and nodded. It is indeed much further than the valley itself. Since it's confirmed that the power can kill Onigumo, let Hyuga Aokawa judge the range himself. Hiruzen Sarutobi made the final decision. When Hyuga Aokawa returns to the village, bring him to see me immediately. 89. Number 89 Konoha Instantaneous Movement Chapter 89 Konoha Shunshin 2 days later, Hyuga Aokawa, who had returned to the village, was taken to the Hokage office looking completely bewildered. When Hakujin Soma saw him, he told Hyuga Aokawa the details of the mission from start to finish. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up, walked slowly to Hyuga Aokawa, and asked softly, Aokawa, how is it? Are you confident at this distance? Seeing Hyuga Aokawa's bewildered expression, he gently patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous, and don't feel pressured. Just speak the truth. Hyuga Aokawa still didn't speak, but he wasn't bewildered. Instead, happiness had come too suddenly. Just 2 days ago, he was worrying about where to get so many ninjutsu and knowledge. Today, someone was handing him a pillow just when he needed it. This mission was practically tailor-made for him. He looked nervous on the surface, but he had plenty of schemes running through his mind. For this mission, what should I ask for? Hyuga Aokawa was thinking about how to avoid making people feel like he was asking for too much. After a moment, he seemed to have calmed his nerves. He moved to the map, looked at the markings on the edge, and measured the distance of the canyon with his fingers. Then he measured the distance to the forests on both sides. He furrowed his brows, appearing to have encountered an unsolvable problem. Is there any difficulty? Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been watching his expression, immediately asked. Hokage-sama, Hyuga Aokawa's voice held some tension. The canyon's distance is within the range of the holy arrow, but the forests on both sides won't work. They're too far. Once past the range, the chakra arrow's speed will slow down, and it won't achieve a killing effect. Hyuga Aokawa shook his head. Hiruzen Sarutobi was also a bit disappointed after hearing this. Hyuga Aokawa was the one with the longest range striking capability among the people he could deploy. If even he couldn't handle it, then they would have to do as Shikaku said and dispatch personnel to infiltrate the enemy country. This traditional method of mission execution held significant risks under the current sensitive international situation. Unless Hyuga Aokawa changed his tune. Unless what? Nara Shikaku's dimmed eyes lit up again from the side. Hokage-sama, Nara-sama, I've recently been studying the Basic Ninjutsu Knowledge course provided by the Academy. It mentions that different attributes of chakra result in different special effects. Among them, the special effects of lightning release chakra nature transformation are high speed and penetration. If this transformation can be added to the chakra arrow, it will definitely greatly enhance its range and power. So, to kill Onigumo, I must complete the lightning release chakra nature transformation for the holy arrow. After hearing this, Nara Shikaku asked impatiently, have you tested your chakra attributes? Do you have the lightning attribute? I have lightning attribute chakra. After Hyuga Aokawa finished speaking, he shook his head somewhat diffidently. But I don't even know the most basic lightning release chakra nature transformation. Nor have I learned any lightning release ninjutsu. It will be very difficult to complete the upgrade of the holy arrow. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled. Then we just need to teach you the nature transformation of lightning release chakra. I'm afraid I'll learn too slowly and delay the mission. I will teach you personally. I'm not afraid you won't learn it. Shouldn't the Hokage use fire release? Does Hokage-sama know lightning release too? Hyuga Aokawa blinked and asked curiously. Nara Shikaku laughed heartily at his words. Where did you get such nonsense? Besides, Hokage-sama is Konoha's ninjutsu doctor. There isn't a ninjutsu he doesn't know. Lightning release is a piece of cake for him. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and smiled as he stroked his goatee, looking quite content and seemingly enjoying the compliment. Hyuga Aokawa's eyes lit up. That's great then. With the matter settled, Hiruzen Sarutobi was in high spirits. It would be for the best if Onigumo could be dealt with here at the canyon. There would be no need to worry about friction with the Land of Lightning, nor any risk of losing personnel. He smiled and began making arrangements for the group. Shikaku, notify the front lines. For the time being, let the Chunin and Jonin continue the hard work of patrolling in teams. Soma, go about your business. Once Aokawa has finished his learning, you will execute the mission with him. Yes. The two of them withdrew together. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked to the table, took a brush, and quickly wrote many words on a scroll, then blew on the ink. After scanning it carefully to confirm there were no errors, he handed it to Hyuga Aokawa. These are some basic knowledge and key points of lightning release chakra nature transformation. Take it back and look it over. Come to the Hokage building tomorrow morning to start your formal learning. Yes, thank you, Hokage-sama. Go back for now. Hyuga Aokawa stepped out of the Hokage office. As he walked out, he found Hakujin Soma standing outside with his arms crossed. He quickly closed the door and greeted Hakujin Soma. Soma-sama. Hakujin Soma turned his head. Finished talking? Yes, I'll start learning under Hokage-sama tomorrow. Hakujin Soma nodded and then spoke. While waiting for your return these past 2 days, I've looked over the key points of Hyunkyaku, and it's been a great help to me. I'm glad it helped you, Soma-sama. Besides, you also taught me Konoha Ryu Kenjutsu. Hakujin Soma shook his head. With your talent, anyone in the village could teach you Konoha Ryu Kenjutsu, but Hyunkyaku is unique. As he spoke, he pulled a scroll from his robe and handed it to Hyuga Aokawa. This is some of my insight from years of studying Konoha Shunshin. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Please take it. Hyuga Aokawa's eyes lit up, his gaze fixed intently on the scroll. Holy crap, Konoha Shunshin. This was Hakujin Soma's signature technique. It could scatter across the sky like Itachi's crow clone, be used as a substitution jutsu, was hard to catch, allowed for high-speed movement, and most importantly, it was incredibly cool. What an unexpected surprise. How could I? Soma-sama is too kind, Hyuga Aokawa said politely, though the speed at which he took the scroll was anything but slow. Hakujin Soma laughed at the sight. Given the difficulty of this technique, it might be a bit too high for you, so whether you can truly master this gift depends on your own ability. Hearing this, Hyuga Aokawa stopped smiling, bowed slightly, and stated seriously, whether or not I can master this technique, I will cherish Soma-sama's kindness. Hakujin Soma smiled and waved his hand. That's not what I meant. How should I put it? If there's anything you don't understand during your cultivation, come ask me. I understand. Thank you, Soma-sama. Then I'll be off. Alright, goodbye, Soma-sama. Only after watching Hakujin Soma walk away did Hyuga Aokawa impatiently tuck the 2 scrolls into his robe and run home in great strides. I wonder what Konoha Shunshin is really like. He was looking forward to it. 90. Number 90 Lightning Release. Sacred Annihilation Arrow. Chapter 90. Lightning Release. Holy Arrow. All the way home, Hyuga Aokawa was overjoyed, his grinning mouth never closing. He didn't expect that in addition to the lightning release chakra nature transformation, he also got a Konoha Shunshin as a pleasant surprise. As soon as he got home, he closed his door and eagerly opened the Konoha Shunshin scroll, reading it with rapt attention. He wished he could immediately learn the contents and apply them to the body flicker technique. A moment later, he sighed, closing the scroll with some reluctance. As Hakujin Soma said, it was indeed difficult. Konoha Shunshin, in addition to the body flicker technique, also incorporates techniques from the substitution jutsu, genjutsu, and wind release. This means that to learn this ninjutsu, one must first master these skills from different fields. After reaching a certain level, these elements must be integrated and ultimately manifested in the Konoha Shunshin technique itself. The difficulty is not low at all. As expected, for such a practical and cool ninjutsu, the learning requirements and difficulty skyrocketed. Although the ninjutsu rank reflects the difficulty of learning a ninjutsu and is not related to its power. In fact, after thousands of years of evolution, new ninjutsu continuously appeared, and various clans and countries constantly fought, learned from each other, and integrated. The correlation between the difficulty of learning ninjutsu and its effectiveness has become increasingly high. For ninjutsu of the same type, the higher the difficulty of the technique, the greater its effect will definitely be. If a technique is created and its effect is the same, but its difficulty is much higher, then this technique will definitely be eliminated. People in the ninja world are pragmatic, especially during war, where ease of use is the only standard. The reason why people are still willing to learn high-difficulty ninjutsu is because the value it demonstrates is higher than low-difficulty techniques. If a C-rank Great Fireball could have the power of a B-rank Great Fire Annihilation, then no one would learn Great Fire Annihilation. Similarly, if a technique like Konoha Shunshin was easy to learn, why would everyone bother with the body flicker technique? Everyone would definitely be using Konoha Shunshin. Hyuga Aokawa shook his head. I don't have the ability or energy to learn this for now. I'll put this aside and first look at the lightning release chakra nature transformation I need to learn tomorrow. He put the scroll aside and picked up the lightning release scroll given by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi truly lived up to his reputation as the ninjutsu doctor, well versed in countless techniques. The knowledge he wrote was easy to understand, with basic principles and examples clearly explained. With Hyuga Aokawa's aptitude, he quickly learned most of it. Although there were still a few advanced questions he hadn't figured out, it didn't affect his ability to apply it. Early the next morning, he rushed to the Hokage building and, after being announced, found Hiruzen Sarutobi. He began learning that day, asking Hiruzen Sarutobi about all the parts he didn't understand from the previous day. For the next period, he followed Hiruzen Sarutobi, learning lightning release. Hiruzen Sarutobi discovered that this young man's learning ability was not bad at all, completely unlike the foolishness his school grades suggested. What puzzled him was that Hyuga Aokawa quickly learned the nature transformation of lightning release chakra in the early stages, mastering it in no time. Logically, with such good talent, mastering this transformation so quickly, its integration into Holy Arrow should also not be too bad. But this young man just couldn't integrate it no matter what. Just as he was about to lose patience, Hyuga Aokawa said, perhaps he hasn't seen how other lightning release ninjutsu integrate nature transformations. If he knew, it might go much smoother. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought that the problem might lie in the application. He immediately taught Hyuga Aokawa a lightning release ninjutsu. After learning it, Hyuga Aokawa finally said he seemed to understand a bit, and that this lightning release ninjutsu helped him. This further confirmed Hiruzen Sarutobi's guess, and after teaching 2 more lightning release ninjutsu, Hyuga Aokawa completed the lightning release chakra nature transformation for Holy Arrow. Outside the Forest of Death, let's do it here. Hiruzen Sarutobi pulled Hyuga Aokawa, leapt over the fence, and landed in the Forest of Death. Hyuga Aokawa looked at the large gate nearby and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hokage never used the main gate, not even a Hokage with keys. They either jumped through windows or over walls. Doors were always for show. Even Pain avoided the main gate when destroying Konoha. It's estimated that few doors in Konoha get damaged all year round. Except for the one in the Hokage office, of course. Throughout the entire Hokage series, the only man who showed no reverence for doors was that man. Hyuga Aokawa shook off the random thoughts in his mind. He stood still and reached out. The blue spirit mark on the back of his hand appeared, and a massive spirit bow slowly materialized. Hyuga Aokawa deliberately didn't use Arc Sparrow to slightly reduce the display power of Holy Arrow. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Hiruzen Sarutobi instantly fell in love with this spirit bow, deeply attracted by the flowing chakra and beautiful patterns on it. Having mastered many ninjutsu, he also vaguely grasped some patterns. Powerful ninjutsu all shared a common trait. No matter their form or how they were expressed, they were aesthetically pleasing to behold. The spirit bow hadn't even fired yet, but just by looking at its size and beauty, he knew that Hakujin Soma's description was not exaggerated. Hyuga Aokawa didn't know what Hiruzen Sarutobi was thinking. He slowly drew the bowstring, beginning to condense the chakra arrow. After adding the chakra nature transformation to the chakra arrow, the chakra consumption was significantly higher than before. Originally, chakra only needed to be used to leverage natural energy and compress it. Finally, a layer of chakra just needed to be fixed over the outside of the chakra arrow. But since a chakra nature transformation was added, if the chakra proportion wasn't enough, the effect of lightning release wouldn't be obvious. Therefore, the proportion of chakra needed to be increased beyond the original amount. As time passed, the chakra cylinder was gradually compressed into an arrow shape by him. During this process, he continuously incorporated the lightning release chakra nature transformation he had learned during this period into the chakra arrow. ZZZZT and chakra arrow, darker in color than an ordinary holy arrow, formed. Electric arcs continuously leapt across it. He drew the bowstring to its fullest, then released it. Whiz! The powerful kinetic energy stirred up a vortex of air, making both their hairs fly. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes widened, and he felt a sudden palpitation. The chakra arrow, flashing with electric arcs, rapidly shot into the depths of the forest of death. Thump, thump, thump. Several large trees were pierced straight through. The piercing effect of the lightning attribute was fully demonstrated on the chakra arrow. All obstacles encountered along the way were no match, and it passed through unimpeded. Soon, the chakra arrow left their sight. A few breaths later, a burst of lightning suddenly erupted in the far distance, startling a flock of birds. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils constricted. Unbelievable. So far, and such powerful destructive force. He took a sharp breath, his breathing becoming rapid. Hokage-sama, I think it's not safe enough. If explosive tags could be sealed onto the chakra arrow, its range would. No, it's enough. Hyuga Aokawa was interrupted by Hiruzen Sarutobi before he could finish. What a joke. A ninjutsu that even he, the Hokage, felt a palpitation from, was overkill for killing Onigumo. He even felt that Hyuga Aokawa was too modest and didn't have a correct understanding of his own technique. With this power, even without the lightning release chakra nature transformation, killing Onigumo should be more than enough. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Aokawa secretly thought it was a pity. He had originally wanted to see if he could freeload some explosive tag sealing techniques. Now it seemed there was no hope. Then you rest for a bit. Tomorrow, Hakujin Soma will accompany you to the land of hot springs for the mission. Yes, if you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel.